In this world where martial arts flourish, people dream of becoming martial artists. However, I was expelled from school 3 months before the martial arts examination, merely due to being framed by a classmate. The homeroom teacher even colluded in this injustice, accusing me of maliciously causing trouble. Even the adopted daughter, whom the parents had taken in during their lifetime, chose to feign deafness and muteness. Everything stems from the fact that I am a worthless being, incapable of even reaching a vitality level of 20. However, 3 months later, I transformed into the examination officer for martial arts assessments at the school. It was just after I was expelled from school. I once believed that revenge was an unattainable dream. However, after inadvertently crushing an ant beneath my foot, I was astounded to discover that I had acquired 10 points of kill value. At this moment, I suddenly awakened with a start. Could this be my golden opportunity? A spark ignited in my eyes, and hope rekindled within my heart. I infused the points of slaughter into my vitality. A warm current surged through my body. Once again, I glanced at the panel. The points of slaughter had returned to 0, while my vitality had transformed into 28. This filled me with exhilaration, compelling me to unleash a triumphant roar. Yet, I suppressed the fervor within, biding my time. The grievances of today shall be repaid 100-fold by Sumo. I took a deep breath and boarded the vehicle, hastening my return home. However, just as I was about to unlock the door, a voice halted me. "What are you doing?" I turned my head to see a girl, perhaps around 21 or 22, with willowly shaped eyebrows and a heart-shaped face, a tear mole adorning her right eye. She held a plastic bag in her hand. Of course, I was heading home. As I spoke, I inserted the key and turned it several times. However, I discovered that it simply would not budge. A woman pushed past me, effortlessly producing her own key to unlock the door. This cannot be. This is my home. A wave of ominous foreboding washed over me, leaving me increasingly agitated. The woman gazed at me, her emotions appearing undeniably genuine. She hastily spoke to clarify, "This house, I purchased just a few days ago from a girl named Su Yao." It was only then that I comprehended the true reason Su Yao had requested my identification a few days prior. At that moment, the phone rang. I picked it up to answer. A mocking voice emanated from the receiver. "By now, you must have reached home, right? But wait, you no longer possess a home. You sold the house that your parents toiled to acquire. And you have become a homeless vagabond. Oh, I forgot to mention. It was I who facilitated the sale of the house for Su Yao. Do you know why your beloved sister refused to testify for you? I offered her 10,000 yuan. This weekend, do not say that I, Zhou Liang, lack loyalty to our school ties. I am giving you a chance. Come and serve me as a dog. And I shall pay you 3,000 a month. Your vitality is insufficient, barely reaching a mere 20. Securing a salary of 3,000 proves to be a formidable challenge. Zhou Liang, you shall await my reckoning. I ended the call. My hands now sticky and clammy. Just moments ago, in a fit of anger, my fingers had dug into my flesh. I apologize for the interruption. Having regained my composure, I turned to the voluptuous woman to express my apologies. Once I had spoken, I descended the stairs. Just as I reached the bottom, a figure intercepted my path. It was none other than Su Yao, the adopted daughter of my parents. I gazed at Su Yao. The tenderness of yesteryears had long since vanished, replaced solely by an endless indifference. I am aware of your hatred towards me. Yet I too bear my own burdens. Upon hearing these words, I could not help but chuckle. What, I wonder, is the source of your burdens? In 3 months, the dance examination will take place. I find myself in need of funds, substantial funds. Selling the house has become a matter of necessity. Over the past few months, my vitality has been increasing at a sluggish pace. To elevate my vitality beyond 180 in just 3 months appears to be a daunting challenge. I yearn for a blood-enhancing elixir, one that costs a staggering 100,000 for a single pill. As I gaze upon the weeping Su Yao, my heart remains utterly unperturbed, even tinged with a sense of revulsion. Before their passing, our parents saved 500,000 yuan for the two of us. I even entrusted you with my share of that amount. Furthermore, the money I earned from my odd jobs was also given to you. Is this not sufficient? No, it is far from enough. After the martial arts examination, entrance into a more prestigious institution demands greater financial resources. Zhou Liang informed me that he could assist in selling the house, and I consented to his proposal. Su Yao's words remained unfinished, interrupted by me. So, you sold me for a mere 10,000 yuan, witnessing my unjust dismissal. After speaking, I ceased any further discourse with him and turned towards the vegetable market. Meanwhile, the scene unfolding below was clearly observed by you above. Is the boss hiring? I arrived at a place where poultry was being sold. I inquired. The proprietor, a bald man clad in an apron, gazed at me for a moment, then ultimately produced 200 yuan and handed it to me, saying, "Take this for emergencies. This is not where you ought to be." I took the money in hand. Yet I did not depart. Instead, I picked up an apron beside me. With deftness, I severed the chicken's neck. As it bled out, a voice echoed in my mind. Slay a chicken, earn a kill point. To slay a chicken is to earn a point of slaughter. As the sun descends beyond the horizon, I remove my apron, stained with blood. I shall return tomorrow, without a doubt. On my departure, I allocate all the points of slaughter required today to fortify my vitality. A warm current surges forth from within my being. Name, Su Mo. Age, 18. Vitality, 148. Killing line. I suppress the excitement within me. Just wait. Once I break through to become a martial artist, I shall apply for a public appearance. At that time, I will be able to hunt ferocious beasts, and my strength will ascend rapidly. I promptly rented a single room near the market and settled in. The following morning, I commenced the task of slaughtering chickens. With each bird I dispatched, I marked an increment. By noon, I had already culled 200 chickens. Just as I paused for a moment of respite, I was suddenly enveloped by the cacophony of footsteps outside, accompanied by incessant crashing sounds. Alarm surged within Mesamething had undergone a mutation. We must swiftly seek out the administrator. Outside, a seafood stall had been overturned, with fish and shrimp flopping on the ground. A colossal tenderloin lobster relentlessly clashed against the two claws held in hand, crushing everything that stood in its way. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Yong was filled with trepidation. Previously, he had encountered a similar mutation with the chickens he sold, an ordeal from which he barely escaped with his life. Now, he bore the mark of a fresh wound on his back. Behind me lies a wound. Xiao Su, run swiftly. In this moment, witnessing the scene before me, I hesitated not a moment longer. I allocated all 200 slaughter points to my vitality. As the slaughter points vanished, I transcended to the first level of a martial artist. Like an arrow released from its bow, I surged forward to confront the mutated lobster. With a leap of my body, the cleaver in my hand struck directly upon the creature's shell. With a resounding crack, sparks flew forth. The lobster emerged unscathed, yet the tremendous force inflicted pain upon the mutated lobster. I observed that the mutated lobster remained unharmed, but a sense of foreboding washed over me. With a swift twist of my body, I evaded the pincers of the mutated lobster. I descended upon the ground. A swift slide maneuvering beneath the lobster. With a deft stroke of the cleaver in hand, only the glint of the blade emerged. A surge of resolve coursed through me. I raised the knife and struck with ferocity. The sharp edge of the cleaver plunged into the belly of the mutated lobster. Crimson liquid splattered across Sumo's visage. With both hands gripping the knife, I commenced the dissection of the aberrant lobster. A tremor coursed through my being as the mutated lobster collapsed to the ground, its lifeblood spilling across the earth. Having vanquished the aberrant creature, I earned my warrior's slaying points. Standing still, I gazed upon the lifeless form of the mutated lobster, finally exhaling a sigh of relief as my chest rose and fell rapidly. The warrior's prowess is still insufficient. Slaying a single lobster proves to be an arduous task. It was only through the exertion of my utmost strength that I managed to breach the defenses of the mutated lobster. At this moment, the once chaotic and clamorous marketplace has fallen into a hushed silence, as the crowd gazes at me in disbelief. Suddenly, someone initiated applause, though their identity remained unknown. At that moment, 3 individuals hurriedly approached from a distance, moving with remarkable speed. Upon witnessing the fallen lobster, astonishment washed over their faces as they inquired about the perpetrator. When informed that it was I who had caused this, they too displayed expressions of surprise. Manager Lu, you must ensure that Xiaosu does not suffer any disadvantage. Fortunately, Xiaosu has been assisting me with chicken slaughtering these past few days, otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Upon hearing Zhao Yong's words, Lu Shuatian suddenly attained clarity. Subsequently, he produced 50,000 yuan and handed it to me, stating that it was a reward for assisting them in overcoming their difficulties. Additionally, he repurchased the mutated lobster for another 50,000 yuan. Lu Shuatian also extended an invitation to me to dine at the Zui Xian Lu that evening. After finishing his meal, Lu Shuatian proceeded to settle the bill. I inadvertently caught a glimpse of 250,000. Such was the worth of this dining experience. After parting ways with them, I returned to my rented accommodation. Lying on the bed, I contemplated how I had transcended into a dancer. Tomorrow, I would be able to obtain certification from the Dancers Guild and receive my dancer's insignia. Additionally, I could procure a weapon and venture forth to hunt the fiendish beasts. My next objective had already manifested before a grand edifice. How many times had I previously fantasized about visiting this place to verify my worthiness and obtain the warrior's badge? I never anticipated that this dream would materialize so swiftly. Upon entering, a look of astonishment filled my eyes, for I beheld a familiar figure by you, the very person who had purchased her residence from Su Yang. Upon learning of my intentions, Bai Yu led me to a particular instrument. After standing before it for a brief moment, the device displayed the number 398. Bai Yu covered her mouth in astonishment, her eyes wide as she exclaimed, "Su Di, you are indeed a dancer." I calmly descended from the apparatus and spoke, "How fortunate I am to be a dancer." "Are you jesting? At your age, becoming a dancer is a rarity in any city, a true gem indeed. It seems today my sister is quite fortunate, having witnessed the birth of a young dancer." "Su Di, please wait a moment while I fetch your badge," Bai Yu said before turning to leave. Before long, Ziyu returned, presenting the dancer's badge. This badge allows for savings and serves as identification. Furthermore, it is a reward of 100,000 for successful dancer certification. I have received the dancer's badge and spent 110,000 on an alloy knife, yet it was still offered to me at a 30% discount by Baiyu. Since you have chosen the knife, you ought to acquire a manual on its technique to complement its use. Please wait for me a moment as I turn to another room. Subsequently, a tome of martial arts was presented to me. Without awaiting my consent, a sum of 100,000 was deducted from the dancer's insignia. The title of the technique was Butterfly Wave Blade Art, classified as a low-grade imperial technique. 100,000 Su coins were spent. "Is there anything else you require?" I shook my head. My ammunition had been depleted. Though my intentions were fervent, I found myself powerless. After expressing my gratitude to Bai Yu, I departed from the Dancers Guild. Before long, Bai Yu's phone rang. "Bai Yu, what on earth are you doing?" "The spy wave blade technique. You sold it to me for 100,000 yuan? Have you lost your mind?" Since the onset of the call, Ziyu had held the phone at a distance, only bringing it close to her ear once the furious voice had dissipated. "I've discovered a promising talent. An 18-year-old with nearly 400 vitality." The mocking voice on the other end fell silent. Bai Yu hung up the phone. Standing on the upper floor, gazing at my departing silhouette, I had scarcely left when two figures approached from afar. "Su Yao, your vitality has surpassed 170. Truly remarkable. Prestigious universities are now beckoning you." Su Yao did not pay close attention to Wu Qiu's words. Just moments ago, he seemed to have glimpsed a familiar silhouette. How could he possibly be in this place? It was inconceivable this was not somewhere he could access. Perhaps he was merely overthinking the situation. Upon entering, when Su Yao laid eyes on Ziyu, her gaze was imbued with a sense of peculiarity. "White maiden, so it is you who is employed here. Miss Su, what a coincidence. Are you here to shop? I wish to purchase 5 blood-enhancing pills." With that, Su Yao paid 500,000 without a blink, as she prepared to leave with the pills in hand. "Miss Su, do you not have any regrets?" Su Yao turned her head to gaze at Bai Yu, her eyes momentarily clouded with confusion. Almost instantly, she regained her composure, realizing it must pertain to his decision to sell the house. She felt no regret after all. This property was a legacy left by her parents. Utilizing it now to enhance her strength was indeed a priceless investment. After Su Yao departed, Bai Yu retrieved a telephone. There was an issue with the house's system. Please inquire with the management office on my behalf. Once the call was terminated, a faint, cold smile lingered at the corner of Bayou's lips. At this moment, I find myself within a bustling shopping mall, preparing to acquire several articles of clothing. As I peruse the garments, two figures enter from outside, none other than Su Yao and Wu Qiu. Upon their arrival, Su Yao immediately sets her sights on a dress priced at 88. Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly pays with her card. The sales assistant suppressed the excitement within. Today, she encountered a significant client. As the two of them exited the store for their lunch break, a voice of disdain echoed in Su Yao's ear. How unfortunate! To think she would run into him. Su Yao glanced over and saw me approaching with several bags in hand. In the brief span of just 2 days, she noted a significant transformation in me. My face appeared more austere and striking, my eyes devoid of warmth, and an aura of sharpness enveloped me. As I passed by Su Yao, my gaze remained utterly unperturbed, as though she were a mere stranger. Indeed, it revealed a lack of upbringing. She did not even bother to greet her elder sister. What a wretched creature, born of a father yet raised without one. When Wu Qiu observed me walking past them, she merely chuckled. Upon hearing this, I halted my departing steps and turned to fix my gaze upon Wu Qiu. Startled by the murderous intent reflected in my eyes, Wu Qiu mustered the courage to mock, considering that Sumo's vitality barely reached a mere 20. In a fit of indignation, I struck Wu Qiu across the face with a resounding slap. Should you dare to speak insolently again, do not blame me for resorting to actions that none would wish to witness. Wu Qiu, clutching his face, was momentarily overtaken by disbelief. Su Yao swiftly pulled Wu Qiu behind her, exclaiming, Su Mo, what are you doing? On what grounds do you strike him? Apologies, yet what greets Su Yao is a resounding slap. She is knocked to the ground, covering her face, her eyes reflecting disbelief. How dare you strike me? Ha! A dog, raised for over a decade, should know to wag its tail by now. The scornful words pierced Su Yao's heart like a sharp blade. Clenching her fists tightly, her gaze gradually turned steely and resolute. At that moment, the sales attendant, witnessing the customer being mistreated, felt a surge of indignation. Observing my attire, which hardly conveyed affluence, they exclaimed, How dare you strike my client? Do you believe I won't have you thrown out? The attendant helped Su Yao to her feet, and amidst a flurry of pleasantries, the situation revealed its true malevolence. How astonishing it is that there exists someone like you in this world. The voice of the sales assistant resonated loudly, as if to ensure that no one could possibly miss it. Before long, a crowd began to gather within the shopping mall, drawn by the spectacle. Amid the midday lull, whispers and embellishments flowed, and the onlookers began to point and murmur about me. I take a step back, my gaze narrowing. There are surveillance cameras here. Perhaps it would be prudent to observe what transpired within their watchful lens. As I utter these words, Su Yang, still in the midst of his afternoon repose, feels a surge of urgency within. An ominous premonition arises. They seem to have forgotten about the cameras, rendering the review of the footage impossible. The expressions of the two individuals gradually turn ashen. I believe it is possible to activate the surveillance. At this moment, a figure approaches from outside, clad in formal attire, with a pair of golden spectacles perched upon the bridge of his nose. His eyes exude a gentle warmth, yet beneath lies a chilling indifference, reminiscent of a titan. It is none other than the young director of the shopping mall. Chu Yi arrived and gazed at the entrance. No one should be permitted to leave. The security personnel swiftly retreated to the doorway to prevent others from exiting. Many onlookers outside witnessed this scene, their expressions filled with astonishment. Shortly thereafter, someone produced a laptop, indicating that the young master was already prepared. I turned my head to gaze at the large screen within the shopping mall, which was currently showcasing the very scenes that had just transpired. In a short while, it reached the moment of my lunchtime ridicule. As this segment unfolded, Wu Qiu's face drained of color, and many onlookers fixated their attention upon him, their eyes betraying a simmering fury. He held Su Yao tightly. He stated that all of this was for the sake of Su Yao. The scene continued to unfold, depicting me striking Wu Qiu. Then, Su Yao spoke up, questioning, why should I strike him? Demanding that I apologize. At this moment, the onlookers lowered their heads, silently cursing both Su Yao and Wu Qiu. However, considering Su Yao's prodigious talent, they thought there was not much of an issue. Those are your adoptive parents. Others criticize them, yet you still ask your younger brother to apologize. Can such individuals genuinely expect their adoptive parents to bequeath their inheritance to them? Su Yao's complexion mirrored the pallor of despair, as if she were on the verge of collapse. Lifting her head, her eyes brimmed with unshed tears, gazing at me with a pitiful, pleading expression. In the past, whenever she displayed such vulnerability, I would always comfort her. This time, my gaze was as cold and profound as an abyss ready to engulf all. What followed was the scene that had just transpired. In that moment, the silence in the mall was palpable, as if one could hear a pin drop. Shuyi approached me, seeking Mr. Su's understanding regarding the troubles brought forth. Nearby shopkeepers, witnessing this tableau, were about to step forward to offer their apologies, yet I had already turned and departed from the mall. Shuyi hastily followed in my wake. As for the matters of aftermath, they do not fall within the purview of this young director. After his departure, many turned their attention towards Wu Qiu and Su Yao, the two deceivers who exploited our compassion. Once the issues within the marketplace were resolved, I began my journey towards the outskirts of the city. Shuyi fixed her gaze upon me as I made my way outside the city, her figure coming to a halt. Name, Su Mo. Age, 18. Realm, Warrior Level 1. Butterfly Wave Knife Technique. Vitality, 398. Kill points, 0. My eyes sparkled with realization as I discovered that the level of 5G also possessed proficiency, which could surprisingly be enhanced using kill points. Shortly after, I found myself outside the city. A faint mist obscures the view. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, humanity has faced a significant decline. Gradually, formidable beings have emerged, establishing 9 major districts, each encompassing hundreds of cities. From A to Z. For instance, the place I inhabit is Z9. The 9th city in this coded sequence. Every city possesses coordinates to prevent the emergence of powerful monstrous beasts. The precise locations remain unknown thereafter. However, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, one finds it increasingly difficult to defend against its influence. Thus, individuals dream fervently of becoming warriors. The mightier the warrior, the greater the respect they command, accompanied by an abundance of privileges. Not having ventured far, one encounters a swarm of mutated fire ants, each the size of a human head, their bodies resplendent like flames. I drew forth my alloy shortsword and charged towards the fire ant. Upon noticing my approach, the fiery creature surged forward. I leaped into action, my blade shifting direction with precision as I slashed and thrust, severing the legs of the red fire ant, rendering it motionless upon the ground. With a single stroke, I unleashed a torrent of destruction, vanquishing a mutated fire ant and earning 15 kill points. In that moment, I transformed into an unrelenting machine of slaughter, tireless and resolute. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I sank to the ground, gasping for breath, my body exuding a thick, iron scent of blood. The once pristine white alloy dagger was now stained crimson. I extracted the eyes of the fire ants, carefully placing them into a bag, and then turned to dash toward the city. My body has begun to exhibit slight signs of fatigue. Just now, I sensed a tremor beneath my feet, a consequence of vanquishing an excessive number of mutant fire ants. The queen fire ant is soon to emerge. I have been on the run for a full 2 hours. Faintly, I glimpsed the distant city, prompting me to slow my pace and examine the system interface. I discovered that my kill points had reached 4. Without hesitation, I allocated all of them to my vitality. A warm current surged through my body, invigorating my spirit and fortifying my essence. My awareness of the surroundings sharpened significantly. I ascended directly from the first level of a martial artist to the third. Subsequently, I began to integrate this newfound power into the wave blade technique. Name, Su Mo. Age, 18. Realm, Martial Artist, 3rd level. Skill, GD Lang Knife Technique, Yellow Grade, Low Tier. Vitality Value, 3. Kill Points, 398. As I gazed at the interface, a ripple of emotion stirred within me. Today marks the 4th day since my expulsion. I, who once was a mere wastrel with a vitality value of less than 20, have unexpectedly transformed into a 3rd-level martial artist. I held a bag in my hand, containing the eyes of fire ants. These treasures could fetch a handsome sum. As the crimson sun descended, I ventured into the city, making my way towards the warrior guild. From afar, I sensed a palpable aura of menace. It turned out to be Su. I cast a smile towards Baiyu, inquiring if Sister Yu accepts materials from demon beasts. Of course, I retrieved a bag, within which lay pairs of bright crimson eyes, resembling glistening red crystals. Such exquisite treasures. The majority are of the finest quality, capable of fetching a handsome sum. After Bayu meticulously counted, she produced a calculator. The total amounted to 490,000. To make it a round figure, let's say 500,000. Upon hearing this, my gaze shifted. Just the day before, 120,000 seemed ample. Now, it has escalated to 500,000 daily. With the enhancement of my abilities, I am capable of earning a greater fortune. Perhaps Sister Bayu could contribute a bit more, reaching a total of 1 million. You rascal, always taking advantage of your sister. Bayu transferred the money into Sumo's dancer badge. As her gaze shifted, she pondered whether to purchase a treasure for spatial storage. Even though it was beyond her means, she found herself tempted. However, that item was exceedingly costly. At this moment, what he truly required were a radar and a map. Bayu chose not to continue the recommendations. She turned around and retrieved a box. The radar can detect demon beasts within a radius of 10 meters. But it fails to identify those exceeding level 2. This is the map of the southern gate of Z9. With annotations extending 100 miles in every direction. I observed the operation of ZU. My gaze reflecting a hint of intrigue. It seems Bai Jia had long been prepared. Eager to seize my wealth. How easily deceivable is the young lad. Saying so, he promptly spent the money.
Gazing at the coins within the badge, Su Mo let out a long sigh towards the heavens. Once upon a time, I toiled day and night to earn 500,000, only to be deceived in mere seconds by a tempestuous girl. Come, return home with me. Upon hearing these words, Su Mo became wary. You do not harbor ill intentions towards me, do you? She said, shielding herself with her hands. Indeed, dear sister, I do harbor ill intentions. I shall consume you whole. Bayu licked her lips after speaking. The playful banter ceased, and ultimately, Su Mo followed Bayu home. Meanwhile, Wu Qiu and Su Yao, having been released, walked with their heads bowed, trailing behind their homeroom teacher, Wang Yang, who wore a grim expression. With just over 2 months until the martial arts examination, you dare to commit such an error? What will others think if this news spreads? Wang Yang reprimanded. This time, I shall overlook it, but if there is a next time, you will be confined. Wu Qiu and Su Yao nodded in acknowledgement. Now, return to your evening studies. Upon reaching the school gate, Wang Yang turned and left. The two returned to their class, spirits dejected. As they entered, a multitude of gazes fixed upon them. Disheveled hair, scratches on their faces, and torn clothing made them appear as if they had come from a beggar's plight. They kept their heads down, silent. At that moment, Su Yao's mind was consumed by the memory of those cold, unfeeling eyes. Reflecting on it now sent chills down her spine. Moreover, it seemed that the young director from the mall recognized Su Mo. Could it be that her adoptive parents harbored secrets unknown to her? Suddenly, an individual burst in, holding a phone. Panic etched across their face. Phone Ben, did you again relieve yourself without bringing paper? Enough with that. Quickly look at the video. I've shared it in the group. Phone Ben exclaimed, his urgency overshadowing his awareness of the group chat's contents. The crowd pulled out their phones, opening the video. They beheld a robust figure leaping through the air, striking a mutated lobster with a single blow, sparks flying. When the initial strike failed, the figure deftly maneuvered beneath the lobster, delivering a swift abdominal cut. It was executed with such fluidity, devoid of superfluous movements. Emerging from beneath the lobster, the figure was drenched in blood, wielding a curved knife. Blood streamed down the blade. As the onlookers recognized the silhouette, their expressions shifted, pupils constricting in disbelief. Taking a deep breath, it was understandable to feel lightheaded. The once boisterous classroom fell into silence as the students fixated on screen, captivated by the crimson figure that pierced through their vision, standing resolutely, emanating an aura of menace even through the screen. Su Yao stared at the screen, her body trembling, teeth chattering, terror surging within her. Su Mo resembled a deity of death. She embodied that mutated lobster. Particularly striking were her eyes, devoid of warmth. Once, those eyes had radiated gentleness, basking in sunlight, filled with a yearning for life. Why had they transformed? It seemed as if the moment of expulsion had marked the change. She had become unrecognizable, a stranger. Even with a smile on her face, her eyes radiated an icy indifference that repelled all who approached. This was Su Mo. Could it truly be? Wasn't he merely a worthless individual, unable to even attain a vitality level of 20? In the video, did he truly resemble a failure? The mutated beasts were generally at least of level 1, implying that Su Mo was indeed a martial artist. Certainly, only a martial artist could have slain the mutated lobster. Within the entirety of Z City, with its numerous high schools, there had been no recent reports of any student breaking through to become a martial artist. Those who had previously slandered Su Mo now trembled, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. They instinctively glanced at Zhou Liang, who was fixated on the screen. Yes, Zhou Liang. They had all heeded his words before. What should we do, Zhou Liang? Now that Su Mo has become a martial artist, will he seek retribution against us? Will he harbor resentment for the injustice we inflicted upon him, perhaps even return to exact vengeance? If only I had not wronged him. Suddenly, Zhou Liang stood up and smashed his phone to the ground, the shattered pieces scattering everywhere, a clear testament to his fury. Everyone shut your mouths. There is no turning back once the bow is drawn. At his command, silence enveloped the room. In that moment, those who had chosen to remain silent felt a surge of relief, grateful they had not accepted Zhou Liang's money to defame Su Mo. Yet, a few gazes turned towards Su Yao, questioning her silence. They speculated that their reluctance to stand up for Su Mo stemmed from fear of Zhou Liang. As Su Mo's sister, Su Yao had also refrained from defending him, leaving the others bewildered. Sitting in her seat, her eyes gradually lost their focus. She had consumed several blood-boosting pills to elevate her vitality to 170. Initially, she felt elated, but now she learned that her seemingly worthless brother had become a martial artist. No wonder that young master in the marketplace treated him with such regard. Everything made sense. Surely, her adoptive parents had left treasures for Su Mo. Otherwise, how could he have achieved martial status? It must be true. Ah, how selfish you all are, hoarding such treasures and not sharing them with me. Indeed, I am but an outsider. No wonder Su Mo so generously offered me money. Could it be that our adoptive parents promised me a share of the fortune, but Su Mo, unwilling to part with it, merely provided me with money to placate me? Yes, it must be so. How foolish of me to have believed that Su Mo would treat me well, only to hoard opportunities and treasures for himself. I misjudged you completely. How could I have considered you my brother? I even lent you 2,000 yuan to help you rent an apartment. And this is how you repay me? I must find Su Mo and reclaim what is rightfully mine. This is his debt to me. In doing so, I too can swiftly break through to become a martial artist, a figure of envy among all as a talented woman of distinction. Su Yao's eyes sparkled with ambition, her heart igniting with fervor, bordering on madness. Zhou Liang, observing the sudden quietude, felt a shift in his focus. Su Mo, you truly are an unyielding spirit. If that is the case, I shall ensure you descend into the underworld to spare us your vexation. Meanwhile, in the office, Wang Yang stared blankly at the video in the group chat, his expression void and gradually losing its focus. Su Mo turns out to be a martial artist. An 18-year-old martial artist. If he had not been expelled, Wang Yang increasingly regretted his decision. Oh, who is this? They look somewhat familiar. Wang Yang hastily turned off his phone. Qianming had a loose tongue, and if he discovered it was Su Mo, the principal would undoubtedly have his head the following day. The video filmed by the students was intended to motivate them during the martial arts examination. Qianming gave Wang Yang a thumbs up. Unexpectedly, Director Wang had held back some of his prowess. It was admirable, truly a class teacher devoted to his students' welfare. Wang Yang secretly sighed in relief, as long as Qianming had not seen clearly. No, the video must not circulate. Wang Yang hurriedly ran towards the classroom. Chapter 10. If you break through the Meridian Realm, I recommend you become an examiner. Wang Yang surveyed the tranquil classroom, acutely aware that his classmates were privy to Su Mo's breakthrough as a martial artist. Dear students, I implore you to keep this matter under wraps. Should the school become aware, I risk expulsion, and you too may face repercussions. In severe cases, your opportunities for martial examinations could be revoked. Upon hearing this, the students' faces drained of color, cold sweat instantly beading on their brows. Wang Yang exhaled in relief. These students were still relatively innocent and thus easier to persuade. Feng Ben, Zhou Yang, stepped forward. The three gathered in the corridor. Feng Ben, from where did you acquire this video? Wang Yang inquired. I stumbled upon it on a minor website. Feng Ben replied, offering them a glimpse. Several likes had already appeared below, indicating that the video had not yet gained widespread attention. Upon seeing the website, Zhou Yang retrieved his phone. Hello, uncle, are you awake? A weary voice responded from the other end. No, I have the name of a website. Please arrange for it to be taken down, especially a particular video hosted there. Have you gotten yourself into trouble again? The voice inquired. If this issue goes unresolved, it could lead to complications. I may have to consult grandfather. Understood. Give me 3 minutes. The three stood in the corridor, fixated on the website. 2 minutes later, the site had vanished. They exchanged glances, collectively sighing in relief. Feng Ben also retracted the video from their class group chat, confident that no one would divulge the information voluntarily. Now, they could allow Su Mo to fade into obscurity. Zhou Yang raised his gaze to Wang Yang and Feng Ben. If this matter leaks, Teacher Wang, your future will be at stake, and we shall find ourselves ensnared in trouble. Then the responsibility falls to you, Zhou Yang. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. First, we must fabricate some non-existent evidence to seal the loopholes surrounding Su Mo's expulsion. The previous accusation was flimsy. Now we must concoct something far more severe. Ideally, when the school learns of it, they will concur with our actions. And I will later seek assistance to ensure Su Mo is vilified by the masses. 2 plans will be executed simultaneously. I will oversee the first. Even if it succeeds, the second must still proceed. Should an investigation arise in the future, we shall retain the upper hand. Wang Yang pondered, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. I have heard whispers of a certain matter. As Wang Yang divulged his thoughts, both Zhou Yang and Feng Ben's eyes widened in astonishment. I will have someone investigate. If it proves true, I will notify you. Wang Yang nodded, recognizing that for the sake of his future, he must proceed in this manner. From now on, let us not draw attention to ourselves to prevent any unforeseen revelations, particularly you, Feng Ben. If you jeopardize our plans, you are well aware of my methods. Feng Ben hastily nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I will not falter this time. After further deliberation, the three finalized their course of action. At this moment, Su Mo is dining with Baiyu. Su Mo notices that Baiyu occasionally gazes at him intently. Sister Baiyu, if you keep staring at me like that, I might start to think you have a crush on me. Baiyu perceives a certain aura emanating from Su Mo, a relentless wave of energy. Have you mastered the wave blade technique? She inquires curiously. It is already perfected. He replies. With a soft clink, his chopsticks slip from his grasp and roll to the side. Baiyu stares at Su Mo in astonishment. To achieve such mastery in just a single day is remarkable. I have truly stumbled upon a treasure. She exhales deeply. Would you be interested in joining the North Academy? Upon hearing this, Su Mo's expression shifts. Is Baiyu truly so bold? What are the prerequisites? I ask you, do you wish to attend? Su Mo nods. Who wouldn't desire to go to the North Academy? With the invasion of demons and the resurgence of spiritual energy, the world has been divided into 9 districts, each operating independently. Crossing from one district to another requires traversing through territories inhabited by ferocious beasts. While the Northern District boasts numerous universities, only one stands as the pinnacle of academia, the North Academy. Every student dreams of gaining entry. I possess a recommendation slot that I can offer you. Baiyu continues. Su Mo is aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch. What are your conditions? The conditions are free of charge, Baiyu replies. Her gaze steady and earnest. Su Mo meets her eyes with equal calmness. If you can attain the Meridian Realm within the next 2 months, I can even recommend you as an examiner. Su Mo is taken aback. Baiyu's influence is considerable, a power that is difficult to grasp. Thank you. He responds without hesitation. The Meridian Realm, is it? 2 months should be ample time. After all, transitioning to the Meridian Realm requires the opening of the 8 extraordinary meridians through proper mental techniques. Very well, Baiyu's eyes narrow with interest. If Sumo truly achieves the meridian realm in that time frame, it would signify a transformation of nature. Let us eat. We still have some time to wait until your strength increases further. Sumo nods in agreement. After finishing their meal, Sumo departs from Bayu's residence and heads to the Safety Management Registration Office. Upon his arrival, Zhou Dahai and Li Wuyo immediately rise to their feet. Sumo, my brother, what brings you here? It's about the housing issue, Sumo replies. Zhou Dahai nods. Previously, Lu Shiuqian had instructed them to prepare the necessary materials upon learning of Sumo's situation. The prior registration at the Safety Management Office was indeed facilitated by acquaintances. However, the individual handling those matters has since been dismissed. We still require the cooperation of the homebuyer, Zhou Dahai explains. Sumo acknowledges this, recalling his conversation with Bayu during their meal. She had mentioned that she had already noted the details. The homebuyer is Bayu, who has completed the registration. But there are complications with the housing process. After Zhou Dahai confirms this, he adds, "We will inform Su Yao tomorrow. Rest assured, we will ensure your satisfaction." Zhou Dahai regards Sumo with a kindly expression. Once the matters are resolved, Sumo's figure fades into the darkness. As dawn breaks the following day, Sumo has already exited the city. The guard's gaze was filled with admiration. Such diligence at such a tender age. Sumo once again ventured to the realm inhabited by the mutated fire ants. He had previously declared his intent to eradicate the entire family of these creatures. As Sumo's presence permeated the air, the fire ants surged forth from the depths of the earth, relentlessly charging at him. Among them were several fire ants, each measuring a meter in size, their bodies a vivid crimson, with flames flickering ominously upon their exoskeletons. Sumo unsheathed his blade, executing the wave-stacking sword technique, where waves of pale, sword energy cascaded forth like water, one after another. The approaching fire ants grew increasingly frenzied. With each strike, a series of notifications echoed in his mind. Slay the mutated fire ant. Gain 15 points of slaughter. Slay the mutated fire ant. Gain 15 points of slaughter. Sumo perceived this as the most enchanting waltz. Chapter 11. The sixth level of the warrior, a fortuitous strike. Sumo wielded the wave-cutting blade with relentless fervor, transforming himself into a blade amidst the swarm of fire ants, entering and exiting with remarkable agility. Even a few fire ants engulfed in flames fell victim to his onslaught, with half of their ranks obliterated. As he paused, the remaining fire ants fixated on him, retreating in trepidation. Unable to contend with Sumo, their comrades continued to perish, instilling a growing fear within their ranks. Sensing the vibrations beneath his feet, Sumo stomped down, utilizing the rebound force to propel himself into the air, akin to a nimble monkey leaping forth. The ground where he had just stood was scorched black. A shiver of anxiety coursed through him. Fortunately, his reflexes had been swift. He realized he needed to acquire a manual on light-footed techniques. The earth began to churn as a colossal fire ant, towering at 3 meters and ablaze, emerged. Sumo's eyes gleamed with excitement. This creature would fetch a handsome price if slain. His wrist-mounted radar indicated that this fire ant possessed the strength of the 6th level. Name: Sumo. Age: 18 realm. 3rd level warrior martial technique. Wave-cutting blade technique. Low yellow grade 0-1000. Proficiency. Great accomplishment 1500-5000. Vitality. 3000-5000 kill points. 36398 without hesitation. Sumo allocated his kill points to enhance his vitality, raising it to the 4th level with an additional 2,000 points, then to the 5th level with another 5,000. And finally, he added 20,000 points to reach the 6th level. His skin glistened as if boiled, radiating a powerful aura that bent the grass and trees beneath him. Observing his remaining kill points, he invested 3,500 points into the wave-cutting blade technique, instantly achieving full mastery. Subsequently, he elevated the technique's grade from low to mid-yellow grade. Name: Sumo. Age: 18 realm. 6th level warrior martial technique. Wave-cutting blade technique. Mid-yellow grade 1,000-30,000. Proficiency. Minor accomplishment 5,000-50,000. Vitality. 30,000-100,000 kill points. 4898 as Su Mo surveyed his status panel. He noted his ascendance to the 6th level warrior. He anticipated that a breakthrough to the Meridian realm was imminent, at which point he would require a mental cultivation manual to unlock the 8 extraordinary meridians. The wave-cutting blade had attained mid-yellow grade and reached minor accomplishment. The mutated fire ant queen glared at Su Mo, and in the blink of an eye, the once easily vanquished carbon-based creature transformed into a formidable adversary. Its crimson eyes focused, flames enveloping its form. It unleashed 3 fiery orbs toward him. This was an opportune moment for Su Mo to test his newfound prowess. The wave-cutting blade flowed as if he had practiced it countless times before. With a single swing, a 1-meter-wide wave of energy surged forth, ceaselessly slicing through the air. The 3 fire orbs were extinguished, carving a trench approximately 30 centimeters wide into the ground. The mutated fire ant queen emitted a grotesque shriek as the blade energy cleaved her in twain. Slaying the fire ant queen grants 6,000 kill points. The remaining fire ants, now desperate, sought to flee. At this moment, in Su Mo's eyes, these were not only his points of slaughter, but also his principles and agility. He had just slain a single red fire ant, earning him 15 points, and 10 of them 150 points. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Su Mo gazed at the knife in his hand, and with a crack, the alloy blade shattered in 2. He let out a sigh. After upgrading his wave blade, the alloy knife could no longer withstand the pressure. It seemed he would need to spend money on new weapons. Indeed, it was money that supported his cultivation. Using the broken blade, Su Mo meticulously extracted the eyes of the red fire ants, gathering them into 2 large bags, while he set aside the queen's eyes separately. It was only past midday, and night had yet to fall. Su Mo was eager to acquire a spatial ring or pouch. That way, he could avoid such trouble and indulge in slaughter, amassing points to enhance his strength. Currently, elevating his power or mastering martial skills required a substantial amount of slaughter points. Rustling leaves broke the silence, and Su Mo's expression tightened. If they had come, they should reveal themselves. From the depths of the forest emerged several figures, their gazes fixated greedily on the bag in Su Mo's hand. They had previously taken notice of him, and they were astonished to see him single-handedly dispatching red fire ants. Wealth was a tempting lure. They ventured out daily to hunt beasts for a reason. Su Mo lowered the bag and fixed his gaze on the 3 individuals before him. It was these same 3 who had shadowed him before. "Hand over your belongings, and we might spare your life," one of them declared. Su Mo stomped his foot, propelling himself like a cannonball towards the trio. "Such audacity!" the leader exclaimed, drawing a hefty machete and leaping into the air, resembling a mountain crashing down, the blade slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh. Su Mo suddenly halted, and the man's blade struck the ground. Seizing the moment, Su Mo lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick to the back of the sword. He then formed a fist and struck the man in the chest. The machete flew from his grip as he staggered backward. Su Mo seized the weapon. Wave blade. The blade's energy surged like relentless waves, crashing one after another. The 2 other men approached, hesitating as they looked down. With a horrific sound, 2 heads rolled away. Kill 2 warriors of the 3rd level, gained 4,000 slaughter points. The assailant who had initially attacked halted, collapsing onto the ground in shock. His face turned pale, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. 1 punch, merely a punch, and he'd been gravely injured. Impossible. How could he possess such immense strength? He too was a 6th level warrior, yet he could not withstand Su Mo's strike. Su Mo approached him, raising the blade to behead him. Kill a warrior of the 6th level, gain 6,000 slaughter points. The sharp ringing of a phone echoed as Su Mo retrieved the device from the fallen warrior. Perhaps they were not far from the city, for signals still persisted here. Upon seeing the name displayed, a smirk crept across Su Mo's lips. Zhou Yang. It had been quite some time since he had last heard his voice. He pressed the answer button. "Blood Tiger, I assign you a task. Regardless of the means employed, eliminate one named Su Mo. I shall send you the image shortly." Su Mo remained silent and terminated the call. Who could have imagined such a coincidence? Utilizing Blood Tiger's hand, Su Mo deciphered the password, holding aloft Blood Tiger's head to capture a photograph, subsequently sending it to Zhou Yang. After dispatching the image, the phone was turned off and shattered. With a cloth bag in hand, he made his way toward the city. Upon witnessing Blood Tiger disconnect the call, Zhou Yang dared not express his ire, for he was a confidant of his grandfather. Soon, an image arrived, prompting Zhou Yang to hastily open it. In the next instant, the phone slipped from his grasp, crashing to the ground, the screen shattering. The gory head, eyes wide with terror, appeared even more grotesque and fearsome. Zhou Yang took several deep breaths, realizing that his hands were trembling. He was engulfed by an inexplicable dread. He could not quite discern the source of his fear, yet a vague and insidious terror loomed over him. Picking up the phone, he searched for a clear portion of the display and dialed his grandfather's number in haste. "Grandfather, something terrible has occurred. Blood Tiger is dead." "What?" came an astonished voice from the other end, aged and incredulous. "Have you provoked someone again?" "I contacted him to resolve certain matters, but before he could act, I received an image." Zhou Yang ended the call and, utilizing a clearer section of the screen, sent the image to his grandfather. Su Mo had yet to enter the city when his phone rang. After glancing at the screen, he promptly hung up and blocked the caller. "Su Yao, oh Su Yao, your funds are nearly depleted. What will you offer as compensation this time?" "Perhaps only that particular item will suffice." Chapter 12. Have you gone shopping? You must share your fortune with me. As Su Mo entered the city, the guards gazed at him with astonished expressions. "You must have gone shopping. You carried 1 bag yesterday, and now 2 today. Will you bring 3 tomorrow?" Acknowledging the guards with a nod, Su Mo proceeded towards the Martial Artist Guild. Baiyu had just seen off a customer when he sensed a menacing aura from afar. Upon standing, he caught sight of Su Mo entering with 2 large bags. "Have you gone shopping?" Su Mo set down the cloth bags and took a deep breath. "Calculate how much this will cost. Today, this young master intends to make a grand purchase." Observing the excitement in Su Mo's eyes, Baiyu wasted no time. Knowing that Su Mo was in need of funds, opening the cloth bags, Baiyu discovered an additional parcel within, and his expression turned to one of surprise. "The Queen of Fire Ants?" Su Mo nodded affirmatively. "You didn't clear out the entire nest, did you?" "Indeed, I did." Baiyu put down the items and pulled Su Mo onto the measuring device. 6th rank martial artist. Baiyu was left speechless as he beheld the reading on the machine. 6th rank martial artist? When you came for testing last time, you didn't conceal your strength, did you? Why can't I have a bit of fortune? Su Mo retorted. Moreover, 6th rank means little in your presence. What is there to be astonished about? Baiyu leaned closer to Su Mo, shaking his shoulders. "I feel I should lie down while you tie your hair up," Su Mo remarked, causing Baiyu's face to flush as he playfully punched Su Mo. "You truly are a peculiar one." Not pressing further, Baiyu began to calculate Su Mo's gains. The total comes to 135,480. "We're all acquaintances here. I'll round it up for you and add 5,000, Baiyu said, observing Su Mo's eyes widen in disbelief. "Is this how you round up?" Baiyu stored the items in his storage ring and looked at Su Mo. "What do you wish to purchase, brother? Movement techniques, weapons, or spatial storage items?" Su Mo had already made up his mind. "Just wait." Baiyu turned and entered a room, returning shortly with a volume on movement techniques in hand. From another room, he produced a long blade, and lastly, he fetched a ring from yet another room. "This is the snow treading, a low-grade yellow technique. The black blade is forged from a century-old black iron, sufficient for your current use. The spatial ring has a 2 cubic space. The total is 150,000. Su Mo ran his fingers through his hair, exclaiming, "Alas, it's still insufficient." He had anticipated high costs, yet was taken aback by the disparity. "Consider the 15,000 a loan from me. Remember to repay it." "Brother, you are poor again now," he teased. "If you want your sister to tie up her hair, you'll need more than this." Su Mo donned the ring, dripping a drop of blood to bind it, and stored the long blade within. His face broke into a smile. He had finally accomplished another goal. The 2 cubic space would suffice for now, and once he earned substantial wealth, he would acquire a larger one. He also aspired to save enough to buy a house. He certainly could not continue living in a rental. Su Mo gazed at Baiyu's teasing demeanor and resolved to give her a minor shock. Who wouldn't want to show off before a beautiful woman? He opened his interface. "Name, Su Mo age. 18 realm. 6th level martial artist martial arts. Ripple blade technique. Yellow grade. Mid-tier 1,000 30,000. Proficiency. Minor completion 5,000 50,000. Snow treading. Yellow grade. Low tier 0 10,000. Proficiency. 0 1,000. Vitality. 30,000 100,000 killing points. 45,000. Su Mo noted that upgrading snow treading to a higher tier required a staggering 10,000 killing points, which he promptly invested in, elevating it to mid-tier. The proficiency cost for minor completion was 1,000 killing points, while mid-tier soared to 10,000. Killing points indeed proved to be quite insufficient. Name: Su Mo age. 18 realm. 6th level martial artist martial arts. Ripple blade technique. Yellow grade. Mid-tier 1,000 30,000. Proficiency. Minor completion 5,000 50,000. Snow treading. Yellow grade. Mid-tier 10,000 50,000. Proficiency. Minor completion 10,000 50,000. Vitality. 30,000 100,000 killing points. 25,000 by you observed Su Mo as he perused the details of snow treading, refraining from interrupting him. After a minute, Su Mo closed the interface. How about it? The technique I recommended is quite impressive, isn't it? With a swift movement, Sumo's figure became increasingly agile. Bayu's pupils dilated in astonishment. Mastering it in merely a minute was indeed a remarkable feat. Su Mo, well-versed in the art of showing off, turned and departed from the Martial Artists Guild, leaving Bayu to wrestle with her self-doubt. Eventually, she retrieved her phone. "Old man, have you ever seen someone learn snow treading in a minute? Bayu, are you still asleep, or have you been drinking counterfeit wine? Learning snow treading in a minute? I would eat upside down. Wait, have you actually seen it?" Bayu inhaled deeply. If I hadn't witnessed it myself, I wouldn't believe it either. He truly learned it in a minute, achieving minor completion. "You're not referring to that person with a vitality of 400, are you?" A robust voice emanated from the phone. "He has already reached the 6th level martial artist." A loud crash echoed from the phone, the sound of a chair toppling over. "Is that for real? Would I deceive you? Keep an eye on him. Don't let him be snatched away." "Which school is he from?" "He was expelled," Bayu stated flatly. "Expelled? What a foolish school. Are they out of their minds?" "No, I must go there personally. Old man, I'll negotiate a condition with him. If he can break through to the Meridian realm by the time of the martial examination, I'll have him as an assessment officer." Good, good. You truly have a way with things. Just make sure he isn't bullied. Please, tell me everything." Bayu recounted the events in detail. The voice on the other end pondered. "He is quite astute. He has already begun to prepare to reclaim his belongings. I wish to take him as my closed-door disciple." Bayu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Old man, are you serious? If this news were to leak, it would not only send shockwaves through the Northern District, but the entire 9 districts would tremble. I am quite serious. Initially, I had no intention of taking on a disciple, yet allowing such a prodigy to slip away from my grasp would surely haunt me in the dead of night. The proliferation of monstrous beasts is alarmingly swift, and their power escalates rapidly, while humanity remains embroiled in internal strife, with many talents suffering from underhanded schemes. Encountering such a genius, I cannot let this opportunity pass." After Su Mo left the guild, he encountered an individual on his way. This fellow must be a hound of sorts to be found so easily. "Brother, wait. I have something to discuss with you." Su Yao's eyes lit up upon seeing Su Mo, and she hurried forward. "You did not treat me this way before. What has caused this change? We were once the closest of kin, yet now we are as strangers." As Su Mo gazed at the fine sheen of sweat glistening on Su Yao's crown, he was tempted to peel it back to see if it concealed anything of worth. Killing within the city is a red line that cannot be crossed. Su Yao has yet to break through to a martial artist and cannot leave the city. It is quite troublesome. I truly wish I could dig a pit outside the city and bury her there. Noticing the murderous intent brewing in Su Mo's eyes, Su Yao hesitated, swallowing her words. "Su Mo, I truly regard you as my beloved brother. Otherwise, I would not have given you $2,000 to rent a place. You are aware that the martial arts examination is approaching, and my growth in strength has been rather sluggish. Could you possibly give me the belongings left by our parents? If I can break through to a martial artist before the examination, I'm certain I will make a remarkable impression. In that case, I will buy you a grand house, and whatever you desire, I shall procure for you. Chapter 13. The Shameless Su Yao. I too can frame you. Su Yao has been complained about. Su Mo was well aware of Su Yao's lack of shame, yet she never anticipated such navette, given their current relationship. There was no way she would lend her any assistance. Are you truly so foolish? Su Yao, we are enemies now. Everything you took from my home must be returned. Down to the last cent, confronted by Su Mo's icy gaze, Su Yao felt a chill run down her spine. The murderous intent that radiated from her was palpable. It enveloped her like a suffocating fog, making it difficult to breathe, while beads of cold sweat trickled down her cheeks and fell to the ground. Su Mo's eyes glimmered with contempt. Get out of my sight. I cannot guarantee that I won't strike you in the next moment. Taking a deep breath, Su Yao mustered a glimmer of resolve in her eyes. Su Mo, I am your sister. Is this how you treat me? How can you be so selfish? When you were in need, I lent you 2,000 yuan. Was that not enough kindness? I see now that you view me merely as a child adopted by our parents, never considering me family. Our parents recognized my talents and left opportunities for me. You wish to withhold them, offering me money to blind me, while you selfishly seized the chances they intended for me. I thought you genuinely cared for me. Slap. Su Mo struck Su Yao across the face, leaving a vivid red mark. Bowing her head, the murderous glint in her eyes sent shivers down Su Yao's spine. How dare you mention our parents? The phrase a favor for a favor, a grudge for a grudge is an insult to you. Were we not in the city, I would have severed your head and tossed it into a cesspit. Cherish your current existence. Watching Su Mo walk away, Su Yao fell to the ground, clutching her face. Once she regained her senses, she hurried after her. You must give me the opportunities left by our parents. If you refuse, I will choose to end my life. In that case, the blame will fall upon you. I refuse to believe you will remain untroubled by that. Upon hearing her words, Su Mo turned around and seized Su Yao. Splash! Su Yao struggled in the pond. Panic etched across her face. Help! Someone has jumped into the river. Quick help! Su Mo's voice rang out, soon echoing through the area. As people approached the pond, their expressions shifted. They could not swim, and the pond was quite deep. A sense of urgency flickered in Su Mo's eyes. Quickly, find a rope. Without hesitation, Su Mo leaped into the water, but as she drew near Su Yao, her body began to sink rapidly. What are you doing? Su Mo cried out, her voice laced with urgency and fear. Underwater. Su Mo gripped Su Yao and pulled her down, but from below, it appeared as though Su Yao was forcing her down. Su Yao's panic surged as she began to swim. Quick, grab the rope. With one hand on the rope and the other holding on to Su Yao, Su Mo struggled as her body sank intermittently. Damn it! Which foolish woman is this? More people arrived, leaping into the water with a splash. Quickly reaching the two of them, one of them slapped Su Yao across the face. Su Yao's face reflected disbelief. Can't you see that Su Mo is doing this on purpose? After reaching the shore, Su Mo collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Her complexion pale and her expression laced with panic. The onlookers turned their gazes toward Su Yao. The most venomous of hearts belongs to you. Truly. You are a serpent with a scorpion sting. A bystander, unable to tolerate the scene, approached and struck Su Yao across the face, leaving her in a state of shock. Did you not witness it? He was the one who cast me aside, trying to drown me. Nonsense. You can swim. Don't assume I am oblivious. This young man cannot swim. Yet you twist the narrative, claiming he harmed you. Are you even human? You appear to be a student. Which school do you attend? We ought to inform your institution about how they raise their students. It is indeed him. He is my brother, and we are family. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their attention back to Su Mo. She was adopted by my parents from outside the city, she continued. However, I have long severed ties with her. She secretly sold my parents' house and squandered the money they saved for us. When she ran out of funds, she came to extort me. When I refused, she threatened to jump into the river and besmirch my name. Su Mo lowered her head, her voice growing colder by the moment. Beastly, despicable, ungrateful. People like you do not deserve to call others family. That is not true. It is not as you say. Su Yao protested, but Su Mo, swaying slightly, stood up, retrieved her discarded coat, and pulled out 2,000 yuan. This is my last bit of money. I am broke. As Su Mo departed, a pool of water remained on the ground. I believe I have seen that young man before. He washed dishes in my kitchen. Now that you mention it, I recall him carrying cement at midnight, claiming to earn money for his genius sister. Sumo's transformation into a martial artist sharpened her features, causing them to fail to recognize her at first, but now they finally remembered. Indeed, she is an ungrateful wretch. She is in 10th high. We should report her. Such a person becoming a martial artist cannot harbor pure intentions. Yes, let's call 10th high. Upon hearing these words, Su Yao's face revealed an anxious expression. It is not like that. It truly is not. He is lying. He is lying. Su Yao exclaimed, her appearance reminiscent of a weeping flower. Yet in that moment, the crowd harbored no sympathy. It was utterly abhorrent. Her nature is too vile. At such a young age, her heart is so malicious. Some individuals compiled the video recorded earlier and sent it to 10th high. In no time, 10th high's phone lines were overwhelmed. As Principal Fong Jingyu returned to his office, a rushed figure appeared. Principal, our school has received a complaint. Even the Safety Management Office has called to inquire. Fong Jingyu, who had just taken a seat, sprang up in disbelief. Nothing significant has occurred recently. Principal, you must take a look. The genius student from 10th high was well known, and they recognized Su Yao. Upon viewing the video footage, the principal's expression shifted dramatically. Suddenly, the phone on the desk rang, and Fong Jingyu's face darkened. Truly, one fears what one anticipates. Hello, old Fong. We are well acquainted, so let me be concise. Someone has reached out to me via phone. Fong Jingyu's expression shifted. It is my oversight that has led to this. You need not indulge in pleasantries with me. She is a student of our institution. There must be some misunderstanding regarding this matter, and I shall conduct an investigation. That is well. However, there is another matter for which I must congratulate you. Upon hearing this, Fong Jingyu felt a perplexity, as there seemed to be nothing worthy of celebration recently. Your school has produced a martial artist. Fong Jingyu's body, which had just settled, sprang up once more. Lu Ge, Lu Di, you cannot be deceiving me, can you? Do you truly think I would mislead you? Quickly, tell me who it is. You shall have to investigate for yourself. I cannot disclose their identity. Lu Xuetian from the Security Management Office hung up the phone, a trace of helplessness curling at the corners of his mouth. Old Fong, as we are fellow students, I can assist you only to this extent. Chapter 14. Assisting in the slaying of a second-level monster. What a windfall. Principal Fong Jingyu of the 10th High School placed his phone down, lost in contemplation. He called for Su Yao to inquire about the unfolding events. Meanwhile, a new round of blood tests commenced for all students. The assistant nodded and set about organizing the necessary arrangements. Fong Jingyu settled into his chair, sipping his tea to quell his rising excitement. If a martial artist emerged from their school, it could lead to an entry into the Northern Academy, potentially catapulting their institution into the limelight. The admission of a student into the Northern Academy would serve as the finest promotional material for recruitment. The principal even envisioned a scenario where their school would be overflowing with students the following year. With increased resources, growing prestige, and ascending ranks, a smile crept onto his face, widening like that of a satisfied hippopotamus. In comparison to the martial artist, Su Yao's predicament seemed trivial. At that moment, after parting from Su Yao, Su Mo wore a smirk. This tactic was commonplace. He did not leave, but instead turned to the Safety Management Office. Lu Xuetian was just stepping out when he encountered Su Mo. Ah, Su Mo, you've come. Lu greeted. Lu Ge, it's been a while. Kumin, is there something my younger brother needs assistance with? Regarding the housing issue, I have arranged for the necessary documents to ensure she has no retort. How can one remove someone from my household registration? Lu Xuetian, upon hearing this, displayed no surprise. He had anticipated it. Once the housing matter is resolved, you may proceed as you're the householder. The property deed bears your name, not hers, and the individual who assisted her has already been dismissed. Furthermore, she must compensate the buyer for their losses. Thank you, Lu Ge. Su Mo engaged Lu Xuetian in conversation for a while longer when suddenly, an urgent phone call pierced the air. Lu Ge, trouble. Another mutated beast has appeared. Shall we go take a look? Certainly, considering Su Mo was also a martial artist. Lu Xuetian did not refuse. They drove swiftly to the lakeside, where fishing gear lay scattered, accompanied by a nauseating scent of blood. Fragments of severed limbs floated on the surface, staining the water crimson and sending chills down one's spine. Under the setting sun, the scene appeared increasingly eerie, sinister, and terrifying. Lu Dahai and Li Wuyu wielded their weapons, moving like agile swallows, evading the assaults of the monstrous aquatic creature. The mutated water serpent's eyes glowed a fierce crimson, launching streams of water arrows from its mouth. The lake was its dominion. Zhang Dahai and Li Wuyu, both of whom were martial artists at the 9th level of strength, found the confrontation quite taxing. This was a second-level mutated monster, comparable to a human at the Meridian opening stage. Upon witnessing this, Lu Shuetian leapt into action, soaring into the air. A long blade emerged from his storage ring, cleaving downwards with a crescent-shaped blade aura that sliced through the lake's surface, targeting the mutated serpent. Sensing the impending danger, the serpent's scarlet eyes flared even brighter, shooting forth 2 water arrows that forced Li Wuyu and Zhang Dahai out of the combat zone. With a flick of its tail, a wave surged forth, blocking the blade aura before it could reach its target. With a single strike failing, Lu Shuetian swiftly unleashed a flurry of blade energies, manifesting in the blink of an eye. The lake's surface shimmered, revealing the full form of the mutated water serpent beneath, an impressive length of nearly 10 meters. Most of its body concealed beneath the water. Lu Shuetian, displaying remarkable cunning, employed his blade energies to slice through the lake's surface, also guarding against any unforeseen threats lurking below. I'll hold it back. You all focus on attacking its vulnerable points. Strike swiftly and prevent its escape, he commanded. As the power coursing through his meridians surged forth, a white luminescence enveloping his blade. Breaking wind blade, Lu Shuetian bellowed, channeling his energy into the weapon. With a decisive swing, a 3-meter-wide arc of white light cleaved toward the elongated serpent. The creature's eyes darted, its tongue flickering as it emitted a hissing sound. Suddenly, a whirlpool formed in the lake, and in moments, a watery prison ensnared the mutated serpent within. "Be cautious, retreat," shouted Su Mo urgently from shore. Zhang Dahai and Li Wuyu swiftly twisted their bodies, hastily retreating. The ground where they had stood moments before erupted with 2 1-meter-deep craters. Had the attack struck them, survival would have been uncertain. This mutated water serpent displays a surprising level of intelligence, Lu Shuetian noted, cautioning it is a second-tier beast, so remain vigilant and do not underestimate it. As he moved across the water, his body soared through the air like a monkey, aiming his long knife downward towards the serpent's head. The serpent, however, lowered its body and swiftly submerged itself. Lu Shuetian halted his descent, a white glow illuminating his feet as he traversed the water, retreating with great speed. A massive shadow loomed beneath the surface, relentlessly pursuing his figure. Su Mo observed Lu Shuetian's unwavering composure. His emotions remained unruffled throughout the encounter. After retreating a distance of 10 meters, Lu Shuetian seized the opportunity and struck once more. The lake's surface was stained a deep crimson. With a tremendous splash, a wave of blood surged forth, a gaping maw threatening to engulf Lu Shuetian. He retaliated with several strikes to the serpent's head, utilizing the recoil to leap back and evade the creature's cavernous jaws, unleashing a barrage of white blade energies in succession. The serpent's ferocity had been unleashed. Su Mo's gaze flickered with realization. Lu Shuetian had deliberately provoked the serpent's wrath, inciting it to lose its rationality and focus solely on eliminating him. As the blade energies approached the serpent, they intertwined and converged. "Now's our chance, strike," Lu Shuetian shouted. Zhang Dahai and Li Wuyu stomped the ground, creating 2 pits as they launched themselves like cannonballs, spiraling towards the target. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed as their weapons found purchase within the serpent. Though the serpent's head had been severed significantly, it remained alive, and as it felt the agony, the crimson rage in its eyes began to fade. Lu Shuetian sensed impending danger. This serpent was preparing to flee. Zhang Dahai's expression shifted. Despite aiming for its vulnerable spot, The serpent had twisted at a critical moment. The waves crashed, and the battle raged on. The blade's aura emerged, transforming into waves that cascaded in layers, ultimately culminating in 20 distinct layers. Before the mutated water serpent, these layers of blade energy converged. With a sharp sound, the blade penetrated the serpent's body. Su-Emo executed the snow-treading technique, diving directly into the depths of the water. His black blade pierced precisely at the serpent's vital point. The radiance in the mutated water serpent's eyes faded away, and its colossal form collapsed, sending forth massive splashes upon the water surface. Su-Mo withdrew with the grace of a leaping carp, emerging from the water. A voice echoed, announcing, "You have slain a level 2, tier 3 monster, earning 50,000 slaughter points." Upon hearing this, a smile graced Su-Mo's lips, reveling in his success. Moreover, having observed Lu Shiutian's battle moments prior, he noted that the cascading blade technique had advanced from a minor proficiency to a more substantial one. This visit had yielded significant rewards. Lu Shiutian extracted the mutated serpent, skillfully removing its gallbladder, and subsequently opened its head to retrieve a demon crystal, no larger than a fingernail. Lu Shiutian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he adeptly skinned the mutated serpent, leaving behind only bare flesh. Once finished, he turned to gaze at Su-Mo, his expression betraying astonishment. Even Zhang Dehai and Li Wuyo stared at Su-Mo with an air of peculiar intrigue. Chapter 15. Baiyu seeks out, calculating Su Yao. Su-Mo, my dear brother, pray tell, what is the extent of your prowess? Fear not, we shall keep this confidential. A mere 6th rank martial artist, yet I dare say you shall transcend to the 7th rank within days. A collective gasp echoed through the air as they gazed upon Su-Mo with a mixture of awe and disbelief. A monster indeed. How can one so young have attained such heights? At your age, to even break through to martial artist status is a rarity. The trio's admiration for Su-Mo intensified. What does this look you bear? Lu Shuetian produced a serpent gallbladder and the demon crystal. These are for you, as you are the one who vanquished the foe. I shall withhold the serpent skin, but I will ensure a few protective garments are crafted for you. Su-Mo picked up the demon crystal. This shall suffice for me. No need for the serpent gallbladder. Do not speak. Had it not been for the 3 of you inflicting significant damage, I could not have achieved this alone. Lu Shuetian tucked the items away. Among men, such politeness is unnecessary. Su-Mo understood that had he requested the gallbladder, Lu Shuetian would have refused without hesitation. Let's proceed. Tonight, we dine on serpent meat, and I shall personally showcase my culinary skills for you, dear brother. Su-Mo was eager to forge a bond with them, and they were equally inclined to cultivate a friendship with him, such as the advantage that strength confers. The 4 of them settled into the carriage, observing the city beneath the cloak of night. What appeared to be a vibrant metropolis was, in truth, fraught with peril. Yet, in comparison to the dangers beyond the city limits, it felt relatively safe. Lu Dehai gazed at the rows of neon lights and remarked, "Brother, would you like me to recommend a school? With your abilities, you would surely be regarded as a treasure." "Thank you, Lu Go, but I have already made arrangements with another." Seeing that Su-Mo was sincere, Lu Shuetian ceased his recommendations. "Liu Yi, I am certain Su Lao Di requires no concern from us. He will undoubtedly gain entry to the North Academy. Indeed, yet Su-Mo's expulsion complicates matters. Participating in the North Academy's assessments without enrollment poses a significant challenge. I have my connections." The trio turned sharply towards Su-Mo. His mention of connections to the North Academy seemed to indirectly affirm his intentions. "I knew you would soar to great heights." Lu Shuetian and the others rejoiced for Su-Mo. Upon arriving at the security management office, one could not help but commend Lu Shuetian's culinary skills. None of the 4 indulged in liquor, for dangers lurked at every corner, and they could not afford to be negligent. After the meal, Lu Shuetian escorted Su-Mo outside. "Ensure that matters concerning you are handled with utmost care. Tomorrow, you shall make a grand entrance at the school." He instructed Zhang Dehai and Li Wuyo, who nodded in agreement. I half expected him to inquire about Zhou Liang, Lu Dehai reflected. He is astute, confident in resolving these matters without burdening us. However, Zhou Yang's situation is rather intricate. Even that old fellow's confidants are intimidating. Lu Shuetian smiled. The blood tiger is no more. Upon hearing these words, astonishment flickered in the eyes of the two individuals. The blood tiger has actually perished. Luga, surely you jest. Zhang Dehai is well aware of the formidable prowess possessed by the blood tiger. Indeed, he has met his demise. The manner of his death remains unknown to me. Yet he is undeniably dead. How could that old man from the Zhou family not be enraged? Li Wuyo's eyes glimmered with curiosity. That old man requested my assistance in investigating this matter. Who possesses the leisure for such inquiries when we lack knowledge of the perpetrator? Save for a mere photograph of the blood tiger's severed head, we ought to disregard this. Addressing the affairs of our brother, Su Mo takes precedence over dealing with that old man's concerns. Zhang Dehai and Li Wuyo nodded in agreement, finding truth in this sentiment. After Su Mo departed, he was on his way back to his rented accommodation when he encountered a figure standing at the entrance, none other than Baiyu. TSK, TSK, TSK. The illustrious brother Su Mo, the Red Fire Ant assassin, a martial artist of the Sixth Realm, residing in this dilapidated rental abode. And you still wish to ask your sister to tie her hair up? My dear brother, you have much room for improvement. Su Mo was taken aback, once again playfully teased by this woman. My living conditions may be lacking, yet my physical condition remains robust. Sister, please tie your hair up, for one cannot predict who will beg for mercy first. Baiyu retorted with a smirk. Come with me. In the dead of night, you expect me to follow you. You don't harbor any ill intentions, do you? Indeed, I do harbor ill intentions towards you. First, I shall have you support yourself against the wall, and then I shall make you weigh 3 Jin. Once in the car, the playful banter ceased. Baiyu drove, and Su Mo remained silent until they arrived at the familiar home. It is peculiar how two individuals, despite having met only a few times, can become such close friends. You shall reside here again, for you will be moving back. However, you must not touch my room. Su Mo was taken aback. You intend for us to live together? Such a situation between a man and a woman might not be appropriate. Su Mo feared he might awaken from a dream. Have you eaten? Baiyu shook her head. She had come to find Su Mo after her shift, only to discover he had returned rather late. Gurgle. Baiyu's face flushed with embarrassment. I could prepare something for you. I do not wish to eat. It's all chives, rather prickly on the palate. Baidijia, what are you thinking? I meant noodles. Oh, my apologies, I misinterpreted that. Could you add an egg and a sausage? That is not excessive, is it? Su Mo turned toward the kitchen, and when he emerged, he carried a bowl of noodles, 2 eggs, and a sausage. Here you go. Baiyu took a deep breath, savoring the faint aroma, and eagerly picked up her chopsticks to eat. Your culinary skills would be wasted if you did not open a restaurant. Su Mo remained silent. After the passing of his parents, he had taken on the responsibility of cooking, while Su Yao focused solely on her cultivation. Today, Su Yao had come to procure a few blood-enhancing pills. I estimate her vitality has surpassed 109. The blood-enhancing pills hold little significance for her now. She is merely squandering money. She has nearly exhausted her funds. You may act now. What would happen if she sold her martial artist medal due to her lack of money? Baiyu was momentarily taken aback. The distinction between a warrior's medal and a badge was significant. The medal was bestowed by the warrior guild only after one had earned commendable achievements, and it was recognized by the state. Should she attempt to sell such an item and be discovered, the repercussions would be severe. Are you suggesting that she would peddle it on the black market? Su Mo nodded in affirmation. I can arrange for someone to keep an eye on the situation for you. I am determined to break through to the Meridian Realm, and you truly possess the means to make me an examiner for the Northern Academy. Absolutely. In fact, an enormous surprise awaits you. Sumonadith, gazing earnestly at Baiyu. Sister Yu, I am grateful. Do not hesitate to call upon me for anything, even if it means walking through fire and water. Su Mo spoke with solemnity. He had not anticipated that the Baiyu he had initially met would provide him with such substantial assistance. Then, could you prepare me a meal, adding 2 eggs and a sausage? I'm still hungry. Su Mo's eyes widened in surprise as he carried the bowl into the kitchen. Moments later, he returned with another bowl. Sister Yu, how much could this demon crystal fetch? Baiyu observed the demon crystal Su Mo had produced. her eyes widening with astonishment. Do not tell me you went hunting for this in the afternoon? I was hunting alongside others. Since Su Mo had received the demon crystal, it indicated that he had contributed significantly, and those individuals were eager to curry favor with him. Coupled with Su Mo's inquiry regarding his potential to become an examiner, Bayu's pupils gradually dilated in realization. Surely, no one would dare to snatch him away from her, would they? Such audacity. This person is courting death. Chapter 16. Are you not sinking? Once again, leaving the city, Bayu placed a heavy object on the table, rendering Su Mo momentarily speechless, prompting her to instinctively inquire. Sister Bai, is it not heavy for you? Bayu nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it is quite weighty. Would you like to assist your sister in holding it? Can I? Bam! Bayu delivered a playful punch to Sumo's head. Of course, you little rascal. Has someone been courting you? Bayu asked cautiously, probing for information. Not all. I resolved this with Lu Shuetian from the Safety Management Office. Upon hearing this, Bayu let out a relieved sigh, patting her chest. Sumo, shifting her gaze absent-mindedly, wondered if this enchanting creature was oblivious to the peril of her actions. Bayu hoisted the object with her own hands, then released it, causing a dull thud as it collided with the table, making it tremble. I have been contemplating discarding this thing. It's rather cumbersome. I believe it's quite fine as it is, Su Mo replied. Bayu chuckled, covering her mouth in amusement. Allow me to introduce the properties of the demon crystal. It is not solely a product of second-tier demon beasts. Even first-tier ones can yield such a gem. This object harbors a ferocious power, which cannot be absorbed but can be used to enchant weapons. However, the likelihood of its emergence is exceedingly low. Typically, only demon beasts with unique bloodlines produce demon crystals. Su Mo nodded in understanding. This one is from a second-tier demon beast. It's worth around 2 million. Holding onto it, 1T benefit you. After finishing her explanation, Bayu transferred 2 million to Su Mo, gazing at the sum. Sumo's spirits lifted. After Bayu finished her meal, Su Mo tidied up and then headed to the bathroom. Upon emerging, she found Bayu lounging on the sofa in her pajamas, engrossed in the television. Ah, that television is quite pristine and large. The screen emitted some rather awkward dialogue. Woman, do you realize you were playing with fire? Su Mo was taken aback to discover that Bayu enjoyed such storylines. Are you finished with your bath? Su Mo nodded. Bayu turned to leave, and as Su Mo observed her retreating figure, she asked, Sister Bai, have you ever heard of a common piece of knowledge? What is it? Bayu replied, her expression tinged with curiosity. It is quite dangerous for a woman to bathe alone. The temperature in the bathroom can become excessively high, leading to low oxygen levels and potential fainting. It's best to have a man nearby for companionship and assistance in scrubbing. Bayu shot a disdainful glance at Su Mo. I have also heard that men must be cautious while sleeping, as women tend to sleepwalk and may run about with scissors. A chill ran through Su Mo as she felt a shiver rise. When Bayu emerged, she found Su Mo had returned to the room she had previously occupied. Shortly thereafter, a small whirlwind erupted within the chamber, altering Bayu's expression. Could that young man possibly be breaking through to the 7th level of martial arts? In the room, Su Mo felt a warm current coursing through her body, filling her with elation. The sensation of being at the 7th level of martial arts was entirely distinct from that of the 6th, marking a qualitative transformation of her entire strength. Remembering the second-tier, mutated long serpent, Su Mo realized that it was only by gathering her power that she had pierced through its scales. Her anticipation for breaking through to the meridian opening realm grew ever stronger. A panel hovered before Su Mo. Name, Su Mo. Age, 18 realm. Martial artist level, 7 martial arts. Wave-cutting blade technique. Yellow grade medium quality 1,000 30,000. Proficiency. Intermediate 5,000 50,000. Snow treading. Yellow grade medium quality 10,000 50,000. Proficiency. Minor success 10,000 50,000. Vitality. 105,000 200,000 kill points. 0 he required kill points. Tomorrow he would venture out of the city once more. He now possessed a storage ring and a weapon, his strength having ascended to martial artist level 7, significantly enhancing his chances of survival in the wilderness. On the following day, Bai Yu awoke to find a meticulously prepared breakfast awaiting her on the table. But Su Mo had already vanished. Fried eggs and sausages. Bai Yu's gaze flickered. Was this insufferable boy particularly fond of these two dishes? At that moment, Su Mo had arrived at the city gates. The guards regarded him with shifting expressions. This lad was off to procure supplies again. Su Mo unfurled a map, its markings varying in color. White areas indicated no danger. Green signified heightened peril, while yellow denoted the potential for imminent crisis. As for the red-marked zones, venturing there was akin to delivering provisions. This time, Su Mo had his sights set on a territory between the white and green zones. With the snow-treading technique, his speed was significantly enhanced. Upon reaching the designated location, his demeanor grew serious. A low growl erupted as Su Mo inhaled deeply. He had targeted the iron-backed demon wolf. A pack of demon wolves encircled him, their crimson eyes glinting ominously through the mist. The backs of these wolves emanated a dark gleam reminiscent of black iron. High above the pack, a solitary wolf stood, missing one eye and bearing a grotesque scar across its face, its mouth revealing a few broken teeth. The fur on its neck bristled like steel needles. Su Mo recognized this as the Wolf King, a formidable foe of Level 1, Stage 7. With a thunderous roar from the Wolf King, the pack lunged at Su Mo. He wielded his black iron-long knife, cleaving several demon wolves in half. Kill one iron-backed demon wolf, gain 20 kill points. Kill one iron-backed demon wolf, gain 13 kill points. The familiar voice rang in his ears, fueling Su Mo's excitement. The blade's aura surged like waves, each one crashing upon his foes. Before the demon wolves could close in, they were slaughtered beneath his blade. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed, and Su Mo's chest heaved rapidly. The remaining demon wolves met his gaze, their bodies crouched low, heads withdrawn, retreating in fear. Su Mo stood atop the corpses of the demon wolves, the ground littered with their remains. The stench of blood rose, overwhelming and acrid. He knew he needed to act swiftly. The pungent aroma could attract more formidable beasts. Su Mo activated snow treading, his figure becoming elusive. The Wolf King let out a roar, its massive form leaping forward, claws striking out to unleash a black mist. Su Mo executed the wave-cutting blade, shattering the dark gas. The blade's energy struck the Wolf King's back. With a resounding crack, the spine broke. Su Mo stood astounded. Indeed, it was an iron-backed demon wolf. It could not withstand even a single strike from him. Before the Wolf King met his demise, a glimmer of confusion lingered in his eyes as his iron back was severed by the blade of a diminutive human. Upon slaying a first-level, 7th-tier demon wolf, he acquired 15,000 points of slaughter. Su Mo ceased his internal conflict and proceeded to methodically carve the wolf's back, even extracting its teeth. Each demon wolf was left bare, resembling a molted bullfrog. A sudden realization struck Su Mo. This was the flesh of a magical beast, which restaurants would surely desire. Alas, due to spatial constraints, he was compelled to abandon the idea. Sigh, yet another opportunity to earn some money wasted. After clearing the battlefield, Su Mo hastily departed. Before long, he felt the ground tremble beneath him, as trees in the distance toppled incessantly. An ominous aura began to manifest. Su Mo dared not linger. This verdant region posed significant peril for him. That formidable creature must have been a 3rd-tier magical beast, corresponding to the human realm of divine aperture. In the northern district, among the hundreds of cities, a 3rd-tier divine aperture realm individual could easily serve as the lord of a 3rd-tier city. Su Mo shifted his position, for as his strength grew, so did his need for slaughter points. Though he had just vanquished several hundred demon wolves, the points amassed were meager. At this moment, several figures appeared outside the rental unit where Su Mo had previously resided. I trust my earlier statements have been made clear. Chapter 17, Secondary Demon Beasts, A Fortunate Windfall. At this moment, Su Mo, still engaged in the wild outside, was oblivious to the fact that his home had been infiltrated. Slayed a red fire ant, earning 15 kill points. Slayed a centipede, earning 30 kill points. As Su Mo traversed the wilderness, he dispatched every demon beast he encountered. Even the smallest mosquito was worthy of being considered flesh. Roar! A thunderous cry suddenly echoed, causing Su Mo's expression to tighten. The force of the disturbance was formidable. This was not a commotion that could be produced by a mere secondary demon beast. It appeared to be a mutated tiger. With a roar, many demon beasts in the vicinity prostrated themselves, their eyes filled with trepidation. Su Mo transformed into his alter ego, Old Six, relentlessly harvesting these demon beasts. Slayed a silver moon rat, earning 35 kill points. Upon hearing this, Su Mo's eyes sparkled. The silver moon rat commanded a high price. He swiftly took action, cleansing the area of all silver moon rats. Slayed 30 silver moon rats, earning 450 kill points. Boom! In the distance, trees collapsed continuously, the mist dissipating as Su Mo's pupils dilated. Deep within, two massive shadows entwined with one another. Even from a great distance, an astonishing pressure could be felt. Roar! A prolonged cry of agony resounded. Subsequently, a colossal wave of flames surged forth, striking the ground and leaving a charred expanse of several dozen meters. Su Mo dared not advance further, taking refuge atop a large tree. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Hundreds of vines surged toward Su Mo, seeking to ensnare him. With a swift movement, he evaded the assault. On the trunk of a tree, a visage emerged, its eyes of vivid green, fixated intently upon Su Mo. Several white bones hung from the vines. A first-level, 8th-tier, mutated tree. Su Mo could not afford to be careless, for it was a level above him. With his long blade in hand, he struck out as the vines encircled him from all directions. From a distance, the area resembled a spider's web, pulsating with green energy. Su Mo severed the vines around him, green liquid staining his black blade. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Green smoke wafted from a blade. Su Mo's brow furrowed. This mutated tree was indeed toxic. He needed to dispatch it quickly while avoiding its venom, for sustaining injuries outside the city was an arduous predicament. Just as Su Mo prepared to act, the tree vanished, concealing itself among the other trees. He sighed, activating his radar on his watch. He struck at a nearby tree with his blade. Damn it, you dare hide. As the blade's energy approached, the tree emanated a resplendent green glow. Su Mo concentrated his spirit. Wave of blades. With unwavering resolve, he unleashed the most powerful strike since his training began. Wherever the blade energy passed, it carved a half-meter wide trench into the ground. The green light was cleaved apart, and the mutated tree split in two. Slayed a mutated tree, earning 20,000 kill points. Su Mo's chest heaved rapidly. This time, he had executed the wave of blades to perfection. A relentless barrage of 20 layers of blade waves. As he drew near, he spotted a green orb. Astonishingly, it was a demon crystal. This haul was truly fortuitous. Su Mo concealed himself within the confines of his storage ring, moving with the agility of a nimble monkey through the dense forest. Before long, he approached a striking sight, a resplendent white tiger, its formidable frame measuring 20 meters in length. Opposing it was a mutated vulture, nearly equal in size. The vulture had suffered greatly, its wings reduced to mere tatters by the tiger's fierce jaws. Conversely, the tiger bore a significant wound, a gaping hole that extended from its back to its abdomen. Surrounding these two powerful beasts lay the remnants of human skeletons and various beast bones, suggesting that others had sought to scavenge from what turned out to be a fatal encounter. The mutated white tiger and the vulture faced each other, their crimson eyes locked in a fierce stare. Ultimately, it was the vulture that retreated a step, prompting a low growl from the white tiger, its forehead emblazoned with a prominent royal symbol. The vulture, taking several more steps back, turned and vanished into the shadows. The mutated white tiger let out a roar and collapsed to the ground, its previously penetrated wound splitting further, blood seeping forth. Su Mo hesitated to approach. This was a second-tier beast, comparable to a practitioner at the Meridian opening stage. His radar could not gauge the tiger's power. Concealed behind a massive tree, he remained motionless, embodying the patience of a true hunter. Suddenly, several dark figures emerged from the distance, their eyes gleaming with greed as they fixated on the fallen, mutated tiger. It could no longer move, Let us unite and take it down, they conspired. Hidden behind a tree, Su-mo cursed these fools. Just then, the seemingly incapacitated, mutated tiger sprang to its feet, and the injured vulture returned. The two formidable creatures charged at the encroaching attackers. Sumo's eyes widened in astonishment. These beasts possessed remarkable intelligence, having set a trap and detected the humans hiding in the forest. This is bad. It cannot be. Why have these two creatures allied? One of the attackers exclaimed in panic. Retreat. We are no match for them. The white tiger let out a mighty roar, unleashing an invisible sound wave. Sumo clutched his ears, his mind ringing and his body weakening under the force of the noise. The vulture, with its remaining wing unfurled, launched its razor-like feathers at the approaching figures. The ground erupted with dozens of 1-meter-wide craters, each oozing with fresh blood. The coordination between the tiger's roar and the vulture's mental assault was extraordinary, and the vulture pressed on with its attack. The tiger and the vulture approached the craters, lowering their heads to consume the fallen. Sumo remained hidden, scarcely daring to breathe, relieved that he had not rushed out. Damn it, they are quite cunning, he thought. Today, he realized that these beasts should not merely be regarded as animals. Their intelligence rivaled that of humans, though they lacked the ability to speak. Just as he felt a sense of fortunate clarity, an ominous sensation washed over him, as if an abyss were gazing back. His heart raced, pounding as though it might leap from his chest. Looking up, he beheld a colossal mountain-sized figure rising before him, mere meters from the very tree where he had hidden. A pair of blood-red eyes fixated on the vulture and the mutated tiger. Though it did not appear to look at him, he felt an overwhelming aura of death encroaching upon him. As Sumo found himself lost in thought, the colossal 100-meter gorilla uprooted the tree beneath him, hurling it towards the mutated tiger and vulture. Gripping the tree tightly, he dared not move, paralyzed by fear. At that moment, the mutated white tiger and vulture retreated, desperate to escape. The tree was perilously close. The vulture's feathers erupted as the tree splintered. With a sudden burst of movement, Sumo leaped away. The three massive figures paid no heed to the insignificant ant that was he. As he ran to a safe distance, his heart raced wildly. Just as he settled down, he was startled. The vulture was flung by the 100-meter gorilla directly to the very spot where he had sought refuge. The remaining wing was brutally torn away, its head drooping, eyes growing increasingly clouded. Sumo plunged his knife into the vulture's skull. With a sickening squelch, blood gushed forth, slaying a level 2, tier 6 beast, earning 120,000 kill points. Sumo suppressed his inner exhilaration. How many level 1 beasts must he hunt to accumulate such a bounty? A roar resonated. Boom! The stone he hid behind exploded. A white tiger descended from the heavens, shattering the rock and leaving a massive crater in its wake. With a swift motion, Sumo struck the final blow with his black knife, slaying a level 2, tier 6 beast, earning 120,000 kill points. Chapter 18. A narrow escape and great gains. After completing his task, Sumo swiftly moved, dashing into the dense forest, occasionally picking up a few vulture feathers along the way. The colossal ape pounded its chest, releasing a shockwave that transformed the surrounding area into ruins. Sumo was caught in the force, hurtling forward with a loud thud. He spat out a mouthful of blood, refusing to linger, and pushed himself to run on the snow with utmost determination. A singular thought occupied Sumo's mind: to flee, to distance himself from the impending doom or face death. The towering ape did not pursue him. Upon reaching the vicinity of the mutated tiger and vulture, he seized them and devoured them whole, savoring the explosive taste. Blood oozed from the corner of the giant ape's mouth, its expression one of satisfaction as it thumped its chest before turning away, gradually disappearing into the thicket. Half an hour later, Sumo concealed himself behind a large tree, his face pale. Observing the massive pit in the ground, he swallowed hard, pondering when he would attain such strength. With the thought of his system in mind, a firm resolve blossomed within him, assuring him that he would soon achieve it. He gathered the feathers scattered on the ground, amassing over 100, filling his ring to the brim. Taking out a map, He glanced at it before making his way toward the city. He had reaped substantial rewards today, albeit at the cost of his first injury in the wild. Grateful for having previously purchased an escape technique, he realized that without it, he might not have returned at all. The shockwave from the giant ape had only grazed him in the end. Had it been closer, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Due to his injury, Sumo exercised extra caution on his return journey, opting to avoid encounters with first-level monsters rather than engage them. His internal strength was insufficient for combat. Upon spotting the familiar city gate, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to him, the guards were also anxiously awaiting his return, wondering why the young merchant had not yet appeared. As Sumo approached, blood staining his lips, a guard stepped forward to assist him. "You're injured? What happened?" "Don't ask. I nearly didn't make it back," Sumo replied, taking a seat to rest. The guard poured him a cup of tea, curiously observing Sumo. Upon noticing the storage ring on his finger, the guard realized it was likely filled to capacity. After a brief respite, Sumo felt his breath steady and expressed his gratitude to the guard before standing to leave. He left behind 10 vulture feathers. The guard, examining the feathers in his hand, was astonished. "This kid is quite interesting. Feathers from second-level beast," he murmured, tucking them away. He was willing to befriend someone like Sumo suddenly. The ringing of a phone interrupted the moment. Sumo answered the call. "Little Sue, you must come back and see this." After hanging up, he hurried to his rented room, planning to vacate in the next couple of days. Upon arrival, he was met with a scene of devastation. Everything was in disarray, and there were knife marks on the surfaces. The landlady looked at him with concern. "Little Sue, have you offended someone?" "Perhaps, yet they approached me just as I was about to leave. Here, dear lady, is 2,000 yuan. It should suffice to furnish the essentials for the house. Do not hesitate, for these items hold little value. My elderly relative is a carpenter. He can craft a suitable set. Please take it. I find it easier to earn money." In the end, the landlady only requested 1,000 yuan, and Sumo no longer declined. Sumo departed from the rental to seek out Baiyu. Upon hearing the knock, Baiyu recognized it was Sumo returning. She opened the door to be met with a pungent, metallic scent. Sumo's face was pale, and his body swayed slightly. Startled, Baiyu hurriedly assisted him inside. At that moment, she noticed blood seeping from behind him. "Quickly, remove your clothes," she urged. "Is that necessary?" Sumo protested. "At such a time, heed my words. Lift your arm." His upper body was completely exposed, and Baiu's cheeks flushed. This fellow possesses an admirable physique. However, upon seeing the bruises and the blood seeping from his back, her initial attraction dissipated, and she fetched a medical kit to attend to his wounds. Ultimately, she retrieved a medicinal pill and offered it to Sumo. "Come, open your mouth." The fragrant aroma wafted toward him, and he beheld a pill of jade hue at his lips. This time, Sumo did not refuse, as a tumult surged within him. As the pill descended, the bruises began to fade, and even the bleeding areas slowly formed scabs. The internal turmoil subsided, followed by a refreshing coolness that rejuvenated his spirit. After Baiyu tended to his back, she refrained from further inquiries. "Have you eaten?" Sumo shook his head. When Baiyu returned from the kitchen, she found Sumo already asleep on the sofa. After placing her bowl down, she turned to her room and fetched a blanket to cover him. This troublesome boy, never a moment's peace. Baiu's phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, an unusual expression crossed her face. "I thought you had perished. You haven't even called." "Sister, I encountered a brilliant young man named Sumo while guarding the city gate. You have always set your sights high, dismissing other talents, but trust me this time. You will surely take notice." A cheerful voice resonated from the other end. Baiu's expression remained peculiar. "You encountered a genius named Sumo?" "Indeed. Is he injured?" "Yes." "Is he wearing a black coat and high-waisted black pants?" "Yes, sister, you are quite perceptive." Wait, something feels off." "How do you know?" "Guess." "Do you think I would guess?" "You guess, and I'll guess if you guess." "You Haven T. Taken advantage of him, have you?" A voice filled with astonishment responded. "He has indeed collapsed, lost to slumber." "Sister, you beast. Where are you? Quickly give me your location. What do you need to worry about? Mind your own gate." Baiyu hung up, shaking her head at her unreliable elder brother. At the city gate guard post, Bai Xiu paced the room, staring at the disconnected phone. No, she must be unwell. She shows no concern while witnessing her sister's husband hunting demonic beasts outside. Brother-in-law, your efforts are appreciated. When you marry, I shall bestow upon you a generous red envelope. Finally, Bai Xiu dialed a number. I need you to investigate a person named Su Mo, age around 17 or 18. I will send you a photograph. Understood. Moments later, his phone rang. Bai Xiu, has your mind been muddled, or have you consumed something foul? You sent me only a silhouette. How am I to investigate that? He is the one my sister has taken a liking to. The angry voice on the other end was silenced. Rest assured, even if you give me merely a piece of clothing, I will uncover the truth. As Bai Xiu ended the call, he noticed another call from Bai Yu and hurried to answer. Do not involve yourself in any matters. And that group of friends of yours, he has his own path to tread. Hearing the stern tone in his sister's voice, Bai Xiu felt a tightening in his chest. The old man wishes to take him as his closed-door disciple. With a clatter, Bai Xiu's phone fell to the ground, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. He quickly picked up the device and dialed a number. Brother, cease the investigation. I haven't conducted any investigation. A remarkably calm voice responded through the phone. Wait, didn't you assure me you would uncover something, even with a mere piece of clothing? Huh, do you really believe someone chosen by your sister could be ordinary? I would be a fool to investigate. With your intellect, it's no wonder you guard the gate. Chapter 19. Earning over 6 million in a day. Indulging lavishly, Bai Xiu gazed at his phone, realizing that the clown was, in fact, himself. His sister had remarked on his lack of intelligence. Was she truly correct? It wasn't until the following day that Su Mo slowly awakened, rising without any sensation of pain. As he approached the mirror, he noticed that the bruises had vanished, leaving only a faint scar on his back where the wound had scabbed over. What sort of elixir had such remarkable healing properties? It seemed prudent to prepare some medicinal pills for future travels. Observing the food on the table, a pair of fried eggs and a sausage, Su Mo could only sigh. The charred remnants seemed oddly mismatched. He turned towards the kitchen to prepare a bowl of clear noodle soup. After finishing, a warm sensation enveloped his stomach, providing a comforting relief. Only then did Su Mo glance at his status panel. Name, Su Mo, age, 18 realm, 7th level martial artist, martial skills, wave cutting blade technique, yellow grade. Mid-tier 1,000, 30,000, proficiency. Intermediate 5,000, 50,000, snow treading, yellow grade. Mid-tier 10,000, 50,000, proficiency. Minor achievement 10,000, 50,000, vitality. 105,000, 200,000 kill points. 275,000 by expending 90,000 kill points. His realm broke through once more, ascending to the 8th level martial artist. The remaining 180,000 kill points were insufficient for a breakthrough to the 9th level, and the recent crisis had made Su Mo acutely aware of the importance of snow treading. Investing 40,000 kill points into the proficiency of snow treading, he advanced from minor achievement to intermediate, and with an additional 50,000, he reached major achievement. Sumo's thoughts raced as he swiftly extended his hands, finally halting against the wall. His speed had increased dramatically, more than doubling from before. With 90,000 kill points still remaining, Su Mo sighed. Having risked so much to obtain 270,000 kill points, it was disheartening to see them dwindle so quickly. Turning his attention to the wave-cutting blade technique, he opted to elevate its level, consuming 29,000 points to upgrade to yellow grade, high tier. Each time martial skills were enhanced, the proficiency reset, an unavoidable consequence of upgrading akin to adopting a new technique. With an additional 45,000, the wave-cutting blade transitioned to minor achievement. Name, Su Mo, age, 18 realm, 8th level martial artist, martial skills, wave-cutting blade technique, yellow grade. High tier 30,000, proficiency, minor achievement 50,000, snow treading, yellow grade. Mid-tier 10,000, 50,000, proficiency, major achievement 50,000, vitality, 200,000, 500,000 kill points. 16,000 to breach the 9th level martial artist, 300,000 kill points were required, followed by the Meridian opening realm. As for residing outside the city, Su Imo dared not. Even at the city gates, monstrous beasts could appear at night. With his current level of strength, venturing outside would be akin to delivering himself as a meal. After organizing his belongings, Su Imo decided to head to the Martial Artists Guild. His storage ring was overflowing, and converting it to currency would enable him to acquire numerous items, not least a new storage ring, as the 2 cubic meters of space was still inadequate for his needs. Upon arriving at the Martial Artists Guild, Bayu sat at the counter, dozing off. Her eyes brightened upon seeing Su Imo approach, and she immediately retrieved a calculator. Quickly, I can hardly contain my excitement. Su Imo presented his items, revealing a multitude of vulture feathers, over 100 in count. Bayu examined them and exclaimed, "What a treasure! These are from a level 2, 6th tier beast. 113 feathers at 30,000 each totals 339,000. Su Imo then unveiled wolf pelts, stating, "These are the 1st tier, not particularly valuable. There are 460 of them, priced at 5,000 each, amounting to 230,000. Finally, he displayed a green beast crystal. This one is a product of a plant mutation, quite a prized item, though regrettably only 1st tier, valued at 120,000. This can be used for alchemical concoctions and is slightly pricier. Other 1st tier items typically fetch only 100,000, adding 120,000, 230,000, and 339,000 brings the total to 689,000. Together with the previous 200,000 I gave you, you now possess 880,000. Congratulations! You are finally wealthy. Perhaps it's time to upgrade your storage ring." Su Imo was speechless, observing Bayu's overly enthusiastic demeanor, feeling as though he had become an unwitting victim. "This storage ring is 10 cubic meters and costs 500,000. Do you want it?" Upon hearing this, Su Imo couldn't help but gasp in shock. It felt akin to robbery. Reluctantly, he resolved to purchase it. "How much can I sell this 2 cubic meter ring for?" he inquired. 200,000, Bayu replied. Su Imo's expression darkened, cursing silently. The initial purchase had been exorbitant, yet the resale value was paltry. Furthermore, special methods are required to remove the markings, which incurs additional labor costs. "I won't sell it. After all, the 2 cubic meters can still hold items." As 500,000 was deducted, Su Imo felt his heart bleed at the remaining sum of over 300,000. "Is it time to replace the radar?" Bayu produced a more sophisticated radar. "This is a great deal. Only 200,000. It can detect movements within a 50-meter radius, even capable of sensing beasts of the pulse realm." Su Imo's eyes gleamed with interest, and after a moment of hesitation, he decided to purchase it. The original radar could only fetch 10,000 and was now obsolete, so he had no choice but to sell it. "Do you have any pills?" "The kind you previously gave me." "You cannot afford them," Bayu replied, resting her chin on one hand while idly drawing circles on the counter with the other. "How much?" "1st-tier pills are 500,000 each, while 2nd-tier pills are 1 million. "Goodness, this is no different from robbery. Why is the blood-boosting pill so inexpensive?" "Only that particular pill can be manufactured by machines. The others cannot. Vitality, martial artist, pulse, divine aperture, and transcendence are the early stages. Transcendence means shedding the mundane to become a more suitable spiritual entity, awakening elemental attributes. One needs to awaken both fire and wood attributes to concoct pills. This is also why pills are so costly." Su Imo sighed in resignation, acknowledging the unfortunate reality that a lack of wealth renders one devoid of bargaining power. Observing Su Imo's dejected demeanor, Bayu could not help but stifle a laugh. "This computer is truly immense. Therefore, dear younger brother, you must strive harder. Your funds are insufficient for me to tie up my hair." Su Imo was at a loss for words, never anticipating that a jest would be wielded to tease him. While Su Imo and Bayu exchanged playful banter, Zhang Dehai and Li Wuyo from the 10th High School had already arrived. Principal Fang Jingyu awaited them at the entrance. Though his presence was not obligatory, he was primarily eager to ascertain who had achieved a breakthrough in martial arts. The school's blood vitality assessment had yielded no findings. "Please, come inside." No need. We must resolve this matter promptly, as we still have inspections to conduct. Which class is Su Yao in? The principal's heart tightened. Could it possibly relate to the previous incident involving water? As for that incident, it was not the one in question. Upon hearing this, the principal's expression shifted, leading the two men to the classroom of Su Yao, which was class 9 of the senior 3. Chapter 20, Triple Compensation, 15 million. The members of class 9 observed the emergence of Li Wuyo and Zhang Dehai outside, their expressions shifting with unease. They were well acquainted with these two harbingers of trouble, and the appearance of such figures invariably foretold misfortune. Zhou Yang's countenance altered. Could it be that his clandestine actions had been unveiled? Su Mo had already ascended to the status of a martial artist at the tender age of 18, a weighty accomplishment indeed. The entire classroom fell silent, the tension palpable, with some anxious students already beading with perspiration upon their brows. They harbored a shared suspicion that this visit was linked to matters concerning Su Mo. Consequently, Zhang Dehai and Li Wuyo approached Su Yao directly. After school today, you are to report to the safety management office. You have unlawfully taken Su Mo's identification card and household registration, proceeding to sell his property without proper authorization. The classmates wore expressions of bewilderment. They were oblivious to the unfolding drama, while Zhou Yang's demeanor shifted yet again. After all, it had been he who had initially sought assistance in this matter. Why, after all this time, had such a scandal erupted so publicly? The buyer claimed issues with the property, and upon investigation, it was revealed that the house belonged to Su Mo, who was very much alive but not present. This situation was clearly at odds with regulations. Surely you are aware of the identity of the buyer? They continued. We are under pressure. We ask for your cooperation. After delivering their message, Li Wuyo and Zhang Dehai departed without a backward glance. At that moment, the atmosphere in the classroom shifted dramatically. Those who had previously remained silent regarding Su Mo now cast disdainful glances at Su Yao. They were well aware that Su Mo had taken on odd jobs after school and during vacations. Now, it seemed he had even sold his parents' legacy, their home, under the cover of secrecy. Fang Jingyu's expression darkened. If this matter were to escalate, compounded by the earlier incident of near drowning, the reputation of the 10th High would be irreparably tarnished. Come with me, Fang Jingyu commanded with a cold scoff. Su Yao followed closely behind, the stares of her classmates piercing her like daggers. Su Mo, how cruel you are to treat me thus. After all, I lent you 2,000 yuan for your rent. You have become a martial artist, yet you remain so miserly and petty. Upon returning to the office, Fang Jingyu held a dossier, while Su Yao stood by, hesitating to speak. The document revealed Su Yao's vitality level to be 109. With only 2 months until the martial arts examination, perhaps she could reach 200 and attain the status of a martial artist. Another dossier pertained to Su Mo, whose vitality level was a mere 18. He had already been expelled. They were siblings. Why was this? Su Yao understood the necessity of concealing her brother's recent breakthrough. I aim to attain martial artist status before the examination, but after my brother's expulsion, he has squandered his prospects. I had no choice but to act as I did. I am confident that I can achieve a breakthrough by the time the exam arrives. Yesterday, my vitality level surpassed 193. Fang Jingyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue at her words. If she truly could elevate to the rank of martial artist, the transgression she had committed would pale in significance. Furthermore, should she gain acceptance into a prestigious academy after the examination, all disparaging remarks would fade into obscurity, such as the advantage bestowed by talent. Are you certain of your success? Confidently. I sold the house without any waste, using the proceeds to acquire assets that would enhance my capabilities. Now, my funds are dwindling, and should I be required to compensate for any issues related to the property, I may have to abandon my studies and seek employment to repay the debt. You may leave now. After Su Yao departed, the principal summoned Wang Yang. Mr. Wang, as the homeroom teacher of Class 9, what can you tell me about Su Mo? Wang Yang felt a tightening in his chest, his face betraying a flicker of anger. Yet he ultimately sighed in resignation. Principal, this student Su Mo has been stuck at an energy level of 18, unable to progress. He appears diligent, but after a certain incident, I realized that knowing a person's face does not equate to knowing their heart. As Wang Yang elaborated, Fang Jingyu slammed his hand on the table with a resounding thud. Expelling him is wise, Mr. Wang. You have done well. If this were to be exposed, it would indeed be troublesome. We must also express our gratitude to Zhou Liang, who undeniably stands as another formidable force in your Class 9. You may return. I shall handle this matter, and you need not inquire further. Once Wang Yang exited the principal's office and closed the door, he released a breath he had not realized he was holding, his back now damp with perspiration. At that moment, Zhou Liang stood in the corridor, evidently waiting for Wang Yang. Have you arranged that matter? Wang Yang still felt some unease. Rest assured, everything is prepared. We merely await the right moment. However, that fellow seems to have vanished, and my men have yet to locate his whereabouts. What your side? Things are nearly in place here as well. We will be ready to act shortly. After Zhang Dehai and Li Wuyo returned, they found Su Mo already seated in Lu Xiutian's office. The two approached and greeted Su Mo, brother Su Mo. This protective suit is for you. Su Mo gazed at the delicate protective suit that Lu Xiutian retrieved from his spatial ring. It was as thin as a cicada's wing, cool to the touch, yet exuded formidable resilience. Su Mo understood the effort Lu Xiutian must have invested. Thank you, brother Lu. Why are you being so polite? This belongs to both of you. The two examined the protective suit with excitement. It represented a means of survival, potentially saving their lives in critical moments. Dingling, dingling. Lu Xiutian's phone rang, just as Su Mo and the others were about to depart. Brother Su Mo, we are not strangers. You should listen in. After Lu Xiutian answered the call, the three of them took a seat. Hello, old Fang, what is it? There is indeed a matter concerning the house that you should be aware of. Upon hearing the mention of the house, everyone's ears perked up. I know. The procedures were not legitimate, which is why someone was sent to find her. Old Lu, is the buyer someone of significance? Yes. He is affiliated with the Martial Artists Guild, and she claims there are issues with the property. Silence fell on the other end of the line. Individuals from the Martial Artists Guild are not to be trifled with. How much compensation is required? It also involves someone named Su Mo. At the mention of Su Mo, Fang Jingyu felt a surge of anger. It is better not to mention such beasts. I believe Su Yao has done nothing wrong, including that incident of falling into the water, which was undoubtedly a scheme orchestrated by Su Mo. It is essential to know a person's face, but not their heart. Su Mo listened quietly without uttering a word. Li Wuyo and Zhang Dehai dared not breathe. Why do I say this? It is better not to mention the scandal. Just tell me how much compensation is needed. The house was sold for 5 million. Triple the compensation amounts to 15 million. Could you assist me in contacting the person who bought the house? I will provide her with the money, and this matter will be resolved. No, you are mistaken. This is the compensation due to the buyer, and also involves Sumo's affairs. The buyer must return the house to Su Mo. That doesn't make sense. After I pay the compensation, the house will effectively belong to me. I can simply return it to Su Mo. Why must I purchase it again? The Martial Artists Association handles these matters, and it would be a waste of time. How much can they earn in an hour? Then please assist me in making contact. Certainly. Chapter 21, Su Yao questioned, do you have any idea how much humiliation I have suffered? After Lu Xiutian hung up the phone, he noticed that Su Mo did not display any sign of anger. Brother Su Mo, would you like me to inquire about who is framing you? No need. This matter also involves Zhou Liang, and his background is formidable. There are only a few things that can incite the ire of students. One could deduce that even with a mere thought. I would like to ask Lu Ge for a favor. Let's leave it at that for now, and Lu Xiutian's eyes widened as he stared at Su Mo, as if gazing upon a monster. Brother Su is indeed extraordinary, truly unparalleled in his preparations. By the way, I have a videotape here capturing those individuals during your time in the rental apartment. A wave of gratitude filled Su Mo's eyes. Thank you. Don't mention it. This is what we call an investment. You are a promising asset. Su Mo nodded, understanding that some matters are best kept within the heart, without the need for verbal expression. When do you plan to confront them directly? There are still 2 months until the martial arts examination. By then, I will present them with a grand gift. Dealing with Zhou Liang's backing individually could be troublesome. It would be more efficient to tackle it all at once. It seems my principal is exerting great effort to assist Su Yao. It appears my dear sister may break through to the warrior level before the examination. I will make her understand that even if she breaks through, escape will be nearly impossible. This is some material I acquired outside the city. Luke, the three of you can use it to forge weapons. Su Mo produced several vulture feathers, which he had saved for Lu Xuetian and the others after not selling them all previously. Relationships also require nurturing. As they attempted to decline, Su Mo had already stepped outside. Lu Gu, that Fong Jingyu is your classmate, isn't he? Zhang Dehai inquired. Indeed, he is a classmate. It seems that he has become so complacent in his position that he believes no one would dare deceive him without investigation. Truth be told, had we not witnessed Brother Sumo's prowess, we might have also regarded him as a waste, unable to break through 20 in vitality. We would not have extended our assistance. The world is driven by profit, and it is the strong who dictate the truth. Their disregard for Su Mo stemmed from the belief that he was a failure. Not long after Su Mo departed, he received a text message. Are you coming? The principal of the 10th high school is here. I shall not be attending. Within the Martial Arts Association, Su Yao glanced at the text message in her hand, and then raised her gaze to Fong Jingyu. Principal Fong is indeed a commendable leader, stepping in to assist students in their difficulties. Miss Bai jest. When a student errs, it is only right for me to intervene. Then I must congratulate Principal Fong on acquiring a martial arts prodigy. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Fong Jingyu's face. Miss Bai, do propose a condition. 20 million. When the time comes, I will return the house to one called Su Mo. The principal nodded, producing the martial artist badge, and upon noticing the deduction of 20 million, he revealed no sign of disturbance. For the strong, earning money is a simple task. However, 20 million is not an insignificant sum for the principal. As Fong Jingyu departed, Baiyu gazed at the additional 20 million in her account, a playful smile gracing her lips. Hello, is this the security management office? Please return the house to Su Mo. After hanging up, she dialed another number. Hello, little brother, the compensation has been deposited, 20 million. The house is yours again. You wouldn't dare to force me out, would you? I cannot allow you to enjoy a free stay without offering something in return. How about I cook for you? Oh, never mind. I do prefer to live a few more years. Just then, Su Mo returned, his expression darkening. Damn it, she is truly a persistent ghost. Su Yao stood a meter away from him, her face turning stern. Why would you do this? Su Mo had no desire to engage in conversation with her. Wasting his breath seemed less fruitful than hunting a demon beast outside the city. I am asking you. Answer me. Why did you act this way? Do you realize how much embarrassment you caused me in class? How will my classmates view me? How does the principal perceive me? How can you be so selfish? You tossed me into the water, and I did not hold it against you. I sold the house to enhance my strength, to secure a better life for us. Did I not give you 2,000? You are so heartless. Regardless of anything, I am your sister. Su Yao, do you think I could kill you right now? Su Mo's cold gaze pierced through her. If I were to kidnap you and take you outside the city to eliminate you, would anyone know? Instinctively, Su Yao took a few steps back, her voice trembling. You, just wait, Su Mo. After Su Yao left, anxiety crept up on her. Initially, she had hoped to extract some money from Su Mo. Now, their relationship had soured, and it was clear she could no longer expect financial help from him. She had promised the principal that she would become a warrior. Once she achieved that status, she would have the opportunity to enter the Northern Academy, where she would shine as a celebrated genius. After selling the house, she began to spend lavishly. With several million in her account, she initially convinced herself that this money was for enhancing her strength. Daily discussions in the dormitory revolved around the prices of clothing, thousands upon thousands of dollars. She even resented the fact that her adoptive parents had passed away so early. If only she could venture outside the city to hunt a few demon beasts. She believed she could be like those in her dormitory. Her resentment toward Su Mo grew. Every mention of him ignited a fury within her. How could such a useless person, her own brother, exist? Earning a meager sum from odd jobs felt laborious, yielding only a few dozen or $100 after a long day's work. When offered money, she would scoff, yet her own finances were scant. The 500,000 Su Mo had previously transferred to her had long been spent. Now that the prospect of becoming a warrior was within reach, he had turned his back on her. Just wait, Su Mo. I will make you regret this. One day, you will kneel before me, begging for my forgiveness. Su Yao's delicate face contorted into a fierce expression. She had already envisioned herself as a martial artist, entering the Northern Academy and becoming the center of attention, adored by numerous affluent and powerful young lords vying for her favor. Taking a deep breath, she snapped back to reality and retrieved a medal from her pocket. This medal was awarded to her parents before their untimely demise, and now that she found herself in financial straits, it was time for this token to realize its immense worth. She was acutely aware of the risks involved in selling it. However, once she became a martial artist and entered the Northern Academy, she was confident that there would be others to assist her, especially the principal who would facilitate her accommodation, reinforcing her understanding of her own value, which she was determined to unleash. Zhou Yang, do you know anyone in the black market? Yes, but if you want me to introduce you, you must agree to one condition, which is ultimately for your own benefit. What is it? Upon hearing Zhou Yang's condition, Su Yao's eyes sparkled with a mix of excitement and relief. All right, I accept your terms. Disrespecting the sister to brother serves no purpose. I'll give you a call. After hanging up, Su Yao received the number Zhou Yang had sent her. Su Mo, just wait. Your doom is imminent. Chapter 22. Su Yao's Recklessness, the Assassin's Den, and the Emergence of Beasts. After Su Mo had intimidated Su Yao into retreating, his phone rang. Brother Su Mo, we have been monitoring Su Yao's movements. She has ventured into the black market. Thank you, Brother Liu. It would be best if you could record their conversation and capture it on film. I have already dispatched someone to arrange that. Upon hanging up, Su Mo took a deep breath, contemplating Su Yao's treachery. Yet, this behavior was entirely in line with his expectations. It was quintessentially Su Yao, foolishly self-absorbed, a white lotus. Glancing at the time, he noted it was still noon, granting him the opportunity to venture outside the city. To break through the Meridian realm demanded an abundance of slaughter points, and he would also need to purchase mental techniques. Enhancing his martial skills similarly required substantial slaughter points. Bai Yu had afforded him a chance, and he was determined to seize it. The Northern Courtyard was a gathering place for prodigies, promising new challenges. Su Mo donned his protective garment, which felt cool to the touch but warmed against his body, allowing for unimpeded agility. After preparing, he strode towards the exit. Upon reaching the city gate, Bai Xiu's eyes lit up as he approached Su Mo with enthusiasm. Are you leaving the city again, little brother? Su Mo nodded. I have nothing to do, so I'm going out to earn some money. Bai Xiu was speechless. Others faced the city gates with trepidation, yet Su Mo appeared utterly relaxed. However, considering Su Mo's businesslike demeanor, Bai Xiu felt reassured. Bai Xiu's gaze shifted, spotting several figures. Noticing Su Mo's carefree manner, he casually glanced, evidently aware of their presence. After Su Mo exited, he stepped lightly through the snow, leaving behind phantom traces as he swiftly distanced himself. The five pursuers revealed their martial artist insignias, only to discover that Su Mo had vanished without trace. Damn it, this kid runs so fast. Search for him. He must not have gone far. Our master has given us instructions, and we must execute them well. Understood. The five men simultaneously pursued the direction in which Su Mo had departed. Slayed a thunder shadow leopard, earning 40 slaughter points. Slayed a bamboo segment bug, earning 15 slaughter points. Slayed a fire cloud python, earning 60 slaughter points. Slayed 10 fire cloud pythons, earning 600 slaughter points. Upon locating a nest of mutated pythons, Su Mo struck decisively. He advanced deeper into the territory, aware that the white zone yielded insufficient slaughter points. He required a significant accumulation of points and thus mustered the courage to press forward. Moreover, with his protective garment, his chances of escape in perilous situations were considerably enhanced. His snow-stepping technique had also advanced alongside his swordsmanship. If he refrained from taking risks, he would achieve little. As for those who had set their sights on him, they were likely arranged by Zhou Yang, one martial artist at the 9th rank and 4 at the 7th. Should he eliminate them, Zhou Yang would surely feel the sting of loss. Sumo, being an 8th-rank martial artist, was confident in his ability to dispatch them. However, the dead must serve a purpose. If beasts could employ strategies to form dens, why could Sumo not do the same? Thus, Sumo deliberately left traces along the way, intending to draw them closer. He took out a map to ascertain his approximate location, having now ventured into the light green area marked on it. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the radar emitted a warning. Nearby, there were Pulse Realm beast manifestations. And not just one. Sumo's eyes gleamed with excitement. Those pursuing him, upon witnessing his pause, felt a surge of exhilaration, astonished that this young rascal could run so swiftly. As they approached him, Sumo turned around and flashed them a grin, baring his teeth. A chill crept up their spines. With a swift motion, Sumo unleashed a blade strike, resembling an unending tidal wave. However, the target was not them, but those Pulse Realm beasts. Roar, roar. The ground trembled as a stone python emerged from beneath, wreaking havoc over a wide area. This colossal python, measuring several dozen meters, appeared to be a conglomeration of massive stones, its eyes resembling blood moons. With a swift leap, Sumo had already distanced himself by over 100 meters. This is bad. Retreat quickly. The blood leopard's expression shifted drastically upon seeing the stone python, fear evident in his eyes. Brother, look behind. Turning around, they were struck with terror at the sight of a swarm of mutated poison bees, densely packed. Although they were merely first-tier beasts, the sheer number, numbering in the thousands, could blot out the sun. A few of the toxic peaks emitted a crimson glow, as if stained with blood. Brother, we've been deceived. That brat did this on purpose. Damn it. The young master said that guy was only at the first level of martial arts. Yet his cunning is so insidious. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The black eyes of the poison bees flickered, fixating intently on the 5 individuals. Gulp, gulp. The sound of swallowed saliva echoed as the 5 stood back to back. The poison bees had already divided into 5 groups, fixated on them with deadly intent. Thousands of these bees were more than enough to threaten their lives. A mere prick from their poisonous stingers could be fatal. Moreover, the stone python was watching them with a predatory gaze. Brother, can we survive this in return? Will I ever see Xiao Chui again? Shut up. Let us unite and take down the poison peaks first. If we carve out an escape route, we might have a chance to flee. The leader of the poison bees flapped its wings and descended from above, sweeping towards the 5. They hastily prepared to defend themselves. Sumo concealed himself at a distance, hiding his presence. A thought crossed his mind. Should he acquire a technique capable of concealing his aura? He wondered if such a thing was available for purchase. Such techniques were undoubtedly rare, but they could be a means of survival outside the city. Sumo was resolute. Upon returning, he would certainly seek to buy one. Why, you should have connections. Ah, brother, save me. Among them, 2 individuals were stung by the poison bee leader. Rapidly swelling, their bodies weakened, they collapsed onto the ground, feeling dizzy. Bang, bang, bang. A wave of blade energy materialized, and the heads of the 2 martial artists rolled away. Killed 2 7th-level martial artists, gaining 44,000 points of slaughter. Killed 60 poison bees, gaining 200 points of slaughter. Come out. What kind of hero hides in the shadows? The blood leopard gazed upon his 2 brothers, consumed by sorrow, as a palpable aura of vengeance enveloped him. The long knife in his hand glowed ominously with a crimson light. With a swift motion, he struck, causing the leader of the venomous bees to emit a peculiar resonance. The swarm of bees coalesced, their stingers radiating a sinister black luminescence. The clash of red and black lights resulted in an instantaneous obliteration. Sumo's eyes flickered with intrigue. Why did the stone python remain motionless? It seemed to harbor a fear of those venomous peaks. He contemplated, stroking his chin thoughtfully. With a decisive flourish, he unleashed the wave-cutting blade, sending forth a relentless torrent of 50 layers of blade waves towards the stone python. The sound of impact echoed, bang, 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 as the blade energy struck the stone python, only to be met with a grayish aura that enveloped it, rendering it utterly unharmed. However, the beast's ferocity was undeniably awakened. as it lunged towards the three individuals with fervor. Upon witnessing this, the leader of the venomous bees felt a glimmer of excitement in its ebony eyes. The entire swarm converged, encircling the massive form of the stone python, which abruptly halted its advance. Observing this scene, Sumo's gaze intensified with realization. The venomous bees must possess some unique ability that could spell doom for the stone python. As a man of virtue, Sumo resolved to offer his assistance. Chapter 23. The Slaughter of the Second-Grade Demon Beast. Zhou Liang's Terror. The stone python stood frozen, while the venomous bees once again targeted the three individuals. The blood leopard's face turned pale. Though one may claim not to fear death, the reality of facing mortality instills dread within all. This time, the venomous bees swarmed in a relentless tide. The stone python retreated in haste, its massive form causing the ground to tremble beneath it. Three figures lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies grotesquely swollen and darkened. A blade of energy emerged from a distance, carving a gash approximately 1 meter wide into the earth. The blood leopard and his companions struggled to turn their heads, their eyes barely able to glimpse a flash of white energy. A series of sounds pierced the air, followed by the crimson flow upon the ground. Slain a 9th-tier martial artist, gained 26,000 points of slaughter. Slain 2 7th-tier martial artists, gained 26,000 points of slaughter. The wings of the venomous bees began to flutter, advancing towards Sumo's location. It was this very 6th individual who had struck down their kin. Sumo moved like a shadow upon the snow, leaving behind a series of afterimages as his cascading blades were unleashed in rapid succession. The blade energy cascaded like ocean waves, one after another. With each strike, the sounds of falling echoed incessantly. Slain 50 venomous bees, gained 1,000 points of slaughter. Slain 30 venomous bees, gained 600 points of slaughter. After delivering a blow, Sumo's figure soared into the distance. The venomous bees, possessing wings, were exceedingly swift, especially those trailing closely behind their leader, whose wings beat with increasing fervor. They were on the verge of catching up to Sumo suddenly. Sumo halted, forcefully stomping the ground. Utilizing this force, he leapt high into the air. A 3-meter blade of energy was unleashed from his hand, cleaving through the oncoming swarm of venomous bees. Slain 160 venomous bees, gained 4,000 points of slaughter. Sumo's eyes gleamed ever brighter. Indeed, his decision to elevate his snow-treading technique to mastery proved to be his greatest boon. Otherwise, he would have encountered significant trouble amidst this swarm of venomous bees. He discerned that the stone python, despite its formidable size and strength, was exceedingly clumsy. Though it was a second-grade demon beast, upon seeing Sumo, it retreated incessantly, as it was pursued by a throng of over 1,000 venomous bees. The stone python's blood-red eyes fixated on Sumo, as if to say, "Do not approach." Ignoring the warning, Sumo charged forward. With a sweep of its tail, a sound resembling the tearing of air resonated. Sumo leapt, skillfully maneuvering onto the python's back. The leader of the venomous bees halted momentarily, then began to alter the rhythm of its wings. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of venomous bees raised their tails. With a series of explosive sounds, their stingers detached from their bodies, hurtling fiercely towards Sumo. In a swift motion, Sumo leapt once more, turning to deliver a strike. The 3-meter blade of energy did not target the incoming stingers, but rather descended upon the venomous bees that had launched them. Slain 300 venomous bees, gained 6,000 points of slaughter. A smile crept upon Sumo's lips. This was the outcome he desired. Just then, he slowed his pace, his speed diminishing. Turning back, he observed the stone python emanating a gray luminescence, its body growing increasingly heavy. Sumo took a deep breath from a distance, realizing the gravity of the situation. One could not afford to be careless. The poisonous needles struck the stone python, producing a cacophony of clinks and sparks. The stone python writhed, sweeping its tail at the venomous bees soaring in the sky. With a single strike, hundreds of the bees were crushed without evasion, filling the air with the metallic scent of blood. The swarm was momentarily divided by this powerful blow, creating a clear space in the midst. The leader of the bees, its black eyes glinting ominously, signaled the swarm to converge again, descending in a dark cloud to attack the stone python. Sumo, witnessing this from afar, swallowed hard. The gray glow enveloping the stone python thickened, and as the swarm approached, their movements faltered. The stone python lashed out, its tail sweeping as the venomous needles flew forth. Sumo recognized this as an opportunity. He raised his black blade, focusing his spirit and energy. Layer upon layer of blade aura coalesced, reaching 70 layers in total. With a powerful swing, the black blade trembled, fine cracks appearing upon its surface. Neither the stone python nor the swarm anticipated such terrifying power from Sumo. The bees attempted to embed their poisonous needles into the stone python, which desperately resisted the assault. The introduction of this third-party force sent both sides into a panic. After the strike, Sumo's chest heaved, and the stone python was cleaved in two. The bee leader met a similar fate, its body severed, causing the remaining swarm to scatter once more. The blade aura sliced through the swarm, leaving a deep gash in the ground stretching several meters. Sumo was once again awestruck by the might of the layered blade technique. As he approached the stone python, its eyes suddenly snapped open, revealing a gaping maw intent on devouring him. Prepared, Sumo grasped the severed portion of the python's body, his muscles tensing. With a crunch, the python's jaws clamped down on the severed half, ultimately collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Slayed a level 2 monster, stone python, earning 60,000 points. Slayed the bee leader, earning 30,000 points. Slayed the bee swarm, earning 36,000 points. Observing the remaining few hundred bees attempting to flee, Sumo sprang into action, his blade striking down with precision. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of bees were dispatched. Slayed 420 bees, earning 9,000 points. Concerned about a repeat of previous issues, Sumo collected the poisonous needles. His ease in slaying the stone python was due to the area being previously weakened by the multitude of poison needles. Perhaps this was why the stone python feared the bees. Despite the absence of level 2 bees, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Upon inspecting the stone python's remains, Sumo pried open its skull, only to find it devoid of any monster crystals. A disappointment echoed even among the bees. The corpse of the stone python was prime material, though much of it had been damaged by the bees. After gathering the remnants, he turned his gaze to the slain bodies. Approaching the blood leopard, he retrieved his phone, opening it to find messages and photos sent by Zhou Liang. Sumo meticulously sifted through the items, carefully packing them to send to Lu Shuetian. After capturing a photograph, he dispatched it to Zhou Liang, only to subsequently shatter his phone in frustration. However, to Sumo's astonishment, he noticed a ring adorning the hand of Blood Leopard, a detail he had overlooked in his singular focus on eliminating him. The phrase murder and arson, a golden belt, echoed in his mind. Once he had gathered his belongings, Sumo departed from the scene. Meanwhile, Zhou Liang, engrossed in class, nearly vomited upon viewing the image on his phone. The sight of 3 bodies, gruesomely severed in half and still oozing blood, their faces grotesque and swollen, rendered entirely blackened, filled him with dread. Suppressing his rising terror, he attempted to make a call, but to no avail. Instead, he forwarded the photograph to his grandfather. The silence from the other end of the line instilled a foreboding sense within him. Had they pursued Sumo? Now that they lay dead, what of Sumo? Was he safe? Surely, they must have encountered a swarm of venomous bees. As Zhou Liang gazed at the message from his grandfather, he felt a lump rise in his throat. The severed torso at waist height was unmistakably the result of a blade's cruel cut. He resolved to lay low for a while and investigate further. Replying with a simple acknowledgement, the words on the blackboard before him began to blur, transforming into the fearsome visages of Blood Tiger and Blood Leopard in their final moments. Ultimately morphing into Sumo's face, brandishing a knife and lunging towards him. With a startled cry, Zhou Liang nearly frightened the souls of his classmates out of their bodies, and even the teacher stared at him in astonishment. Zhou, are you alright? I'm fine, teacher, just struck by a moment of inspiration. Too overwhelming, he replied. The teacher nodded, choosing not to press further. No, Suemo must perish. Glancing at the balance on his card, he resolved to enlist a few individuals to eliminate Suemo. Chapter 24. The martial artist at the 9th level, targeted by the python. Liu Xuetian from the Safety Management Department gazed at the images and information screenshots that had been sent to him, his pupils constricting. Zhang Dehai and Li Wuyo leaned in, and upon seeing the contents, their expressions also shifted. They recognized the blood leopard, a formidable presence among those at the 9th level of martial prowess. Who do you think sent this? Li Wuyo and Zhang Dehai shook their heads, genuinely uncertain of the sender's identity. I suspect it was sent by Brother Suemo. If we document this separately, it will serve as evidence for capturing Zhou Yang. The two had yet to fully grasp Liu Xuetian's statement. Brother Liu, are you suggesting that this was orchestrated by Brother Suemo? But he is merely at the 6th level of martial arts. Even if he were to break through to the 7th, the blood leopard, being at the 9th level, would still pose a significant threat. Have you ever encountered an 18-year-old at the 7th level? Liu Xuetian countered, leaving them momentarily speechless. Indeed, they had never witnessed such a phenomenon, at least not in the Northern District. They had seen 18-year-olds who were martial artists, but it seemed the only one was Suemo. Let us document this separately. What the task that Brother Suemo assigned to us? Liu Xuetian inquired. Rest assured, I am personally overseeing this matter. There will be no unforeseen incidents. I am currently gathering evidence, and when they wrongfully accuse Brother Suemo, that will be our moment to act. Liu Xuetian nodded. He had nurtured these two as trusted confidants and felt assured in their capabilities. Brother Suemo can certainly investigate on his own. His request for our assistance is a testament to his regard for us. We must not jeopardize Brother Suemo's affairs. The two nodded earnestly in agreement. Upon exiting the Martial Artists Guild, Baiyu gazed outside, her eyes clouded with worry. That troublesome boy had yet to return, and her calls went unanswered. Her concern deepened, especially after her brother had informed her that someone was pursuing Suemo. At this moment, Suemo remained blissfully unaware that a certain girl was anxiously fretting over him. Currently, he was in the green zone, fixated on a swarm of mutated beetles numbering in the thousands. Isolated beasts held little allure for Suemo, as they lacked sufficient strength. With a swift motion, Suemo charged towards the mutated beetles. As he struck, the beetles, relying on their hard exoskeletons, collided with one another instead of reaching him. Seizing the opportunity, Suemo unleashed a flurry of attacks, his blade radiating with lethal energy. Slayed 300 mutated beetles, earning 1,000 slaughter points. Slayed 400 mutated beetles, earning 1,200 slaughter points. Slayed 200 mutated beetles, earning 600 slaughter points. Slayed 1 mutated beetle, earning 13,000 slaughter points. Suemo extracted the sharp spines from the head of the beetle and turned to leave. At this moment, he had adopted a strategy of striking swiftly and relocating. Shortly after departing, he halted, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze on the distance. A pair of blood-red eyes emerged from the mist, their form obscured. Suemo stood still, acutely aware of his heart's frantic rhythm. Those eyes, akin to the size of grinding stones, fixated intently upon him. With a sense of dread, Suemo retreated, remaining vigilant. When a silhouette finally materialized, Suemo was nearly paralyzed with terror. The figure was now unmistakable. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled. In the blink of an eye, the figure vanished without a trace. Fear gripped Suemo's expression as he recalled a question posed by Baiyu. Only creatures with special bloodlines could give rise to demon crystals. This mutated serpent, no, it was more accurately described as a python, was reminiscent of the aberrant water snake that he and Liu Xuetian had slain. The aura of these two beasts bore striking similarities. Suemo harnessed the technique to its utmost potential. Soon, the ground trembled beneath him as numerous beasts erupted in panic, fleeing into the distance. Overwhelmed by the sight of the throng of creatures, Suemo could think only of escape. He witnessed the trampling of a beast, but did not hesitate to draw out his poisoned darts to strike. Slayed a mutated bear, gaining 6,000 kill points. Slayed a mutated tiger, gaining 10,000 kill points. Glancing back, his soul nearly fled in terror. A colossal figure loomed behind him, its passage fracturing the earth and shattering trees. All obstacles along its path were annihilated. A chilling sensation crept up Su Mo's spine as he turned to see hundreds of water arrows hurtling towards him. In a frantic response, he invested points into the technique, expending 40,000 to elevate its rank to high yellow, then adding 50,000 for proficiency, advancing it to minor mastery, and subsequently investing 100,000 to reach intermediate mastery. His speed doubled, nearly overwhelming his control. Once stabilized, he sensed the power within him rapidly depleting. As a martial artist at the 8th level, utilizing the high yellow technique for an extended duration was becoming increasingly arduous. The thought of the gorilla suddenly crossed his mind. After glancing at the map, he continued his flight. Passing by the beast that had been trampled, Su Mo did not forget to deliver finishing blows. However, he refrained from collecting materials. These were worth millions. The python's speed was accelerating as well. Slayed 20 beasts, gaining 350,000 kill points. Upon glimpsing those crimson eyes in the distance, Su Mo inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity. Yet, the next moment left him utterly astounded. The 100-meter giant ape, upon sighting the python, turned tail and fled, disappearing in an instant. What a useless creature, Su Mo thought in frustration. A chilling aura enveloped the surroundings. The water arrows expelled by the python crystallized upon contact, freezing everything they touched. Su Mo shivered, continuously flinging his poison needles. It seemed even the icy layer was impervious to his attacks. This python had entered the transcendent realm. In a rush, Su Mo invested 300,000 points, elevating his martial prowess from the 8th to the 9th level, restoring his fatigued body once more. However, after running for a while, he noticed that the python had come to a halt. Su Mo harbored an ominous premonition. Could it be that the Nashi had ventured into the red zone? Surrounding him, the demonic beast lay incapacitated upon the ground. Given that the python hesitated to advance, Su Mo took matters into his own hands. He meticulously carved through their flesh, realizing that the red zone was a gamble worth taking. Hunted 60 demonic beasts, earning 28,000 slaughter points. Su Mo collected various materials and unearthed a demon crystal, which brought him a flicker of delight. Suddenly, he sensed the encroaching darkness. A pair of wings obscured the sky above. The python's gaze fixated on the figure soaring aloft. Upon witnessing this, Su Mo stealthily made his exit. The colossal divine eagle above did not regard him. Its eyes remained fixated on the python, ever shifting. Changing direction, Su Mo sprinted towards the city gates with great urgency. Moments later, a chilling aura enveloped him, resonating from the distant battlefield, echoing like cannon fire. After 4 hours of relentless running, Su Mo finally glimpsed the city. Upon entering, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. By Su approached, scrutinizing Sumo. You appear rather disheveled today. What? Could you have caught the attention of a transcendent demonic beast? Su Mo shot him a disdainful glance. This fellow was undoubtedly a harbinger of misfortune. Surely not. Bai Xiu inquired further. After a brief respite, Su Mo stood, dusted himself off, and departed, his patience frayed by Bai Xiu's incessant chatter. Shortly after Su Mo entered the city, a massive shadow loomed outside. Bai Xiu narrowed his eyes, gripping his spear tightly as a formidable aura began to emanate from him. The shadow vanished into the mists. No wonder this lad was reluctant to converse. He truly was unfortunate to have drawn the attention of the python. Could it be that he had slain its offspring? Chapter 25. Earning 37 million in a day, purchasing techniques. On his way back, Su Mo felt his legs weaken, his heart still trembling with apprehension. Fortunately, the mutated eagle had dragged the python. Otherwise, he would not have returned. He took out his phone, glanced at the incoming call, and dialed another number. Sumo, what's the matter? Came Lu Shui Tian's astonished voice. You three must not leave the city. The mutated long snake we killed before still has its father alive. It has transformed into a python. Are you all right? Given that I can still receive your call, it seems you are unharmed, Su Mo replied. I have already backed up that document separately. My contacts in the black market have informed me that Zhou Liang has gone there today. Understood. Thank you, Brother Liu. After hanging up, Su Mo headed towards the Warrior Association. Oh my, which stunning beauty is this? You're almost turning into a stone waiting for your husband, he exclaimed as he plopped down before Baiyu. I thought you had perished out there, she replied. Su Mo shook his head, refraining from disclosing the dangers he had encountered. Come and see how much these materials are worth. He laid out the items. The hall permeated with a strong scent of blood. Baiyu's eyes lit up as she began to calculate on her computer. After half an hour, she looked at the figures. Indeed, 37 million. Su Mo inhaled deeply, excitement gleaming in his eyes. By the way, I have a few rings here. He produced several rings. Baiyu's pupils flickered with intrigue, but she refrained from questioning him. I won't appraise these just yet. They may contain other items. Once we open them with special methods, I will give you their value, she stated. Thank you, Sister Bai. No, I should be the one thanking you. Since meeting you, my performance has soared. Su Mo shook his head, remaining silent, knowing that Baiyu's clientele was certainly not limited to him. Sister Bai, do you have any recommended techniques, particularly for concealing one's aura? Upon hearing this, Baiyu's eyes widened. You haven't reached the Meridian Realm, have you? Su Mo shook his head. Not so quickly. I am merely preparing in advance while I have the funds. I cannot provide you with an answer today. The techniques for cultivation are of great significance, and I will search diligently for you. The same goes for the skills to hide one's aura. Your ability to consider these matters indicates that your experience is growing. I am truly pleased to see your progress. Baiyu glanced at Su Mo before transferring the funds to his warrior badge. This is an address. She handed him a piece of paper. Su Mo memorized it before turning to leave. Sister Bai, return early today. I have something for you to eat. You better mean something good, not something inappropriate. As she watched Su Mo's departing figure, Baiyu felt a weight lift from her heart. As long as that young lad is safe, all is well. The phone rang, its sound echoing through the air. Glancing at the unreliable brother calling, Baiyu instinctively considered hanging up, yet ultimately decided to answer. Sister, your little darling has drawn the attention of a python. Has he mentioned it to you? A wave of anxiety washed over Baiyu. Are you certain it's a python? Ever since I began watching the gate, my vision has only sharpened. Do you think I would misidentify it? I understand. Baiyu ended the call, returning to strategize concerning that troublesome boy. The python was known for its grudges. This lad could not afford to venture out carelessly again. Perhaps it would be best to eliminate the python? Baiyu's gaze flickered momentarily before she shook her head. Since Su Mo had chosen not to speak, he likely wished to handle the matter himself. Hello, old man. Baiyu, how's my soon-to-be disciple faring? He's alive and well, but today he wishes to acquire a mental cultivation method and a technique for concealing his aura. Oh, has he perhaps broken through to the Meridian Realm? Not yet, but I estimate it will be soon. His cultivation speed defies conventional understanding. How can someone who can reach the level of treading on snow in a second be considered simple? I will visit tomorrow. Bring him to meet me, but do not reveal my identity. Baiyu was taken aback upon hearing this. Very well, but you should provide him with ample funds. Otherwise, he may become suspicious. He currently possesses nearly 40 million. I am here to accept a disciple, not to gather wealth. Old man, you were not like this before. After hanging up, Baiyu took a deep breath to prepare herself. She had not anticipated that the old man would indeed come. At that moment, Su Mo returned home, freshened up, and gazed at the panel before him. Name, Su Mo. Age, 18 realm, 9th level warrior martial arts. Wave-cutting blade technique. High yellow grade 30,010,000. Proficiency. Minor achievement 10,000,30,000. Treading on snow. High yellow grade 10,000 50,000. Proficiency. Intermediate achievement 2,000,005,000,000. Vitality 5,000,000,100,000,000 kill points. 530,000. The kill points were just sufficient for him to break through to the Meridian Realm. He still needed to wait for the mental cultivation method. The stronger the method, the wider the meridians would expand, thus enhancing his power. If the method was not sufficiently potent, he could first focus on improving it. With 2 months remaining, a breakthrough to the Meridian realm was absolutely attainable. Suemo pondered if the protective gear he wore was what allowed the python to locate him so easily. That would be something to test later. After making his decision, Suemo began preparing dinner. Before long, Baiyu returned. I can smell something delicious. Now that you're back, wash your hands and come eat. Once seated, Baiyu looked at Suemo. Tomorrow, you will accompany me to meet someone. The mental cultivation method is rather unique, so be prepared for significant expenses. Thank you, Sister Baiyu. Suemo understood the effort Baiyu had invested, offering his gratitude with mere words. What shall we do? As the younger brother, wealth does not necessarily mean I will spend it on you, and strength does not guarantee I will lend it to you. Do you see any use in that? Bah! Not a single serious word escapes your lips. Who needs your strength? After exchanging playful banter, the two retreated to their respective rooms for the night. Suemo lay on his bed, swiftly drifting into a deep slumber, while Baiyu remained awake, sensing several figures outside. How intriguing! Within the confines of his room, Suemo opened his eyes and stealthily climbed out through the window, sending a message to Lu Shuetian. Faced with such an unexpected opportunity, Lu Shuetian was undoubtedly exhilarated. Suemo shifted his position, quietly concealing himself in the shadows. You two have come to eliminate Suemo. At this revelation, the 3 figures were struck with terror, nearly losing their composure. Who goes there? Step forward, the leader whispered. I too have come to kill Suemo. Upon hearing this, the 3 sighed in relief. Since we are of the same ilk, brothers should meet. You are not yet worthy to see me. The trio sensed the oppressive aura surrounding them, their expressions tightening. You go ahead. I shall provide cover. With steely resolve, they pried open the door. Upon entering, they turned left, proceeding to the innermost room. Chapter 26. Evidence Collection. Intimidation of Zhou Liang. The 3 individuals nodded in agreement and proceeded towards the innermost room on the left. Upon noticing a slight crack in the door, they felt a wave of relief as the faint moonlight illuminated a figure lying on the bed. It was undoubtedly Suemo. Upon entering, they unsheathed their daggers and lunged towards the bed in unison. Brother, something feels off. Suddenly, the door swung open with a thud. Liu Shuetian, Li Wuyo, and Zhang Dehai stood grinning at them. The 3 men felt as if the sky had fallen upon them at the sight of Lu Shuetian. A figure emerged from outside. Indeed, you've been quite obedient, Suemo jested. It's you. It was you. The man exclaimed upon seeing Suemo. Erlizi, you possess quite the audacity. Lu Shuetian remarked ominously, clearly recognizing the individual. Lugo, I was wrong. I dare not do so again. Someone offered us $1 million to do this. The man pleaded. A few days ago, I owed some loan sharks and had no choice. You can see I didn't harm him. Let's just consider this matter settled. Li Wuyo and Zhang Dehai swiftly approached, delivering a few punches, leaving the trio with fresh, swollen eyes. After capturing them, Lu Shuetian led them away, vanishing into the night. Suemo then turned back into the room. Not far down the road, Lu Shuetian turned back and rendered the 3 unconscious, binding them tightly. Shortly thereafter, they disembarked from the vehicle and hastened towards Suemo's location. While others played the tactic of diversion, these 3 were not so easily fooled. However, upon entering, they were left dumbfounded. The room was brightly lit. Suemo stood to the side, trembling and barely daring to breathe. A striking woman wielded a wooden stick, while a man lay on the floor, missing a tooth. Who gave you the courage to intrude into my room? With a resounding crash, both legs were brutally shattered. Suemo turned to the 3 men, who averted their gaze, thinking, damn it, this is not someone to provoke. I can certainly evade. The 3 men stepped outside for a smoke, but paused when they heard commotion within before finally entering. What a tragedy, hardly resembling a human being. Baiyu had already entered the room. Suemo crouched beside the man. Who sent you? The man turned his head defiantly, refusing to speak. TSK, ISNT this Zhou Liang? I know. The assassin remained motionless. Do you know who she is? A member of the Martial Artist Guild. Blood trickled as the assassin opened his mouth. He turned to Lu Shuetian, who did not recognize him, though it was evident that he recognized Lu Shuetian. She is indeed from the Martial Artists Guild, and her background is quite formidable. TSK. If she were to post your photo publicly, it would be one thing if you were alone. Death would be the worst of it. But if you have family TSK, if you have children, you might not even qualify for martial artist certification, relegated to scurrying in the shadows like a rat, too fearful to be accepted by any academy, abandoned by society, scorned by the masses. Do not doubt it. A girl can indeed rise to become the leader of a city's martial arts guild, and the power she wields is unimaginable. You might think, I was about to say, but before I could finish, he spoke up. It was Zhou Liang. He offered me 10 million to eliminate a young man, namely you. I possess video evidence of this. Upon hearing this, Su Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. Aren't individuals in your profession known for their integrity? How could you leave behind such incriminating evidence? Unlike others, we assassins often find ourselves targeted by our employers once we have resolved their issues. Thus, we must remain vigilant. So Mo felt silent, and upon seeing the USB drive produced by the man, he connected it to a computer, revealing the face he despised. After making a backup, Su Mo handed the USB to Lu Shuetian. Do not worry, little brother. Once the man was taken away, Baiyu emerged from the room and sat before Su Mo. Little brother, your sister is quite shaken. Would you like to keep her company while she sleeps? Su Mo was at a loss for words. Sister Bai, it seems you are rather exhilarated. Your innocence cannot be genuine, can it? Su Mo now harbored grave doubts about Baiyu's authenticity. Her excitement, while confronting that assassin, appeared far too genuine to be feigned. Baiyu lowered her head. I was just threatened, and you unjustly accuse me. It hurts my feelings. Yes, but perhaps with a bit more intensity. Baiyu playfully struck Su Mo. With a thud, he fell to the ground, and Baiyu gasped in surprise, having not exerted much force. Su Mo, are you all right? His complexion grew increasingly pale. Baiyu, on the verge of tears, finally twisted his thigh with all her might. Su Mo clutched his leg, grimacing. Haha, still pretending? I mastered this move long before you were even born. Watching Baiyu's retreating figure, Su Mo shook his head and returned to his room. Finally able to relax and sleep soundly, he retrieved a mobile phone from the drawer, opened it, and sent the previously captured video to someone, none other than Zhou Liang. Zhou Liang, residing in his apartment, hurriedly sat up upon hearing his phone ring. The video displayed precisely what Zhou Liang had proposed, an assassination plot against Su Mo. A chill ran down his spine. Who are you? The esteemed scion of the Zhou family resorting to hiring an assassin. How scandalous. That person named Su Mo seems to be a martial artist. Should this information spread? Zhou Liang's heart raced with fear as he read the threatening message. This was not the assassin he had commissioned. Who could it possibly be? Could it be the individual responsible for eliminating Shui, Bao, and Shui Hu? Zhou Liang suppressed his foreboding thoughts. Let us discuss your terms. Allow me a moment to ponder. Su Mo powered off the phone, removed the anonymous SIM card, and crushed the device in his hand. He then fell into a peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, Zhou Liang spent the night awake, staring blankly at his phone screen. The message he had sent transformed into a red exclamation mark, sending a wave of dread coursing through him. At this moment, Zhou Liang felt a chilling sensation in his limbs. Should his grandfather become aware of this predicament, the consequences would be dire within the Zhou family. No one dares to defy his grandfather's commands. Despite his utmost caution, he had still inadvertently recorded evidence of his dealings with the assassin. This particular assassin had collaborated with Zhou Liang on several occasions, and until now, no mishaps had occurred, which was precisely why he felt emboldened to show his face. Damn it! With a surge of frustration, Zhou Liang hurled his phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Since Su Mo's expulsion, he had already broken 3 phones. Su Mo, why? Why must you continue to live? Zhou Liang's low growl echoed within the room, akin to the roar of a wild beast. Suppressing the fury within, his mind gradually began to cool. An idea struck him. Given this individual's formidable capabilities and their acquaintance, perhaps he could offer a price to have Su Mo eliminated. Such meticulousness certainly aligned with those who danced on the edge of peril. Zhou Liang's eyes sparkled with anticipation at the thought of this person reaching out to him. Chapter 27. acknowledging the master, breaking through the meridian. The following day, Su Mo remained deep in slumber, while a silhouette stood by the bedside, observing the plump figure beneath the covers. Huh, who are you trying to scare? Bai teased, playfully inserting a lock of hair into Su Mo's ear. Stop messing around. In the next moment, Su Mo felt a heavy yet delicate object grasped in his hand, jolting awake with a start. No, you. Sister, you. Let me explain. After Bai exited Su Mo's room, she dusted off her hands. One of Su Mo's eyes was bruised, with the imprint of a palm glaring red upon his arm. After freshening up and having breakfast, Su Mo followed Bai to the Martial Artists Guild. Wait here for a moment, she instructed, as Su Mo stood outside a closed room. Shortly thereafter, Bai returned. Come in with me. Upon entering, Su Mo's gaze fell upon the imposing office chair, from which he could only discern a single leg. The occupant seemingly lost in contemplation over a document in hand. Bai stood silently beside him. This was the first time Su Mo had witnessed Bai's unusual tranquility. As the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly oppressive, time slipped away unnoticed. At last, the chair turned, revealing the visage of an elder, nearly 70, with a mane of white hair and scars etched upon his face, lending him an imposing and somewhat fearsome appearance, especially when a smile crept across his face. Reminiscent of a wild beast, it sent chills down one's spine. His gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon Su Mo, holding a document that was none other than Su Mo's own. Their eyes met, and an invisible pressure enveloped the room, descending upon Su Mo. He noticed Bai's lips moving, urging him to hold on with all his might. She would not harm him. He had never heard of a master testing one's resolve before selling a technique. As the pressure intensified, the elder's gaze gradually softened, revealing a hint of satisfaction. At this moment, Su Mo's back was drenched in sweat, and his body trembled slightly. Observing Su Mo's perseverance, the elder's smile broadened. Impossible to be an ordinary person, he is undoubtedly a being above the mundane. Su Mo's mind raced with speculation regarding the elder's identity. As time progressed, Bai took a deep breath, her eyes reflecting astonishment as she regarded Su Mo. This fellow had managed to endure for such an extended period, while the elder's imposing aura continued to swell. The pressure now surpassed that of the 5th level of meridian opening. Su Mo's trembling intensified, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks and pooling at his feet. Gradually, the elder retracted his imposing aura. Su Mo's spirit and vitality began to coalesce, feeling as though the elder's oppressive presence was refining his physical form. Once he regained his composure, Su Mo bowed in respect. Thank you. The elder's gaze shimmered with unmasked appreciation. Well done. Without my guidance, you have likely already discerned the essence of what lies ahead. Upon hearing this, Bai exhaled in relief, indicating that Su Mo had successfully withstood the elder's trial. Before him lay several volumes of profound teachings. The elderly man placed 3 tomes upon the table, gesturing for Su Mo to approach and peruse them. As Su Mo drew near, he beheld the titles, Ancient Will Sutra, Carefree Sutra, and Sculpting the Path Sutra. A moment of hesitation engulfed him as he contemplated the 3 texts. Trust your initial instinct. Follow your consciousness, echoed in his mind. With a deep breath and closed eyes, Su Mo ultimately selected the Sculpting the Path Sutra. Upon witnessing Su Mo's choice, Bai's pupils flickered with surprise, her lips parting slightly. The old man's expression mirrored her astonishment. Are you certain of your decision? He inquired. Sumonadi definitively. Then it is settled. The elderly man nodded in response, subsequently revealing another tome, Concealed Secrets, a high-grade, Xian-level text. Is this the technique you desire? Su Mo gazed at the high-grade Xian-level scripture and shook his head. He could not afford such an extravagant price, as Xian-level techniques often exceeded hundreds of millions. Take it. I have one condition, the elder stated. What is it? Su Mo asked. Become my disciple. Su Mo's gaze flickered. He remained uncertain of the elder's identity and origins. Yet, the mere act of casually presenting a Xian-level text suggested his significance. Coupled with Bai's prior mention of a means to introduce him as an examiner at the Northern Academy, it became apparent that the elder was affiliated with that institution, likely holding a position of great importance. Particularly noteworthy was how the elder had previously assisted him in refining his body, imparting the realization that excessive enhancement of one's strength was not as advantageous as it seemed. With such guidance in his cultivation journey, Su Mo recognized that he could avoid numerous pitfalls. After a moment of contemplation, he bowed respectfully. "I pay my respects, master." The elder erupted into hearty laughter. "I presume you have deduced my identity. I hail from a northern academy, and the matters promised by Xiao Yu are entirely within my purview. Once you arrive at the Northern Academy, we shall meet again. For our first encounter, I present you with a gift." He produced a storage ring, sizable enough to hold 100 meters, and a weapon forged from mystic iron, categorized as a high-grade, Shin-level armament. "This should suffice for your needs. I look forward to our second meeting." With that, the elder clasped his hands behind his back and vanished from the room. Su Mo was left in a whirlwind of questions. "Do not inquire. I shall reveal nothing, save to say that you have struck gold," Bai Yu remarked. "This room is secluded. Examine the techniques you hold." As Bai Yu departed, Su Mo perused the Sculpting the Path Sutra, his gaze shifting as he grasped the formidable challenge of mastering this technique. Upon reaching the Transcendence realm, one could awaken attributes, and this particular sutra had the potential to shape one's unique attributes. Furthermore, once cultivated, it would continuously refine the physical body. However, a significant risk loomed. A moment of carelessness could lead to catastrophic failure. After Bai Yu exited into another chamber, she inquired, "Master, did you anticipate he would select that particular technique?" The elder shook his head. "What if he fails to cultivate it successfully? Mastering treading snow in a heartbeat, should he lack the aptitude to succeed with the Sculpting the Path Sutra, then no one would. Let him navigate these challenges. It will serve to temper his resolve." "Understood, master," Bai Yu replied. The figure of the old man flickered and vanished without a trace. Bai Yu's eyes shimmered with envy. At this moment, Su Mo gazed intently at the system panel. Name, Su Mo. Age, 18 realm. 9th level martial artist mental method. Shaping Dao formula, 0-10,000. Martial arts. Wave cutting blade technique, yellow level. High quality 30,000 1000000. Proficiency. Minor achievement 1000003000000. Snow treading, yellow level. High quality 10,000 50,000. Proficiency. Intermediate achievement 2000005000000. Concealment formula, mystic level. Upper quality 01000000. Proficiency 01000000. Vitality 5000001000000. Killing points 530000. Su Mo first allocated 10,000 killing points to the Shaping Dao formula, elevating it to the first level, simultaneously gaining deeper insights into the opening of meridians. However, it was peculiar that the Shaping Dao formula did not indicate its level. Thus, the next step will be to choose to break through to the meridian realm. Chapter 28. Discovering the metal, obtaining evidence. Su Mo took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement within him. He had reached the meridian opening realm. As the 50,000 slaughter points dissipated, he felt the Su Dao technique operating continuously, his physical strength rapidly enhancing. One of the 8 extraordinary meridians had been opened, and a formidable aura enveloped him. A tempest swirled within the room. Upon opening his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickered within them. At this moment, he had successfully transcended into the meridian opening realm. Just over half a month ago, he was a mere wretch, ridiculed by all, unable to surpass a blood value of 20, and earning a meager wage that was lower than others for odd jobs, as no one would employ him otherwise. Yet within this brief span, he had transformed into a being of the meridian opening realm, capable of earning tens of millions in a single day. Once he had composed himself, he gazed at the floating panel before him. Name, Su Mo. Age, 18 realm. Meridian opening, first layer mental technique. Su Dao technique, first layer, 10,000 1000000. Martial skills, layered wave blade technique, yellow grade. High quality 30,000 1000000. Proficiency, Minor accomplishment 1000003000000. Snow treading, yellow grade. High quality 10,000, 50,000. Proficiency. Intermediate accomplishment 20000050000. Concealment technique, Xian grade. Upper quality 01000000. Proficiency 01000000. Blood value 1,000,000 3,000,000 slaughter points. 20,000 to advance to the second layer of meridian opening. 200,000 slaughter points were required, which left Su Mo astounded. Particularly, the elevation of the Su Dao technique to the second layer necessitated 1,000,000 slaughter points, intensifying the pressure he felt. Those slaughter points seemed quite inadequate. He pondered whether the serpent in the wild had departed. Now, his master had provided him with a mysterious iron blade and a space of 100 cubic meters, ample for his use. Were he to purchase these items, he couldn't fathom the cost. However, many mental techniques could not be acquired simply with money. Even the one his master had given him was merely a copy. After perusing it, the book had been destroyed, as had all other martial skills and techniques. Upon seeing Su Mo emerge, Bai Yu approached him, noticing the profound transformation in his aura. This lad would undoubtedly captivate countless women in the future. He was handsome, and his talents were exceptional. Finally, he has chosen to emerge. I thought you had perished in that room. He insist, Su Mo sight. How could I bear to die when such a beautiful woman as Sister Bai Yu remains unattained? Tut, you cheeky rascal, your tongue has grown sharper. Isn't that something you learned from Sister Bai Yu? Where are you off to? Bai Yu inquired as she noticed Su Mo preparing to leave. I have some matters to attend to. Bai Yu ceased her questioning and instead took out her phone. Old man, he may have succeeded in his cultivation. What did you say? A voice filled with astonishment emerged from the phone. I sense he has indeed succeeded. However, it cannot be confirmed yet. I have not inquired further. If he succeeds in his cultivation so swiftly, I could truly have stumbled upon a treasure. After Su Mo departed, he located the address provided by Bai Yu. Gazing intently at the place, Su Mo narrowed his eyes. Hey, handsome, how about a set for just 300? Come on, 250. I want to charge you. I'll even pay you 200. As Su Mo stood there momentarily, 3 individuals approached him, eager to peddle their wares. Ignoring them, he turned to leave. In the next instant, he found himself cornered in an alley. Kid, I see you fixated on that spot for quite a while. Who sent you? Speak up. Hurry. Or else, sir, brother, father, ancestor, I was wrong. I truly erred. Please spare me. I have a 100-year-old wife and a 70-year-old daughter. If I don't return, my wife will take to the bed. Su Mo observed these people with a perplexed expression. What sort of individuals reside at this address? Just moments ago, one was weeping, but upon seeing the address, their demeanor shifted. Oh, brother, isn't this where you live? Exclaimed one with swollen eyes. Damn it, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Oh, so this is your residence. Casually, Su Mo pried off a brick, revealing a cruel smile. Please, brother, if you have any explanations, I will see to it. Su Mo displayed a photo on his phone, revealing Su Yao's image. Then he flipped to an emblem resembling a medal. Familiar. Isn't it? Brother, what are you saying? What is this? Bang! A sharp sound echoed as blood flowed down from the top of his head. Brother, please stop, please. I was wrong, I know, I understand. I did indeed introduce a client to this young lady. Although these individuals appeared spineless, they were in fact quite cunning, and Su Mo was aware of this. Who did you introduce? We cannot disclose that. Su Mo took a deep breath. Hey, Luga, do you want some results? Little brother, you're not deceiving me. Is there truly such good fortune? 3 men attempted to rob me, and I subdued them. When Li Wuyo and Zhang Dehai arrived and spotted Su Mo, they greeted him. You're impressive. Seeing the bruised individuals, Zhang Dehai gave a thumbs up. 3 Tiao sensed an ominous premonition watching Li Wuyo and Zhang Dehai treat Su Mo with such deference. Little brother, would you like to join us? We know his boss, Sumonadith. Upon returning to the safety management office, he stared oddly at the person across from him, who bore an expression of helplessness. On the table lay a medal, the very one sold by Su Yao. This is how one gets things done. Eventually, this individual produced a phone displaying Su Yao's voice and the transaction records between 2 parties. Su Mo departed with the medal in hand. Luga, thank you. I'll treat you all to a meal in a couple of days. As for the remaining matters, I'll leave them to you. Since they were already acquainted, Su Mo chose not to intervene further. After all, Brother Liu had extended him considerable assistance, and it would be ungracious to complicate Liu's situation. Brother Liu, your companion appears quite proud, remarked one. Indeed, if I were to break through as a martial artist at the age of 18, not merely at the first level, I would be even more arrogant. I would stride with such confidence that even the birds would hold their heads high in my presence. Upon hearing this, Sun Ye's heart tightened as he gazed at Su Mo's retreating figure, his face betraying a look of astonishment. Thank you, Brother Liu. Perhaps you should consider changing your subordinates. Sun Ye nodded, already contemplating such a course of action without needing further encouragement. As one of the heads of the underground black market, you should understand the value of such individuals. He has the potential to break through to the Meridian realm by the age of 19. Sun Ye's pupils constricted sharply as he took a deep breath, slowly exhaling. I know what must be done. I shall remain silent on this matter, and he has never set foot in the black market. I will also prepare a record of any information concerning him for you, Brother Liu. Liu Shuetian nodded in approval, recognizing the wisdom in Sun Ye's approach, his ability to discern priorities. The intricacies of the black market were formidable. Even he could not afford to meddle recklessly. His collaborations with Sun Ye had often yielded favorable results. Given Su Mo's courtesy, he felt compelled to assist in addressing some subsequent matters on Su Mo's behalf. Chapter 29. Spending 50 million, Su Yao breaks through as a warrior. With a medal in hand and evidence of Su Yao's illicit dealing secured, this single condition was enough to entice her to indulge. She anticipated surprising Su Yao and hoped it wouldn't be too shocking. Su Mo removed his protective gear and stowed it within his storage ring, intending to take another stroll outside the city. The outskirts were teeming with monstrous beasts, offering ample opportunities to accumulate kill points. Relying on the mutated creatures within the city could take an eternity. Upon seeing Su Mo, Bai Xiu wore a peculiar expression. You're heading out again? Of course. What else would I do inside the city? Su Mo retorted. Bai Xiu gave a thumbs up, refraining from further inquiries. Just be cautious. After you left the other day, a python appeared. Upon hearing this, Su Mo's attention peaked. He scrutinized Bai Xiu, who, clad in armor, exuded an air of authority. Having not observed him closely before, he now noticed a slight resemblance to a girl he knew, albeit she was like a blooming flower, while he appeared rather delicate. Get lost, hurry up. Bai Xiu detested being compared to something delicate. Were it not for his armor, he would show them what true intimidation looked like. Once outside the city, Su Mo swiftly advanced, yet found no trace of the python. That formidable beast had proven too powerful. It had survived an encounter with an eagle previously. Thus, Su Mo commenced a relentless sweep of the outer perimeter, slayed 1,000 mutated fire ants, earning 15,000 kill points, slayed a mutated black bear, earning 9,000 kill points, slayed a man-faced venomous spider, earning 8,000 kill points. Su Mo continued his relentless assault on the outskirts, where corpses lay strewn across the ground, bones piled high. He moved like an unyielding machine, seemingly impervious to fatigue. Many hunters venturing out from the city were taken aback by the carnage, initially believing a powerful beast was on the prowl. However, their searches yielded no evidence of such creatures. A sense of horror washed over many warriors exiting the city. What on earth had transpired? As night descended, their expressions shifted to one of excitement, for they had stumbled upon numerous spoils. They also received even more shocking news. Within a 30-mile radius, not a single beast could be found. Slayed a second-tier, first-level beast, earning 100,000 kill points. As a Pulse Realm first-tier beast fell at Su Mo's feet, he inhaled deeply and gazed upward at the darkening sky. After clearing the battlefield, he vanished without a trace. When Su Mo returned to the city, twilight had settled, and he felt a sense of relief. At that moment, Bai Xiu stood at the guard post with his phone in hand, his eyes reflecting a mix of peculiarity, shock, and disbelief. Upon seeing Su Mo's return, he rose, swallowing hard. You should definitely check the Northern District Warriors Forum. Su Mo nodded, acknowledging the advice, and turned towards the city in need of rest. After a day of intense combat, even having broken through to the Pulse realm, he felt weary. Meanwhile, within the Warrior Guild, Bayu also held her phone, her expression mirroring shock as she absorbed the information displayed before her. In the security management office, Liu Shiwiqian gazed at the martial artist forum, his throat tightening and his spirit quaking. At that moment, an absurd feeling surged within him. This was indeed exaggerated. In the black market, Sun Yi observed the martial artist's forum with a grave expression, his astonishment barely concealed in his eyes. Upon returning to the martial guild, Suemo plopped down onto a seat. Bayu poured him a cup of tea, which he drank in one go, then handed her the storage ring. Bayu, accustomed to the task, took 2 hours to finish the inventory. This time, the materials were all of low grade, containing only 10 second-tier items, totaling 24 million. The last time you provided me with a storage ring, it contained nothing of significant value, amounting to only 3 million in total. All right, Suemo readily agreed, ultimately selling even the 1 cubic meter storage ring. Observing the balance of 66,740,000 in his martial badge, a smile crept onto Sumo's lips. After enduring such hardship, he finally reaped the rewards. Now he possessed a mental cultivation method, a technique to conceal his aura, and sufficient supplies of the Shantian blade. Even the folding wave blade technique was ample for his training, as was the treading snow technique. To hunt beasts outside the city, he required some restorative pills to ensure his survival in the face of danger. Sister Yu, do you have any restorative pills? Yes, the recovery pill, a second-tier medicine, priced at 10 million each. I'll take 5. Suemo decided to purchase 5 recovery pills in one go. Upon hearing this, Bayu retrieved a jade box from a distant room. Originally, this box would cost you 3 million, but seeing as you're spending 50 million in one go, I want to charge you 3 million for this shabby item. This is crafted from special jade, specifically designed for storing pills. There are even higher grade jade bottles, priced at 500 million each. Then forget it. I find this quite satisfactory. It suits my needs. Suemo would not admit he was short on funds. You'd best check the Northern District Martial Artists Forum when you return home. A peculiar glint flickered in Sumo's eyes. Baishio had previously warned him about it. All right, I'll head back now. I want to stay for dinner today. He waved his hand and turned to leave. Once home and refreshed, he took out his phone and downloaded the Northern District Martial Artists Forum. He had registered before, but due to his stagnant vitality, he felt discomfort seeing the powerful martial artist there. Thus, he uninstalled it to avoid distress. Upon logging in, he saw a post dominating the top spot. Who says our human race lacks emperors? One person, one sword, slaughters beasts across 30 miles. Below were several images. The first depicting a hillside scattered with beast carcasses, along with a blurry picture of a figure wielding a Shantian blade surrounded by the remains of beasts. Suemo recognized that indistinct figure as himself. The comments below were bustling with activity. Reward for finding my husband. After a quarrel, he left with a Shantian blade and hasn't returned since. A reward of 10 million for his return. Sister, the child behind you is crying from hunger. Hurry and feed the baby. When did I become so powerful? Let me have beautiful companions daily, and I'll gladly spend endless riches. My urine appears yellow. Allow me to take care of it. Excuse me upstairs, having just used 10 bottles of laxative. Watch as I produce a substantial result. Suemo glanced briefly before shifting his focus to other posts. In B3-26, a crocodile breeding farm experienced a mutation resulting in 46 casualties, ultimately subdued. Accompanied by images, several individuals stand before the slain crocodiles, the breeding grounds behind them stained crimson, creating a rather macabre and chilling sight. With just 2 months until the martial arts examination, it remains uncertain whether anyone from Zone Z will gain access to the Northern Academy. To date, there have been no reports of young martial artists emerging from Zone Z, making the situation precarious. Last year, not a single individual from Zone Z entered the Northern Academy. Enduring ridicule from other zones for an extended period, it is unclear when this predicament will conclude. Recent news suggests that the Tentai has produced a martial artist. A striking young woman at that. Is it true? If she insists on marrying no one but me, what should I do? Wake up, my brother. Stop dreaming. Reality cannot be evaded. It costs $15 an hour. We are merely online friends. You have overstepped your bounds. Chapter 30. The City Lord wishes to meet Su Mo. Upon seeing this, Su Mo's gaze flickered momentarily. It appeared that Su Yao had indeed transcended to a martial artist. This revelation sparked a flicker of anticipation within him, as he hoped to savor her final moments of brilliance. Among the 10 top students, Principal Fong Jingyu regarded the demure girl across from him with a glint of astonishment. Excellent. With merely 2 months remaining until the martial examination, you have already achieved this breakthrough. There may yet be a chance for further advancement. I understand, and I shall continue to strive diligently, she replied. Here is a martial arts manual, and this 1 million is a reward from the school for your achievements. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know. Su Yao nodded in acknowledgement. Upon returning to the classroom, Su Yao lifted her head slightly and surveyed her classmates, a hint of pride gleaming in her eyes. What was there to be proud of? Her younger brother had already surpassed the martial artist threshold, as the sister, achieving this only now seemed rather trivial. Who could tell what means she had employed to obtain the resources for a breakthrough? Rumor had it that she had secretly sold a house, with the property deed still bearing Su Mo's name. Thus, it became clear why Zhang Dehai and Li Wuyo had visited previously. One would not have expected such circumstances. Her brother had worked to assist her, yet she was ungrateful. Consumed by indignation upon hearing these remarks, Su Yao felt a surge of anger within her. Do you all wish to leave the class? Zhou Yang casually interjected from his seat. At his words, a hush fell over the group. Heads bowed. They averted their gazes to their books, too intimidated to respond. Zhou Yang took a seat beside Su Yao. Now that you have become a martial artist, we can proceed with our plan to prevent any unforeseen events. Agreed, Su Yao replied without a second thought. As long as Su Mo were to perish, her blemish would vanish, allowing her future to flourish boundlessly. Zhou Yang retrieved his phone. The individual who had previously threatened him had since fallen silent. Putting his phone away, he shifted his gaze to Wu Qiu behind him. Are you prepared? Wu Qiu took a deep breath, her eyes betraying her inner turmoil as she considered Zhou Yang's terms. Very well. Starting tomorrow, there must not be the slightest error. I have arranged everything else. Following this event, someone would provide her with plastic surgery, and he would ensure she received 30 million, leveraging connections to secure her entry into a reputable institution. Upon hearing these conditions, Wu Qiu nodded in agreement. Su Yao regarded her with disdain. She found herself looking down upon Wu Qiu. To agree to such terms for 30 million was rather pitiful. Tomorrow, I shall first verify my status as a martial artist, which will further substantiate the authenticity of the claims. Zhou Yang nodded in affirmation. At this moment, Su Mo was in his room, intently examining the panel before him. Name, Su Mo. Age, 18 realm. First level of meridian opening mental method. First level of path sculpting technique, 10,000 martial skills. Layered wave blade technique. High quality yellow tier 30,000 proficiency. Minor success 100,030,000. Treading on snow. High quality yellow tier 10,000 50,000 proficiency. Intermediate success 200,005,000. Concealment technique. Upper grade profound tier 0100000. Proficiency 0100000. Vitality 1 million 3 million kill points. 310,000. He had swept away all the beasts within 30 kilometers outside the city and had only acquired 3,100,000 kill points. If he ventured deeper, encountering a python could complicate his escape. Last time, fortune favored him. Even with the system, he could not afford to be reckless. He decided to focus on enhancing his strength first. By adding 200 kill points to his vitality, Su Mo opened another meridian, marking his breakthrough to the second level of meridian opening. Observing his remaining kill points, Su Mo opted to invest them in the path sculpting technique. 99,000 kill points vanished, propelling the technique to the second level. He sensed a subtle energy entering his body as the technique operated, a warm sensation enveloping him. Could this be the spiritual energy concealed within the heavens and the earth? To think that one could absorb spiritual energy at the meridian opening realm. It must be an incredibly powerful technique to do so before transcending the mortal realm. With 11,000 kill points remaining, he directly allocated them to the proficiency of the concealment technique. Name, Su Mo Age. 18 realm. Second level of meridian opening mental method. Second level of path sculpting technique. 1,030,000. Martial skills. Layered wave blade technique. High quality yellow tier 30,000. Proficiency. Minor success 1,000,000,3,000,000. Treading on snow. High quality yellow tier 10,000 50,000. Proficiency. Intermediate success 2,000,000,5,000,000. Concealment technique. Upper grade profound tier 0,1,000,000. Proficiency. Minor success 1,1,000,005,000,000. Vitality 3,000,000,000. 6,000,000,000 kill points. 0 upon witnessing his kill points reduced to 0. Su Mo took a deep breath and turned towards the External Security Management Office. Aside from acquiring kill points and materials, today had bestowed upon him something extraordinary. After locating Lu Shuetian, the three of them regarded Su Mo with peculiar gazes, examining him from top to bottom. Brother Su, have you broken through to the meridian opening realm? Su Mo merely smiled without responding. The three of them gasped in astonishment. Zhang Dehai and Li Wuyu exchanged glances with Su Mo, their expressions shifting from politeness to respect. We are brothers, no need for formality. You have assisted me greatly, and I wish to return the favor. Su Mo produced a vial containing a liquid resembling water, though slightly more viscous. Prepare a few vials. Lu Shuetian seemed to recall something and fetched the vials. Su Mo distributed a portion to the three of them. Sensing the pure energy, the three individuals gazed at one another with a mixture of greed, excitement, and exhilaration. Even Lu Shuetian, whose complexion was typically dark, flushed with emotion. Spiritual liquid. How astonishing that Brother Su had acquired it. They had obtained it in the wild today. The trio quickly concealed themselves. Brother Su, we are indebted to you. Zhang Dehai and Li Wuyo fervently nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with gratitude as they regarded Su Mo. They vowed that should he require assistance, they would traverse mountains or traverse flames for him. Having been stagnated at the 9th level of martial arts for numerous years, this spiritual liquid could enable them to break through to the meridian realm. Such treasures are rare and elusive. Even a droplet the size of a thumb could fetch over 100 million, and that is if one could even procure it. Currently, they possessed around 20 droplets each. Indeed, Brother Su, there is someone who wishes for me to investigate you. Would you care to meet them? Who? The Lord of Z9 City. Su Mo contemplated this. Brother Su, do you trust me? He was asked. Su Mo nodded. Then let us meet. It would greatly benefit you. Even if you wish to eradicate the Zhou family, I am certain he would be more than willing to assist you. In that case, I shall heed Brother Lu's advice and meet tomorrow. Su Mo thought it wise to familiarize himself beforehand. By the time Su Mo departed from the Safety Management Office, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Upon returning home, he found Bayu seated on the sofa in her pajamas, gazing at the television, her head bobbing slightly. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she turned to Su Mo. Ah, the forger has returned. Chapter 31. Meeting the city, Lord the Post from the Warrior Guild stirred quite a commotion. Su Mo shook his head, dismissing Bayu's teasing. He produced a vial and placed it before her. You take half and leave me the other half. Bayu gazed at the item with astonishment. Where did you acquire this? Outside the city. The succinct response caused a shift in Bayu's demeanor. You truly have no fear of death out there. Such items are guarded by highly intelligent demonic beasts. I was fortunate. It was merely a pulse realm beast. Bayu opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. I have no use for it. It's of no benefit to me. Upon hearing this, Su Mo's pupils constricted. Bayu is not one to lie, indicating that this spiritual liquid indeed held no value for her. What level of strength has she attained? The divine aperture realm? She appeared to be merely 3 or 4 years his senior. Since Bayu had no interest, Su Mo could not press the matter further. Have you found the warrior medal? Su Mo nodded. Did you see the forum? Someone from the top 10 has broken through to the warrior rank. She is likely to come to the warrior guild for verification tomorrow. A playful smile graced Bai Yu's lips. Would you like to come and see? I won't be attending. I have a guest to meet tomorrow. Bai Yu nodded, recognizing that Su Mo had his own matters to attend to, and she ceased her inquiries. Early the next morning, Su Mo sought out Lu Xuetian. Arriving at the drunken immortal pavilion, he entered the same private room as before. Inside sat a middle-aged figure, who nodded upon seeing Lu Xuetian enter. This must be Su Mo. Indeed, heroes emerge from the young. Su Mo's gaze sharpened as he noticed the resemblance between the city lord and Lu Xuetian. This is my elder brother. There is no need for formality. Upon hearing this, waves of emotion surged within Su Mo. The city lord was actually Lu Xuetian's elder brother. No wonder Lu Xuetian had such an extensive network. Even those from the black market treated him with such courtesy, given this familial connection. Please take a seat. Xiao Tian has informed me about your matters in advance. Su Mo nodded. Since Xiao Tian calls you brother, I shall take the liberty to address you as elder brother. Brother Lu, you are too kind. It is I who feel honored. Ha ha, Su Mo, you remain unaware of your own worth. It is I who am honored. We are all brothers here. No need for formality. Lu Xuetian added some dishes to the table, and the atmosphere within the private room grew increasingly vibrant. Su Mo led the way, with Lu Xuetian following closely beside Lu Xuedao. You have matured. Lu Xuetian felt an odd sensation. He was nearing 30, yet he was being told he had grown up. Take good care of him. In the future, our Zone Z may very well depend on him. Lu Xuetian nodded. Recently, there are those who wish to frame him. He is fully capable of handling it himself, but you should still leverage your connections, as you are the leader of this city. I cannot intervene. Lu Xuetian's eyes widened with surprise. A significant figure has visited. I was uncertain before, but now I can confirm it was for Su Mo's sake. Perhaps Su Mo has already caught their attention. These events are also a means of testing him. Cultivation, mindset, opportunity, and luck are all indispensable. If I were to intervene, no issues would arise, and Su Mo would not consent. Otherwise, he would not permit that group of clowns to prance about. He is likely awaiting the martial arts examination, at which point everything will come to a conclusion. However, I will investigate certain matters and relay the information to you in due course. Lu Xuedao patted Lu Xuetian on the shoulder before departing. As the lord of the city, he was burdened with an endless array of responsibilities. Within the Martial Artists Guild, Su Yao gazed at the instrument displaying a value of 205, her expression suffused with exhilaration. She had finally transcended to the rank of martial artist. Congratulations on your ascension to martial artist, an 18-year-old with a boundless future, remarked the technician, his face alight with joy. Thank you. After the two exited the room, Bai Yu had returned from outside. President, this young lady named Su Yao has achieved the status of martial artist at the age of 18, with a vitality score of 205. Upon seeing Bai Yu, Su Yao's smile gradually faded. She had sold her house to this woman, initially believing her to be an ordinary guild member, only to discover she was the president. Suppressing her discontent to avoid detection, she knew she could not afford to offend such a person. Bai Yu regarded Su Yao with a scrutinizing gaze. This woman had certainly consumed her fair share of vitality-enhancing pills. That insufferable brat had nearly reached a vitality score of 400 during his first verification. By comparison, Su Yao appeared rather lackluster. Su Mo had never procured vitality-enhancing pills. Congratulations. Thank you. President, have the investigations yielded any results? None yet. The information may be false. Who would have the audacity to steal and sell the medals issued by our Martial Artists Guild? If discovered, both martial artists and those in the Meridian and Divine Aperture realms would face dire consequences. Su Yao's complexion turned ashen, her breath faltering. A chill coursed down her spine. Miss Su Yao, are you unwell? I am fine. I still wish to purchase some vitality-enhancing pills. 100,000 each. How many do you wish to buy? 15. Bai Yu nodded, instructing others to retrieve 15 pills. After a deduction of 150,000, Su Yao was eager to depart hastily, fearful of being unmasked. The attendant, witnessing her retreating figure, wore a smirk the earlier joy now replaced with derision. President, how did I perform just now? Not bad. Your salary will be increased by 100,000 this month. Thank you, President. After concluding her business, Bai took out her phone and posted on the martial artist forum. Recent news has surfaced that someone has stolen and sold the medals issued by our martial artist guild. Assist us in uncovering the perpetrator, and a reward of 100 million awaits. After posting, Bai's lips curled into a smile. I am astounded by the audacity. Daring to auction off medals? Who is this? Such boldness is truly unprecedented. It is akin to dancing before the king of hell. The brothers upstairs may find themselves in the king of hell's sights. Have you not noticed the reward? 100 million, if it were bestowed upon me. I cannot fathom the extent of my joy. In no time, the post ascended to the second position. The most prominent post remains that of a lone warrior, slaying demon beasts 30 miles beyond the city's borders. Bai casually scrolled through, encountering numerous replies below. Darling, slaying demon beasts is exhausting. Come to my side, and I shall offer you 10 million a month. This is my man. I only quarreled with him for a moment. Little did I expect to inadvertently reveal my prowess. Does this gentleman have a penchant for men? A wretched homosexual, perish. Brother, could it be that you two fancy men? Pray, do take a look at me. Damn, yet another homosexual has emerged. I am the emperor. Summon someone to drag these two away for castration. Bai shook her head. Merely a vague silhouette had incited such frenzy among so many women. In this world plagued by demon-beast invasions, who would not yearn for a formidable protector? The voice of the attendant resonated behind Bai. Sumo's younger brother is indeed quite popular. I wonder if he has a girlfriend? If he were my boyfriend, I would serve him with warm and cold water each day. Bai. Chapter 32. A shocking revelation. This man actually. After departing from the warrior guild, Su Yao finally felt her anxious heart settle. However, the news had already spread, and Su Mo was aware that their parents had left behind a warrior medal. What if he discovered this and reported it to the warrior guild? Su Yao took out her phone, dialed a number, and then hung up. No, she couldn't inform Zhou Liang. He was oblivious to what she had illicitly sold. Yet, the person was introduced by Zhou Liang and would undoubtedly disclose it to him. After much internal conflict, Su Yao ultimately decided to make the call. Zhou Liang, the person you introduced to me won't encounter any issues, right? Rest assured about my introductions. The black market has its rules, and they would never betray their employer's information. Hearing this, Su Yao finally felt a sense of relief. In his apartment, Zhou Liang perused the information on the forum. Su Yao, you truly are something, he mused, recalling that he had indeed been unaware of what Su Yao had sold. This was the nature of the black market. Now, seeing the post from the warrior guild, he was curious about who possessed such audacity. Just then, Su Yao called him, and he confirmed it was her. But did Su Mo's parents truly possess a medal? It seemed that once this matter concluded, he would have to expel Su Yao. Otherwise, she would remain a liability. This woman was too foolish, lacking discernment, and was easily manipulated. Zhou Liang had also broken through to become a warrior, though he had not publicized it. Everyone assumed his vitality was still at 190. There was only one genius in Zone Z, and that was him, Zhou Liang. If the truth about Su Yao were to be revealed during the martial examination, a sinister smile crept onto his lips. Meanwhile, Su Mo was on his way back with Lu Xuetian when Zhang Dehai pulled out his phone. Quick, look! The Warrior Guild has posted about someone selling warrior medals. Su Mo took the phone, glanced at it, and his expression remained unchanged. Below, there was also a post from the Lord of City Z. Obtaining a warrior medal is a sign of contribution to the city. The Lord's office will cooperate with the Warrior Guild to investigate such treacherous individuals. Support the Lord. If anyone discovers anything, inform me, and I shall relay it to the Warrior Guild. Brother, your schemes are evident. Various replies followed, mostly from onlookers. Investigating such matters was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Su Mo returned the phone to Zhang Dehai. Sumo, many women are vying to be your girlfriend, offering exorbitant prices. The highest is now 100 million a month. Su Mo smiled faintly upon hearing this. He had little interest in such matters and would rather slay a few demon beasts to enhance his strength. The meridian opening realm was still insufficient. One serpent had left him helpless. forcing him to avoid confrontation. One day, he would slay that serpent. Upon returning to his residence, Su Mo discovered someone waiting for him, an individual with an air of arrogance, particularly highlighted by the warrior medal pinned to their chest. Only warriors could obtain such an item, serving as a symbol of identity. This is merely a display of arrogance. I have matters to discuss with you. What matters? Let us go inside to talk. You are not worthy to enter. If you refuse to speak, then be gone. Su Mo, I have already transcended to the realm of martial artists. After waiting for more than a month, I will be able to enter the Northern Courtyard, and our disparity will only grow. And you? You are merely an expelled student without enrollment. Even if you become a martial artist, no academy will accept you. If you plead with me, once I enter the Northern Courtyard, I can use my connections to help you gain admission to another academy. A look of disdain flickered in Sumo's eyes. Indeed, after breaking through to become a martial artist, her mind remained as foolish as ever. So, I am to curry favor with you? Su Yao scoffed. I am your elder sister and do not wish to see you fall into decline. I want to lend you a hand. Oh, I should be grateful to you then. What should I do? Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Su Yao let out a quiet sigh of relief. You are also a martial artist, capable of hunting fierce beasts, collecting materials to sell. My innate talent surpasses yours, and with the Northern Courtyard-esque training, my strength will increase at a faster pace. Are you suggesting that I hunt beasts to earn money for you? Su Yao nodded. Who is to blame for my lack of enrollment? Su Yao hesitated. Back then, your blood vitality could not surpass 20. Besides, 10,000 yuan is not an insignificant sum for me. Did I not give you 2,000? You have not lost out. Su Mo silently cursed her as a fool. How could she be so self-centered? Yet, she had to seek justice for their parents. Now is not the right time. There was still over a month left, so she would allow her to prance about for a while longer. Leave now. Your presence irritates me. If you come looking for me again, I shall eliminate you. Su Mo, I'm also a martial artist now. Do you think I am afraid of you? Su Mo suddenly recalled something. Where's my parents' martial artist medal? Show it to me. At the mention of the martial artist medal, Su Yao's expression tightened. That was given to me by our parents. Why should I give it to you? You haven't stolen it to sell, have you? Su Mo narrowed her eyes. Oh, Su Yao, do you want me to report you to the Martial Artist Association? Go ahead, report me if you wish. You know that if you lack evidence and accuse me falsely, you will face severe consequences. Sumo's expression changed. Since you refuse to agree, let us wait and see. Su Yao had initially intended to wait for Su Mo to acquiesce, then to further persuade her, preventing her from speaking out. She did not expect Su Mo to outright reject her demands. We shall proceed according to Zhou Yang's plan. If Su Mo were to perish, no one would know of their parents' medals, and her own matters could be concealed. At worst, after being admitted to the Northern Courtyard and gaining strength, she could earn money to redeem it later. By then, those in the black market would surely seek to curry favor with her. In light of this, it would be better to announce her breakthrough. Perhaps those in the black market would approach her voluntarily. They would surely wish to ingratiate themselves with such a prodigy. Su Yao silently congratulated herself on her cleverness. Su Mo observed Su Yao's noticeably lighter steps with surprise. She truly was unwell. One could only wonder what reckless scheme she would concoct next. As Su Mo was about to turn and enter, a voice suddenly rang out from the entrance. Su Mo, you beast, so it is here that you hide. Upon hearing the voice, Su Mo turned his head and, upon seeing the speaker, a smirk of derision graced his lips. Everyone, come and witness this ungrateful wretch. With Wu Qiu's bellow, a throng of passers-by surged forth, for there is no lack of curiosity among the crowd. You despicable creature. How dare you linger here? I have finally tracked you down, so this is where you conceal yourself. Come and see. It is this beast who drugged me and committed those shameless acts against me. I once had a brighter youth, all of which has been squandered by this fiend. Many onlookers hurriedly recorded the scene, capturing videos to share on the Northern District Warriors Forum. A sensational revelation. This man has committed such deeds. Chapter 33. As long as Su Mo is dead, no one will clear his name. Su Mo narrowed his eyes, fully aware that these individuals would slander him. Yet he did not anticipate their swift arrival. Remarkably, the accuser was none other than Wu Qiu, who had always harbored disdain for him. Many onlookers glared at Su Mo with righteous indignation. Allow me to introduce him. He is a student expelled from the prestigious 10th High, known as Su Mo. In my ignorance, I agreed to assist him when he requested help, only to find myself incapacitated after accepting a bottle of water from him. Subsequently, he subjected me to unspeakable acts. What is even more reprehensible is that after the fact, he denied his responsibility, forbidding me from speaking out and threatening my life should I dare to reveal the truth. I have endured this torment for far too long, only to discover that I am with child. In response, he dragged me to the hospital. At this moment, she produced a test report bearing Su Mo's signature. After his expulsion, this is the chat record he sent me. She retrieved her phone, displaying the conversation for all to see. Transfer me some money, or I will disclose everything that transpired. Wu Qiu, I possess video evidence from that time. If you do not compensate me, I shall share it widely. Exposing your true nature. Each threat was like a sharp blade, causing the breath of those present to hitch. I have been expelled. You will pay me 4,000 a month, or I will print your photos and post them in the streets. This is the most recent exchange. Below, there are Wu Qiu's desperate pleas for mercy. Each word reveals her utter humility. Scum like this cannot be tolerated. He deserves death. Young lady, you should have gone to the safety management office at that time. Indeed, such a wretch will only become more brazen. Numerous individuals captured photos, disseminating them to the Northern District Warriors Forum. Before long, this post ascended to the second position. Those gathered began to murmur amongst themselves, while the forum erupted with vitriol. Daughter, are you all right? At that moment, a middle-aged couple approached, tears streaming down their faces, embracing one another in despair. They then fell to their knees before Su Mo. Please spare our daughter. We know you have a genius sister. We beg you, show mercy. Witnessing this scene, the crowd's anger intensified. I have reported this beast to the safety management office. Such a fiend must be eliminated to quell my fury. Look, this brute can still smile. He truly deserves death. Such a person should face immediate execution. Daughter, we cannot afford to offend him. Shall we leave this city? Please listen to your parents. Wu Qiu trembled, raising her head once more, tears tracing her cheeks. Finally, she knelt before her parents, exclaiming, Mother, Father, forgive my disobedience. This time, I must seek justice. Ah, we have come to assist you. At that moment, two voices echoed from outside, followed by the appearance of several figures clad in white coats. This is a doctor from the 7th Hospital of Z9 City. I did not expect them to arrive as well. Leading the group is the head of obstetrics. She has personally come here. Allow me a moment to speak. I previously advised this young girl, but she chose not to heed my words. Just now, I received news and hastily brought evidence with me. A figure behind her produced a laptop, clearly displaying the footage of Su Mo accompanying Wu Qiu to the hospital. It further showed her striking Wu Qiu within the hospital. I advise you to behave yourself and promptly terminate the pregnancy. I will not provide you with a single cent. If this becomes known to others, you can imagine the consequences that await you. The girl's expression of grievance was unmistakable. Having paid for her entry into the operating room, Su Mo had already vanished without a trace. Such a beast, individuals like this deserve to perish. It is a matter that incites the wrath of both gods and men. At this moment, in the principal's office of Z9 City High School 10, the principal exclaimed, quickly, Look at the forum. A significant incident has occurred. Fang Jingyu took out his phone, and upon seeing the messages, his expression changed dramatically. We must ensure this does not affect Su Yao. It cannot impact our school. Following this, several posts began to appear on the forum. I am Wan Yang, Su Mo's homeroom teacher. He was expelled for malicious provocation and troublemaking. I did not anticipate such developments. As his homeroom teacher, I failed to notice the unusual behavior of classmate Wu Qiu. This is my negligence. I am Feng Ben, a classmate of Su Mo. He is universally disliked in our class. The comments continued, detailing Su Mo's various misdeeds. I am Fang Jingyu. Having such a student is an embarrassment to our high school 10. The occurrence of this incident is our failure. We assure that we will provide an explanation to classmate Wu Qiu. I never imagined he would act in such a manner behind his sister's back. committing deeds that provoke the ire of both gods and men. Numerous photos accompanied the posts, showcasing Su Yao's daily training, drenched in sweat and unwavering in her perseverance. I am Su Mo's sister, adopted by his parents. I no longer have any relation with him. They took me in solely for my talent and to care for Su Mo. After their passing 5 years ago, my relationship with him deteriorated. I never expected him to engage in so many questionable actions behind my back. Good and evil will ultimately receive their due recompense. It is not that retribution does not come, but merely that the timing is not yet right. The post was supplemented with an image of the warrior badge he had obtained. The warrior badge was highly persuasive, indirectly proving that Su Yao had been diligently training. Otherwise, she would not have achieved it at such a young age. It appeared that the sister was unaware, or perhaps others, out of consideration for her, chose to overlook it. The homeroom teacher displayed commendable integrity, openly admitting to the mistakes. The acknowledgement of error by high school 10 reflects positively on the school leadership. At this moment, Su Mo ignored the cacophony of curses, his gaze inadvertently falling upon the assassins concealed within the crowd. In the distance, Lu Xuetian had arrived, his eyes narrowed, exuding a faint aura of menace. Damn it, scum like you truly deserve to die. Suddenly, 3 individuals surged forth from the crowd, charging towards Su Mo. A person like you deserves a thorough beating. It would be unjust otherwise. Wu Qiu let out a sigh of relief. As long as Su Mo perished, this plan could finally reach a satisfactory conclusion. At that moment, she would acquire wealth and even alter her appearance to enter the academy for her studies. Su Mo, a person like you deserves to die. As 3 individuals surged forth, the furious onlookers could no longer restrain themselves, charging towards Su Mo. The assassin concealed within the crowd moved in unison with them. Su Mo was a warrior, and they intended to exploit their numbers to silently eliminate him. Hidden in the shadows, Zhou Liang and Su Yao observed the scene unfold, their eyes flickering with excitement. This troublesome individual was finally about to meet his end. Once Su Mo was dead, no one would ever advocate for his cause again. Chapter 34. The Reversal, Liquidation, No One Escapes. Su Mo regarded these individuals with indifference. Amidst the crowd, a few concealed daggers within their sleeves. Lu Xuetian, Zhang Dehai, and Li Wu Yu swiftly arrived, transforming into agile spirits. The assassins hastily attempted to hide their weapons, yet Lu Xuetian had already taken note of their actions. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck, and the 3 assassins collapsed to the ground, questioning their assault. Why are you attacking us? Do not presume that your status as a security officer grants you the liberty to act as you please. Zhang Dehai retrieved his phone, magnifying the photograph. This serves as evidence. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Xuetian advanced with urgency, swiftly dislocating the jaws of the 3 men. With precision, he pried open their mouths with a dagger, extracting a small black pill from each of them. Panic washed over their faces. From a distance, Zhou Liang observed the scene, his expression shifting. He quickly produced his phone. Little uncle, the assassins you sought have been apprehended. I understand. No need for further inquiries. Focus on your preparations for the exam. The individuals who had previously charged towards Su Mo fell silent, an ominous premonition stirring within them. They sensed they had been manipulated. Wu Qiu also felt a sense of foreboding. She had not anticipated Lu Xuetian's swift arrival. These assassins were woefully inept. Had they succeeded in killing Su Mo, there would have been far fewer complications. Zhang Dehai fixed his gaze upon the instigator of the discord. I merely took issue with this person. These individuals have nothing to do with me. Without uttering another word, Zhang Dehai promptly handcuffed the individual. Su Mo remained motionless, relieved that she had previously enlisted Lu Xuetian's assistance in gathering evidence. With Lu Xuetian now engaged, her own intervention was unnecessary. However, in response to this provocation, Su Mo was determined to retaliate. She approached Wu Qiu. What do you intend to do? The middle-aged couple shielded Wu Qiu from behind, their expressions wary as they fixed their gaze on Su Mo, ignoring their apprehension. Su Mo continued her advance toward Wu Qiu. What are you planning? The security officer is present. I advise you against making any moves. Su Mo addressed the trio, enunciating each word deliberately. There is nothing to discuss. You have wronged me, and I simply seek your imprisonment. The one surnamed Zhou promised you, but he is incapable of fulfilling it. At the mention of the surname Zhou, Wu Qiu's complexion shifted. Su Mo suddenly glanced behind the tree. Zhou Yang and Su Yao met Su Mo's cold gaze, their eyes quivering. They felt as though Su Mo had seen through their very souls. Since you can falsely accuse me, I too shall present some evidence. Su Mo unlocked her phone, ready to share the evidence Lu Shuetian had compiled. She opened a video, a rehearsal from the 7th Hospital in Z9 City. The voices echoed forth. Your imitation is lacking. Su Mo does not walk like that. Your steps need to be more pronounced. Scenes unfolded before the captivated onlookers, who stood in astonishment at the revelation of such malevolence from the girl. Subsequently, Su Mo opened another video, featuring an individual who mimicked her handwriting. Wu Qiu stood frozen in place, incredulous. How could this be possible? How did Su Mo acquire such materials? In the distance, Zhou Yang and Su Yao had already departed, eager to escape this den of treachery. After a fleeting glance, Su Mo dismissed them. They would not evade their fate. Eventually, Su Mo discovered yet another video, this time showcasing a stranger, a man with dyed blonde hair, swaying with each step he took. Behold, she exclaimed, this blonde fellow is my boyfriend. Previously, I attended Shigao, and Wu Qiu has always been at odds with me. As for Su Yao, today I shall unveil her true nature. She truly believes I am an easy target. She's a ward of my parents, and honestly, it would have been better had she perished at the jaws of a beast 5 years ago when my parents passed away, leaving each of us with 500,000. I transferred my funds to her, intending for her to cultivate properly. Many are familiar with me. I previously took on various odd jobs and knew numerous people, earning as much as 15 an hour, and sometimes as little as 10. I dedicated all my earnings to her. Su Mo retrieved her transaction records, each entry meticulously noted. 80, 100, 120, 150, and 60. At that moment, Zhang Dehai stepped forward. Upon reading Su Yao's message, I felt a profound sorrow. She is a warrior, yet her thoughts are utterly vile. These words should not have emanated from me. I can hardly bear it. He then presented a video. Observe closely. This is evidence of Su Yao stealing and selling our parents' inherited property, holding Su Mo's household registration book, property deed, and ID card. The individuals who previously registered unlawfully have been dismissed. At this juncture, the T&I Shopping Mall's public account also released a video, particularly one depicting Wu Qiu berating Su Mo, while Su Yao demanded an apology from her. Furthermore, there was a video showcasing someone spending 200,000 on clothing without a second thought. Some spectators, reveling in the chaos, shared the footage of Su Mo and Su Yao falling into the water on a martial artist forum. Damn it, deceitful swindler, one exclaimed. I've never liked you, yet you accuse others of ulterior motives. Truly, she is a harlot. Not everyone is a victim. The onlookers swiftly redirected their ire towards Wu Qiu, inundating her with accusations. You wrongfully accused me, deliberately tarnishing my reputation. You all shall face the consequences. At this moment, the head of the gynecology department at the 7th Hospital remained silent. The damage was done, and it would be wise to contemplate the ensuing events. Since Su Mo resorted to odd jobs and was financially strained, offering her money could quell her grievances. With this thought, she found a sense of tranquility. Take all these individuals away. They are undoubtedly part of a scheme to wrongfully accuse Su Mo. Su Mo approached Wu Qiu. Do you believe Zhou Yang will allow you to leave? Upon hearing this, the group shuddered, even the department head losing her composure. Indeed, they had only considered Su Mo. There was also Zhou Yang to contend with. As for those who insulted me earlier, I shall remember their faces. Lu, these individuals have insulted me. I can certainly report this, as I find myself with ample free time lately. If necessary, I shall pursue legal action against each one of them. I fear, however, that some may not be able to bear the consequences. Since you all seem to relish in the spectacle, let us indulge in it to the fullest. Upon uttering these words, the accusers turned pale, apprehensive about the company's potential judgment, which could lead to unjust accusations. by the time they regained their composure. Su and Mo had already turned it apart. Come along, all of you, to the safety management office. You may attempt to flee, but rest assured there are cameras here. Lu Shuetian, too, found such individuals exasperating. Those who indiscriminately hurl insults, only to later cast blame on others when they realize their error, all while evading responsibility themselves. Sumo's strategy was indeed commendable. Some still sought to ingratiate themselves with Lu Shuetian. He promptly pulled out his phone. I am documenting this. You may find yourselves incarcerated. Upon hearing this, the crowd's faces drained of color, overwhelmed by a tide of regret. Many received phone calls at that moment. Damn it, you've been dismissed. Because of you, the business the company was negotiating has collapsed. Brace yourself for a lawyer's letter. Where have you been? Marrying you has been the worst luck imaginable. I was on the verge of a promotion, and now I find myself unjustly terminated. Your incessant meddling and wrongful accusations have led to my struggles in job hunting. After years of hardship, I was finally seeing progress. And now you've caused this debacle. Let's get a divorce. Chapter 35. The Lord's Mansion Announcement. The Principal's Dismay. As the situation escalated, this matter grew increasingly significant. The announcement from the Z9 Lord's Mansion stated that, without discernment or self-judgment, they now questioned whether certain individuals were truly fit for their positions. Upon this proclamation, a tempest erupted throughout the entire Z9 city. Within the office of the Ten High, Fang Jingyu sat trembling in his chair, clutching his phone. Was the announcement referring to him? He swallowed hard. At that moment, panic consumed him, yet the events had already unfolded. Wang Yang, come here. When Wang Yang entered, he was drenched in sweat. A look of alarm etched across his face. Bang! Fang Jingyu hurled his teacup at Wang Yang's head. Damn it, you've doomed me. If I face consequences, you better brace yourself. I was merely following your advice, and now the Lord's Mansion is dissatisfied with me. Blood trickled down Wang Yang's forehead, yet he dare not raise a hand to wipe it away. Principal, let me explain. This matter was relayed to me by Wu Qiu. I too have been misled. Bring that Su Yao in. In his fury, Fang Jingyu cared little for notions of talent. He could hardly preserve his own position, let alone concern himself with a genius at the martial artist level. When Su Yao entered, her complexion was ashen. In her eyes, Fang Jingyu resembled a fearsome beast poised to devour her. I thought it was merely an issue regarding a building. I had no idea it entailed so much more. What about the incident at the mall? The previous drowning episode had already been suppressed, and now it has resurfaced. Are you suggesting I expel you, or what? Upon hearing the threat of expulsion, Su Yao's expression shifted dramatically. At that moment, Wang Yang hesitated, wanting to voice something. Speak your mind. Principal, other schools have also seen martial artists emerge. Fang Jingyu's expression darkened, and he cast a casual glance at the warning on his phone. Do you think I care about a martial artist? At this point, whether it's one or two, it makes no difference. Let me make myself clear. If you are the reason for my dismissal before I resign, I will ensure that all of you are expelled. You won't even retain your student status, and any hopes of participating in the martial arts examination will be dashed. At these words, Su Yao trembled. Her face drained of color. Just then, a student wearing gold-rimmed glasses pushed the door open and entered. What do you want? Fang Jingyu, clearly recognizing Zhou Liang, questioned with irritation. Principal Fang, please don't be angry. There are remedial measures. Hearing this, Fang Jingyu's expression shifted as he scrutinized Zhou Liang earnestly. Ah, so it is you who has been orchestrating things from behind the scenes. No wonder you are the Zhou family. Zhou Liang understood that this was no compliment. The issues now exposed could only be described as matters of character, while Wu Qiu could divulge nothing. It was indeed true that I had been the one maneuvering things in the background. However, the ideological work was conducted by Director Wang. Principal Fang, you're the head of this institution. Although you may be unaware of the occurrences within, the perceptions of outsiders matter. For as the principal, this school is your domain. No whisper can escape your notice. Should any calamity befall us, you, too, would not be exempt from the consequences. Fang Jingyu narrowed his eyes. A formidable aura enveloping the office, causing several individuals to tremble precariously. Are you threatening me? Principal Fang chuckled. You're the principal of the 10th High School, the overseer of this establishment. I am but a student, How could I possibly threaten you? I merely state a fact, nothing more. After venting his frustrations, Fang Jingyu fell silent. Zhou Yang's words, though harsh, resonated with truth. Now, share your plan? He urged, taking a deep breath. What if Wu Qiu were to perish at the safety management office? Several faces shifted in color, even Fang Jingyu scrutinizing Zhou Yang closely. This young scoundrel was far more ruthless than his grandfather, showing little regard for human life. Even that old curmudgeon from the Zhou family adhered to certain rules. It appeared this lad had yet to face significant adversity. After repeated failures against Su Mo, he was eager to prove himself. If Wu Qiu were to die, he would not divulge their secrets. Dying within the confines of the safety management office would spark speculation from the outside. Could it be that Su Mo orchestrated their downfall? After all, it is natural to harbor resentment post-expulsion. Those who condemned Su Mo would surely seize the opportunity to voice their opinions, leading to a potential reversal of circumstances. Responsibility could then be deflected, thereby preserving his own standing. It was indeed a viable scheme. Very well, arrange it, Zhou Yang instructed. He and a few others exited the office. Teacher Wang suggested freshening up, lest they be seen by others. Wang Yang nodded and departed. You are too hasty, Su Yao remarked, her mouth opening but no words escaping. She had initially believed her plan to be foolproof, hoping to turn public opinion in her favor and perhaps gain recognition from the Northern Academy. As Zhou Yang left, a smirk graced his lips. He had certainly noted Su Yao's posts and refrained from dissuading her. He had previously remarked that Su Yao was foolish and lacking in intellect. Attempting to promote herself at this juncture would only attract negativity. He was orchestrating matters with contingencies in place, especially when dealing with Su Mo, having faced repeated setbacks. He had received intel regarding the earlier incident in the marketplace. Should any evidence of Wu Qiu's wrongful accusation surface, it would undermine their case. However, by that time, the plan would have already been set in motion. And who were the individuals responsible for the bloodshed of the blood leopard and blood tiger? Were they aiding Su Mo? Thus, he devised another stratagem, continuing to frame Su Mo, whether it succeeded or not. With Su Yao breaking through to become a warrior, it presented an opportunity to drag the 10th high school into turmoil. The principal, eager to safeguard his position, would likely intervene. All suspicion surrounding Su Mo's expulsion would shift onto the principal and the homeroom teacher. Now, Wu Qiu and his family should be presumed dead. Zhou Yang took a deep breath, a smile gracing his lips. He had succeeded in this endeavor. Su Mo, oh Su Mo, you're not the only one I must contend with. Zhou Yang sought a hidden spot and dialed a number. Grandfather, Fang Jingyu will be reaching out to you. Do not agree to anything. What has transpired? Zhou Yang recounted the events that had unfolded. I understand. After hanging up, Zhou Yang returned to the classroom, his brow furrowed. A look of concern etched upon his face. At the safety management office, Wu Qiu and a middle-aged couple were retching incessantly. They were determined to expel whatever ailed them. Lu Shuetian kept a watchful eye on the three, while a doctor stood by. Su Mo had already arrived at the Martial Artists Guild. Sister Baiyu, I have come to collect my purchased items. Baiyu produced 3 azure elixirs. Su Moi's gaze sharpened. Thank you. Do hurry. Some poisons cannot be expelled merely by vomiting. Su Mo took the elixirs and departed, while Baiyu observed his retreating figure, a look of satisfaction on her face. This fellow is becoming increasingly astute. Upon reaching the safety management office, Su Mo found the 3 individuals had already coughed up blood, and even the doctor shook his head in dismay. Without hesitation, Su Mo entered, pried open their mouths, and administered an elixir to each. Before long, the 3 expelled a stream of dark blood, gasping for air. Moments ago, they had struggled to draw even the simplest breath. Watching them recover, Su Mo finally relaxed. Zhou Yang, you truly are impressive. Chapter 36. Remove Su Yao's household registration. Su Mo gazed at the 3 pallid individuals before her, refraining from speaking hastily. Zhou Yang, being from the Zhou family, was not one to be so foolish. Having been influenced by the intricacies of a prominent lineage, they had previously sought to undermine Su Mo, yet she emerged unscathed. It was only natural that their suspicions would arise. This was precisely why Su Mo had warned Wu Qiu, questioning whether Zhou Yang would allow them to survive. Upon their return, the trio had been incessantly gagging. Lu Shuetian inhaled deeply. When he called Su Mo, she assured him that they would not meet their demise. Wu Qiu and her parents sat paralyzed on the ground, their faces ashen, remnants of dark blood staining their lips. "Why save me?" she inquired. "You still possess value," came the reply. Upon hearing this, Wu Qiu erupted into laughter, only to be overcome by tears. "Huh! I wronged you, looked down upon you, schemed against you, and yet you still save me. How much did Zhou Liang offer you to act so recklessly, disregarding the gaze of the world?" 30 million, along with admission to a prestigious university, she replied. "My 3 pills are worth nearly 30 million as well. Besides, your blood vitality is sufficient for entry into a reputable institution. Your concern lies solely with that 30 million. Those who are pitiable must possess aspects that are detestable," she remarked. "What do you wish to ask? Do you desire to witness their carefree existence?" Wu Qiu had just brushed against death. "He may have attempted to kill me, but he also sought to slay my parents. I shall not let him escape unscathed." "Very well, from this moment forth, you are all considered dead." Upon hearing this, Lu Shuetian experienced a moment of clarity. However, during this time, Lu and his companions would undoubtedly suffer the repercussions. How fitting, when the truth is revealed. It shall lead to the downfall of the Zhou family. Zhang Dehai and Li Wuyo also grasped the implications. Lu Shuetian turned and exited the room. After making the necessary arrangements, an ambulance silently appeared at the back door of the security office. 3 black bags were loaded onto the vehicle. At that moment, from afar, atop a tall building, one could observe the emergence of the ambulance and the 3 black bags, as Lu Shuetian wore an expression of triumph, a smile gracing his lips. Just then, Su Mo emerged, her complexion pale, appearing utterly lost. "Liang Xiao, the 3 of them are dead," she announced. "Take a photo and send it to Zhou Liang." Zhou Liang, witnessing Su Mo's disoriented state, felt a smirk form on his lips. "Su Mo, this time I have triumphed. Yet, I must await another opportunity. Once the principal intervenes, I can shift the blame away from myself. Now, everyone believes that Wu Qiu's family will face a lengthy imprisonment. When the truth of their demise is revealed, the principal will have already acted." With these thoughts, Zhou Yang's spirits lifted. Turning, he caught sight of a graceful figure. It was Su Yao. His previous animosity towards Su Mo stemmed from his disdain for her stunningly talented sister. Initially, he had harbored feelings for Su Yao, but now he found himself devoid of such sentiments. She was simply too foolish, and marrying her would only lead to trouble. Moreover, Su Yao appeared to care solely for herself. Su Yao stared at the posts, filled with disparaging remarks directed at her. Such a person could actually transcend the realm of martial artists. Heavens, are you blind? A person so ungrateful. Surely such individuals would not be accepted by any esteemed institution. Brothers, cease your envy. She is a prodigy, and although her character may be flawed, it is amendable. You, on the other hand, are a mere failure, incapable of redemption. We are merely acquaintances. You have overstepped your bounds. Alas, were it not for my brother's recent loss, I would not find myself in such a state. To the brother above, please wait a moment. My thoughts have become rather unsavory. I recognize every character, yet when they're arranged together, their meaning eludes me. TCH, do you still not comprehend? When he speaks of his second brother, what else could miscarriage imply? My word, you are indeed perceptive. Yet, in your vitriol, have you not noticed her beauty? Were she my sister, I would endure any torment she inflicted upon me. By heavens, what a pitiful sycophant. Such a one should be dealt with severely. The brother is a good soul. The sister, however, is quite the contrary. She even sold the family home, leaving her brother homeless, spending extravagantly on clothes, while her brother toils for mere pennies. My heart aches at the thought. Had he been my brother, I would have lavished him with affection. Zhou Yang observed Su Yao, tear-streaked and disheartened, shaking his head in avoidance. This foolish woman even bothers to read the disparaging comments directed at her. At this moment, there is more than one fool. Fang Jingyu is another. Such a principle, upon investigation, would surely be found wanting. Enabling wickedness. How can such a person hold the position of principal? Even if Fang Jingyu attempts to have the post deleted, Many have already taken screenshots. Initially, I believed him to be a paragon of selflessness, but turns out he is merely a petty man. I now harbor grave doubts about the institution. No wonder not a single student has gained admission to the Northern Academy in recent years. The fault lies here. If the engine is askew, how can the rest run smoothly? It would be wise to resign promptly, relinquishing resources to those more capable. Fang Jingyu switched off his phone, a surge of fury welling within him. He dialed a number. Master Zhou, have you given any thought? I previously stated that I would not collaborate with you. Everyone must bear the consequences of their mistakes. Moreover, the issues that have arisen are due to your shortcomings. What is a grandson to me? I have plenty. Upon hearing the call disconnect, Fang Jingyu set his phone down, turned, and summoned Wang Yang, who emerged with fresh blood upon his brow. At this moment, Wang Yang inwardly cursed, too fearful to voice his disdain. Suimo, why do you not just perish? Suimo, too, was enveloped in despair. Brother, may I be a good sister to you? I will give you 100,000 a month. Mo bow. Such a sister is not worth having. Ungrateful. She does not deserve a brother like you. Tomorrow is Thursday. I shall send you 50 for a meal you can afford. Come work for me. I offer 15,000 a month. Should you wish to join, contact me at any time. I keep my word. Suimo, you have a pleasing appearance. Would you be interested in filming adult content with us? To the brother above, is there a channel available? May I join? I am 1 meter 80, 18 years old. You are unworthy. By heavens, I am losing my composure. After closing the post, Suimo found herself in a state of bemusement, caught between laughter and tears. However, it is not yet too late for this matter. Suimo gazed at the household registration book, her heart heavy with the harsh words that had been hurled at her, tears cascading down her cheeks like rain on a pear blossom. As my elder sister, how could I allow you to endure such torment? Removing your household registration from our family should bring you some semblance of joy. Without a household registration, your identity card becomes useless, and you would be unable to participate in the martial arts examination. Suimo was aware that there would be those who would assist her in this predicament, such as the headmaster of that prestigious university. Thus, Suimo once again made her way to the security management office. Brother Liu, please remove her household registration from my family. She has declared that she no longer has any ties to us, and such an ungrateful person does not deserve to be associated with our household. Furthermore, she has accused my parents of adopting her with ulterior motives. In that case, I believe it is only fair that she compensates for the sacrifices our family has made over the years. Very well, I will inform her immediately. Chapter 37. Seizing Opportunities. Transforming into the old six. After registering, Suimo promptly turned away from the safety management office. As for his destination, it was undoubtedly outside the city. Previously, he had ensured that no demonic beasts roamed within a 30-mile radius, leaving behind numerous carcasses. This time, he anticipated a considerable gathering of demonic beasts. Indeed, Suimo had strategically left the remains of the demonic beasts to attract others. At present, Su Yao, Zhou Liang, and the Zhou family did not occupy a significant place in Sumo's thoughts. Strengthening his power was of utmost importance. Once Suimo attained sufficient strength, he would not need to intervene personally. Others would take care of them on his behalf. He intended to take his time, as the martial examination was approaching, where he aimed to thoroughly humiliate Su Yao and Zhou Liang. Zhou Liang, in particular, was a liability. He had previously been directly involved in matters, leaving behind evidence. Recently, he had refrained from taking the initiative in affairs. This time, when the principal of the 10 universities was dragged into the fray, it became evident how swiftly Zhou Liang had progressed. Indeed, the offspring of a prominent family. Currently, there was evidence against Zhou Liang, but none against the Zhou family, who were adept at playing their cards close to their chest, willing to sacrifice a pawn to protect the king, were he to possess sufficient strength. Such troubles would be non-existent. Seizing this opportunity, he planned to venture outside the city to hunt demonic beasts and enhance his prowess. Suimo stealthily approached the city gate guards. Should anyone inquire if they had seen him leave the city, they were to respond in the negative. Bai Xiu was also discreetly monitoring recent happenings. Are you not afraid of that python? Observing Sumo's demeanor, it seemed he intended to remain outside the city for an extended period. For the sake of strength, he had to take a gamble. He could not forsake his cultivation due to fear of a mere python. Su Mo turned to exit the city, only to return shortly after. What happened? The python is outside, he stated. Bai Xiu regarded Su Mo with disdain. Just a moment ago, you were so gallant, and now you seem hesitant. Su Mo ventured out once more while Bai Xiu awaited his return. However, minutes passed without a sign of Su Mo. This kid isn't foolish. If he dares to go out, he must be practicing a special technique. At that moment, as Su Mo emerged, he utilized the concealment technique, a superior grade mystical skill, which effectively masked his presence. The python, lurking in the shadows, likely sensed that Su Mo was not emerging and had retreated. As Su Mo remained concealed, the python, possessing intelligence comparable to that of a human, eventually appeared, fixated on the city gate. With a focused mind, Su Mo activated the concealment technique and advanced stealthily through the mist. Upon reaching the Crimson Zone, he concentrated, exercising utmost caution, for this was the most perilous area. He retrieved a protective garment made from the skin of a mutated water snake from his spatial ring. After casting it away, he swiftly fled. The python, which had been observing outside the city, suddenly sensed something and retreated hastily. Su Mo, moving at remarkable speed, changed direction to avoid a collision with the python. Upon his return, Su Mo unsheathed his black iron long knife. Slain a level 2, first-ranked demonic beast, earning 30,000 slaughter points. Demonic beasts varied in strength, and the slaughter points gained differed accordingly. However, even a secondary demon beast possesses a minimum of several thousand points of slaughter. The previous massacre of numerous demon beasts attracted a considerable number of secondary demon beasts. Slaying a secondary demon beast yields 40,000 slaughter points. Su Mo, wielding a dark iron blade, traverses through the mist, diligently collecting essential materials after each hunt and discarding the carcasses at a distance to lure more beasts. As night descends, the surroundings are enveloped in dense fog, obscuring vision to a mere 10 meters. At this moment, a voice resounds, layered waves. The mist is scattered by the blade's energy, revealing a colossal demon beast that is cleaved in two. Su Mo stands still, his chest rising and falling rapidly, having bisected a 5-meter-tall demon beast before him. Hunting a secondary 4th-tier demon beast, the mammoth grants 80,000 slaughter points. A divine light ignites in Su Mo's eyes. He has indeed accomplished the feat of slaying a creature of the 4th tier with his 2nd-tier cultivation. Sensing the commotion around him, Su Mo gathers the materials and, like a nimble monkey, leaps towards a large tree. The sounds of cracking bones echo. The first night he has spent outside the city, filling him with a palpable tension, even at his 2nd-tier cultivation. The crimson eyes of the lurking beast resemble grinding wheels, revealing only a gaping maw with sharp teeth glinting ominously, instilling a chill in the air. Its form is not entirely discernible within the mist. Soon, the carcass of the demon beast is consumed, its silhouette vanishing into the fog. Hiding behind the tree, Su Mo turns abruptly, startled by a spider the size of a human head, fixated upon him. With a swift stroke, he cleaves the spider in two. Slaying a 1st-tier demon beast yields for 1,000 slaughter points, a meager gain, as anything below 10,000 slaughter points fails to capture Su Mo's interest. After ensuring there are no beasts in the tree, he closes his eyes. Before long, the sounds of disturbance awaken him, instinctively tightening his grip on the dark iron blade. The thick fog obscures visibility, and even his watch radar can only detect movement within a 20-meter radius. Descending the tree, he swiftly slays 2 demon beasts lurking below. Slaying a 1st-tier, 7th-tier demon beast grants 18,000 slaughter points. Slaying a 1st-tier, 9th-tier demon beast grants 24,000 slaughter points. Su Mo shifts to another tree to rest, unable to blame himself, for the noise from the 2 demon beasts disrupted his slumber, causing the very tree to sway. Sleep eludes him. Name: Su Mo. Age: 18. Realm: 2nd level of Meridian Opening Mental Technique. 2nd level of Path Sculpting: 1-000-0003000. 000. Martial Arts: Layered Wave Blade Technique. High yellow rank 30, 000, 100, 000. Proficiency. Minor accomplishment 100, 000, 300, 000. Snow treading. High yellow rank 10, 000, 50, 000. Proficiency. Intermediate accomplishment 200, 000, 500, 000. Hidden concealment technique. Upper Xian rank 01, 000, 000. Proficiency. Minor accomplishment 110, 000, 500, 000. Vitality 3000, 0006. 000 killing points. 2, 376, 593 with merely over 2 million killing points. I am still over 600,000 short of breaking through to the third level of Meridian Opening. Tomorrow, I shall achieve it. As Su Mo was on the verge of slumber, the great tree trembled once more, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. Instantly, all traces of drowsiness vanished. Utilizing radar, he hastened towards the source of the disturbance. Such powerful fluctuations must indicate a battle with a ferocious beast. Could it be a python? Su Mo, relying on his radar, remained vigilant. After all, if the creature exceeded his level, the radar would fail to detect it. He dispatched any beast that posed no threat with ease. The ground rumbled and cracked, the mist dissipating to reveal a frozen realm. Su Mo crouched beside a stone, only to notice it quivering. He approached and struck with a swift blade. What caliber of being dares masquerade as mere rock? Slain a level 2 7th tier beast, earning 90,000 killing points. Upon hearing this, Su Mo's eyes sparkled with delight. These two beasts were remarkably powerful, yet all surrounding creatures had fled in terror, leaving none to escape. Truly, the heavens have favored me. Chapter 38. Cooperation. Slaying level 3 beasts, 2 million slaughter points. At this moment, Su Mo, embodying the essence of the cunning sixth, relentlessly hunted down the unconscious beasts. Slain one level 2, 7th stage beast, earned 100,000 slaughter points. Slain one level 2, 8th stage beast, earned 130,000 slaughter points. Slain one level 2, 9th stage beast, earned 170,000 slaughter points. In the blink of an eye, after dispatching a dozen beasts, Su Mo finally sensed something amiss. Why were all the beasts merely level 2? Such a formidable territory could not possibly lack level 3 beasts. A thought struck him, and he swiftly dashed towards the distance. The two battling beasts abruptly ceased their conflict. One was a python, and the other an enormous black eagle. Is this the ant you speak of? Indeed, this is the one who killed my son. I never imagined he would dare to come here. The python opened its mouth, emitting a peculiar cry. At that moment, Su Mo's expression shifted. A multitude of red dots appeared on his watch's radar. Boom! The watch radar erupted in a blast. Su Mo's demeanor altered. Approaching a large tree, he employed the concealed shadow technique to stifle his breath. He dared not make a breakthrough. Should an unexpected event occur, a sudden surge of power might allow him to recover swiftly, perhaps even saving his life. Dozens of beasts emerged from the mist, all appearing to be at the divine aperture realm. A roar erupted as one beast rose, pounding its chest. Su Mo's expression changed. Was that not the gorilla from before? Before he could react, the gorilla approached, causing Su Mo's heart to race. The gorilla halted by the tree where Su Mo was hidden, its massive form bending down. Just as Su Mo prepared to flee, the gorilla clenched its hands. Su Mo's face paled as the beast uprooted the tree. In that moment, surprise, confusion, and above all, fear flickered in Su Mo's eyes. The gorilla spared him, wielding the uprooted tree as a weapon, sweeping it across the area, effectively trapping Su Mo within its grasp. Why? Su Mo, gripped by terror, could only remain silent and wait. Dozens of beasts gathered around the python, continuously roaring as if reporting their findings. 3 ice arrows materialized from the python's body. Bang, 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 the distant beasts fell lifeless. Find him. If you fail, I shall slay you all. The level 3 beast scattered in a panic, hastily retreating into the mist. He remained concealed within the gorilla's grasp. The black eagle spoke. I know he cannot move. The eagle, too, appeared to have an epiphany, a flicker of disturbance in its keen eyes. After moving further away, the gorilla hoisted Su-Mo greetings. It seems we meet again, Su-Mo greeted with a smile. Roar. Big brother, I cannot understand. The gorilla placed Su-Mo upon its shoulder and charged into the mist. At that moment, Su-Mo noticed a glimmer of golden light emanating from the gorilla's eyes. The mist seemed non-existent to him. So Montak was astonished. No wonder he had been able to conceal himself. Only this gorilla could locate him. This marks the third encounter between him and the gorilla. During their first meeting, he snatched food from the jaws of a vulture and hunted a tiger. In the second, he lured a python into its territory. Now, for the third time, the chimpanzee ascended a mountain peak, gently placing Su-Mo down and gesturing towards a narrow crevice. It then pointed at Su-Mo and, with a swift blow, shattered a nearby boulder. Su-Mo comprehended its intent. Peering down, he was taken aback by the depth of the fissure. It was not wide enough to accommodate more than one person, revealing a fruit tree below, adorned with several ripe, red fruits. Now he understood the gorilla's directive. It wanted him to retrieve the fruit. The gorilla, too massive to descend, bore the marks of its previous attempts on the edge of the crevice. With a series of powerful roars, the gorilla found a vine and stood at the precipice, directing Su-Mo with its finger. Taking a deep breath, Su-Mo acknowledged the gorilla's cleverness. This creature, once fully grown, would be formidable beyond measure. He grasped the vine and began his descent. As he approached the fruit tree, a glance downward revealed an unfathomable abyss. The gorilla was a third-level beast and had climbed for quite some time. If he fell, he would surely become a mere splatter. The notion of plucking the fruit and hiding it never crossed Su-Mo's mind. The gorilla was far too shrewd for that, having surely counted the fruits. With determination, Su-Mo severed the tree. Slaying a third-level mutated fruit tree grants 30,000 points. Su-Mo gasped. The tree was indeed a mutated third-level specimen. What then of the fruits? Lost in thought, the vine was suddenly yanked upwards. Instinctively, he grasped it. As he emerged, the gorilla seized him, snatching the fruit and tossing it into its mouth. After a single bite, a radiant glow enveloped its body. In an instant, golden fur began to sprout from its chest. The gorilla pounded its chest and unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, causing rocks to tumble around them. Then, with Su-Mo in tow, the gorilla leapt from the mountain peak. Su-Mo's spirit nearly fled in terror. The ground erupted with a cataclysmic sound, fissures stretching for hundreds of meters as trees collapsed under the force. Su-Mo's tightened. The gorilla had grown immensely powerful. What were those fruits? He dared not dwell on it. Survival was paramount. The gorilla charged through the forest, thrashing about. They soon reached another thicket, where the gorilla waved its enormous hand, snapping a tree several meters thick with ease. Suddenly, a colossal wild boar, measuring 100 meters in size, appeared, its tusks radiating a dark glow. Upon noticing the gorilla, it let out a fierce cry. The gorilla, undeterred, pounded its chest and charged at the boar, delivering a devastating punch. Su-Mo's heart raced. If the gorilla's hand were to be impaled by the boar, he would surely meet his end. Fortunately, such a calamity did not occur. The boar's tusks were shattered, and its massive form was sent flying. Su-Mo was startled. He recognized that this boar was also a third-level beast, though he could not ascertain its exact rank. The gorilla then placed Su-Mo down and gestured towards the boar. "Is it now mine?" he inquired. The gorilla nodded. Su-Mo, unreservedly, approached the wild boar and plunged his black iron blade directly into its skull. With a single strike, the creature was obliterated. Slaying a level 3, 8th order beast grants 2 million points of slaughter. Su-Mo was taken aback, swiftly collecting the carcass and placing it within the confines of a spatial ring, roughly 100 meters in size. The gorilla, gripping Su-Mo, turned and bolted toward the outside world. After an indeterminate amount of time, Su-Mo finally beheld the familiar city walls. The gorilla set him down gently. Turning to face the creature, Su-Mo watched as the gorilla effortlessly uprooted a large tree, gestured towards Su-Mo, then pointed to itself before snapping the tree in half. Su-Mo nodded in understanding. Today he had aided the gorilla which in turn rewarded him with a wild boar and ensured his safe return to the secure area. The next encounter would be a matter of life or death. The gorilla vanished, and Suemo chose not to return to the city, for the gates would close at night to prevent the entry of beasts. Furthermore, he had no intention of going back. Finding a concealed spot, Suemo suppressed his presence, ready to make his breakthrough. Chapter 39. The Fourfold Meridian. Su Yao comes to register her household. In future encounters with that formidable adversary, it shall be a contest of fate. Suemo gazed at the system panel. Name: Suemo. Age: 18. Realm: second layer of Meridian Passage mental technique. Second layer of the Path of Shaping: 1-000-0003-000-000. Martial Arts: Wave Cutting Blade Technique. Yellow Grade High Quality 30-000-100-000. Proficiency: Minor Completion 100-000-300-000. Snow Treading. Yellow Grade High Quality 10-000-50-000. Proficiency: Intermediate Completion 200-000-500-000. Concealment Technique. Mysterious Grade Upper Quality 01-000-000. Proficiency: Minor Completion 110-000-500-000. Vitality 3-000-000-6. 0-0-0-0-0-0. Slaughter Points 8. 777. 779. The Concealment Technique, a mysterious grade upper quality, with its proficiency reaching the novice level, is already sufficient. Henceforth, he would focus primarily on enhancing his strength. With the disappearance of 3 million slaughter points, Suemo's realm ascended directly to the third layer of Meridian Passage. As the Path of Shaping circulated within him, Suemo felt akin to a sponge, with his cells continuously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, refining his physical form. After the breakthrough, Suemo did not hasten to advance to the next realm, but instead contemplated the changes within his body with great care. A gentle breeze enveloped him, composed of the gathered spiritual energy. Time swiftly passed, and after an hour, the rate of absorption slowed until it ceased. At that moment, Suemo sensed that his physical strength had more than doubled compared to the second layer of Meridian Passage. It was not yet time for assessment. Suemo continued to allocate points, this time depleting 400,000. A powerful surge of vitality surged within him, impacting his internal organs. Between the third and fourth layers lay a minor bottleneck. However, with the system's point allocation, such a minor hurdle posed no challenge for Suemo. Spiritual energy continued to flood into his body, causing his meridians to expand and transform, thickening in the process. His physical strength increased rapidly. After several hours, Suemo opened his eyes, a glimmer of light shining within them. Contemplating the remaining 1 million slaughter points, Suemo fell into deep thought. The wave-cutting blade was his technique, and he began to allocate points. With the disappearance of 70,000 slaughter points, the wave-cutting blade transformed into a mysterious grade lower quality technique. Continuing to allocate points, with 200,000 points vanishing, it ascended to mysterious grade middle quality. And with an additional 500,000, it reached mysterious grade upper quality. A flicker of surprise crossed Suemo's eyes. The wave-cutting blade could not be further enhanced and appeared to be capped at mysterious grade upper quality. With 1 million slaughter points remaining, Suemo devoted them all to proficiency. At that moment, an image suddenly appeared in his mind. Holding a long blade, he stood upon the vast ocean, swinging the blade as waves surged around him, cascading and compounding. With each strike, the blade's energy transformed into waves, repeatedly overlapping, cleaving mountains and severing rivers. Suemo opened his eyes, taking a deep breath, and gazed at the black iron blade in his hand, feeling an overwhelming urge to unleash a decisive strike. However, recalling the dangers lurking in the mist outside the city, he suppressed the impulse within his heart. The level of treading snow must be elevated. Sumo inhansis treading snow, transforming it into the inferior grade of the profound realm. Name: Suemo. Age: 18. Realm: fourth layer of Meridian Opening mental technique. Second layer of the Shaping Tao formula: 100000030000000. Martial skill. Layered wave blade technique. Superior grade of the profound realm, perfected, treading snow. Inferior grade of the profound realm 50, 500, proficiency. Minor achievement 200, 800, concealment technique. Superior grade of the profound realm 01, proficiency. Minor achievement 110, 500, vitality 10, 15, 000 slaughter points 27, 779. After an arduous endeavor, nearly losing his life, his realm has only ascended 2 layers, while he has perfected the superior grade layered wave blade technique. If Sumo's thoughts were to be known by others, they would surely accuse him of being ostentatious. Glancing at the weather, the clouds and mist have dispersed significantly. Sumo takes a deep breath, wielding his blade as he embarks on a hunt for demonic beasts. Slayed a first-stage demonic beast, earning 8,000 slaughter points. Slayed 15 first-stage demonic beasts, earning 130,000 slaughter points. Sumo ventures deeper into the wilderness. Slayed a second-stage, third-tier demonic beast, earning 50,000 slaughter points. With a sigh, Sumo realizes that to acquire substantial slaughter points, he requires a horde of demonic beasts. He retrieves a map, examining the marked locations. This time, he has set his sights on the iron-toothed crocodiles and the three-tailed wolf pack in another area. At the main gate, Bai Xiao is on the phone with his sister. Have you seen him return? That boy didn't come back yesterday. He is likely reveling in the wild. Could he be in danger? That boy is clever. He won in counter peril. Wait, why are you so concerned about him? I wonder if it's any of your business. Just watch the gate. Bai Xiao listens to the beeping sound from his phone, a look of frustration crossing his face. When there is a need, he is your brother. When there is none, he is nothing. Within the Martial Artists Guild, Bai Yu ponders with her phone in hand. Could that fellow be in danger? Was he not targeted by a python previously? Should I go out and check? What if he encounters peril? What if my presence attracts even stronger demonic beasts? Bai Yu is caught in a dilemma. At this moment, in the safety management office, Lu Shuetian fiercely lashes the whip against the assailant. Who sent you here? What audacity to come to the safety management office and commit murder. Lu Shuetian's eyes narrow. He received a call yesterday, warning of mutated demonic beasts. It seems too coincidental. Thankfully, with the spiritual liquid provided by Sumo, Zhang Dehai and Li Wuyo have already broken through to the meridian opening realm. Unexpectedly, the individual before him possesses such audacity to infiltrate. Brother Lu, the investigation is complete. Zhang Dehai rushes over, presenting the information on the person. Lu Shuetian glances at it, his eyes narrowing further. What do you see here? The previously silent individual's eyes widen. I am Fang Zhengyu. Upon hearing those 3 words, Lu Shuetian's eyes narrowed, a glint of danger flickering within them. Are you certain you are referring to Fang Zhengyu? Indeed, it is he. We were classmates in elementary school, and I have previously assisted him with certain matters. As this individual spoke at length, Lu Shuetian stepped outside, seated himself on the ground, and lit a cigarette. After finishing, he rose, casting a long, lingering shadow behind him. Fang Zhengyu, you dare to plot my demise? Very well. I shall uncover every secret you possess. As Lu Shuetian entered the office, he encountered a familiar face, Su Yao. Please come in, he beckoned. Each time, Su Yao laid eyes on Lu Shuetian, she felt as though a mouse had spotted a cat. Please sign here, Lu Shuetian said, handing her a sheet laden with stipulations. Firstly, her household registration had been expunged by Sumo. Secondly, there was the matter of Su Yao's compensation. Just as Sumo was about to speak, Lu Shuetian shot her a glance. Hurry up. You previously claimed in your post that you were not involved, alleging that your parents exploited you. Chapter 40. The scorned Su Yao and the 30 million debt. If you sign this, it will serve as proof of your claims. Otherwise, you will appear utterly shameless. Su Yao was reluctant to affix her signature, as doing so would result in the loss of her household registration. Securing an independent registration was no small feat. The foremost requirement was that she must possess a house entirely in her name. Even a modest one-bedroom apartment would cost nearly $1 million, a sum she could not possibly procure, having already expended her money on medicinal pills. I refused to comply. She declared defiantly, "I can endure another round of reproach. Apologies, but Su Mo is the head of the household. His word is final. Moreover, due to your inappropriate remarks, you forfeit your right to refuse. If you refuse to sign, you may find yourself in court. Please grant me a moment." With that, Su Yao turned and headed outside, retrieving her phone to call Su Mo. "I'm sorry, the number you dialed." After repeatedly attempting to reach him, only to find his phone switched off, she sent him a text, her heart heavy with indignation as she noticed the glaring red exclamation mark. "You weren't always like this. Why have you changed? I am your sister." Many individuals visiting the safety management office observed Su Yao's tear-streaked face. Pathetic, truly a worthless burden. Just a dog that has been fed for over a decade, and now it dares to whimper. This person has the audacity to cry while her brother toils to support her training, splurging on clothes worth over $200,000 without a second thought. A delusional, ugly duckling wishing to become a swan. A dead crow aspiring to soar and transform into a phoenix. How could such a disgraceful character exist in Z9 City, tarnishing its reputation? "Let us leave," she is crying again. Who knows? She might accuse us of bullying her in a moment. "Hurry, let us go." Tears streamed down Su Yao's cheeks once more. If only she could testify. Perhaps Su Mo would not be dismissed, and none of this would transpire. But that was a hefty sum of $10,000. It had taken him a long time to earn it, and at that time, he could still work for Zhou Liang, making a few thousand a month. Had he not suffered a bit of indignity? And now, she was the target of scorn. "Zhou Liang, yes, Zhou Liang." Su Yao dialed his number. "Hello, could you assist me with something?" "What is it?" Zhou Liang's voice resonated through the line. "Could you lend me $2 million? I need to purchase a house. Su Mo intends to expel my household registration. I cannot help you. My allowance has been restricted. I can only manage to withdraw 100,000, but 200,000 is out of reach. Besides, you splurge on clothes worth 20,000 without a second thought. Do you truly lack this 2 million? Su Yao's expression shifted dramatically. After hanging up, she gritted her teeth and dialed another number. "Su Yao, please don't tell me you've caused trouble again. I'm not in a position to deal with you right now. Principal, Su Mo wants to expel my household registration. I have no alternative. Just buy a house. You've already spent on clothes worth 20,000. Don't quibble over this amount. Sell Su Mo's house. I would be willing to compensate others with 20 million just to ensure your well-being. Then, you were rewarded with $1 million. Can you truly be without money? I have spent it all. You are remarkable. Millions, and you claim you have none left. Have you been kicked by a donkey, or is your mind clouded? I purchased blood-enhancing pills, which cost 100,000 each. After acquiring a few, my funds vanished. Su Yao spoke cautiously. You foolish simpleton, an utter imbecile. Consuming several blood-enhancing pills results in diminishing effects. Please do not tell me you have been continuously consuming them. Su Yao could only respond with a timid murmur. For heaven's sake, you drive me to madness. Relying solely on elixirs for enhancement without honing your own skills will not prepare you for the moment when you can barely muster 200 health points. Enough. I shall assist you. Return promptly, you disgraceful fool. You call yourself a genius, yet cannot even manage your younger brother. Truly, you are a waste. There is one more matter. What is it? Speak plainly, do not stammer. You owe an additional 7 million. Su Yao could hear the deep breath taken from the other end. Very well, I shall lend you 10 million, combined with the previous 20 million, totaling 30 million. You must provide me with an IOU. Otherwise, I shall not lend you a single coin. Do you think my money grows on trees? At worst, I shall disregard your genius. Since the 10th tier has never produced a martial artist, your emergence has tarnished our reputation. Upon hearing that the principal would not assist her, Su Yao turned pale. I will sign, then return to sign. Once you have completed that, I shall provide you with the money. Swiftly resolve your troublesome affairs. Lu Shuitian watched Su Yao's departing figure with a smirk. Shortly after, the phone rang. Old Lu, there is a household registered under Su Yao. What do you think? Lu Shuitian's lips curled into a playful grin. If she possesses a house, it can be settled with a mere wave of the hand. Old Lu, I would like to inquire about a certain Wu Qiu. Due to her circumstances, The city lord is displeased with our 10th tier. Lu Xuetian interrupted. Old classmate. Let me speak plainly. The day she was brought back, Wu Qiu was already dead. What did you say? You're not deceiving me, are you? She died from coughing up blood upon her return. They had already ingested poison long before, and I know not who possessed such a cruel heart. She passed without leaving any instructions. After hanging up the phone, Lu Xuetian picked up another device and swiftly penned a line on paper. Upon returning to the cell, the phone rang. The individual previously interrogated by Lu Xuetian gazed at him. I have divulged everything. Grant me a swift resolution. My family is unconnected. As per your instructions. Very well. Lu Xuetian connected the call. Hello, what is the matter? You have not made a move, have you? Not at all. The security management office is not so easily infiltrated, especially the circuit. One must clarify the location of the detention before proceeding, planning to act 2 days hence. That is good. That is good. Do not take any action. You need not complete this task. I shall ensure payment. Why? Do not ask. The call ended, and Lu Xuetian gazed at the recording with a smile upon his lips. Meeting Su Mo was indeed a stroke of fortune for him, as he would soon find himself promoted. He had performed commendably. In the high-ranking office, Fang Jingyu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, narrowly avoiding a grave mistake. Once seated, he continually pondered Lu Xuetian's words. Zhou Yang, I truly underestimated you. No wonder that old fox from the Zhou family opposed it. He intended to drag me into the mire. Huh, you wish to extricate yourself, but little do you know, Lu Xuetian is my classmate. For now, I shall focus on preparing for the martial arts examination to restore my reputation. With Wu Qiu's demise, my position is secure. After all, he perished under the auspices of the Safety Management Bureau, and it bears no connection to me. I nearly fell into Zhou's trap. With this thought in mind, Fang Jingyu called Lu Xuetian, requesting an autopsy report. Lu Xuetian, of course, obliged. When dogs fight, it is only natural for him to relish the spectacle. Rather than allow others to expose the truth, it is far better for Fang Jingyu to unveil it himself. Chapter 41. Cursing Su Yao and the principal, what a delight. Upon receiving the facts from Lu Xuetian, Fang Jingyu scrutinized its contents, his gaze narrowing. Zhou Yang. Oh Zhou Yang, you are far more ruthless than your elderly patriarch. Your blatant disregard for the rules is astonishing. Since Zhou Yang intends to drag him into the mire, why should he not ensnare Zhou Yang in return? Yet, the cunning old fox of the Zhou family poses a challenge, as he operates with utmost discretion. Lu Xuetian had initially planned to commence his patrol when an unexpected phone call interrupted him. Lu Gu, a somber voice emanated from the other end. Lu Xuetian was taken aback. It was Sun Yi, one of the leaders of the black market. What is it? He inquired. It concerns Su Mo. Today, someone from the Zhou family approached Jiang Quan. A swirl of unidentifiable emotions flickered in Lu Xuetian's eyes. Please continue. I have a recording from my informant beside Jiang Quan. I will send it to you. Excellent. Brother Sun, allow me to relay a message. Someone is plotting against the Zhou family. Su Mo has already broken through to the Meridian realm. The sound of a teacup shattering resonated through the phone. Lu Gu, are you truly not deceiving me? Sun Yi queried, incredulity lacing his tone. We have collaborated for so many years. You know my standing, or else you would not have chosen to ally with me. Do you truly believe I would mislead you? The black market in Z9 City is chaotic. It is time for a legitimate leader to emerge and impose order. Silence fell heavily on the other end for quite some time. I understand what must be done. Be cautious not to frequently employ your pawn. If the adversary discovers it, they may ensnare you. Lu Gu, do you still not know me? Sun Yi retorted, prompting a nod from Lu Xuetian, who understood the implications well enough. Lu Xuetian activated the phone recording, and a familiar voice echoed through. Zhou Bongyu, the second son of the Zhou family. Jiang Xiong. As long as the individual in the photograph is eliminated, 500 million will be transferred immediately. Wasn't this the younger brother of that brilliant sister, Su Mo? Indeed, it is he. Understood. I will arrange for it, came Zhou Bongyu's reply. Upon successful completion, there shall be generous rewards. After backing up the information, Lu Xuetian inhaled deeply. It was clear that Zhou Bongyu could not escape this predicament. Furthermore, should Su Mo's capabilities be revealed, many would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike him down. Lu Shiutian attempted to contact Su Mo, but found the line unreachable. Presumably, he had ventured beyond the city limits. That young man certainly did not fear the serpent. Shortly thereafter, Su Yao arrived. Lu Guan, I have come to handle the household registration matter. Have you not noticed that closing time is imminent? You possess no understanding of social etiquette. After Lu Shiutian's retort, he turned on his heel and departed, disregarding Su Yao's presence. Such a woman, selfish and self-serving, with only her own interests at heart, was unworthy of his association. Lu Guan, I implore you, I must proceed with my patrol, should any life-threatening issues arise. You shall bear the responsibility. Su Yao felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation, burdened by a responsibility she could scarcely bear. The weekend was upon them, and there was no need for him to come. A foreboding intuition gnawed at her. Surely he would not deny her the necessary procedures. After Lu Shiutian departed, Su Yao made her way towards the school. Along the route, disoriented cries pierced the air. A mutated leech writhed grotesquely on the pavement, its form spanning 2 meters. To make matters worse, a pair of fleshy wings sprouted from its back, radiating a sinister crimson glow. Beside it lay a lifeless body, devoid of color. Upon encountering the creature, Su Yao's complexion turned pale, and she fled in haste. Isn't that the prodigious warrior Su Yao? Aren't you a fighter? Go and slay that beast. Hurry! As recognition dawned upon the onlookers, her pallor deepened. She had never engaged in combat with a beast before. The mere sight of it rendered her legs weak. Hurry! It has just mutated. Its strength should not surpass yours. Go and vanquish it. The mutated leech flapped its wings and soared towards the crowd. At the sight, Su Yao gasped, her face paling even further. She possessed nothing. How could she confront such a beast? The leech seized a person and with a swift bite, drained their lifeblood, leaving a chilling corpse sprawled on the ground. Seeking death, Zhang Dehai had arrived, wielding his blade with precision, cleaving the mutated leech in 2. Blood splattered across the ground. Zhang Dehai gazed upon the 2 cold bodies, a heaviness settling in his heart. I am sorry, I have arrived too late. Many noticed the bloodstains on Zhang Dehai, a testament to his earlier battles against other beasts. Thank you, Zhang. Your efforts are commendable. Indeed, had you not intervened, we cannot fathom how many lives might have been lost. Zhang Dehai inhaled deeply, addressing the crowd. In the event of encountering a mutated beast, seek refuge in buildings. Their massive forms hinder their speed, increasing your chances of survival. We understand, but it was Su Yao who, despite being a warrior, ran towards us instead of confronting the beast. Yes, she should be the one to slay it, yet she stood frozen in place. No, it is not like that, Su Yao attempted to defend herself, but she noticed that Zhang Dehai did not even spare her glance. Everyone, please return home at once. Shortly thereafter, Li Wuyo and Lu Shiutian hurriedly arrived, and upon seeing the 2 frigid corpses, a complex emotion washed over them. They had witnessed far too many instances of beast mutations leading to tragic fatalities. Defensive measures were futile, leaving them helpless. They cast a glance at Su Yao, whose complexion had turned ghostly. Leave. Today's events will be recorded by our safety management office. As a warrior, you exhibit no sense of responsibility. Individuals like you hardly deserve the title of a prodigious warrior. In that moment, Lu Shiutian regarded Su Yao as unworthy even of rebuke. He recalled the first time he met Su Mo, who had effortlessly dispatched a mutated lobster with a single stroke of knife. Thereafter assisting in the extermination of mutated water snakes and the slaughter of beasts 30 miles beyond the city. Take another look at this Su Yao. As a martial artist, he lacks even the courage to confront the monstrous beasts. No, it cannot be recorded. I possess no combat experience. Upon hearing this, a wave of murderous intent surged within Lu Shiutian. And what the knowledge you have acquired, do you not intend to apply it? Urge them to scatter and seek refuge in the buildings. Do you truly claim you have not learned this? Speak. If you insist you have not learned, I shall apologize to your school with 3 bows. Do not lower your head, you fool. Look at me, meet my gaze, confront me, you wretched child. Su Yao remained silent, her head bowed. The 3 individuals began to clear the battlefield, Faced with such foolishness, one could only feel exasperated. She may boast before Su Mo, but it will not be long before her bravado fades. Lacking the fate of a princess, she has fallen into the affliction of princess syndrome. Lu Shuetian turned away, retrieving his phone and dialing a number. Hello, old Lu. Is your principal competent, or has a donkey kicked your brain, or is it clogged with excrement? If you have no intention of fulfilling your duties, I shall suggest otherwise to the city Lord-S mansion. Fang Zhengyu held the phone, utterly bewildered. Chapter 42. The principal's scolding, the Lord's interrogation, Su Yao's reprimand once more. What folly! How could one deem anyone a genius with such a muddled mind and failing eyesight? And to think I was asked to assist her in obtaining a household registration. What nonsense! I rue the day I met you. It feels as though I've drawn the short straw for 8 lifetimes. From henceforth, do not dare to seek my assistance again. After Lu Shuetian ended the call, he inhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. Zhang Dehai and Li Wuyo shared the same sentiment. What a relief it was, as they gathered their belongings to depart. That foolish principal would soon return to apologize. Fang Zhengyu, having hung up the phone, wore a grim expression, though unaware of the specifics. He sensed it was undoubtedly linked to Su Yao. Once the meeting concluded, he retrieved his phone and dialed Su Yao's number. Moments later, the office resonated with Fang Zhengyu's furious voice. Are you a fool, or simply lacking in intelligence? Where is that cleverness of yours that once swindled your brother and sold your parents' house? If your mind is so blank that you cannot manage your household registration, why did you think of me? Even if you had called us over, it would have been advantageous for us. You are truly a waste. I must have been blind to have nurtured you. Training a dog would yield better results. Lift your head. Do not feign victimhood, but face me directly. You spend extravagantly on clothing without a second thought, proclaiming confidence in only purchasing what you desire. Where has that confidence vanished? Speak, you fool, you imbecile, you brainless wretch. Worth nothing. I have come to realize that the closer I am to you, the more misfortune befalls me. I now suspect that your adoptive parents met their demise due to you. At this rate, I too shall be doomed. Your reputation is now tarnished. Perhaps the universities in the Northern District harbor grievances against you. After finally securing an opportunity to excel, you retreat. Have you gorged yourself on swine's brains? No, that would be an insult to pigs. You are a martial artist. Even if injured, it should not be fatal. Witnessing your desperation, how will others perceive this? Look at the Northern District Martial Artists Forum. Your predicament has been publicized, and the backlash is overwhelming. Our prestigious institution is now sullied. Fang Zhengyu inhaled sharply, prepared to speak again when a call interrupted him. His complexion turned ashen, his body trembling slightly. Instantly, his demeanor shifted to one of respect. Hello, Lord. If you are unsuited for your position, I can appoint another. I believe I still hold that authority. This is my fault, and I will rectify it. I have already punished her. But you must understand, she has never stepped beyond the school gates. Her combat experience is woefully inadequate, and she has failed to apply even the theoretical knowledge she possesses. Fang Zhengyu felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. After the Lord hung up, he sank in his chair, staring blankly at the ceiling. It was over. Everything was over. He had thought the incident involving Wu Qiu was behind him. Yet here he was, confronted with such turmoil due to Su Yao. Exhaustion washed over him. Annihilation felt like the only escape. Perhaps it would be best to eliminate Su Yao and then end his own life. Leave, leave, leave. Do not let me lay my eyes upon you. Your presence incites my anger. Await your reckoning, for you owe me 30 million. With such a demeanor, do you dare aspire to enter the Northern Academy? After Su Yao departed, her head hung low, a picture of grievance. She yearned to confide in her homeroom teacher, Wang Yang, yet his countenance was grim, and he dismissed her with a turn towards his office, emerging later, bloodied and battered. Returning to her class, Su Yao remained silent, her head bowed. Lacking the fortune of a princess, she bore the affliction of a princess's disease. Many who envied her ascension to a martial artist now reveled in her misfortune. Zhou Yang heard these murmurs and merely chuckled. Individuals like Su Yao might not even warrant the consideration of prestigious institutions. Such self-inflicted tribulations are deserving of their fate. It seems that even breakthrough martial artists may not be accepted. Perhaps even ordinary schools would reject them. Indeed, the online discussions are rife. Allow me to share some excerpts. Genius martial artists, or mere nonsense. What a farce. The subsequent comments are even more provocative. Though Su Yao may lack intellect, she possesses spirit. Such a fragile individual, yet she can weep. To think she might resort to cheating during exams is absurd. To elevate such a person to martial artist status is a grave oversight by the heavens. Silence. Su Yao suddenly erupted, slamming her palm upon the table. Why are you shouting at us? Our Class 9 has already borne the brunt of this. What connection do we have to this matter? Indeed, you have dragged our Class 9 into this mess. Perhaps expulsion would be a fitting consequence. Su Yao inhaled deeply. Very well, you shall await my return. With that, she turned and exited the classroom, instilling a sense of trepidation among her peers, for she was, after all, a martial artist. They had yet to even reach a blood value of 160, with merely over a month remaining until the martial arts examination. Meanwhile, Sumo, still outside the city, remained unaware of the unfolding events. His figure danced among the trees, a blur of motion, as he felled a 3-meter spider. He exhaled a sigh of relief. Ensnared in a web of countless spiders, remnants of skeletal remains hung above, their flesh devoured. Slain a level 2, 7th rank beast, earning 200,000 points of slaughter. Su Mo perched upon the tree, taking a moment to rest. At that very moment, the Northern District Martial Artists Forum erupted once more. What on earth is happening with the beast howling nightly? Accompanying the discourse were several photographs, depicting indistinct shadows amidst a sea of beast carcasses, particularly those nearly 20 meters in size. The only discernible figure was a silhouette standing atop a beast's remains, obscured by mist, yet wielding a dark iron blade, droplets of blood occasionally falling from its tip. Indeed, it is my husband. Do you still refuse to forgive me? Ah, you again, the one above. You seem to be male, do you not? Why do you concern yourself with me? We are all martial artists. Why is there such a disparity? The thought of that genius student fills me with sorrow. I advise you to speak respectfully and refrain from belittling this figure. Such utter nonsense can even be compared to my enigmatic figure. To the one taking photographs, kindly provide an address, and I shall send you the most exquisite camera available. You inquire about the identity of this mysterious figure. Judging by his silhouette, he does not appear particularly aged. Had I known, I would have long since paid him a visit, kneeling in reverence, offering him a monthly tribute of 100,000, pleading for him to accept me as his subordinate. I wonder if this figure has a girlfriend? A 34E with long, fair hair, owning 10 properties and possessing a bank balance that boasts 11 digits. Should he become my boyfriend, all would be his. At 34 years of age, seeking to gain without giving, not conventionally attractive, with crooked legs, perhaps a mere illusion? Surely, there must be 8 decimal places following that number. Let us not tarnish the reputation of beautiful women. May I see a photograph? Ah, that profile picture seems familiar. Allow me a moment to search, and indeed, I have found it. Nationwide, Xiao Yu. Goodness, I recognize this person, and I have connections regarding the private life of Xiao Yu and the esteemed Mr. Wong of AAA Building Materials. Were we not discussing the enigmatic figure? My apologies, dear friend with connections. Do send me a copy shortly, compensated, of course. And I would like a copy as well. Chapter 43. Transformation in the Northern Courtyard. A post ignited a frenzy throughout the entire Northern District. Within the Martial Artists Guild, Bayu gazed at a silhouette on the forum. This insufferable brat's strength has evidently increased. Yet, the specific level of his prowess remains unknown. Upon receiving a call, a flicker of surprise crossed Bayu's eyes. The old man actually has the audacity to call me. How is my disciple faring? You seem to have forgotten about my apprentice in favor of your cherished closed-door disciple, old man. Do you believe I won't inform the mistress? Well, perhaps it's best not to, considering it was I who facilitated your internship at the Martial Artists Guild. A hint of disdain flashed in Bayu's eyes. The person on the forum is indeed your treasured disciple. Observe, his strength is formidable, and he remains outside the city, accompanied by his blade, hunting ferocious beasts. After the martial examination, you should return as well. Bayou's gaze reflected astonishment. Has something transpired? It hasn't occurred yet, but it is likely imminent. A powerful beast has appeared outside the northern district, and another siege may soon unfold. Upon hearing this, Bayou's heart tightened. Each siege by these beasts results in rivers of blood and roads paved with bones, leaving behind ruins and the fallen warriors. Let us return together when the time comes. My accomplishments will be fulfilled by then. Good. After ending the call, a shadow of gloom enveloped Bayou. The news of a beast siege is not something to be disclosed lightly, as it could incite tremendous panic. Worrying is futile. Where there is a will, a way will emerge. When the sky falls, there will still be someone to bear it. Bayou continued to scrutinize the Northern District Martial Arts Forum. At this moment, Lu Shuetian was also fixated on the forum, recognizing that Silhouette as his brother, Su Mo. Now, he could effortlessly hunt even second-tier beasts. Zhang Dehai and Li Wuyu looked on with envy, for they could hardly keep pace with Su Mo's cultivation speed. Were it not for the elixirs provided by Su Mo, they would not have even breached the Meridian Realm. In the black market, Sun Yi observed the same silhouette. Brother Liu, you have deceived me. This is far beyond what one can achieve merely after breaking through to the Meridian Realm. As time elapsed, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. A post erupted anew. I am neither a coward nor a failure. Accompanying the text were images of a colossal beast, lifeless on the ground, with a figure standing beside it, resolute, blood still dripping from their hands. The post detonated upon release. Who is this person collaborating with? Indeed, can this dim-witted girl truly hunt beasts? It is genuine. She is injured as well. I witnessed her slay that beast. Su Yao turned to leave, her body swaying unsteadily. She was determined to enter the Northern Courtyard. She would succeed, for she was no mere ornament. This was the first step she had taken. She still sought vengeance. Su Mo, wait for it. You expel me from my household registration, and I will ensure you regret it. And those who have scorned me shall await the moment I strike back. At this moment, Fang Jingyu gazed at the post and abruptly rose from his seat. If you are acting, I suggest you apologize. No, Su Yao replied, directly hanging up the phone. A flicker of surprise crossed Fang Jingyu's face. How dare she terminate the call? The person who previously refrained from retorting when insulted had seemingly undergone a transformation. In the security management office, Zhang Dehai held his phone. Liu, has Su Yao truly risen to prominence? Risen? Don't be ridiculous. She merely seeks to avenge her brother, Su Mo, and make those who criticized her regret their words. Why concern ourselves with her? When she comes to handle her registration, we shall assist her. In a month, the martial arts examination will commence. Then we shall witness a spectacle. Lu Shuetian examined the information on his phone, sent by Sun Yi, indicating that they had been unable to locate Su Mo, and the Zhou family was becoming anxious. Was this a final lament? The following morning, a post suddenly erupted, drawing countless individuals. The Northern Academy's assessment will be held in Z City, with specific content determined by the chief examiner. Upon this announcement, the entire Northern District was set ablaze with excitement. Why was it not held in the city as before? Could it be that Z City is about to rise? Was this truly for Su Yao? Wake up upstairs. To enter the Northern Academy, one must at least be a martial artist. The Northern District is home to more than just one martial artist. There must be others hidden within. Some schools prefer to harbor a significant talent. Yet, the decision to host the assessment in Z City was indeed unexpected, diverging from the Northern Academy's usual practices. Oftentimes, martial arts examinations had to be conducted at the Northern Academy itself. The assessments for Lian Academy will be held in Z City. The assessments for Tianfeng Academy will be held in Z City. The assessments for Tuyao Academy will be held in Z City. The assessments for Tianshi Academy will be held in Z City. The assessments for Qingya Academy will be held in Z City. These 5 posts quickly followed, causing a frenzy throughout the Northern District. What enchantment does Z City possess that draws everyone in? Historically, this was the first time an assessment was set in Z City. Previously, even ordinary assessments were not conducted there. Oh my, how exhilarating. This is a monumental achievement for Z City, a moment of glory. No reasons were provided, leaving one to ponder for whom this was orchestrated. Could it be that Z City conceals a true dragon? At this moment, within an opulent office of the Northern Academy, discussions regarding the assessment were underway. Let him handle it without interference. The four instructors from the Northern Academy were perplexed. They could not comprehend why such a decision had been made this year. Bayou stated, "When the time comes, you may inquire with her. My closed-door disciple is also present there." "What? When did you take in a closed-door disciple, Director?" Long Lintian opened his phone, revealing a shadowy figure on a forum. "This is my closed-door disciple. She is now 18. Disappointing. Her strength still leaves much to be desired." Several instructors hurriedly gathered around, their pupils constricting. "Director, is this truly your closed-door disciple? Of course, would I deceive you? This assessment is less about her and more about boosting morale. Hunting the demonic beasts 30 miles outside the city, coupled with the recent posts, has successfully built momentum. Contemplating the imminent events, a heaviness settled in the hearts of the teachers. No wonder the dean invested such considerable effort. It was all for this. The five of them, seasoned comrades forged in the crucible of battle, shared an unspoken anxiety. This assault by the demonic beasts was unprecedented. They could only hope that the Northern District would not suffer the same fate as that other district. The dean inhaled deeply, his gaze laden with concern. Upon hearing his words, their eyes mirrored a similar complexity. Now, only 9 districts remain. There were once 10 major districts, but one has entirely vanished, reduced to rubble by the beasts. This stands as a disgrace for humanity, marking the most significant loss in our history. With hundreds of millions of lives extinguished at the hands of these monsters. Just a month remains. Let us descend and prepare. Chapter 44. The Narcissistic Su Yao, the youngest chief examiner. As the 5 prestigious academies of the Northern Institute released their announcements, the entire Z City, along with its 9 cities, was swept into a fervor. After all, this was a collective honor for all the territories within Z City. The 9 city lords convened, acknowledging that the selection of Z City for this momentous occasion was a matter of great significance, and it must be executed flawlessly. Lu Xuedao merely smiled upon hearing the news, harboring some conjectures about the particulars. The influx of the Northern Institute and the 5 prominent academies took him by surprise. He suspected it might have connections to Su-Mo. Collaboration among all parties was essential to mobilize resources and construct the examination venues. Indeed, it had been a long time since Z City experienced such vibrancy. Previous city lords had designated a specific area at the juncture of the 9 cities for development, which should suffice. Unfortunately, over the years, not only had the prestigious academies refrained from coming, but even the moderately esteemed institutions had stayed away, leaving our candidates to toil away in other cities for their assessments. As the 9 city lords reflected on this, a wave of sorrow mixed with a hint of resentment swelled within them. There was no denying that Z City lagged significantly behind other cities. As time passed, the atmosphere in Z City grew increasingly animated, with warriors standing by, ready for deployment. Many rogue warriors even joined in, eager to contribute to Z City's cause. At the city gates, Baishio observed the warrior forum, taken aback by the influx of the Northern Institute and the 5 prestigious academies, seemingly for her sake. It appeared that Su-Mo had indeed become an examiner, which piqued his interest. As he pondered this, a graceful figure approached. Baishio refrained from greeting her, for he held no affection for this woman. Upon returning, Su Yao took a deep breath. She had just slain a beast outside the city and was eager to post the photos on the warrior forum. As she opened the site and browsed through several posts, her heart raced with excitement. The examination site of the Northern Institute was unexpectedly set in Z City. Marvelous news. They must be coming for me. Soon, I shall create a legend for Z City, and those who have insulted me shall surely regret their words. With only a month left until the martial arts examination, I must strive diligently. Today, I hunted a beast, and tomorrow, I shall continue to push myself. Su Yao uploaded the photos and found a quiet spot to observe the comments below. The reactions were quite telling. Some criticized her audacity for hunting beasts outside the city, while others acknowledged her growth, recognizing her as a talented warrior who learned from her mistakes. Not even a hair on my back can compare to that of my brother. One comment read, "At her age, achieving warrior status and daring to hunt beasts is commendable. Would you have the courage to do so?" you would have been terrified. Seeing these comments brought a smile to Su Yao's face. Her reputation is gradually transforming. Although there are still voices of derision when the evaluation arrives, the Northern Academy will declare that they have come for her. At that moment, we shall see who dares to underestimate her. Fang Jingyu, the principal of the 10th high school, took a deep breath upon seeing the form's content. This fool has finally realized the necessity of self-preservation. There remains hope of being accepted by the Northern Academy. He also noticed that posts criticizing Su Yao were being deleted, including many that disparaged their 10th high school. Fang Jingyu took out his phone and captured a photograph of the IOU signed by Su Yao, which he had already torn up. He sent the image to Su Yao along with a transfer of 1 million. I am delighted to witness your awakening. The matter of the IOU is now behind us. This is your reward. Continue to strive and manage the remaining month as you see fit. As Su Yao observed Principal Fang Jingyu's actions, a smirk appeared on her face, and she let out a cold snort. She turned and headed to the Warrior Guild. I wish to purchase a storage ring and a black blade. 150,000. By you, without lifting her head, replied. These are the materials obtained from the 2 demon beasts I hunted. Take a look. After a brief glance, Bai Yu offered a price of 60,000. Ultimately, Su Yao took from her own purse and paid 440,000. Upon exiting, a hint of dissatisfaction lingered on her face. What kind of warrior guild is this? They don't even know how to conduct business, failing to offer discounts to a talented warrior. One day, you shall come to seek my favor. Standing at the doorway, she imagined the Northern Academy announcing that they had come for her, picturing the elite 5 academies vying for her attention, a sense of pride blossoming on her face. Bai Yu shook her head at the sight of the foolish figure grinning at the entrance. What a fool. She picked up her phone and sent another message, sighing when there was no response. This guy thinks he's the master outside the city. In the following days, the 9 city lords of Z City labored tirelessly, undeterred by fatigue. The assessment area carved out at the confluence of the 9 cities was vast. However, they were not alone. Other nearby cities also chose to lend their assistance. They were not foolish. Now was the time to forge good relations with Z City. Within a mere half-month, a colossal fortress capable of accommodating nearly 80 million people had been constructed. This was achieved through the employment of warriors who worked through the night. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to complete so swiftly. The martial examination has become the talk of the entire northern region. Of course, another figure loomed large in this narrative, Su Yao. Each day, she hunted demon beasts, particularly this occasion, where 3 lay beside her, her clothes stained red with blood, her complexion pale, and her breathing rapid. Do not waste your youth. Do not squander your prime. Do not let yourself down. Keep pushing forward. Yao Yao, remember to rest. There are still 2 weeks left, so you should find time to relax. To hunt 3 demon beasts alone is remarkable. One would wish to cling to your coattails. Not even a hair on my shadow can compare. Damn, you always show up. Come out and let us have a duel. Each time Su Yao posted, this fellow would invariably appear, truly astonishing. At the city gate, Bai Xiu observed the breach and defenses, a smile spreading across his face. That phrase, of course, was his own. Recently, he seems to have discovered joy, particularly in witnessing others' vulnerabilities. Having observed the entrance for an extended period, he had never encountered a woman so steeped in self-adoration. Over the span of 2 weeks, he had scarcely vanquished 20 demonic beasts. Each time he ventured forth, it was merely to procure supplies. Moreover, this individual was someone his beloved younger sister held in high regard. Thus he felt compelled to lend his support. The youngest assessor of the North Academy is set to assume office, presiding over this year's martial examination, a prodigious warrior and the direct disciple of the Academy's president. Any announcement from the North Academy is bound to create significant ripples. The trifecta of news regarding the youngest assessor, the Academy president's esteemed disciple, and a remarkable martial talent resonates within their souls like the tolling of a bell. The North Academy has long been a cradle for geniuses, a sanctuary in the Northern District, with even the Academy itself acknowledging its exceptional warriors. How extraordinary must such a person be? At that moment, upon reading this news, Su Yao trembled with anticipation. The president's disciple, a prodigious warrior, Could it be that he comes for me? As this thought crossed her mind, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Chapter 45. The demon, the teacher from the Northern Courtyard, arrived to discuss the assessment rules. A genius of such caliber ought to be striking. Only an extraordinary woman deserves to be associated with him. I do not consider my appearance to be lacking, and my talents are formidable as well. Moreover, the assessment is set to take place in City Z, rendering the outcome all too clear. I, Su Yao, believe I'm the most qualified candidate. As comments continued to pour in, Su Yao remained fixated, eager to witness such a prodigious figure. Could it be that this exceptional warrior is the reason the assessment is hosted in City Z? It is indeed a bold conjecture. Perhaps this genius warrior has come for someone specific. Are you reading too many novels? Someone quipped from above. Are you suggesting he has taken a liking to Su Yao? It is not entirely out of the realm of possibility. The comments below varied widely, and upon seeing her name mentioned, a smile flickered across Su Yao's face. Who says there are no opportunities? Perhaps this is all meant for her. A genius deserves another genius. Upon returning to her room, Su Yao refreshed herself and admired her reflection in the mirror. Her fair skin glowed with a rosy hue, and her charming smile made her want to kiss her own reflection. After taking a few photos, she hesitated before posting them. Such a genius would surely appreciate diligence and hard work. Tomorrow, she resolved to venture outside the city to hunt magical beasts. Meanwhile, Suemo, still outside the city, faced an unprecedented calamity, for it was not a magical beast he confronted. It was the first time he encountered such a creature, towering and robust, standing nearly 2 meters tall, adorned with 2 horns and intricate patterns on its face, wielding a pair of massive hammers, capable of human speech, with a dark iron blade in hand. Suemo stood resolute against the creature. I never expected you to survive my heavy strike. Come again. The imposing figure lifted its hammers and leaped towards Suemo. He braced himself with his long knife. With a resounding crash, sparks flew, and Suemo staggered back a step. The formidable creature pressed its advantage, swinging its hammers with relentless speed. The clanging of metal echoed repeatedly. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of strikes had passed. Suemo retreated, unleashing his high-tier skill. Wave of the tide. The towering figure was enveloped in a swirling black mist around its hammers. A colossal collision reverberated through the mist. To his astonishment, the creature was forced to retreat, its eyes wide with disbelief. Seeking death, are you? It scoffed coldly as the hammers glimmered with radiance. It leapt into the air, descending upon Suemo with great force. Suemo steadied his blade before his chest, inhaling deeply and exhaling slowly. Wave of the tide. This time, only a single blade of energy was unleashed, devoid of any embellishments. Standing firm, Suemo remained in place as the descending figure drew perilously close, only to veer to the sides at the last moment. Slay the first-level demon, earning 4 million in slaughter value. Suemo leaned on his blade, feeling lightheaded and dizzy. A wave of weakness surged through him, as if his very essence had been drained. The technique he has comprehended during his prolonged sojourn outside the city possesses a singular flaw. Each time it is invoked, the power within him is entirely depleted. Such a technique must not be employed lightly, especially beyond the city limits. What is this entity known as a demon? It has not been documented before. He took out his phone to capture an image. Bai should recognize this being, and he would send it to her for confirmation later. As for that unhelpful master, he lacks even a means of contact. After securing the corpse and the dual hammers, Suemo turned to depart from the scene. The aftermath of battle lingered, with the scent of blood still palpable, and his internal strength was waning. He needed to find a place to recuperate swiftly. Meanwhile, within the Martial Artists Guild, Bai was attending to several individuals. Teachers, you had traveled far, she greeted. It was no trouble. We simply wish to see your little junior brother, they replied. The dean has sung his praises, and given that this assessment requires his input, we must prepare the Lord of City Z ahead of time. Upon hearing this, Bai's expression turned to one of resignation. That fellow had been outside the city for over a month, and there had been no recent news. She only knew he was alive due to a photograph shared previously. The teachers from the Northern Courtyard appeared quite satisfied. Such extraordinary talent coupled with diligence commendable indeed. Just then, Bayu's phone chimed, and upon glancing at the photo, her expression shifted. Teachers looked quickly. The sight of the assembled corpse caused their faces to pale. The demon has reemerged? Suemo, where are you? Return swiftly. Bayu hurriedly messaged Suemo. I am nearly at the Martial Artists Guild. Please wait. I will bring them to meet you shortly. The four teachers shook their heads and followed Bayu outside. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and there was no one nearby the guild. Otherwise, onlookers might mistake Suemo for a wild man emerging from some primordial forest. Big Sister Bayu, I have returned. Upon seeing Suemo safe and sound, Bayu exhaled in relief. There are only 2 weeks until the martial examination. If you did not return soon, I would have feared the worst. It was then that Suemo noticed several individuals following Bayu, all scrutinizing him. Quickly freshen up. I have matters to discuss with you. Bayu led Suemo to a place where he could clean up before turning away. When Suemo reemerged, the teachers nodded in approval. He was indeed strikingly handsome, with deep-set eyes and a stern visage that radiated a seemingly gentle demeanor while exuding an air of distant aloofness. His eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation. These are the teachers from the Northern Courtyard, and they are the assessment officials for this round. Bayu informed him. Greetings, teachers. Somo promptly gritiv. You must be Suemo. There is no need for formality. We have come to discuss matters with you regarding this assessment. Please, do open the Martial Artists Forum to review the information. Suemo retrieved his phone and accessed the Martial Artists Forum, his pupils dilating at the content displayed. You are the chief examiner for this assessment. Do you have any insights regarding the upcoming evaluation? After everyone took their seats, Suemo fell into contemplation. What caught his attention was the fact that the seemingly unassuming mentor was, in fact, the dean of the Northern Academy. The young man boldly expressed his thoughts, inviting the esteemed educators to point out any shortcomings they might perceive. The 4 instructors appeared quite pleased with Suemo, maintaining a humble demeanor without resorting to obsequiousness to curry favor with any individual. The assessment of vitality would remain unchanged. Previously, it involved battles among martial artists, with scores determined by points. However, he proposed a shift to confrontations with ferocious beasts. What are your thoughts on this? One instructor inquired, narrowing his eyes and gazing intently at Suemo. Some students, despite commendable grades, exhibited a lack of courage, unable to stand firm when faced with a beast, let alone engage in combat. Upon entering the academy, a significant amount of time would be devoted to cultivating their bravery. Beasts proliferate rapidly and can devour one another to grow, while humans must progress gradually and systematically. Early exposure to such encounters would serve as a baptism for their courage. The beasts could be selected based on familiar weaknesses outlined in their studies. Upon conclusion, students who advanced in their martial ranks will be tasked with hunting beasts outside the city, engaging in a points-based competition to determine the final standings. What do you think, esteemed educators? Suemo inquired, directing his gaze towards the 4 instructors, as this was indeed his proposal. Chapter 46, The Conclusion of Customized Rules, The Vanished 10th District. The 4 instructors applauded in unison, gazing at Suemo with a sense of pride. Indeed, it is the youth who possess such audacity. It is no wonder the dean appointed you as the assessment officer. Now we comprehend the dean's intentions. Bayu, too, stared at Suemo in astonishment. The vitality test posed minimal danger. However, hunting ferocious beasts and demonic creatures certainly entails risk, serving as their inaugural challenge of theory and courage. Subsequently, venturing outside the city to hunt these creatures presents yet another trial. Once the results are revealed, those talented students will no longer harbor such fear towards the demonic beasts, nor will they dread the outside world to the same extent. One must concede that this notion is indeed commendable. Many martial artists are akin to flowers in a greenhouse, untested by the baptism of blood. With the announcement of this assessment content, it is likely that many will criticize Suemo, yet he will undoubtedly gain numerous supporters as well. One of the instructors compiled Suemo's opinions and sent them to the dean. Just then, the instructor's phone rang. The proposal is commendable. I shall discuss it with the 5 prestigious academies, and I trust they will concur. It merely requires some personnel to capture the demonic beasts. Half a month's time will suffice. Sumo, splendid work. You have not disappointed your teacher. Thank you for the praise, master. I shall continue to strive. And when you come to the Northern Academy, we shall meet again. Very well. After the call ended, Sumo exhaled in relief. In that case, we shall take our leave for now. We shall return in half a month. The four instructors departed, and this visit, seemingly for discussion, was more of a test for Sumo by you. Did you receive the images I sent you? This pertains to the demons. Are you aware of the vanished 10th district? Sumo nodded. He had indeed heard of it. The disappearance of the 10th district was intricately linked to the demons, and it was puzzling why they would manifest in the Northern District this time. The instructors' eagerness to return was driven by their desire to report to the dean. The appearance of demons is a matter of grave significance. Unlike demonic beasts, demons are akin to humans, possessing immense strength and remarkable intelligence. Their flaw lies in their volatile temperament. They can become aggressive at the slightest provocation. It is undeniable that they surpass many demonic beasts in power. However, demons are scarce. This was Sumo's first encounter with such a species. Yet you managed to slay one. That is no small feat. What is your current strength? I shall refrain from boasting about my modest abilities before you, Baiyu. After all, I cannot compare to your prowess. Baiyu nodded in agreement, showing no humility. You should rest now. Your aura is so filled with killing intent that one might mistake you for a ruthless killer. There are several items within this ring. Could you assist me in organizing them, Baiyu? Just affix them to my martial artist badge. Upon leaving the Martial Artists Guild, Sumo remained vigilant even in slumber, keeping one eye open outside the city, especially since that enormous serpent had nearly claimed his life on several occasions. Upon returning home, Sumo lay on his bed, fatigue enveloping him instantly. There is nothing quite as comforting as a bed. When Baiyu hurried back, she noticed several dark figures lurking outside. Her expression hardened, and a surge of killing intent coalesced. These individuals truly possess an unyielding audacity. The members of the Zhou family exhibit remarkable courage. At this moment, Baiyu sensed an approaching presence and, upon glancing, discovered it to be Lu Shuetian. Ah, Baiyu, you are here as well. What a ridiculous question. If I were not here, where else would I be? You seem quite fond of Sumo. Lu Shuetian and his companions exchanged smiles, but remained silent. Baiyu's figure shifted. In the darkness, a series of thuds echoed. Bang, bang, bang. Following this, a sound of spitting blood was heard. Bang. 3 figures were hurled out. Hurry and take them away. They are an eyesore. Lu Shuetian, Zhang Dehai, and Li Wuyu hastily escorted the 3 individuals away. Upon returning to the vehicle, Zhang Dehai's throat tightened, fear flashing across his face. Brother, what is that person's strength? Lu Shuetian shook his head. I have no idea. At that moment, the masks of the 3 assassins had been removed. Lu Shuetian took a deep breath, pulled out a mobile phone, and captured photographs of the 3. He dialed a number. Brother, I have apprehended someone. Zhou Bangyu, the second son of the Zhou family. He requires your custody. The voice on the other end acknowledged with a brief response before hanging up. Their intent to kill young brother Sumo remains resolute. Lu Shuetian remarked with a sigh. Lu Gu, there are still 2 weeks left. Their good days will soon come to an end. An hour later, Lu Shuetian met with the individuals sent by the city lord. Shuetian, we had taken them away. You must exercise caution. Their assassination plot is linked to that examination officer. The group paused, their expressions serious as they nodded in agreement. We have also gathered significant evidence against the Zhou family recently. We will uproot them when the time comes. Once arrangements were made, Lu Shuetian finally relaxed. His security management office could hardly guard against the Zhou family, but the city lord's mansion was another matter entirely. That old fellow from the Zhou family would not dare act recklessly. Within the room, Sumo's taut muscles began to ease. With a click, the lights illuminated the space. Ah, you rogue! Baiyu exclaimed, yet she did not exit, her gaze fixed intently. Sumo hastily pulled the blanket over himself, for he was clad only in undergarments, utterly unprepared for Baiyu's sudden entrance. Sister Baiyu, if you burst in like this, what if I were sleepwalking and did something to you? What then? Baiyu stifled a laugh, her eyes sparkling. This light bulb is truly enormous, Su Imo murmured. With those assassins around, I hardly believe you would be asleep. Since you can't sleep, why not prepare something to eat? I haven't had my meal yet. Then you should step outside. Humph, as if it would cost me something. Look at your miserly demeanor. Baiyu turned and exited, shutting the door behind her, allowing Su Imo to exhale a sigh of relief. Just as he stood up, the door suddenly swung open. I'm back again. Su Imo, rendered speechless, chose not to evade her. After all, he had nothing to lose. How dull. Can't you provide a bit of reaction? You must gather your hair, gradually approach me, then push me down, holding my hands tightly. I am capable of responding to whatever intensity you bring. After Su Imo donned his attire, he made his way toward the kitchen. Baiyu, clad in her nightgown, leaned against the kitchen doorframe. Oh dear brother, how splendid. Your movements are fluid and seamless. I could never replicate such finesse. The aroma is both fragrant and rich, akin to a dreamlike paradise. Truly, you are a culinary master. The way you handle the ingredients is undeniably impressive. Oh, I have become utterly enamored with you, dear brother. Su Imo turned his head, looking at Baiyu with disdain. If you're not going to help, at least refrain from your incessant chatter. Am I not providing emotional support? Even if I contribute nothing tangible, my efforts are still commendable. Su Imo raised his thumb in admiration. You are indeed a woman who knows how to manipulate men. Once the cooking was complete, Baiyu finally ceased her words, deftly wielding her chopsticks. What do you plan to do over the next 2 weeks? I intend to find a way to win you over and bring you to my bed. Su Imo remarked with a playful glint in his eyes as he gazed at Baiyu. Then good luck. I have faith in you. Su Imo focused on his meal, knowing that after a day of rest, he must continue his hunt for demon beasts. Women, he mused, would only impede his swiftness in drawing his sword. Chapter 47. Earning 160 million, the martial arts examination officially begins. After indulging in light-hearted banter for a while, Baiyu produced the martial artist badge. I've already compiled the statistics for you. The total amounts to 160 million. Upon hearing the figure exceeding 100 million, Su Imo did not exhibit any signs of excitement. This sum was the result of navigating numerous crises. Moreover, such an amount was hardly sufficient for any substantial purpose. A single healing elixir could easily cost tens of millions. The pursuit of cultivation is, after all, a quest for wealth. After a night's sleep, Sumoy wakenda te lebe noklok. Baiyu had already gone to the Martial Artist Association. Feeling idle, he opened the Martial Artist Forum. Today has also been a productive day, having hunted down 3 demon beasts. Accompanying the post was a photograph featuring a pure and radiant young woman. Her face stained with the blood of demon beasts, with 3 corpses lying behind her. Yao Bao is indeed becoming increasingly diligent. Sighing, he thought, brother, I am unable to approach you, but I have given you my support. Hey, don't be so vulgar. My brother has also suffered a loss. Not even a fraction of my brother's prowess. Damn, it's you again. You always show up. Just post your address. You didn't T-post any photos before. Now you're posting daily. Are you trying to entice the new examiner? With your character, you think you deserve the new examiner? Please, at this level, if you were in the Northern Academy, you'd be just another face in the crowd, and not even a standout one. Ah, this is a frontal shot. I thought your posture was commendable. If you were to marry, the child support would be substantial. Those who claim to be inferior to my brother should not resort to such petty insults. Such a character, selling out a brother, shameful. A chorus of sycophants clamored for attention, inviting scorn. Su Imo couldn't help but raise his thumb in admiration. This person was truly remarkable. To his surprise, Su Yao even responded to him. I take photos to document my growth. There are no ulterior motives, so please do not misunderstand. I acknowledge my past ignorance, and I'm striving to improve myself. Please grant me time. Immediately, other netizens responded. Did you see? Their attitude is already evident. This is what a genius looks like, capable of acknowledging mistakes and improving, which is a great virtue. Indeed, continue the hard work. Jealousy is at play here. Supporters of brothers back disregarded the naysayers and continued to engage. Really? I find that hard to believe. You don't think the new examiner has fallen for you at first sight and has come specifically for you, do you? Surely not. Just return to the city. Su Yao, observing this person's reply, wore an expression of indignation. Brother, Your words are rather sharp. At least they are making an effort. Who are you? Merely a keyboard warrior hidden behind a screen. Other netizens, unable to tolerate the blatant disrespect, began to counterattack. Who I am is inconsequential. Just know that everyone entering the Northern Academy is a genius. To those geniuses, I am like a firefly before the full moon. This individual attached a photo displaying a demon beast hundreds of meters long, lying in a pool of blood, with a gaping wound the size of a bowl on its head, continuously oozing blood. Brother, do not utilize images found online. Indeed, this particular image does not exist on the internet. A netizen responded, stating that the new evaluation officers are my junior disciples. Are 18-year-old martial artists truly formidable? My junior disciple already transcended the meridian realm at 18. Perhaps he has even entered the divine aperture stage. This is a significant figure. I must take my leave. I cannot afford to engage in such banter. I shall withdraw. This does not concern me. I only directed my gaze at this photograph to make my brother feel disheartened. Suemo was a loss for words. Who is this fool? At this moment, within the city gate guard post, Bai Xiu was slapping his thigh in laughter. He even dared to challenge me. I shall not let you off easily. He subsequently replied with another message. Who else is there? Following this was a cascade of arrogant emojis. Suemo continued scrolling down, noticing that the most discussed topic was the upcoming martial arts examination in the next half-month. Additionally, some experts were speculating on why it would take place in Z City, pondering whether the examination process would undergo changes. Moreover, there were reports concerning the death toll from the mutant beasts. Suemo had grown indifferent to such news. Death was a daily occurrence, an unavoidable reality. The hunt for the beasts must continue. Suemo packed his belongings and prepared to leave the city, with merely half a month remaining. If he did not slay some beasts, he would find himself at a loss for purpose. One of the reasons he had returned after eliminating the demon was due to the system's upgrade. Gazing at the system interface, Suemo took a deep breath. Name: Suemo. Age: 18 realm. First stage of divine aperture, 3-1000. Mental method: threefold path of shaping, 10-3000. Martial arts: layering wave blade technique, profound grade. Perfected: stepping on snow, profound grade. Perfected: concealment technique, earth grade. Perfected: kill points. 3. Following the system upgrade, the vitality value section had vanished, replaced by a power enhancement metric, a change Suemo had anticipated. The second alteration was that after slaying a first-tier beast, the kill points had changed. They now awarded only 0. 1 points for a first-tier beast and 0. 9 for first-tier 9th level, while only a second-tier beast granted a full point. Suemo found this quite agreeable, as the previous numerical chaos had been overwhelming. Furthermore, all his martial techniques had been fully cultivated to perfection. This was his greatest achievement, alongside his enhanced strength. The divine aperture realm is similarly divided into 9 stages, with the opening of 40 apertures constituting one stage. Suemo currently stood at this level. In the coming half-month, he would strive to elevate his strength as much as possible. His martial skills were already sufficient for his needs. Bai Xiu, still reveling in his banter, upon spotting Suemo, hurriedly stowed his phone, sporting a peculiar expression. It was already afternoon. Were you planning to leave the city? Yes. I shall reside outside for another half-month. Somoriplayed nonchalantly. You are truly impressive. I genuinely admire you. Suemo disregarded Bai Xiu's words and vanished beyond the city gates. Bai Xiu let out a sigh. Some individuals can remain unharmed outside the city for a month and a half, while others slay a few first-tier beasts daily and boast about it. I shall refrain from naming names. After posting, Bai Xiu plopped down, evidently awaiting a response. Why is it that, despite having no grievances or enmities between us, you continually resort to insinuations against me, refusing to let go? Upon seeing the post, Su Yao felt a sense of discomfort. Who is this wretched person, and why does she persist in targeting her daily? Alas, I have not named anyone specifically. It appears some individuals lack discernment and willingly approach. Is your existence akin to that of a passerby who must also experience the bitter and the sweet? Yao Bao, pay no heed to such folly. Continue to share your photographs daily, with a haunting beauty reflected in your bloodied visage. Each moment I can endure extends just a second longer. and I truly cannot bear to part with it. My dear friend, I surpass you slightly, managing to endure an additional one. 234 seconds. Impressive, my friend. You can even keep track of time. As Bai Xiu observed Su Yao's silence in response, he shook his head in disappointment, realizing that no one dared to confront him. Thus, Su Yao continued to post her pictures, and the count of her hunts grew ever larger. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. At this moment, City Z was bustling with life, as the martial examination had officially commenced. Chapter 48. Who was the youngest assessment officer? Within the Martial Artists Guild, Bai Yu breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Su Mo return. She had been anxious since she could not reach him by phone, fearing he might have lost track of time in the wilderness, where tensions ran high. After all, he often treated his trips outside the city as if he were merely returning home. At that moment, Su Mo appeared utterly fatigued, cursing under his breath at the serpent that had been pursuing him relentlessly. He felt certain that one day it would bring about his demise. During the half-month he had spent outside the city, he had spent 5 or 6 days being hunted by that creature. However, it was not without its merits for Su Mo. He had gained considerable insights from the experience. Come inside, he urged as he entered the room, where his 4 instructors were already waiting for him. Young master, everything is prepared. Tomorrow is the martial examination. One of them informed him. We will rely on you. Esteemed teachers. The atmosphere grew solemn as the 4 instructors scrutinized Su Mo. In just half a month's time, they noticed a distinct shift in his aura. It was as if they could sense a blade standing before them. Could it be? At such a young age, and with this level of prowess, how could he have comprehended the essence of blade? It seemed impossible, absolutely inconceivable. Meanwhile, Su Yao had returned to the 10th high school, and her homeroom teacher, Wang Yang, exhaled with relief. Even the principal, Fang Zhengyu, felt a sense of ease upon learning of her return. Su Yao had been performing admirably, consistently hunting magical beasts. At that moment, she had summoned Zhou Liang to the corridor. You have also broken through to become a martial artist, haven't you? She inquired, observing the surprised flicker in Zhou Liang's eyes. This foolish woman has actually become astute. Previously, your vitality had surpassed mine, and you also have support and wealth at your back. I am aware of your intentions regarding the auction of the martial artist insignia left by my parents. You may attempt to spread the news after the martial examination, but I advise against it, for I possess evidence against you as well, should it come to that. We could both perish together. Zhou Yang did not turn to face Su Yao. Instead, he gazed into the distance, turmoil stirring within him. When did this foolish woman become so clever, reacting so quickly? Does hunting magical beasts sharpen one's intellect? I will not do that, he replied. After all, we are merely grasshoppers on the same string. Su Yao nodded, choosing not to respond further as she turned to head back to class. A few days earlier, an ominous premonition had taken root in her heart, and she now suspected Zhou Liang might pose a threat. Many of the plans had been orchestrated by him, yet he had never directly participated, merely relaying instructions verbally. In retrospect, she recalled that as soon as the Martial Artists Guild had posted about the examination, she had called Zhou Liang, only to realize too late the implications of her actions. Fearful of his potential violence, she had kept silent. However, the circumstances were different now. Tomorrow marked the day of the martial examination. All third-year students and teachers, please assemble on the playground. All third-year students and teachers, please assemble on the playground. All third-year students and teachers, please assemble on the playground. As the martial examination commenced, a wave of tension surged through the students. Within the Martial Artists Guild, Bai Yu and Su Mo found themselves alone in a room. Feeling disheartened? Bai Yu gazed at Su Mo and inquired, "What?" You have perused numerous posts on the Martial Artists Forum, all concerning the oath-taking ceremony. Are you not a bit disheartened about not being able to participate? Without lifting her head, Su Mo replied while eating, "What is there to feel disheartened about? On the contrary, I am quite looking forward to it. Everything will soon come to an end. For the sake of a mere 10,000, I was made to bear the weight of unjust blame and depart. Once the martial examination concludes, I shall shatter her dreams with my own hands. All I feel now is excitement." Moreover, Lu Shuetian had called, having completely gathered evidence against the Zhou family, such as the advantage that power confers. Had he remained a useless individual with a vitality score barely reaching 20, he would likely be toiling away in some obscure corner, let alone seeking revenge. Therefore, Mo seized the opportunity to cultivate diligently. The stronger one becomes, the greater their power, and consequently, the more respect they command. You must attend with those 4 instructors tomorrow. Where will you sleep tonight? Baiyu asked, to which Mo lifted her gaze to meet Baiyu's. Can I sleep in your arms? Don't overthink it. I merely wish to experience the sensation of suffocation. Baiyu's face flushed a deep red, resembling a ripe apple. You little rascal, now you have taken to teasing your sister at every turn. However, it is not entirely out of the question. When you surpass your sister, perhaps she might indeed acquiesce to your request. Ah, Baiyu, I knew you harbored feelings for me, and I managed to draw it out of you. Indeed, I do have feelings for you. You wanted your sister to tie her hair up, did you not? Just be cautious that when the opportunity arises, you can actually deliver. Your verbal prowess may be impressive, but when the time comes for battle, if you falter in just 3 seconds, that would be quite the embarrassment. Mo ceased her banter as someone entered. A person she recognized. Oh, what brings you here? Baishio walked in, picked up chopsticks, and began to eat without a hint of courtesy. Eating so lavishly behind my back. Are you trying to court disaster? Baishio muttered, continuing to devour his meal. Could you be a bit more refined? You are akin to a wild dog fighting for scraps, Baiyu remarked, rolling her eyes at Baishio with a look of disdain. Sister, after such a long time apart, could you not offer a compliment? What should I compliment you on? Your prowess at guarding the gate, or your talent for confronting young ladies? Mo remained silent, having sensed some familiarity with Baishio during their last encounter. Suspecting a connection to Baiyu, and given their shared surname, he deduced they were siblings, a conclusion that proved accurate. Young man, tomorrow is the martial examination. I have come to cheer you on. That hardly resembles encouragement. I seriously suspect you are merely here to mooch off the food. You have already whisked my sister away. What more do you desire? Do you believe I possess such capability? Sumori tortiv. Baishio was taken aback, scrutinizing Mo from head to toe. Indeed, it seems you are the one being led. Mo fell silent. After Baishio finished eating, he departed, having genuinely wished her good luck before leaving. As the sun rose the following day, Z City, a convergence of 9 cities. A colossal martial arts arena loomed like a primordial beast nestled within. At this moment, it buzzed with fervor and animated discussions. Today, the Northern District has gathered millions of examinees in one place. Some will soar to great heights, while others may find themselves falling short of expectations. A significant number will emerge as diligent workers, contributing their efforts to society. In the viewing area, numerous parents await with bated breath, alongside several individuals clad in kipeos, holding bouquets of flowers. Meanwhile, many parents exhibit signs of anxiety as a row of cages, housing fearsome beasts with blood-red eyes and menacing roars, looms over the vast arena, instilling a sense of dread in onlookers. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Yao's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Could the assessment involve slaying these beasts? Was this a divine opportunity bestowed upon her? Could it be that the youngest examiner had truly come for her? On the high platform, a row of seats is arranged, and the 9 city lords of Z City approach, taking their places side by side. Following them is Baiyu from the Martial Artists Association, who find a seat. Subsequently, the examiners from the 5 prestigious academies emerge in a disciplined line, exuding an aura of authority and seriousness. After they take their seats, all eyes turn to the remaining 5 chairs, anticipating the figures that will soon appear. Today, they eagerly await the arrival of the youngest chief examiner. Recognized by the Northern Academy as the most talented martial artist, the prized disciple of the Academy's dean. Chapter 49. The youngest examination officer. The transformation of the crowd. Shock and fear. As 5 individuals emerged, the gaze of the multitude converged upon the last figure. In the examination arena, filled with millions, one could hear a pin drop. With a visage as sharp as a blade and an imposing presence, he bore a stern expression. They recognized that face. Subsequently, 4 examination officers from the Northern Academy took their seats in a row, leaving the central position vacant. The person they knew approached and settled into that very spot. At this moment, the vast assembly of millions regained their senses. How could it possibly be him? How was it conceivable? Was this not the individual who had recently been the subject of much discussion, named Su Mo, whose sister was the prodigious warrior Su Yao? Rumors from the top 10 institutions had even stated that he had been expelled. Yet here he was, the chief examination officer. Surely, this could not be a dream. At merely 18 years of age, how could he ascend to the role of an examination officer? Achieving the status of a warrior at such a young age is already a rarity. The Northern Academy would not engage in deception. Something must have transpired that was beyond their comprehension. If anyone felt the most disconcerted at this moment, it was undoubtedly the top 10 institutions. Principal Fang Jingyu and class teacher Wang Yang both appeared pallid, their limbs cold. Their initial excitement plummeted to despair. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could it be him? Was he not deemed worthless? How could he be the prized disciple of the Northern Academy's president and an examination officer? Principal Fang Jingyu's complexion turned ashen, his body trembling, his back drenched in cold sweat. At this moment, Wang Yang was not in a better state, engulfed by a sense of impending doom. The student he had expelled had not only become a warrior, but was now the esteemed disciple of the Northern Academy's president and the chief examination officer for this martial arts examination. Why was this happening? He was the one who had expelled Su Mo. If this news spread, it would ruin his future and his life entirely. Zhou Yang incessantly adjusted his glasses, occasionally removing them to wipe them clean. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He even pinched his leg until it turned purple. He told himself it was merely a dream, yet the pain radiating from his thigh confirmed the reality. The president's prized disciple, the genius warrior, was indeed Su Mo. Su Yao's face also turned pale, her breath quickening. This could not be, absolutely could not be. How could it be Su Mo? Her seemingly useless brother, who barely earned a few coins a day? This was not how it was supposed to be. He was a fool. How could he possibly be the prized disciple of the Northern Academy's president? She still entertained the fantasy that the president's favored disciple had come for her. And upon seeing the beastly creatures in the arena, her heart soared with delight. After the martial arts examination, the Northern District's Warrior Forum would surely proclaim that the youngest genius warrior of the Northern Academy had arranged the examination in Z City to win her favor. She would become the envy of all in the Northern District, and Su Mo would kneel at her feet, pleading for her forgiveness. Now, everything lay in ruins. Those who had previously testified against Su Mo now sat in stunned silence on the ground. Upon encountering that familiar visage, they felt as though the heavens had collapsed. How could it possibly be Su Mo? At this moment, numerous school principals regarded Su Mo with a hint of skepticism, questioning the veracity of the situation. At merely 18 years of age, serving as the chief examiner for the martial arts assessment, such a phenomenon was unprecedented in history. Seated in the position of the chief examiner, Su Mo surveyed the room, seemingly oblivious to the gazes filled with doubt and fear. Rising, he approached the podium, and the assessment commenced. There were no superfluous words, no encouragement offered, only the cold and rigid command. Commence the examination. With Su Mo's announcement, the thoughts of the onlookers were finally drawn back to the present. The martial arts examination had officially begun, and they found themselves bereft of the privilege to question. Furthermore, this decision had originated from the Northern Academy. To doubt Su Mo was to cast aspersions on the Northern Academy itself, and by extension, its esteemed president, with dire consequences to be anticipated. The first challenge involved the assessment of vitality and blood energy. Numerous instructors present were drawn from the Northern Academy and the 5 major prestigious institutions. Thousands of blood energy testing machines activated simultaneously, accompanied by record-keeping personnel. Suddenly, a machine emitted a radiant red light. A 2-gal foam vitality 385, all eyes turned in unison. The blood energy detection apparatus was distinct from other testing devices. Only those with values exceeding 350 would illuminate. At this age, achieving a vitality score above 200 was already considered prodigious, let alone surpassing 350. Truly, a city was formidable, as admiration swelled among the crowd. Several machines subsequently lit up in succession. Z1, second high, Nangong Suyu 464. A 7, ninth high, Zhao Yifei, 393. B4, fourth high, Lei Bao, 399. The sudden emergence of three red lights ignited a sense of urgency and excitement within many. The remarkable score of 464 particularly stirred the nerves of the onlookers. A vitality level of this magnitude, based on previous year's martial arts examination results, would undoubtedly place one at the forefront. Such prodigious martial artists were typically candidates for the Northern Academy. However, once the results were disclosed, it would ultimately depend on the students' choices. Soon, an even more dazzling red light ascended. Other machines began to emit similar radiance. 8. First high, Yi Xiao Shi, 684. C6, 7th high, Kong Ping, 628. The examination hall fell into a hushed silence. A score exceeding 600 this year was astonishing. In previous years, instances of scores above 500 were rare, yet this time, a score surpassing 600 equated to the second tier of martial artists. As time passed, many participants exceeded a vitality score of 200. However, without surpassing 350, the machines remained dormant. An air of anxiety began to permeate, as some parents who initially felt their child's achievement of 200 was commendable now realized the depth of the competition. At this moment, no one had surpassed Yi Xiao Shi's remarkable score of 684. Suddenly, another machine emitted a blinding red light. Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd was astonished. Yet another individual boasting an impressive score exceeding 600. This marked the third such prodigy. What on earth was happening this year? Why were so many exceptional talents emerging? After Lu Yaoyao descended, the supervising instructor scrutinized the list in hand. Z9, with a score of 10, was attributed to Zhou Liang. Upon hearing this, many turned their gazes, recalling that Su Mo had once been a student in this very class. Now, however, he had risen to the position of chief examiner, while his former classmates continued to participate in the martial arts examination. It was as if one had ascended to the heavens, while the others remained grounded. Suppressing his own anxiety, Zhou Liang stepped onto the testing apparatus. A crimson glow emanated from the device, revealing a score of 383. Many onlookers expressed their astonishment. What was happening in City Z? Yet another genius had emerged. Just as discussions swirled among the crowd, the voice of a teacher resonated through the air. Z9, with a score of 10, was attributed to Su Yao. As this name was announced, all eyes turned in unison, for they were all too familiar with Su Yao, the young woman who frequently posted photographs on the martial artist forum. Taking a deep breath, Su Yao approached the testing machine. Chapter 50. A plea for an opportunity to meet Su Mo. As Su Yao stood on the testing apparatus, the gaze of many converged upon her. Z9 high, Su Yao, vitality value 400. Upon seeing the displayed figure, even several high school teachers and principals from City exhibited expressions of astonishment. This young lady was indeed a prodigy. However, in comparison to her brother, the disparity was glaring. They could hardly believe that the North Academy had appointed a so-called waste as an assessment officer. Observing this scene from the arena, Su Mo remained unfazed. Su Yao instinctively glanced towards the high platform. Her initial excitement waning completely after Su Mo was appointed as the chief examiner. What did it matter if her vitality value surpassed 400? Who could anticipate that, after being expelled, he would directly ascend to the position of assessment officer at the North Academy and be taken under the wing of the principal as a disciple? Each of these identities was beyond their reach. Zhou Liang regarded Su Yao's vitality value with surprise. This foolish girl had surpassed him. How could this be possible? He then instinctively directed his gaze towards Su Mo on the platform. The individual he once deemed inconsequential had now become an existence he could hardly aspire to. He even found himself praying that Lord Su Mo would overlook the small grievances. As the sun dipped in the west, the vitality testing concluded. The teacher responsible for recording the results presented the rankings to Su Mo. A brief glance revealed that Yi Xiao Shi still held the highest score, 684. In second place was Lu Yaoyao, with 643, followed by Kong Ping at 628. Then Wang Yin ran from City C's third high at 564. In fifth was Zhang Yu from F8 high with 535. The remaining scores were all below 500, with only a few exceeding 400. Su Mo noted that Su Yao ranked 88th and Zhou Liang 140th. In previous years, such scores would have guaranteed entry into the North Academy. However, with him present, the path ahead was fraught with obstacles. He intended to let them revel in their fleeting joy before delivering a harsh reality check. As for those who surpassed the martial artists, there were fewer than 1,000 individuals with vitality values exceeding 200 among the millions of examinees, underscoring the formidable challenge of becoming a martial artist. Once the results were announced, the second round of assessments was set to begin the following day. The integrity of the vitality testing was universally acknowledged. Moreover, the teachers seated beside him were all formidable beings capable of discerning authenticity at a glance. With the results now public, Su Yao felt increasingly despondent. A vitality value of 400 failed to secure her a spot in the top 50. Based on previous martial arts examinations, she had a chance to enter the top 10. Seeing the prominent figure of 684 for the first place stirred a pang of longing within her. If only she could attain such heights, she would become an object of envy. Had she not heeded Zhou Liang's words and turned into an adversary of Su Mo, she would undoubtedly be the center of attention. A flicker of resentment rose within Su Yao, directing her animosity towards those whose vitality values exceeded 600 and to Zhou Liang for sowing discord. She also cursed her foster parents for their premature demise. If only they had left her wealth, she too could have reached 600. Avoiding enmity with Su Mo and the mockery she now faced. As the results were released, the numerous examiners remained unmoved. After Su Mo stood up, the assessors followed suit, rising to their feet and trailing behind him as they walked into the distance. Witnessing this scene, many students gazed on with envy, yearning for such an honor. Even if only once, they would willingly embrace death for it. Within a secluded conference room, Su Mo occupied the foremost central position. The results of the vitality test had been revealed, and the second challenge was to engage in combat with demonic beasts. The teachers nodded in agreement, acknowledging their duty to ensure the students' safety. Each prodigious martial artist was an elite of humanity. However, their curiosity was piqued regarding the true capabilities of this disciple of the Northern Academy's dean. Su Mo had evidently cultivated a concealed technique, rendering his depth indiscernible. What level of prowess had he attained? A teacher from Tianfeng Academy inquired. Divine aperture. A collective gasp resonated in the room as the teachers involuntarily inhaled sharply. Achieving the divine aperture at the tender age of 18, it was no wonder the Northern Academy proclaimed him the youngest genius. It seemed that the previous record was held by a girl named Baiyu, who reached the divine aperture at 19. However, Su Mo merely stated he had attained the divine aperture without specifying the level. They hesitated to press further. To achieve the divine aperture at 18 was unprecedented, if not unparalleled. In that moment, the demeanor of the teachers towards Su Mo underwent a noticeable transformation. Su Mo, too, took note of this change, understanding the advantages that strength conferred. Yet, he dared not become complacent. These teachers were formidable figures, each having made significant contributions to humanity. They were the ones who tackled the threat posed by demonic beasts and simultaneously educated the next generation. These educators were the pioneers in humanity's advancement. Upon returning from the conference room, Su Mo sought out Baiyu, his gaze fixed upon her. "What's this? Are you taken with me? I knew you were a genius, but I didn't expect you to be so extraordinary, breaking through to the divine aperture at 19. Baiyu's eyes widened before she realized that the teachers had undoubtedly spoken of her to him. "So Montag nodded in affirmation. Indeed, remarkable talent," he remarked, shaking his head in amazement. "You better hope it truly is talent," Baiyu said, observing the teasing expression on Sumo's face, her cheeks flushing. "Aren't you afraid to be out and about now that you're a celebrity? Perhaps there are women lurking about, hoping to catch your attention." Baiyu retrieved her phone. The youngest, most formidable, and most resilient chief examiner is actually the most recognized genius martial artist of the Northern Academy is. The dean's most esteemed disciple has finally surfaced. Indeed, it is. 3 posts surged to the top. Even the previous post about slaying demonic beasts within 30 miles was relegated to the background. At that moment, Su Mo noticed a post rapidly climbing the ranks. soon reaching the 4th position. The figure who slaughtered the demonic beast within 30 miles is none other than Su Mo. As this news broke, the comments beneath the post erupted in chaos. Is this for real? Did you leave your brain behind when you stepped out? Are you still questioning this? Do you think it is you who is foolish, or those from the Northern Academy? Who would have thought that the figure from behind, known as Brother Shadow, is actually Su Mo, the same Su Yao who previously derided her younger brother as worthless? What a display of utter stupidity. If Su Yao is foolish, then Tenhai must be even more so. They have truly brought shame upon Z City. Such a brilliant student being expelled. One must have immersed their mind in a cesspool for a decade to reach this level of absurdity. Darling, when will you return? I promise not to argue with you anymore. How dare you presume to have children with him? Su Mo is now humanity's hope. May I borrow your essence for 100 billion each time? I have long stated that that foolish girl is not even worth a hair on Brother Shadow's leg. It was my oversight, dear brother. I failed to recognize your greatness, looking down upon you with my narrow vision, and I sincerely apologize. Many others have commented below, tagging Su Yao, Wang Yang, and Fang Jingyu. How could our hope for humanity, genius martial artist, and the close disciple of the Northern Academy esteemed, be deemed a worthless being? Are you attempting to gain fame through such a method, perhaps to promote products through live streaming? At this moment, in a hotel, Fang Jingyu sets down his phone, gazing at Su Yao, Wang Yang, and Zhou Liang before him. Provide me with an explanation. Fang Jingyu's expression darkens, resembling the bottom of a pot. The three before him sense an ominous aura of death. Fang Jingyu's murderous intent is palpable. Proposals to expel Tenhai have begun circulating online. You better devise a solution within the next 2 days. Otherwise, I shall haunt you even in death. Wang Yang, oh Wang Yang, I place my trust in you. If this situation cannot be salvaged, I will drag your entire family down with me, even in death. Wang Yang breaks into a cold sweat. He never anticipated that Su Mo would be that genius. Previously, when Su Mo could not even break through a blood value of 20, Wang Yang had seen him as an eyesore and sought to have him expelled from class. Each time a teacher mentioned Su Mo, he felt a surge of anger, eager to rid the class of him. With the martial arts examination approaching, he thought it prudent to expel this waste, using Zhou Yang's incident as an excuse. That night, he even joyfully sought his wife's company for a fleeting moment of happiness. Who would have imagined that he was a genius among geniuses? It is all Su Mo's fault for masquerading as a fool, deceiving us all. Get lost, get lost, get lost. With only 2 days remaining, even if I must kneel before him, I will beg for his forgiveness. No, what I must seek now is an audience with him. Chapter 51. Seeking various connections, all for a glimpse of Su Mo. After Zhou Liang emerged, he suppressed the fear within him as a phone call suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, his heart tightened. Hello, grandfather. Our Zhou family is being targeted. An elderly voice, laden with weariness, resonated from the other end, revealing a sense of helplessness. At this moment, there is but one hope, to beseech Su Mo for forgiveness. Otherwise, once the martial arts examination concludes, our Zhou family will face annihilation. Your second uncle has likely been secretly apprehended. I have been unable to contact him. Can you possibly implore Su Mo for an opportunity to meet? As the call ended, Zhou Liang felt a wave of despair wash over him. The once disregarded Su Mo now required the word beg. Su Yao, come with me. Su Yao followed Zhou Liang to a secluded spot. Can you reach Su Mo? Zhou Yang's eyes glimmered with hope. I cannot. He has long since blocked me, Su Yao replied, her spirits dampened at the thought. After all, you are his sister. Zhou Yang said, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Upon hearing this, Su Yao felt a peculiar spark within her. Indeed, she was Su Mo's sister. If only she could secure Su Mo's forgiveness, they could reconcile, and she would be the object of everyone's admiration once again. Moreover, there was no blood relation binding her to Su Mo. As this thought crossed her mind, her face flushed with warmth. Zhou Liang, witnessing her reaction, silently cursed her foolishness. You must ensure that Su Mo gives me a chance. Otherwise, I shall expose the matter of your auctioning the martial artist medal. We might as well perish together. At the mention of the martial artist medal, Su Yao's heart raced. I have a plan, but it requires your involvement. Zhou Yang nodded. We must present the martial artist medal. This way, I will have an excuse to meet Su Mo, giving us a chance. Currently, those teachers resided within the martial artists guild, and we could not approach them. We could only rely on this token. Zhou Yang's expression shifted, hoping it could still be retrieved. No one anticipated that Su Mo would become the apprentice of the director of the North Academy, the youngest assessor, and a prodigy at that. Regret now was futile. Zhou Yang turned and hastily called his grandfather. His grandfather had broader connections. Knowing the head of the black market, he would likely be more effective than Zhou Yang himself. When he heard that his grandfather would do his utmost to help, Zhou Yang breathed a sigh of relief. In his heart, there was nothing his grandfather could not accomplish. It should be retrievable, yet we must not place all our hopes on this alone. You are Su Mo's sister. Go to the Martial Artists Guild and seek him out. Perhaps others will consent. After all, you have lived together for over a decade, and surely there are feelings involved. Zhou Yang inhaled deeply, his gaze filled with resignation, lacking the previous arrogance. I will give it a try. Su Yao took a deep breath, yearning to mend her relationship with Su Mo by the conclusion of the martial arts examination. Watching Su Yao's retreating figure, Zhou Yang leaned against the wall. The foolish woman he once scorned was now someone he found himself needing. How ironic. He, the distinguished young master of the Zhou family and the future heir, has found himself in such a disheveled state. Ever since Su Mo was expelled, misfortune has befallen him at every turn. He slid down the wall, sitting on the ground, his eyes gradually losing focus. There is hope, albeit slim. He is not a fool. Furthermore, he had previously used Wu Qiu to frame Su Mo. Wang Yang, and Fang Jingyu approached. Observing Zhou Yang sitting on the ground with a vacant gaze, yet they remained silent. Suddenly, Fang Jingyu recalled something. Lu Xiutian had informed him of a prodigious martial artist emerging from their school, but subsequently, no further detection was made. How foolish he had been not to think of it sooner. Otherwise, none of this would have transpired, and he could have soared alongside Su Mo. Now, he harbored a desire to eliminate the fools surrounding him. It appeared that Lu Xiutian and Su Mo were acquainted. There is still hope, come. Let us meet someone who should be able to see Su Mo. Zhou Yang and Wang Yang were struck with a jolt of realization. They could not place all their hopes on Su Yao alone. At that moment, Su Yao had already arrived near the Martial Artists Association. Guards were stationed, making it exceedingly difficult to approach. Hello, may I enter? No, I am Su Mo's sister. The guard's eyes were laced with contempt. Get lost. Su Yao's expression tightened as she beheld the fierce demeanor of the guard, a flicker of fear passing through her eyes. Why be so aggressive? Once I restore my relationship with Su Mo, I will have you kneel and apologize. Just wait. My brother is the most talented martial artist and a disciple of the North Courtyard's dean. The guard wore a mocking expression, disregarding her foolishness. Su Yao even pondered whether Su Mo would release her from the confines of that small dark room, take out his phone, and send her a message, perhaps marked with a red exclamation point. A sudden idea struck her. Su Mo, Su Mo, Su Mo. Shout any louder, and I'll have you locked up. The guard glared at the foolish girl shouting, contemplating delivering a punch. At that moment, Su Mo inside had already heard the commotion. Baiyu looked at Su Mo. Aren't you going to go out and see what she's doing? What for? Su Mo replied, with a perplexed expression directed at Baiyu, finding the situation less appealing than watching a thunderstorm. Indeed, a truly foolish bunch, Baiyu nodded, expressing her sentiment. They say that a large chest accompanies a lack of brains. I never believed that saying until now. It resonates quite well with my experience with Baiyu. She rolled her eyes at Su Mo suddenly. Su Mo's phone rang. It was a call from Lu Xiutian. Hello, Brother Lu. Su Mo, my younger brother. You've truly brought a significant fortune upon yourself. Congratulations on your hard-earned success. Brother Lu, you need not be so courteous. Without your assistance, I would not be where I am today. Stop it. You hardly need our help anymore. However, a certain foolish person seems to have come to a realization and will likely seek me out to arrange a meeting with you. I thought I'd give you a heads up. Su Mo immediately understood whom he referred to. I shall not meet anyone. All right. After hanging up, Lu Xiutian took a deep breath as a vehicle appeared outside. The excitement in the eyes of Zhang Dehai and Li Wuyo had yet to fade. Naturally, they were elated by the prowess of brother Su Imo. Old Lu, I come to seek your assistance. Lu Shuetian teased as he fixed his gaze on Fang Jingyu. Old Fang has arrived. Please take a seat. I shall not sit. I am in a hurry. Old classmate, could you possibly lend us a hand to arrange a meeting with Su Imo? You have assisted him so much before. He is certain to meet you upon your call. Lu Shuetian remained seated, his expression serious as he stared intently at Fang Jingyu. I cannot be of help. What is his status? A disciple of the Dean of the North Academy, a prodigy. And who am I? A mere captain of the Security Management Office. How could I possibly establish a connection with him? Lu Shuetian waved his hands dismissively, pretending to be unacquainted with Su Imo. Brother, please do not toy with me like this. I am truly desperate. If you could arrange for us to meet Su Imo, I would accept any condition you propose. Really? Zhang Dehai and Li Wuyo were taken aback. Lu, do not be foolish. Indeed, you may set any condition. Very well. Let me state my condition. You three shall vanish from my sight. Immediately, at once be gone. Fang Jingyu's expression was fraught with urgency, nearly on the verge of tears. Upon realizing that his old friend would not assist him, he felt utterly cornered, having made numerous calls along the way. Each call ended with abrupt hang-ups, or excuses such as a brother's pregnancy checkup, and some even claimed their grandmothers had risen from the grave. What was the significance of any academic authority when compared to one's future? Lu Shuetian was their only hope. Ultimately, the group was expelled. Gazing at the closed door in despair, their spirits crushed. Zhou Yang hastily dialed Su Yao. Have you seen Su Imo? At that moment, Su Yao was outside, besieged by mosquitoes. Upon receiving Zhou Yang's call, she initially intended to respond in the negative. Suddenly, it occurred to her that she was, after all, Su Mo's sister. Given that Su Imo was currently irate, perhaps an apology would lead to forgiveness. Having lived together for over a decade, Su Imo could not possibly be so heartless. Worst case, she could kneel and plead for his forgiveness. The actions of these individuals had caused a rift between him and Su Imo, and surely she must retaliate. Perhaps upon learning of her efforts, Su Imo would reconsider. With that thought, Su Yao's face flushed with color. The guard observed the foolish person squatting there and stepped back, having heard that such folly was contagious. Su Yao adjusted her mood, feeling somewhat exhilarated, and said to Zhou Yang, I have seen him. Chapter 52, The Exposed Su Yao. Enduring strikes. The voice of Su Yao echoed, prompting the three individuals to exchange glances and hastily inquire, Su Yao, where are you? Just parted ways with Su Imo. And I'm on my way back to school. All right, wait for us at the school. We shall return shortly. After the call ended, Fang Jingyu and Wang Yangsong exhaled simultaneously, while Zhou Liang let out a sigh. What troubles you? Fang Jingyu inquired, his gaze fixed on Zhou Liang, filled with perplexity. I sense a deception at play. Upon hearing this, the other two refrained from immediate response, their concern intertwining with confusion. This matter directly influenced their futures, leaving them with no choice but to gamble on a desperate hope. If you were Su Imo, would you forgive Su Yao? Zhou Yang posed the question before turning towards the vehicle. This foolish woman continues to deceive them even now. At such a critical juncture, a single erroneous piece of information could sway their judgment. The survival of the Zhou family hung in the balance, and they could not afford to pin their hopes on that foolish girl. Let us return to the school. Fang Jingyu and Wang Yang's hearts grew heavier. They observed Zhou Liang's expression of despair as he settled into the car. As for confronting Su Imo, it was a ludicrous thought. Who would dare challenge him now? Everyone was aware of the rationale behind the selection of Z City as the examination venue for the martial arts assessment. The Dean of the Northern Academy was rallying support for his disciple, demonstrating the significance of Su Imo in his eyes. The Dean of the Northern Academy is no ordinary figure. A mere word from him could compel the citizens of Z City to relocate. He was merely providing his disciple with a platform. It is too late. Everything is irrevocably lost. If one were to empathize, had he been in Su Mo's position, he would likely have taken even more drastic measures. Zhou Yang inhaled deeply, shaking off his despair. Regardless, the Zhou family was destined for ruin. He might as well take a gamble. He retrieved his phone and sent a message to his grandfather. Grandfather, our Zhou family has no hope left. Let's take a chance and act recklessly one last time. There was no immediate reply, and an ominous feeling settled within Zhou Liang. Upon returning to the school, he still had not received a message from his grandfather. His expression revealed a profound sense of helplessness. When they encountered Su Yao, they noticed her appearing relaxed, with an unmistakable hint of excitement on her face. Zhou Liang silently mused about the foolish woman, pondering what daydreams she might be indulging in. Previously, collaborating with such a woman felt akin to partnering with a liability. No, to liken her to a pig would be an insult to pigs. This foolish girl must have been adopted by Su Mo's parents from outside the city. Perhaps her biological parents had abandoned her, fully aware of her incompetence. You all returned so swiftly. Have you seen my brother? Su Yao raised her delicate face, her mention of her brother taking on an endearing tone. Zhou Liang found a seat and remarked, "This is not a performance for us. You have not even laid eyes on Su Mo." Attention gripped Su Yao's heart, but she revealed no emotion, her gaze betraying a sense of disdain. "Zhou Liang, you must understand that I have lived alongside him for over a decade. Regardless of the circumstances, I am his sister. I have already sought his forgiveness, and he still harbors feelings for me." Fang Jingyu and Wang Yang exchanged glances, questioning the authenticity of it all. You caused him to suffer injustice and be expelled for a mere 10,000 yuan, clandestinely selling his parents' home, leaving him homeless. Furthermore, you urged him to work for me, to earn you a stipend for university life. Coupled with your deeds in the marketplace, Wu Qiu's malicious slanders, and your posts insinuating that his parents adopted you with ulterior motives, it is absurd. Su Yao, do you genuinely believe that others are as gullible as you? Foolish as a pig? Who are you trying to deceive? He has already removed you from his household registration, establishing a clear boundary. Do you think he will forgive you? Do you consider Su Mo to be a fool or a saint? Su Yao, do not delude yourself with false grandeur. You do not possess such stature. Putting myself in Su Mo's shoes, I would not spare you either. He may not confront you directly, but no academic institution would welcome you. What is his current status? A prodigy recognized by the Northern Academy, the youngest chief examiner for martial arts assessments, a creator of examination standards, a student of the Northern Academy's president, and the pride of Z City. He single-handedly slaughters demonic beasts 30 miles outside the city, and with that imposing silhouette atop a beast. He is at least in the Meridian realm. What do you believe you possess that could lead him to forgive you? The only connection you have with him is the time spent together in the past, which you have now willfully destroyed. I know you are still lost in your daydreams. During today's assessment, how many talented young women with superior backgrounds, gifts, and appearances eclipsed you? Did you not notice how they all fixated on Su Mo? What assistance could you possibly offer him? As a foolish sister, you can only be a hindrance. I truly cannot fathom how you could earn his forgiveness. Would you care to share how he might forgive you? Zhou Liang is currently like a rabid dog, ready to bite anyone in sight. You merely wish for us to plead with you for money or resources, which you would then use to seek Su Mo's forgiveness. Am I correct? After Zhou Liang spoke, his gaze swept across Su Yao. Her thoughts were laid bare, and panic flickered across her face. She had not anticipated that she could not deceive Zhou Liang. Slap! Fang Jingyu stood up and struck Su Yao. Previously, calling you a fool was an insult to the term. You are the epitome of foolishness. Even a 3-year-old would outsmart you. No wonder your biological parents abandoned you. They must have recognized your incapacity long ago. What time is it now? Just 2 days remain until our fates are decided, and you are still here playing games. Do you believe I would hesitate to demand repayment, sell your house, remove you from the household registration, and prevent you from participating in the martial arts assessment? Su Yao's heart raced with anxiety. No, no, no. Principal, there's another way. You could give me money, and I would use it to plead for Su Mo's forgiveness, saying I'd saved it for him all along to help him grow. Fang Jingyu and Wang Yang plopped down on the ground. With a profound sense of helplessness in their gaze, they now find themselves unwilling to waste even a drop of vitriol on Su Yao. Truly, one cannot see the reality of the situation. Still fixated on their money, do they believe that everyone is as mercenary as they are? Furthermore, what power does Su Mo currently possess? Does a mere lack of funds truly matter? At this point, if Su Mo were to utter a need for money, they would lack even the qualifications to stand in line. They might as well resign themselves to their fate. As the sun rises in the east, the horizon reveals a blush of dawn. Just as the sky begins to brighten, the assessment arena buzzes with life. All eyes are drawn to the foremost row of seats. Su Mo strides ahead, with all the examiners following closely behind. Only after Su Mo takes their seat do the examiners settle down. Casting a glance at the time, Su Mo rises to announce the rules. The second round of the assessment involves combat against ferocious beasts. Those whose vitality has not surpassed 200 may opt to engage with fierce beasts, creatures that are on par with humans in terms of vitality. Once the rules are declared, an uncanny silence envelopes the entire arena. They had speculated on this outcome, yet it was still a surprise. In previous years, vitality was merely one trial, followed by combat among martial artists. This time, however, the format has indeed changed. Rows of cages are opened, and the beasts, having gone days without sustenance, emerge with low growls, fixating hungrily on the martial artist before them, saliva dripping from their jaws. The intelligence of first-tier beasts is not particularly high, yet they are far from foolish. Each martial artist faces a beast roughly equal to their own strength. This serves as a test of their courage, strategy, and combat experience. Many martial artists find their legs trembling with fear. Chapter 53. Su Yao, enjoy your final honor. Some warriors, confronted by the approaching beast, were overtaken by terror, collapsing onto the ground in fright, leaving behind a yellow stain and an unpleasant odor. The supervising teacher shook his head at this spectacle. With a mere flick of his finger, the beast was sent flying back into its cage. The examiner then commenced the scoring. However, many others, upon sighting the beast, charged forward, their figures flickering as they swiftly dispatched the creature. A 8, Gao Yi and Xiao Shi, achieved a stunning victory in 30 seconds, claiming first place. Xiao Shi gazed at the fallen beast without a hint of emotion, her attention instead drawn to the young figure standing on the main examination platform, tall and imposing. With a cold, piercing gaze, a peculiar expression flickered across her lips. Xiao Shi's effortless defeat of the beast stimulated a wave of envy among many. Alas, their lack of combat experience rendered their efforts arduous, as they struggled to slay the creature. D7, Lu Yao Yao, secured second place in 40 seconds. C6, Kong Ping from the 7th rank, followed closely in third with a time of 42 seconds. Z9, Su Yao, finished fourth at 50 seconds. As the results were announced, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, all eyes drawn to the graceful figure of Su Yao. She felt a surge of joy, fourth place. Grateful for her earlier decision to venture outside the city to hunt beasts, she recognized the peril she had avoided, unlike those who were paralyzed by fear. Speculations arose about whether Su Yao had prior knowledge of the examination's details. Some recalled seeing her too frightened to move when she first encountered the beast. Was it possible that Su Mo, given their connection, had forewarned her? Whispers of doubt began to circulate, casting shadows over the integrity of the assessment. Some of these murmurs reached Su Mo's ears, as well as those of the other examiners, who wore displeased expressions. The teachers from the Northern Academy narrowed their eyes, contemplating whether to voice their concerns, but Su Mo subtly shook his head. Observing his demeanor, the other examiners chose to remain passive spectators. Su Mo's gazed drithid. Not lingering on Su Yao, ZCDS Zhou Liang, ranked 10th, took 3 minutes to slay the beast, placing him at 465th. After defeating the creature, his expression shifted in disbelief, realizing the vast gap in skill between himself and Su Yao. Damn it, could that insufferable woman truly have insider information? He mused. He had never engaged in hunting beasts. Such endeavors were beneath him, given his wealth and connections. As the battles concluded, the rankings for over 1,000 participants were revealed. There were no significant fluctuations, save for Su Yao's sudden ascent to 4th place. Su Mo scanned the list, noting that only 500 individuals had successfully slain the beast, a commendable achievement. He offered rare praise, eliciting smiles from many. Despite being of the same age, Their spirits soared upon receiving Su Mo's commendation, illustrating the vast disparity between them. Others, while unable to defeat the beasts, managed to evade them, skillfully evoking the creature's pursuit, resulting in commendable rankings without ever earning recognition. These 500 would soon be accompanied by our examiners and other teachers to continue their hunt beyond the city. This is the third stage, also known as the points competition, lasting for 3 time periods. The individual who slays the most beasts will accumulate the highest points, thereby securing a superior rank. As this declaration echoed through the examination grounds, an audible silence fell upon the crowd. They were taken aback by such a grand undertaking. Numerous parents gazed at Su Mo with admiration, recognizing the invaluable challenge presented to their children. Yet dissenting voices emerged. What kind of assessment is this? We cannot agree. Slaying beasts is already perilous enough without venturing outside the city. Indeed, why deviate from the customary practices of previous assessments? If my child were to sustain injuries, who would bear the responsibility? Observing the rising tide of opposition, Su Mo refrained from immediate response. We demand an explanation from the Northern Academy. Yes, we deserve an explanation. Silence. Su Mo's voice rose above the clamor, silencing the entire examination arena. You demand an explanation from the Northern Academy? Frankly, do you even merit it? You may choose to disregard the rules I have established, but rest assured, the Northern Academy will not accept you. At this proclamation, the countenances of the dissenting parents soured significantly. If you choose not to participate, there are still 5 other prominent academies available. Indeed, the Northern District is not solely represented by the Northern Academy. The officials from the 5 prestigious institutions similarly stood to announce. Those who do not partake in this assessment shall not be accepted by our esteemed academies either. At this moment, the parents were rendered utterly speechless. Why does Su Mo wield such influence? The educators from the 5 prominent academies were not foolish. They recognized the merits of this assessment. Previously, they had hesitated to instigate reform for fear of inciting public outrage. Truly, the head of the Northern Academy possesses remarkable resolve. Many guards stationed at the city gates, though merely in their 20s, were equally cherished by their parents. They faced danger for what purpose? Why should your children be any different? Upon hearing Su Mo's words, several parents began to express their support. We concur. This is an opportunity for our children to endure the trials of survival beyond the city. It is a significant test of courage, theoretical knowledge, and combat experience. We wholeheartedly endorse this. More than half of the parents voiced their agreement. Those opposed may take their children home, Su Mo declared before turning to depart. At that moment, 20 helicopters stood ready in the distance. Su Mo ascended into one of them, followed by the other examination officials. The dissenting parents exchanged glances, their expressions shifting upon discovering their children had boarded as well. They were about to protest. At the same age, our chief examiner can hunt beasts 30 miles outside the city. Is he not afraid of death? Is he not fearful? Beasts reproduce at an alarming rate, and while human strength increases swiftly, upon entering the academy, we must expend tremendous effort in training students for survival beyond the city. Some students require 1 to 2 years of such training. We ask for your understanding. One of the examination officials from the Northern Academy lingered behind to address the crowd. With the presence of dissenters, naturally, there were also those who supported the initiative. Following his remarks, he boarded a helicopter and departed. As the thunderous roar gradually subsided, enormous screens materialized atop the assessment platform, displaying the unfolding events. This is the essence of youth. My child must forge connections with the chief examiner to secure a place at the prestigious Northern Academy. Indeed, this exemplifies the spirit of young individuals, unlike certain others who are merely self-serving. They possess status and wealth, yet in critical moments, it is our children who bravely step forward. Many spectators offered scornful remarks, while the previously dissenting parents wore expressions as dark as the bottom of a pot. Bai Xiu gazed at the helicopter soaring overhead, reminiscent of his own days of assessment. Upon reaching the outskirts of the city, numerous students disembarked. After delineating the designated areas, the 500 candidates were set into motion. Several examiners had already immersed themselves in the fog, evidently establishing a perimeter. Many students approached Yi Xiaoxi, eager to form alliances with her. However, Yi Xiaoxi paid them no heed. With a graceful movement akin to a swift swallow, she darted into the mist. The three individuals with vitality exceeding 600 evidently possessed ample experience in hunting mystical beasts, displaying remarkable ease outside the city. There were also students whose vitality reached 400 and 500, eyeing the fog with trepidation, nervously rubbing their palms in a display of anxiety and hesitation. The most unexpected contender was Su Yao. Su Imo stood steadfast, his gaze fixed on the clock, for he was the chief examiner, tasked with monitoring the proceedings. As time elapsed, students were gradually escorted back by their instructors. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and a 100-meter-long mystical beast emerged from the depths, lunging towards Su Imo with menacing intent. Chapter 54. At the tender age of 18, possessing the divine aperture and even comprehending the essence of the blade. Even the supervising teachers were taken aback, rushing towards Su Imo in alarm. In the examination arena, many were startled by the sudden turn of events. A 100-meter-long beast, surely a third-tier demon beast? Indeed, it was a creature of the third tier from the realm of divine apertures. This beast seemed intent on slaying the chief examiner, likely seeking vengeance for the countless demons he had dispatched. Could the chief examiner possibly deal with this formidable beast? Numerous parents exhibited expressions of concern, while others bore a peculiar glint in their eyes. At this moment, in the audience, Fang Zhengyu and Wang Yang fixed their gazes intently, their hearts secretly wishing for the beast to devour him, to kill him. Ideally, he would perish at the hands of the demon beast, thereby resolving their own predicaments. Upon sensing the commotion, Su Imo drew a mysterious iron knife, remaining steadfast in his position. With a single stroke, a flash of blade energy surged forth, and when the beast was merely a meter away, it was cleaved in two without a hint of resistance. Slaying a third-tier demon beast has awarded 3 points of slaughter. After executing the deed, Su Imo sheathed his iron knife and resumed his focus on the computer. The supervising teachers stood frozen, their pupils constricted, eyes fixated in disbelief. Blade intent? How could this be? The divine aperture realm alone was enough to astound them, and now Su Imo had grasped the essence of the blade. The enormous screen in the examination arena replayed the earlier scene, showcasing the third-tier demon beast severed with a single blow, devoid of any chance to retaliate. What level of power did this chief examiner possess? It was terrifying. He was merely 18 years old, yet had reached such heights of strength. The 9 city lords of City Z exchanged glances and erupted in laughter. This was the pride of their city. The chief examiner had undoubtedly attained the divine aperture realm at just 18. Moreover, he had comprehended blade intent. That was indeed blade intent. Many observers recognized the significance of Su Mo's strike. 18 years of age, possessing a divine aperture, and grasping blade intent. What extraordinary talent, provided he does not falter. A supreme being shall undoubtedly emerge from the northern district. The parents who had previously supported Su Imo began to rally. Did you see that? This is the role model our children should emulate, not mere greenhouse flowers. Indeed, such a prodigy is worthy of our admiration. It is absurd that this genius was expelled from the 10th high school. What kind of foolishness could lead to such a decision? Previously, that talented sister conspired with outsiders to wrongfully accuse the chief examiner. It would be best if, after the martial examination concludes, they're all thrown into prison. Fang Zhengyu, feeling the weight of numerous gazes upon him, wished he could vanish into the ground, while Wang Yang dared not lift his head. Their flickering hopes were utterly extinguished with Su Mo's strike. Numerous reporters hastily approached Fang Zhengyu and Wang Yang, thrusting microphones close. Principal Fang, what are your thoughts? Fang Zhengyu stammered, at a loss for words. Many turned their attention to the students. Could you tell us how Su Imo was expelled from the chief examiner's position? The students lowered their heads, hesitant to speak. They were not foolish. Observing the principal, who appeared utterly speechless, the reporters ceased their inquiries. If you remain silent, we shall weave our own narratives. You are the homeroom teacher of Su Imo, and previously You posted disparaging remarks about him, labeling him a delinquent and a failure. Is this true, Mr. Wang Yang? Su Mo, at the tender age of 18, has already attained the realm of divine aperture and comprehended the essence of the blade. How can you deem such a prodigy a failure? Pray tell, what is your own level of achievement, Mr. Wang Yang? Have you grasped the essence of the blade? The teacher, drenched in cold sweat, shrank back, his veins visibly bulging, resembling a quite pitiful sight. The reporters unearthed his deleted posts and confronted him directly. Who could withstand such pressure? Regret had now overwhelmed him, yet it was too late for redemption. He had the potential to soar to great heights. Many eyes were fixed on a large screen. Su Yao had indeed proven formidable, having slain numerous demon beasts. Look at those whose vitality had surpassed 500. They cowered before the beasts, fraught with anxiety, even too timid to strike first. Yet, Su Mo, the chief examiner, displayed remarkable resolve. Such reforms were long overdue. As time passed swiftly, 3 hours flew by, and the roar of helicopters filled the examination grounds. A throng of students surged forth, some radiating excitement, others cloaked in disappointment. Su Mo ascended the platform, declaring the examination successfully concluded. The comprehensive rankings would soon be revealed. The first place remained with Yi Xiaoxi, unchanged. Second was Lu Yaoyao. Third was Kong Ping. Fourth was Wang Chuyan, and fifth was Zhang Yu. Sixth place went to Su Yao. With the rankings announced, there were few objections. The hunting of demon beasts was witnessed firsthand. Next came the selection of academies. The 5 major institutions presented stringent conditions, while the North Courtyard imposed none. Lu Yaoyao and Yi Xiaoxi chose to enter the North Courtyard. Su Yao, to which academy do you aspire to join? Instinctively, Su Yao glanced towards Su Mo, wondering if he would intervene. Fang Jingyu, Wang Yang, Zhou Liang, and the students of Class 9 also turned their gazes towards Su Mo. Even the parents in attendance held their breath, watching Su Mo intently. With a single word from him, Su Yao would have no chance of entering any academy. Seeing Su Mo remain silent, a wave of elation surged within her. He did not object. How wonderful, how wonderful. I knew he would forgive me. He still harbors feelings for me. Su Yao struggled to contain her excitement. I wish to enter the North Courtyard. Upon finishing her statement, she raised her head, beaming at Su Mo. There would be opportunities. As long as she entered the North Courtyard, she would have ample chances to interact with him. She could not believe that he would not forgive her. She had her own methods in mind. Previously, she had found Su Mo unappealing, yet at this moment, he stood there, strikingly handsome, akin to the sun, illuminating her world. Upon returning, she heard whispers that he had effortlessly slain a 3rd-level demon beast and comprehended the essence of the blade. Su Mo belongs to her, and no one can take her away. She possesses greater opportunities than others, especially since there is no blood relation between the two of them. Once Su Yao made her choice, no issues arose. At this moment, Fang Jingyu, Zhou Liang, and Wang Yang all breathed a sigh of relief. Those who had been closely monitoring the developments ceased their discussions. This matter pertains to Su Mo, and since he did not speak, what reason did they have to do so? Moreover, having slain a 3rd-level demon beast and comprehended the essence of the blade, Su Mo is not someone they can provoke. With the arrangements made, it was finally Zhou Liang's turn. Which academy do you choose? Zhou Liang instinctively glanced at Su Mo, and upon noticing her lack of focus on him, he breathed a silent sigh of relief. Initially wronged, he had acted without leaving any evidence, so there should be no issues. I too choose the Northern Academy. Once all the students had made their selections, this round of martial arts examination came to a close. Some rejoiced while others were disheartened. Wait, just as everyone was about to depart, Bai Yu stood up from her seat. The sudden voice halted all those preparing to leave. There seemed to be an unexpected twist. For some reason, Su Yao felt an ominous premonition. Could it be that her actions had been exposed? Impossible, absolutely impossible. No matter how formidable Bai Yu might be, her reach could not extend into the black market. She had already borne the consequences for her other mistakes. But the matter of the martial artist's insignia remained. Surely, it couldn't be about that. Su Yao continued to pray inwardly, casting her gaze towards Su Mo. She found that at this moment, Su Mo was also looking at her. The joy and fantasies within Su Yao dissipated, replaced by that same cold, indifferent gaze. It was reminiscent of the moment she witnessed Su Mo slay the mutated lobster. That mutated lobster represented her. Before Su Mo, she was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. Before the eyes of everyone in the Northern District, she would be unmasked, subjected to scorn and reproach. No, please, it cannot be this way. I was wrong. Su Yao pleaded, her gaze filled with a pitiful desperation directed at Su Mo. Tears welled in her eyes, yet Su Mo's expression remained unchanged, as if to him she were already a ghost. Chapter 55. The judgment approaches, brother. Please, say something. Bai Yu exclaimed, rising to her feet as all eyes turned toward her. Ladies and gentlemen, our Martial Artists Guild has issued a notice regarding the illicit sale of our guild's medals. After her declaration, she surveyed the crowd. Each individual exchanged glances, disbelief etched on their faces. Could it be true? Was there indeed someone audacious enough to engage in such acts? And now it had come alight? The gravity of selling medals was profound, and the implications were dire. The audacity to disclose this at such a critical moment suggested that it had been verified. It had to be someone from Z City. The expressions of the 9 city lords above were grim, as this revelation was tantamount to a slap in the face. The Martial Artists Guild could afford to disregard their authority, but they could not afford to ignore the guild. Moreover, they were equally eager to uncover the identity of the culprit. As speculation swirled among the crowd, Bai Yu's gaze abruptly fixed on Su Yao. Miss Su Yao, might you provide us with an explanation? At the moment Bai Yu's eyes met hers, Su Yao's complexion drained of color, her body trembling as she nearly collapsed to the ground. The investigation had indeed borne fruit. In the midst of the students, Zhou Yang's expression mirrored the mounting panic within him. The crime of selling martial medals was serious, yet he was the one who had facilitated it. This foolish woman would surely betray him. Had he known, he would have rather eliminated her than face this predicament. In the audience, Fang Jingyu and Wang Yang slid from their seats, their backs drenched in cold sweat. How dare you auction off the martial medals? Fang Jingyu, especially, was aghast, having invested over 30 million in Su Yao, only to witness this disaster unfold. Initially, he had hoped that with Su Mo remaining silent, the matter would dissipate. At worst, he would lose his position, but he had continuously backed Su Yao, believing there was still hope. Now, however, that hope had been buried. Many in the crowd wore expressions of shock. It was indeed her. She was capable of such a thing. What? It truly is her? Why do I even say such things? This is madness. This was not merely audacity. It was akin to a long-lived elder willingly consuming poison. Who had ever witnessed such recklessness? Auctioning off martial medals, no less. Laughably, she had even dared to clandestinely sell her parents' inherited home, leaving her brother homeless, all while claiming to value her talent. Such nonsense. Just look at the chasm that now lay between them. Previously, Su Mo, the chief examiner, had treated her like a sister, laboring to support her, while she frivolously spent 200,000 on clothing without a second thought. Others condemned her adoptive parents. Yet she had the audacity to demand an apology from her brother. What sort of beast was she, capable of such deeds? Only she could stoop so low as to auction off martial medals. At this moment, Su Yao seemed to latch onto something. Their suspicions were merely that, suspicions. If there were evidence, it would have been presented by now. No, it wasn't me. I did not auction off the martial medals. If you accuse me of selling them, you must provide proof. Moreover, I have never received a warrior's medal. Where would I sell it? After Su Yao spoke, she subconsciously glanced at Su Mo, her gaze almost pleading. She hoped that Su Mo, considering their past friendship, would refrain from revealing the identity of her parents regarding the medal. She wished to avoid being abandoned and vilified by all. Our warrior guild has conducted an investigation. Before I assumed the position of president of the Z9 City Guild, the previous president awarded a family with a warrior's medal, that is, Su Mo's parents. They helped the warrior guild resolve certain troubles, which led to the discreet bestowal of the medal. After Bai Yu finished speaking, she presented a visual recording visible to everyone in the examination hall. A young couple cradling a child, both holding a medal. Following this, another recording was played, showcasing Su Yao's visit to the black market to auction the medal, with the clarity of the medal captured distinctly. Miss Su Yao, You claim you did not steal or sell the warrior's medal. What then is this? The Warrior Guild has stated that anyone who auctions a warrior's medal is at odds with us. Does Miss Su Yao hold our Warrior Guild in such disregard? A rhetorical question left Su Yao utterly flustered. It's not like that, truly not like that. The city lord of Z9 also stepped forward. Such a person is unworthy of being a citizen of Z9 City, treacherous and ungrateful. Upon hearing the surrounding accusations and insults, Su Yao's mind went blank. Even the city lord had spoken. No, she still needed to go to the North Courtyard. She had broader horizons to explore. Regardless, she must overcome this obstacle today. There must be other ways, other alternatives. Panic surged within Su Yao as the surrounding taunts threatened to engulf her like a rising tide. She felt as if she were suffocating, grasping for a final straw before drowning. This warrior's medal was awarded to my parents. If they passed it to me, does it not signify that I have the authority to decide its fate? Therefore, whether I sell it or use it for other purposes, is it not within my prerogative? Furthermore, this is merely a medal, an inanimate object. I understand it symbolizes honor, but can honor be consumed like food or serve as a resource for cultivation? If I exchange it for money to purchase cultivation resources, enhance my strength, hunt beasts, and ensure the safety of citizens, is that not the optimal utilization of its value? On the contrary, it does not dishonor it, but rather affirms its worth. Those who have been criticizing Su Yao were momentarily taken aback. Such an explanation was indeed unexpected. Impressive, this woman was just so foolish, yet now she exhibits such cleverness. Bai Yu scoffed. Warrior medals cannot be gifted or sold. This is an edict of the Warrior Guild. Moreover, those who receive the medal can seek assistance from our Warrior Guild using it. Did you not know this? As Su Yao perceived the chill in Bai Yu's gaze, she lowered her head. Furthermore, what evidence do you have to prove this was bestowed upon you by your adoptive parents? Are your talents exceptional? Are you truly outstanding? Yet, one must ponder whether your heart is indeed benevolent and if you're truly grateful. With 3 pointed inquiries, Su Yao found herself utterly defeated, leaving only one plausible possibility. Su Mo, unless Su Mo concedes that this gift is bestowed upon her by her adoptive parents, could she truly acquiesce? Brother, utter a single phrase, that this was a gift from our parents. Please, tell them. I implore you, Su Yao pleaded, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, casting a pitiful gaze upon Su Mo previously. Such a look had compelled Su Mo to comply with any of her requests. She yearned to evoke a flicker of tenderness within Su Mo's heart. How shameless, truly. Not long ago, she claimed to have no ties with Su Mo. Now she calls upon her brother, as if to belittle the very notion of kinship. She had previously asserted that her adoptive parents took her in merely to exploit her talents. Yet, here she stands, her face flushed with the undeniable truth that their son possesses even greater gifts. In comparison, she is rendered insignificant next to Su Mo. The words of the city lord ring true. She is a wolf in sheep's clothing, a despicable individual consumed with self-interest. Throughout this ordeal, she has never acknowledged her own faults. For her, every mistake is merely the fault of others, never her own. Indeed, her current display of vulnerability is but a tactic to navigate this turbulent moment, after which she will revert to her self-serving ways, unworthy of forgiveness. It is imperative to educate our children well, ensuring they do not become like her. Ignoring the surrounding accusations and vitriol, Su Yao continued to regard Su Mo with a feeble gaze. Brother, I beseech you, speak a word for me. Chapter 56. You are not on my household register. Su Yao's lips trembled, her expression a picture of utmost grievance, evoking deep sympathy. You're not on my household register, she uttered, and the silence in the examination hall was palpable. Bravo, exclaimed Su Mo, the chief examiner, his admiration evident. I truly adore you. Do not let such a person escape unscathed. TSK, 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 this is theft compounded by trafficking, a grievous sin indeed. She deserves to languish behind bars. Not merely that, who in a northern district would dare associate with someone like her? Let her wither away in isolation. Su Yao's heart plummeted. How could he be so heartless? Why? Why could he display such callousness? With tear-filled eyes, she gazed at Su Mo. Why can you be so merciless? Is it solely because I accepted a mere 10,000, which resulted in your expulsion? I did it for your own good, even securing you a job with a monthly salary of 4,000. After selling our parents' house, I even gave you 2,000 to help with your rent. How can you be so cold-hearted towards me when I have shown you nothing but kindness? Her words ignited the fury of many. What a disgrace and absolute fool to secretly sell someone's parents' home, leaving them homeless, and then offering them 2,000 for rent. How is that kindness? Are you suggesting that if I sold you to a brothel and spat on you, it would be for your own good? How dare she utter such things, claiming to act in another's interest? Su Yao disregarded the accusations hurled at her. You have become such a powerful warrior, yet you refuse to earn money from me. It's clear you harbor ill will towards me, seeking revenge, isn't it? Now that you see me reviled, are you satisfied? Slumped on the ground, Su Yao muttered incessantly to herself, driving many to believe she had lost her mind. Zhou Yang, hiding among the students, was nearly paralyzed with fear. Su Yao appeared delirious, her ramblings potentially revealing everything. Seated on the ground, she continued her self-talk. Why are you so selfish? I am your sister, your closest kin. Why do you not wish me well? Oh, heavens, why are you so unjust? And Zhou Liang, was it not said that no accidents would occur? Suddenly, a thought struck her. Zhou Yang had claimed no accidents would happen. Why then had she been discovered and investigated? Yes, it must have been him. He deliberately sowed discord between me and my brother, reporting me with the intent of ensuring my misery. He envies me, coveting my talents and my wonderful brother. Indeed, it must be so without a doubt. I could have lived a happier life, were it not for this villain. Brother, please listen to my explanation. It is not as it seems. Zhou Yang orchestrated this, deliberately undermining our relationship to ensure our suffering. If you do not believe me, look here. I have records of his temptation to sell the house. I clandestinely sold the warrior medallion, and it was he who introduced me to this endeavor. He assured me that no mishap would occur, yet now it has been publicly unveiled. This was his intention all along. He envies our bond and surely harbors feelings for me. Only by tarnishing my reputation can he hope to possess me. Although we share a sibling-like relationship, we are not bound by blood, and his actions reveal his ulterior motives. Brother, you must trust me. Your sister still loves you. You must believe me. After devising a rationale, Su Yao spoke candidly, sensing that her brother was beginning to trust her words. The scene of judging Zhou Yang while holding her brother's hand, reconciling, appeared vividly in her mind. Many students hastily distanced themselves from Zhou Yang. A wave of dread washed over Zhou Yang as he understood that the moment of reckoning was upon him, and he had not anticipated such a judgment would come right after the martial arts examination in front of millions. Ah, Suemo, you truly are something else. I once framed you, causing you to leave school like a stray dog in front of all our classmates. Now, you have orchestrated my humiliation before millions in the Northern District. Do you truly believe I would surrender so easily? He approached and kicked Su Yao to the ground. You wretched woman, fool. Was it not you who asked for my assistance? I had no knowledge of what you were selling. Did you think yourself to be of any worth? When I offered you 10,000 for your silence, you readily agreed. In the end, all you see is your own selfishness. A woman like you is unworthy of my affection. Even if I were to marry a worm, you would not be welcome in my home. Su Mo remained silent, observing the chaos unfold. Zhou Yang took a deep breath. In the end, it was all the same. Death awaited him, and he would ensure that Su Yao, this despicable woman, would not emerge unscathed. After Su Mo's expulsion, I told you to persuade Su Mo to work for me as a servant, offering 4,000 a month, just enough for your living expenses at the academy. You eagerly sought to convince him, did you not? The crowd's emotions surged uncontrollably. Many removed their shoes and hurled them at Su Yao. Damn it, let this wretch perish. How could such a person exist in the Northern District? What kind of beast is this? No, to liken her to a beast is an affront to beasts. How could she witness her brother's expulsion and then suggest he serve as a dog? Why was she not struck by lightning? This foolish sister, all for a mere 10,000, can stand by and watch her brother suffer injustice without a shred of guilt. Furthermore, she attempts to persuade him to serve the very one who framed him. What kind of stupidity drives such actions? Ultimately, her desire for easy gains reveals her true nature. selfish, hypocritical, and impervious to reason. This imbecile continues to dwell in her own world, discarded by her parents, which speaks volumes of her character. Her true parents, selfish and self-centered, viewed her as a burden. Zhou Yang looked at Su Yao, who still sought to retort, and snorted disdainfully. Look at Su Mo, toiling tirelessly to earn a meager sum, while the money he gives you pales in comparison to your extravagant purchases, such as clothing worth 200,000, bought with the proceeds from selling his parents' house. You claim to only buy what you love, masquerading as a grand figure. Ironically, Zhou Yang's greatest resentment is directed towards the foolish Su Yao. Since death is inevitable, it seems he is resigned to the notion of mutual destruction. Not long after Su Mo's expulsion, we discovered he is a martial artist. All the students in our class are aware of this, yet none dare to speak out. We conspired with the principal and homeroom teacher to eliminate Su Mo, ensuring the matter remains concealed. Surprised, are you? Upon the utterance of this revelation, the principal, homeroom teacher, and fellow students in the viewing area all collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. At this moment, the camera zoomed in with some filming devices almost pressing against their faces. Pray tell, as the principal, what were you thinking? Why do you shield such a prodigy while protecting the incompetent? Are you perhaps also lacking in intellect, hence your actions? As a classmate of Su Mo, why do you remain silent? Some students, unable to bear the pressure, understood that remaining mute would bar them from even the most ordinary academic institutions. Our homeroom teacher threatened us, stating that should we disclose any information, we would be expelled and barred from participating in the martial arts examination. Indeed, it was he who intimidated us. As mere students, we felt powerless to resist and had to comply. We refrained from testifying, yet we did not wrong Su Mo, nor did we accept Zhou Yang's bribes for false testimony. This entire debacle was orchestrated by the homeroom teacher, Zhou Yang, and Su Yao, particularly the homeroom teacher, who had long viewed Su Mo with disdain, deeming him a burden to the class. It was Zhou Yang who provoked Su Mo, leading him to approach the homeroom teacher, who then retaliated by expelling Su Mo. Chapter 57. I have already knelt before you. What more do you desire from me? Some students, like a cascade of beans, recounted the events that had transpired. At this moment, many eyes were fixed upon Wang Yang. Teacher Wang, is this true? Wang Yang opened his mouth, unable to rebut, for it was indeed a fact. Even the principal had refrained from offering an explanation. What could he possibly say? At this moment, Zhou Yang laughed maniacally. Regardless, death was imminent. Why concern oneself with trivialities? He was destined to perish, and Su Yao still harbored hopes of redemption. Such thoughts were futile. When we learned that Su Mo was a martial artist, Su Yao was the most eager to conspire against her. Any scheme to frame Su Mo was met with her enthusiastic cooperation. The onlookers of the assessment had grown weary of scolding. Such scum was hardly worth their breath. It is not true, it is not true. Su Yao, having glimpsed a glimmer of hope, hurriedly rose and knelt at Su Mo's feet. Brother, you must believe me. It is not as it seems. I was deceived by him. He orchestrated all of this. You must trust your sister. We have lived together for over a decade. How could I ever wish you harm? Believe me, I truly love you. Su Mo cast a glance, and the guards unceremoniously hurled Su Yao aside. Such a person was unworthy to approach Su Mo. Do not insult the pride of Z City. I have knelt before you. Why do you still not believe me? What more do you want from me? I understand now. If you like me, simply say so. We share no blood ties and can marry. I shall never associate with another man, and we can bear numerous children together. Please, forgive me. I truly regret my actions. After her plea, Su Yao rose once more and moved to embrace Su Mo's arm. Bai Yu's face flushed, her eyes glimmering with malice. At that moment, Yi Xiaoxi in the crowd shared a similar murderous intent. With a swift motion, Su Mo delivered a kick to Su Yao, who tumbled down like a rolling gourd. Bai Yu inhaled deeply, satisfaction evident in her gaze. Yi Xiaoxi mirrored this sentiment. At this juncture, Lu Yaoyao approached Yi Xiaoxi. Do you have feelings for him? Yi Xiaoxi turned her gaze to Lu Yaoyao, her eyes flickering. Who would he be drawn to such an exceptional individual? Lu Yaoyao teased. Are you intending to compete with me? Of course, why not? Very well then, let us see who can capture his heart. Their hushed conversation went unheard by others. Meanwhile, the stunned crowd stood petrified, astonished by such shocking declarations. No wonder the chief examiner had previously remarked that if given a choice, he would prefer Su Yao to perish at the jaws of a beast. What manner of individual could produce such a foolish offspring? With her intellect, who would ever be enamored with her? In my 30-plus years of life, it was the first time I felt the urge to end another's life. My blade, too, was restless, yearning to strike her down. At this moment, Zhou Liang observed the scene, his gaze flickering. After all, death awaited them all. Su Mo, do you truly believe you will emerge unscathed? Wu Qiu is already dead. Now, it is widely acknowledged that his words hold truth. He is now bringing forth that matter. Su Mo, do others still believe you're virtuous? Su Mo, if you desire our demise, do not lay the blame upon me. Fo Liang stepped forward, confronting Sumo. Do you truly think you are as you appear on the surface? Do not assume that your orchestrated performance regarding Wu Qiu will convince others. Upon Zhou Liang's utterance, silence enveloped the crowd. Has not Wu Qiu already been imprisoned? Why then bring her affairs to light again? Could it be? Many understood this to be Zhou Liang's final act of desperation, especially since it was previously confirmed that someone had framed Su Mo. Principal Fang Jingyu was also grasping at straws. Damn it. Fortunately, he refrained from announcing Wu Qiu's death out of fear of the Zhou family. At this moment, he felt grateful for his cunning. I am aware of the situation surrounding Wu Qiu. She has already perished. Before returning to the safety management office, her entire family met their end. Fang Jingyu stepped forward and shouted loudly. Numerous faces shifted, fixating on the figure atop the platform. The assessors from other prestigious institutions remained silent. From Sumo's prior demeanor towards them, it was evident that she was not of such a nature. They placed their faith in her. Even the 4 instructors from the Northern Academy appeared to be spectators, casting aside any lingering doubts. If Su Mo were duplicitous, would the Northern Academy's head have taken her as a disciple? It would be impossible, regardless of her talent, to deceive the head of the Northern Academy. No one in the entire Northern District could achieve that. Su Mo, you hypocrite, do you think you alone possess cunning? I spit. I, Zhou Liang, will ensure that the entirety of the Northern District sees your true colors, even if it costs me my life today. The crowd observed that Su Mo exhibited no signs of panic. In fact, she even returned to her seat. Zhou, Principal Fang, do you wish for my demise so fervently? At that moment, a voice resounded, and the students parted to create a passage. 3 figures emerged from the throng, their hands and feet bound. Upon seeing Wu Qiu, Zhou Liang's pupils contracted. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wu Qiu is dead. That was lethal poison. How could she possibly survive? Bai Yu, witnessing this scene, also took a seat, adopting a spectator's demeanor. Had it not been for Su Mo's vigilance against that individual, it could have been quite troublesome. Even Principal Fang Jingyu's pupils were incessantly contracting. Lu Shuqian followed closely behind the 3, his gaze fixed upon Fang Jingyu, as if regarding a corpse. You all must recognize me. I am Wu Qiu, a student from Class 9 of the 10th High School in City Z. The previous events were indeed a result of my slander against Su Mo, and here I offer my apologies to him. Additionally, I wish to express my gratitude for his rescue of my parents. After Wu Qiu spoke, she knelt before Su Mo, bowing deeply 3 times before rising slowly. I wronged Su Mo due to my collusion with Zhou Liang. He promised me 30 million and aided me in altering my appearance to enroll in an ordinary institution. For the sake of 30 million, I betrayed my own conscience. Little did I know that he would host a banquet for our family, poisoning us. Had it not been for Su Mo's timely intervention, we would have met our demise. Zhou Liang, there is no need for you to refute. Unlike that fool, I possess irrefutable evidence. From the very beginning, I feared your potential betrayal. So I discreetly recorded the evidence and uploaded it to the cloud, anticipating that even in death, this matter would eventually come to light. Zhou Liang's pupils constricted. This seemingly dim-witted fool had, indeed, displayed some cunning. At that moment, Lu Shuetian produced a mobile phone, and the contents began to play. Wu Qiu, as long as you successfully frame Su Mo, I will grant you 30 million and arrange for a plastic surgery for you. Wu Qiu, 30 million is no small sum. Even if you become a martial artist, It will be difficult to earn that much. It is enough to ensure your family's comfortable living for a lifetime. Wang Yang's voice followed closely. Wu Qiu, I will also post online to support you. Finally, Su Yao's voice rang out, This Zhou Liang is indeed not to be underestimated. He attempts to numb us with facts, only to weave a grand lie, to wrongfully accuse Su Mo. We never believe them. They are not to be trusted, and I fear only foolish individuals envious of Su Mo might fall for it. Zhou Liang's complexion turned pale. Devoid of blood, the evidence was now irrefutable, and his final ploy had proven ineffective. Taking advantage of this opportunity, it is time for our security management department to settle accounts with certain individuals. Chapter 58. The Master rewards 100 billion, shedding tears to earn 200 billion more. Upon Lu Xiutian's conclusion, the screen began to display a series of incriminating evidence. The first revelation was the proof of Zhou Liang orchestrating the blood leopard to hunt down Su Mo. Zhou Liang, witnessing this scene, felt his pupils constrict. Casually glancing towards the peers seated in the central position, he discovered that Su Mo's gaze held a mocking glint. A bitter smile escaped him as he realized the truth. It was no wonder. Su Mo had been playing the role of a naive fool all along, likely responsible for the deaths of both Blood Tiger and Blood Leopard. The photographs sent to him were designed to torment him mentally, robbing him of sleep. Furthermore, a series of interrogation videos showcased assassins attempting to attack Su Mo at night. Most crucially, there was a recording of Zhou Bongyu, the second son of the Zhou family, seeking out assassins in the black market. As the video continued to unfold, a storm erupted within the black market, with another official, Jiang Quan, having already been apprehended. Sun Yi, witnessing the departing figure of the security administrator, wore an expression of exhilaration and relief. The evidence continued to roll, and Zhou Liang collapsed onto the ground, his legs weakening beneath him. The Lord of Z9 pulled out his phone and dispatched a message. Action can commence. He understood that with this command, the Zhou family's fate was sealed. Security personnel approached and promptly detained Zhou Liang. Additionally, the principal of the 10th high school was implicated. Lu Xiutian turned to Fang Jingyu, producing a piece of evidence, the interrogation records along with the phone call Fang had made to the assassin. Fang's complexion paled as he comprehended the trap he had fallen into. It was no wonder Lu Xiutian had refrained from aiding him. How foolish it was, indeed, to bring such ruin upon oneself. No wonder genius martial artists were a rarity at 10th high. With such leadership, it was a wonder any talent could emerge. The homeroom teacher was no paragon either. My youngest son still attends 10th high. I must transfer him at all costs. Fang Jingyu and Wang Yang were escorted away by the security personnel, and even their classmates were not spared, all taken into custody for questioning. Those deserving of punishment would face their due consequences, while others would serve time behind bars. No. Seeing Lu Xiutian approach her, Su Yao began to struggle. Brother, grant me a chance, give me a chance. I will obey you from now on. I do not wish to go to prison. Su Yao was forcibly dragged away. No, I refuse to be imprisoned. I am a genius. I aspire to enter the Northern Academy, to be adored by countless admirers. I cannot go to prison. Her cries, sharp and mournful, echoed in the air. No one showed her pity. She had brought this upon herself. After the proceedings concluded, Su Mo turned to leave, followed closely by the other examiners. The entire martial arts forum in the Northern District erupted in fervor. How the chief examiner must be feeling. Who would have thought such burdens would befall one so young? This year's examination topics were formidable. The chief examiner truly possesses remarkable courage. Understanding the intent of the blade, a single strike to slay a Tier 3 beast, the pride of our human race. Each post pertained to Su Mo, occupying prominent positions. The judgment following the martial examination brought immense satisfaction to the masses. Z9 City Lord's office announcement. The top 10 has been canceled, and students will be transferred in batches to other high schools. Z9 City Lord's office announcement. A patrol team will be established to inspect all high schools. The pride of our city Z lies in our unyielding spirit and relentless pursuit of progress, drawing inspiration from the esteemed examiner Su Mo. At this moment, Su Mo has become a renowned figure in the Northern District, recognized even by many children. At the age of 18, He has achieved the realm of the divine aperture and comprehended the essence of the blade. After the martial examination concluded, Su Mo was bidding farewell to the other examiners. See you at the Lesser Academy, Northern Academy. After the teachers from the Northern Academy departed, Su Mo's pocket vibrated. The sound of ringing echoed, and upon checking, he saw an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a robust voice resonated from the other end. Well done. I did not expect you to have grasped the essence of the blade. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Master. You have completed the task admirably. It seems I have made the right choice in having you spearhead the reform. I will transfer 100 billion into your martial artist badge. These next few months will be your most leisurely time, so do take the opportunity to rest. I'll look forward to our next meeting. Thank you, Master. After hanging up the phone, Su Mo took a deep breath. 100 billion, his master was indeed generous, and he appreciated such a mentor not merely for the monetary reward. Upon returning to the Martial Artists Guild, his eyes brightened. As the weather grew increasingly warm, Baiyu had donned a fitted black dress that gracefully reached her knees, slightly flaring at the hem. Her voluminous hair cascaded down naturally. Seeing the expression on Su Mo's face, Baiyu covered her mouth and chuckled. Look at you, so inexperienced. Baiyu wore a proud demeanor. Isn't it because Sister Baiyu is so beautiful? Su Mo felt elated and willingly played along. Only someone who knows what Sister loves to hear would say that. What are your plans next? Baiyu observed the relaxed demeanor of Su Mo and pondered if he would continue living a wild lifestyle. Perhaps a few days of rest. I am indeed a bit fatigued. Baiyu nodded. Today they are all imprisoned. How does that feel? Isn't it particularly satisfying? Baiyu noticed the cold indifference in Su Mo's eyes and sighed softly. This young man had endured much and remained guarded towards others. Despite their playful banter, she could sense the chill deep within him. At that moment, two graceful figures entered, their gaze fixed on Su Mo without wavering. Hello. Eshu Modi Danes Gage Medersh. Hello. I am Yi Xiaoxi, introduced one of them, her eyes locked on Su Mo as she extended her hand. My mother forbids me from touching girls' hands. She says it is impolite. Yi Xiaoxi and Lu Yaoyao were momentarily at a loss for words. Countless men had sought to shake their hands, only to be denied. Now, the tables had turned, and they found themselves on the receiving end of rejection. Two individuals stared at Su Mo with an unusual intensity. The notion of toppling him, tightly gripping his waist, and kissing him to witness his tears seemed particularly enticing. I am Lu Yaoyao, a close friend of hers. I am here today merely to make your acquaintance, as we shall soon be classmates. Su Mo nodded in acknowledgement. Congratulations to you both. Lu Yaoyao's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, your chatter is utterly fragmented. Baiyu scrutinized the two, deducing they must be the younger sisters of those peculiar beings. Simultaneously, they turned their gazes toward Baiyu, for they were well aware of this brilliant senior. We intend to linger in Z9 City for a spell. Might we request your services as our guide? 100 billion a day. Why don't you go and rob a bank? Lu Yaoyao exclaimed loudly. 100 billion. You truly dare to ask for that? Quite so. Yi Xiaoxi fixed her serious gaze upon Su Mo, stating, hand over your warrior badge, and I shall transfer 100 billion to you. Su Mo was taken aback. He merely wished to disregard these two and dissuade them. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Have you turned timid, weak, or soft? Su Mo handed over the badge, and Yi Xiaoxi promptly transferred 100 billion. Lu Yaoyao did the same, transferring another 100 billion. You just emptied my savings from 18 years in one go. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Mo's eyes. Surely they were here to flaunt their wealth. 100 billion, mere pocket money after all. Indeed, some are born into opulence, while others are destined to toil, blessed with innate prowess as laborers. Very well, I shall accompany you for a day tomorrow. Would you fancy indulging in something thrilling? Lu Yaoyao and Yi Xiaoxi, noticing the sincerity in Su Mo's demeanor, felt a peculiar stir within. His gaze burned with intensity. Certainly. Excellent. Leave me a number. I shall call you tomorrow. After the two departed, Baiyu regarded Su Mo. What do you intend to do? With two lovely young ladies extending an invitation and offering such a considerable sum, one must ensure their satisfaction and provide them with an unforgettable thrill. Chapter 59. the destruction of the Zhou family, the true parents of Su Yao. Observing the smile that graced Su Mo's lips, Bai Yu's brows furrowed in confusion. What exactly was this fellow plotting? At that moment, Su Mo's phone rang, an incoming call from Lu Shuetian. Brother Su Mo, it's been ages since you visited our safety management office. Would you care to drop by? Upon hearing these words, a flicker of surprise crossed Su Mo's gaze. Lu Shuetian's tone seemed unusually diplomatic, indicating he likely had matters of significance to discuss. Hold on for a moment, Lu Ge. I'll be there shortly. After ending the call, Su Mo informed Bai Yu and promptly departed from the Warrior Association. The distance to the safety management office was not great, and with Su Mo's swift pace, he arrived in no time. Lu Shuetian had been waiting at the entrance, his eyes lighting up upon spotting Su Mo. Ah, my younger brother has arrived. Come, follow me. Once they were in the car, Lu Shuetian guided Su Mo to a certain location. Upon seeing the imposing structure, Su Mo's expression shifted. He recognized it as the city lord's mansion. Lu Shuedao had long been anticipating Su Mo's arrival. You've truly surprised me, my younger brother. Brother Lu, you flatter me. Upon entering the city lord's mansion, Lu Shuedao led Su Mo into an underground chamber. My younger brother, the members of the Zhou family have been detained. Su Mo's expression changed. He comprehended the implications of Lu Shuedao's words. The evidence we have gathered is sufficient to condemn the Zhou family to death. After speaking, Lu Shuedao turned and exited the chamber, leaving Su Mo alone. Su Mo approached the confines of the chamber, where he beheld the imprisoned members of the Zhou family, including Zhou Liang. The sound of his footsteps stirred the occupants within, their gazes converging on him, eyes widening in shock. Despite Su Mo's solitary presence, they were enveloped by an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Coldness, fear, and dread surrounded them. Zhou Qizheng, the patriarch of the Zhou family, stood with assistance from those beside him, leaning against the cell door, fixating on the young man before him. He had seen this face countless times in photographs and was aware that his son and grandson had sent assassins to eliminate this young man. To him, Su Mo had been an inconsequential insect, now transformed into a mighty dragon. Upon learning that he was the direct disciple of the North Courtyard's dean and an examiner for the martial arts assessment, Zhou Qizheng had spent a sleepless night. The heavens had fallen upon the Zhou family. He sought every connection he could muster, pleading for an audience with the young man before him. Yet all his efforts were met with silence, no one offering assistance. Zhou Qizheng gazed at Su Mo. Might you grant the Zhou family a seed of hope? Upon uttering these words, he fell to his knees, resembling a flickering candle in the wind. The surrounding members of the Zhou family observed this scene with complex expressions. The once disregarded insect now found them begging for a chance. In merely 3 months, it felt as though the tides had shifted dramatically and the world had transformed. If you were in my position, would you extend an opportunity to me? When you bullied me at will, dismissing me as insignificant, now that you realize your folly, do you expect me to show you mercy? Such an opportunity is hardly to be found. With that, Su Mo drew forth the Xiantai Dao. Thud! With a swift thrust, the blade pierced directly into Zhou Qizheng's heart. Not a single one of you from the Zhou family shall be spared. Do you not understand the principle that wildfires cannot be extinguished and will be reborn with the spring breeze? Zhou Qizheng opened his mouth, a torrent rising in his throat, and he coughed up blood, his head drooping. Come if you dare. With a creak, Su Mo opened the prison door, the dark iron knife still dripping with blood. Drip! Drop! The crimson liquid splattered onto the ground, echoing the countdown of life as clock. The eldest of the Zhou family stepped back, his face pale and hair standing on end. Sore. Suddenly, a head flew into the air, landing before the other members of the Zhou family. Several timid members fainted from fright. In this moment, Su Mo transformed into the executioner. These individuals had previously disregarded human lives, bullying the innocent. Yet when the meek awakened, they sought to negotiate. Such generosity does not exist in this world. I will pay you. I will offer you a great fortune. A splatter of blood followed as another head soared upwards. As Su Mo advanced, he spotted a figure cowering in the corner. Zhou Yang's throat convulsed. producing a dull sound in the stillness of the cell. He watched as Su Mo approached him step by step, a palpable pressure enveloping him. Thud! Zhou Yang's legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please, Su Yi, Su father, I beg you, grant me another chance. The sound of Zhou Yang's palms striking his face resonated, and soon both sides of his face swelled. I will be your dog, Su Yi, I will be your dog. Whoever you command me to bite, I shall do it. Please, grant me another chance. When he had slain the members of the Zhou family, Zhou Yang had been thoroughly terrified, now rendered almost incoherent. Zhou Yang, we had no grievances between us to begin with. To be frank, I owe you my gratitude. Had it not been for you, I would not have seen Su Yao's true nature. Su Mo looked down upon Zhou Yang. No, it is my honor to assist you. Please, grant me another chance. I possess wealth and can offer you money. Just one opportunity, I swear I will be the most loyal dog. The dark iron knife was poised at his brow. Zhou Yang's body weakened, collapsing to the ground, devoid of color, beads of sweat streaming down. He could feel the murderous intent emanating from the knife. With a swift motion, Su Mo turned and exited the dimly lit prison. Outside, Lu Shuetian and Lu Shuedao stood smoking at the entrance, one the city lord, the other the captain of the security management team, resembling the guards at the gate. Upon seeing Su Mo emerge, neither glanced back at the interior. After the three departed, a voice echoed behind them, the prison collapsing. Exiting the city lord's residence, Su Mo waved at Lu Shuedao. Brother, feel free to call me if you need anything. I'm always at your service. Su Mo nodded, and the two drove away. Lu Shuetian glanced at Su Mo, seated in the passenger seat. Brother, we are headed back to the safety management office. Zhang Dahai just called. Su Yao's parents have arrived. Upon hearing this, Su Mo's expression revealed a hint of surprise. Prepare yourself mentally. Do not let the foolish irritate you. Upon their arrival at the safety management office, a frantic voice echoed within. When will my son return? How dare you? Do not make unfounded connections. Do not insult Su Mo. Just leave at once. As Su Mo entered, he encountered a young couple whose faces lit up with astonishment upon seeing him. Son, you've returned. Quickly, make them apologize. Su Mo's eyes narrowed, and a murderous intent began to emanate from him. The young couple's faces drained of color, fear glimmering in their eyes as they gazed at Su Mo. Should you utter another insolent word, I shall take your lives. Chapter 60. Did Su Yao commit suicide? Su Mo harbored a profound disdain for those who dared to insult his parents. A man clad in a suit stepped forward. Please do not misunderstand. We are Su Yao's parents. You and she are siblings, which makes you akin to our son. We are aware of the trouble surrounding Su Yao and are astonished by the grave mistake she has made. Such a daughter is hardly worth keeping, and our visit here is merely to compensate you. Your parents have passed on, yet we remain. We can assume the role of your guardians. Rest assured, we will treat you well. Zhang Dahai, Li Wuyo, and Lu Shuetian were left utterly stunned. What manner of individuals were these? It was no wonder Su Yao exhibited such a temperament. It was evidently hereditary. A smirk crept across Su Mo's lips as his gaze fell upon the couple, an oppressive aura descending upon the room like a tempest. I do not doubt your identities. You may indeed be Su Yao's parents. Yet, your shamelessness mirrors hers to a disturbing degree. However, I advise you to leave at once before my temper flares. The young couple, upon hearing this, became anxious. We sincerely wish to acknowledge you as our son. Our intentions are genuine. You must believe us. Zhang Dahai and Li Wuyo stepped forward, promptly handcuffing the couple. Let us take you inside for a few days. To insult the esteemed disciple of the North Courtyard esteemed, should you be released. Do you truly believe others tear you to shreds? The couple turned pale at this threat. Su Mo is our son. Who would dare treat us thus? With a resounding thud, they collided against the back wall, spewing blood, their bodies sliding down to the floor in a crumpled heap. Su Mo withdrew his foot and brandished a black iron blade, advancing step by step towards them. The couple huddled together in the corner. Su Mo, brother, please wait. I will turn off the cameras here. Cold sweat cascaded down the young couple as fear gripped them. They had never anticipated such treatment. In truth, Zhang Dehai had already shut off the cameras, his intention solely to intimidate. The approach to dealing with fools must be straightforward. We were wrong. We apologize. We apologize. We were mistaken. The couple, confronted by Su Mo's murderous gaze, felt their throats constrict. If given a choice, they would never have come here. Uncertain if they would survive to return. Especially under the weight of Su Mo's deadly stare, their scalps prickled with dread. Su Mo drove the blade before them, gradually gliding it across their bodies. I will not kill you, but should I hear even the slightest mention of my affairs from your lips, I shall cast you outside the city to be devoured by the beasts, piece by piece, prolonging your suffering. At this, the couple turned ashen and fainted from fear. Li Wuyo, witnessing this, approached to drag them away, a sense of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. He had been thoroughly exasperated by their earlier foolishness. Let them stew for a few days. I shall ensure they are thoroughly subdued. How audacious to disrupt my security office. Su Mo nodded in agreement. Observing the foolish pair being escorted away, Lu Xuetian shook his head in disbelief. No wonder Su Yao is a fool devoid of intellect. It seems this trait is hereditary. Previously, I had thought her parents perished at the hands of a beast, but it appears they deemed Su Yao a burden and abandoned her. This accusation conveniently allows them to remain imprisoned for several years. A chilling gleamer occupied Su Mo's gaze. Let us proceed. It is time to confront my dim-witted sister. Lu Xuetian escorted Su Mo to the solitary confinement area. At that moment, Su Yao appeared pale, her eyes filled with anxiety as she paced within her cell. Occasionally, she would bang on the door, shouting, "Release me. I cannot endure this wretched place. My brother is Su Mo, a prodigious warrior, the prized disciple of the North Courtyard's dean. I am his sister, destined to bear his children in the future. How dare you treat me this way? Release me. Once my brother arrives, you shall face his wrath. Let me go." Upon catching sight of Su Mo, Su Yao's eyes sparkled with surprise, excitement, and joy. "My brother has come. I knew you would not abandon me. I knew you still cared. Hurry, take me away from this dreadful place. Brother, I repent. I recognize my mistakes. Should you forgive me, I will heed your every command henceforth. I knew you still held affection for me. Brother, I assure you, I shall never act foolishly again. I will obediently follow your words. Let us return to our previous bond. I promise to be a good sister, to listen to you, and even bear your children if you desire. Just take me away." Su Mo remained silent. As he regarded her with unfeeling eyes, Su Yao fell quiet, ceasing her desperate cries. Observing such a foolish creature, Su Mo felt no desire to engage with her. Even now, she remained selfish. He turned to leave. As for Wang Yang and Fang Zhengyu, they would undoubtedly face their own punishment. Such scum did not deserve even a glance from Su Mo. No, do not leave. Please, I was wrong. Take me out. Take me away. No. Watching Su Mo's retreating figure, Su Yao thrust her hand through the bars, desperately waving as if to grasp him. As the silhouette vanished, she collapsed to the ground. "Why won't you give me a chance? Why? I have apologized. Why must you treat me this way? Why deny me even one opportunity to express my remorse? Even if you were to strike or scold me, it would bring me some solace. This utter disregard fills me with despair." Lu Xuetian shook his head, witnessing her futile hopes. Those young couple were indeed Su Yao's parents. Lu Xuetian had offered them a chance to see their daughter, yet they refused to meet her. "Manager Lu, I implore you, please let him return. I recognize my errors, truly." "Silence. Do not make a sound. Even a fly is quieter than you," Lu Xuetian retorted. Su Yao lay on the ground, her lips still murmuring, "You only know how to bully me, how to take advantage of my vulnerability." Upon hearing this, Lu Xuetian let out a derisive laugh, a mocking expression adorning his face. "Your biological parents have come looking for you." Su Yao's gaze fell upon Lu Xuetian, and a flicker of hope ignited amidst her despair. "Are they here to rescue me? Please, tell me they are here to take me away." Lu Xuetian shook his head. "They are merely seeking to cultivate a closer relationship with Su Mo, just as you, devoid of any intellect. When they mention you, disdain glimmers in their eyes. They still berate you when your name is brought up. Their acknowledgement of being your parents is solely due to Su Mo. They wouldn't even spare you a glance. Su Yao, encountering such biological parents is your misfortune. Yet, the heavens granted you a chance to make a different choice, which you have ultimately squandered. You have learned nothing from Su Mo as parents' openness, sincerity, and kindness. Instead, you have unwittingly absorbed the hypocrisy, ignorance, and selfishness of your own biological parents, using it against those who are close to you and who care for you. I believe the spirits of Su Mo's parents would not regret saving you for their kindness, but rather lament having raised you, only for you to inflict harm upon Su Mo. Su Yao sank to the ground, her mind replaying the scenes of the past. After a while, Lu Shuetian departed, retrieving his phone. Sumo, Su Yao was committed suicide. Su Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. Could such a fool truly take her own life? Lu Shuetian must have something of substance. However, Su Mo did not inquire further. Sometimes, the truth holds little significance, does it not? After hanging up, Su Mo's lips curled into a smile. Everything had come to an end, and he was ready to embark upon a new journey. With this thought, he took out his phone and dialed. Chapter 61. The Mysterious Man, Su Yao's Corpse, and the Beast Assault. Early the next morning, Yi Xiaoxi and Lu Yaoyao appeared before Su Mo, as previously arranged. Yi Xiaoxi donned a flowing white gown that cascaded down to her knees, her hair gently curled, and a faint smile gracing her lips. Lu Yaoyao wore a white cheongsam, its neckline revealing a sparkling crystal gem, and held an umbrella, exuding a delicate charm reminiscent of the tranquil Jiangnan waters. Su Mo regarded the two with a peculiar expression. I suggest you both change your attire, he advised. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Yi Xiaoxi's gaze was fixed intently on Su Mo. This outfit is meticulously chosen by me. I won't be changing. Sumonadith, let's go. I've made arrangements. Are you both prepared? I shall lead you to a place filled with thrill and excitement, a realm that will leave you both enchanted and breathless. Eager anticipation flickered in Lu Yaoyao and Yi Xiaoxi's eyes as they observed Su Mo's mysterious demeanor. At that moment, in a secluded cemetery, Zhang Dehai and Li Wuyo exhaled deeply. After laying Su Yao to rest, they turned to leave, just as their figures faded into the distance. A man cloaked in a black trench coat emerged, gazing at the grave before him. With a subtle gesture, Su Yao's corpse materialized. He knelt to inspect her, then removed his black coat and draped it over her. Meanwhile, outside the city, Su Mo faced the two beautiful women. Are you both out of your minds? Together, we are worth billions, and you bring us outside the city only to be pursued by serpent? Lu Yaoyao exclaimed, utterly disheveled, as she turned to see the blood-red eyes behind her and hastened back towards the city. Yi Xiaoxi too lost her composure, fear evident in her eyes. The beast, transcending the mundane realm, unleashed icy arrows intermittently. Had it not been for their unique agility, they would have met a dire fate. As Su Mo observed the serpent diverting its pursuit towards Lu Yaoyao and Yi Xiaoxi, he leapt into action, leaving behind fleeting shadows in the air. With a commanding voice, he declared slash. As the sound resonated, the essence of his blade coalesced, and with a swift motion, he cleaved downward. The ground was marred by a chasm nearly 2 meters wide and 100 meters long. The serpent recoiled, its gaze fixated on Su Mo, astonished. This insignificant creature had grasped the essence of the blade and reached the divine threshold. After a brief exchange of glances, Lu Yaoyao and Yi Xiaoxi were taken aback. Was this truly Su Mo's real strength? With his weapon drawn, Su Mo charged at the serpent. The two women, sensing the urgency, hastened towards the city, knowing that the faster they ran, the less burden Su Mo would bear, ensuring their safety. Upon their return to the city, they leaned against the city gate, panting heavily, their hair disheveled, faces pale, bearing the marks of their fright. Goodbye, came Su Mo's voice as he re-entered the city. The serpent, witnessing this, flicked its tongue and emitted a strange sound, clearly infuriated. Bai Xiao emerged, scrutinizing Su Mo with a curious gaze. Just half an hour prior, Su Mo had taken two beautiful maidens out. Even he had anticipated what would transpire next. Unexpectedly, he found himself pursued by a python. How astonishing. Truly a revelation from the heavens. Are you all right? Bai Xiao scrutinized Su Mo from head to toe. Ever since Su Mo discovered that Bai Xiao was a rather reserved individual, he had little desire to engage with him. Moreover, he possessed an uncanny knack for speaking ill of others. Was it thrilling? Did it leave one lingering in thought? Yi Xiaoxi and Lu Yaoyao, overhearing the banter, exchanged eye rolls at Su Mo. You are impressive, Su Mo. I shall remember today's events, declared Lu Yaoyao as she rose, hands on her hips. Yi Xiaoxi also ceased to acknowledge Su Mo, and the two departed in unison. Observing this scene, Su Mo inhaled deeply. How delightful it was, 200 billion secured. Bai Xiao watched the trio leave, ignored from beginning to end, a hint of embarrassment flitting across his face. On his way back to the warrior guild, many recognized Su Mo, their faces lighting up with smiles. It is indeed Chief Examiner Su Mo. Who would have thought we could see him up close today? Sir Su Mo, could we trouble you for an autograph? Upon hearing this, Su Mo paused. Please, do not regard me so highly. I am but an ordinary person, no different from you all, merely fortunate. After speaking, he turned to leave. Wow, how charming. He speaks so subtly. I can only imagine the joy of sleeping beside him. Sister, it is still daylight. Do not indulge in daydreams. Tonight, I shall have materials for my dreams. Su Mo embracing me as I sleep. I am quite clever. I once recorded a video with my boyfriend, and I could replace his face with Su Mos. However, that scoundrel broke up with me upon learning of it. Upon hearing this, the crowd mused that it served her right, though the idea was indeed clever. Upon returning to the warrior guild, Bai Yu approached. Oh my, your combat prowess is impressive. Those two lovely ladies could hardly leave their beds. They should be heading home, Su Mo replied with a peculiar smile. What did you take them out for? Bai Yu inquired curiously as she settled down. Suddenly, Su Mo leaned closer to Bai Yu, their faces a mere few centimeters apart, their breaths almost audible. Bai Yu's fair neck gradually flushed with color, followed swiftly by her cheeks and ears. A mischievous glint flashed in Su Mo's eyes. Sister Bai Yu, so eager to know what I did with them? Concerned for me, are you? Bai Yu lowered her gaze, retreating slightly, only for Su Mo to advance. In the end, Bai Yu abruptly stood, pushing Su Mo against the counter. Brother, you still have a ways to go to play this game with me. Su Mo inhaled deeply. This woman was truly dramatic. Whatever she desired, she had, yet she was caught in her own snare. Sister Bai Yu, I was wrong. Please let me go. After releasing Su Mo, Bai Yu wore a satisfied smile. This mischievous brother had grown bold enough to play such games with her. Take them outside the city. Let us have some fun with the python. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu's lips parted, leaving her at a loss for words. Only a thumbs up could be directed at Su Mo. Impressive, truly impressive. You are indeed a remarkable individual. Who else would extract 2 billion from others and lead them to seek out colossal serpents? Once you arrive at the Northern Courtyard, it would be prudent to exercise caution. Bai Yu gazed at Su Mo with a look of sympathy. The two beautiful sisters may lack strength, but their brother is formidable. How formidable, you ask? Extremely formidable. Su Mo, at a loss for words, stood up to depart. Suddenly, Bai Yu's phone rang. What is it, old man? You and Su Mo must hurry to the eastern gate of D6 City. A multitude of demon beasts has gathered there, and even traces of the demon race have been detected. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu's pupils dilated. Su Mo also recognized his master's voice on the line. We will head there immediately. At that moment, atop the Martial Artists Guild in City W, a helicopter buzzed with a deafening roar, vanishing into the clouds in the blink of an eye. The distance between City Z and City D is considerable. Even by helicopter, it takes about an hour and a half to arrive. The helicopter landed on the rooftop of the Martial Artists Guild in D6 City, where two figures awaited Su Mo and Bai Yu. Welcome to D6 City, gentlemen. We'll exchange pleasantries later. Let us proceed to the eastern gate. Bai Yu maintained an air of indifference. Chapter 62. A single man slaughters thousands of beasts, the mysterious bone flute. Su Mo had grown accustomed to the peculiarities of Bai Yu. Upon their arrival at the east gate of D6, they beheld a myriad of blood-red eyes glimmering through the mist outside the city, causing a tightening in their hearts. By you, a voice resonated, prompted by you to glance towards the guard station at the city wall. Lu Bai, I never expected you to be stationed at D6. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Bai turned his attention to Su Mo. Greetings. Greetings. The two acknowledged each other and fell silent. How long have these beasts been gathering? Su Mo inquired. A small group of beasts appeared at 7 this morning without any disturbances, but their numbers have increased. In the distance, I even glimpsed a demon. I cannot ascertain its power, Lu Bai replied, his gaze growing grave as he observed the beasts outside the city. Sumoriman Saident. Those beasts did not pose a significant threat. They were gathered there, fixated on the east gate, resembling disciplined soldiers in a standoff. Could they be a diversion, intending to attack another gate? Su Mo speculated. No sooner had he spoken than a figure soared overhead. A beast of the sky-treading realm has appeared at the south gate. Bai Yu and Lu Bai exchanged astonished glances with Su Mo. Su Mo felt speechless. He had merely spoken casually, undoubtedly influenced by Bai Xiao. If you wish, I can guard this place while you assist. Bai Yu and Lu Bai nodded, their figures flickering before vanishing. With Lu Bai's departure, numerous guards remained at the east gate, alleviating Su Mo's concerns. Observing the beasts outside, Su Mo turned to one of the guards. I shall return shortly. With that, he exited the city. Almost immediately, the guards at the east gate perceived a blinding light, followed by a thunderous roar from outside the city. The scent of blood began to permeate the air. The slaughter had commenced. These first-tier beasts posed no threat to Su Mo, especially after comprehending the essence of the blade. Within the mist, countless blood-red eyes emerged. Growling in low tones, the densely packed beasts lunged at Su Mo armed with a mysterious iron blade. Su Mo narrowed his gaze. Surging waves. With a single swing, he unleashed a torrent akin to a vast river, waves crashing forth. Wherever it passed, a vacuum was created. Boom! 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 The sounds of exploding beasts echoed relentlessly. Slaughtered 2,000 first-tier beasts, earning 204 slaughter points. Su Mo moved like a specter through the throng of beasts, unimpeded. Heaven's Blade. As he watched a herd of mammoths charging towards him, he executed his mastered technique. With a single strike, a radiant light erupted, bisecting the entire herd of mammoths. The pale mist had long transformed into a crimson haze. Those guarding the D6 East Gate stood in stunned disbelief. Is this the caliber of the headmaster's disciple from the Northern Courtyard? Was there not a third-tier beast among the mammoths just now, which was cleaved in two? Is there truly no semblance of resistance? Hiss, I thought it was an exaggeration, yet it appears to be genuine. He has indeed grasped the essence of the blade. Slaying 300 second-tier beasts yields 400 points of slaughter. Eliminating 3 third-tier beasts grants 15 points of slaughter. Vanquishing 2,000 first-tier beasts awards 202 points of slaughter. The system's notifications echoed incessantly within his mind. Su Mo resembled a tireless machine, oblivious to fatigue. This opportunity to enhance his strength was too valuable to overlook. Numerous beast hordes in Z9 City had already been eradicated by Su Mo, and that python continued to fixate on him, which was somewhat disconcerting. He certainly would not let this chance slip by. Suddenly, 2 beams of light shot forth from a mist. In an instant, Su Montag vanished. The light struck the ground, emitting hissing black smoke. Su Mo moved swiftly, diving into the fog to pursue. Bang, bang, bang. A glimmer appeared amidst the mist. Sumomerfith. Holding a severed head, it belonged to a demon. Slaying a 5th-tier, 3rd-grade demon yields 3.5 points of slaughter. Su Mo shook his head, observing the bone flute in his hand with astonishment. It was this very instrument that the demon had used to control the beasts. What manner of beings are these demons that they can command even the beasts? As the demon fell, the beast's consciousness gradually returned. Su Mo collected the demon's head and brandished his dark iron blade. He had honed the wave of blade's technique to its zenith. The scent of blood lingered, even from a distance. Once all the beasts had departed, Su Mo ignited the corpses with a flame. These creatures contained vital essence, and they burned rapidly. Moreover, their remains held little value. The sheer number of bodies, so close to the city gates, posed a risk of epidemic outbreak. Flame soared skyward as Su Mo stood before the inferno, quietly observing the scene. The guards of the D6 East Gate witnessed this spectacle and documented it. When the flames finally extinguished, Su-Imo turned and returned to the city. Impressive indeed. No wonder he is the esteemed disciple of the North Courtyard's headmaster. Faced with tens of thousands of beasts, his composure remained unshaken, and he slaughtered them beneath his feet. We cannot compare. You flatter me, Su-Imo replied modestly. With the beasts outside vanquished, the guards at the gates could finally relax, having remained vigilant since the morning when the beasts first appeared. Upon halting, Su-Imo examined the system interface. Name, Su-Imo age, 18 strength. Fourth layer of divine aperture, 0-4000. Mental method, 3 layers of path sculpting, 10-3000. Martial skills, wave of blades, high-grade Xian. Perfected, treading snow, high-grade Xian, perfected, concealment technique, high-grade earth, perfected, slaughter points. 4633 in the fortnight preceding the martial examination. He had elevated his strength to the 4th layer of divine aperture. Each breakthrough refreshed his slaughter points, resetting them to 0. This caught Su-Imo off guard. Only by vanquishing such a multitude of beasts could he attain another level. He chose not to allocate points just yet, as the surroundings were crowded and fraught with caution. He would wait to break through until he returned home. The monstrous beasts outside the city have mysteriously vanished. Upon the return of Bai Yu and Liu Bai, they were taken aback to find the area beyond the city walls utterly deserted. Yet, a faint aroma of roasted meat lingered in the air. It was not a disappearance. Rather, they had been entirely eliminated by Su-Imo. Liu Bai and Bai Yu simultaneously turned their gaze towards Su-Imo, who was resting nearby, still bearing traces of blood upon his attire. Bai Yu approached him and playfully kicked him. You truly have no fear of death, do you? From Su-Mo's ring emerged a corpse. This is the demon. It was he who controlled those beasts. Su-Imo presented a bone flute, intricately inscribed with a myriad of arcane runes. Bai Yu took it from him for a brief examination. This is my first encounter with such an artifact. It feels cool to the touch, occasionally shimmering with a flicker of light. She then handed it back to Su-Imo. Since it is your acquisition, you should keep it. Perhaps the old man will recognize it. It may prove invaluable to you in the future. After uttering these words, Bai Yu pulled Su-Imo to his feet. Gulme, let us depart. Su-Imo blinked in surprise. Is it already resolved? With the instructors from the North Courtyard present, they would undoubtedly handle the situation. The formidable beast had already been slain. It was merely a false alarm, as the creature must have fled from elsewhere. Sumonadith, until we meet again at school. Bai Yu grasped his arm and turned towards the Martial Artist Guild. Sister Bai Yu, you may release me now. Upon letting go, Bai Yu suddenly wore a mischievous expression, reveling in the moment. Chapter 63. A breakthrough in strength, spending 200 billion in a minute. You ought to express your gratitude. For that Liu Bai is none other than the brother of Liu Yao Yao. Su-Imo was taken aback, not having anticipated this revelation. He nodded. The two bore no resemblance whatsoever. His sister had already filed a complaint. How petty. Yet, do you not consider yourself petty when you trick her out of her pocket money and drag her along to confront a python? Liu Bai has also attained the transcendence realm, so tread carefully. A flicker of change crossed Su-Mo's expression. Have you all reached the transcendence realm? Guess. You still have much to strive for, little brother. Taking a deep breath, Su-Imo secretly set a goal for himself, to break through to the transcendence realm by the time the Northern Academy commenced its new semester. Upon returning to Z9 City, the very first post on the Northern District Warriors Forum showcased the scene of a Northern Academy instructor slaying a celestial beast. Another displayed a figure. Back turned to the crowd, flames soaring before him. One man slaying thousands of beasts. Only 5 succinct words. The figure known as Back Shadow, Su-Imo, remains formidable, single-handedly vanquishing countless beasts. Truly remarkable, a source of pride for our Z City, still accompanied by that familiar silhouette. My husband remains as fierce as ever. The last time I saw him, I noticed his legs were exceptionally long. My fondness for him only grows deeper. To the one above, what you refer to as the best is indeed his legs, not anything else. He was speaking of the middle leg. It's evident he knows nothing but hunting beasts. devoid of emotional intelligence, a typical straight man. Oh, wait a moment. To the one above, is there something amiss between you and Backshadow? As the conversation waned, Su Mo's attention on the warrior's form diminished. After returning from other cities, Su Mo sneaked home to make a breakthrough, feeling quite elated. The thrill of increasing strength kept him enthralled. As the 4,000 kill points dissipated, Su Mo felt his internal acupoints resonating with vigor. Before long, 40 acupoints had been opened, elevating his realm to the 5th level of divine acupoints. Name: Su Mo. Age: 18. Strength: 5th level of divine acupoints, 0-5000. Mental method: sculpting Dao technique, 3rd level, 10-3000. Martial skills: layered wave blade, Xian grade, superior. Perfected snow treading, Xian grade, superior. Perfected hidden concealment technique, earth grade, superior. Perfected kill points, 633. It will not be long before I break through to the transcendence realm. A completely new transformation awaits. My mortal body gradually evolved into a spiritual one, becoming more suited for cultivation, at which point I can awaken my own unique attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and the exceedingly rare attributes of space and time. For instance, a spatial ring is crafted by a forger who has awakened the space attribute. Such individuals are exceedingly rare. Otherwise, spatial rings would not be so scarce. Recalling the spatial ring, Su Mo hurriedly set out for the Warriors Guild. Upon seeing Su Mo's return, Bai Yu displayed a look of confusion. Why have you come back again? Yu Jia, what is the largest spatial ring you have here? 50 cubic units. Upon hearing this, Su Mo's eyes reflected disappointment. He had initially expected a spatial ring exceeding 100 cubic meters. What kind of look is that? This mere 50 cubic meters might not even yield a single sale in a year. A mere 50 cubic meters is worth 200 billion. The Elder gifted you a spatial ring of 100 cubic meters, a treasure valued in the billions. Each additional cubic meter requires immense effort from the forger and necessitates the elusive space stones, which are exceedingly difficult to procure. So what do you say? Would you like to purchase one? Only one remains, and it hasn't sold in 2 years. After some contemplation, Su Mo decided against it. Speaking of rings, that reminds me. Wait a moment. Bai Yu turned and left, soon returning with an exquisite box. This is protective armor, capable of withstanding dozens of attacks from beasts below the 9th level of the transcendent realm. Would you like it? Bai Yu gazed at Su Mo with great enthusiasm. Despite the impending departure, who would shy away from exceeding expectations? How much? Not expensive at all, quite reasonable, 90 billion. You call 90 billion cheap? Is that too much? I find it acceptable, Su Mo replied, smacking his forehead, realizing he was haggling with a wealthy woman. During his school days, he firmly believed in the saying, "The universe remains undecided. We are all dark horses." Yet, upon leaving school, the universe seemed settled, and they had become mere cattle. I'll buy it. Watching 90 billion vanish from his account, leaving over 2 billion, Su Mo felt a pang of regret. You seem eager to leave the city. Would you like to purchase an upgraded radar? It detects up to 200 meters and is reasonably priced. His previous radar had broken, and it was indeed necessary to acquire a new one. Let me clarify. This 200-meter radar can detect all beast levels in the transcendent realm. No deception involved. It's a flat price of 50 billion. Su Mo pinched his brow. 50 billion. I'll take it. Another 50 billion disappeared from his account, causing his heart to bleed. Just moments earlier, that woman had tricked him out of several hundred million, and now, in less than a minute, she had made him spend 150 billion. Do you need any medicinal pills? Given your current realm, the healing pills are quite affordable. I only have 5, totaling 50 billion. What do you think? Buy. Su Mo gritted his teeth as another 50 billion vanished from his account. Look at me. Hey, don't run away, Su Mo. Come back. This child. I'm doing this for your own good. After Su Mo left, he took a deep breath. 200 billion was gone. Staying any longer might lead him to a loan. Had he known better, he wouldn't have treated Yi Xiaoxi and Lu Yaoyao that way. Those were two wealthy women. After gathering his thoughts, he set off towards the city gates. Su Mo, are you heading out? Of course. Your sister just conned me out of 200 billion. I've become a pauper. Don't speak. You're no saint either. Bai Xiu opened his mouth, but before he could utter a word, Su Mo had already vanished from sight. Is he unwell? My sister conspired against you. What does that have to do with me? She has caught me too, Bai Xiu muttered, resigned to continue his duty at the gate. Recalling the days of the traditional ceremony, when I grasped the commemorative plaque, my family rejoiced, believing I would ascend to great heights in the future. Now, as I stand at the entrance, I indeed bear a plaque around my neck. Alas, such is fate. After donning my protective gear, Su Mo retrieved the map and headed towards the designated yellow zone. Midway through my journey, I abruptly changed direction, concealing my presence. My previous encounter with the serpent outside the city had imparted valuable experience. Not long after Su Mo departed, a colossal creature emerged, its scarlet eyes scanning the surroundings. Reeking of the scent of an adversary, the serpent felt a pang of frustration, realizing that this troublesome foe was becoming increasingly cunning, with a rapidly growing strength. If I did not act swiftly to eliminate this nuisance, it might very well turn the tables and claim my life. Contemplating, the serpent pondered how to swiftly dispose of this individual. Must I truly sacrifice something to enlist the aid of those monstrous beasts? Chapter 64. The Mysterious Blood Pool and the Crisis. At this moment, Su Mo had successfully hunted his first beast. Slaughtered a level 3, rank 5 black bear, earning 5 points of slaughter. After removing the bear's gallbladder, paw, and hide, he vanished without a trace. Although Su Mo's cultivation was at the 5th level of the divine aperture, equivalent to that of the black bear, his comprehension of the blade intent rendered them utterly inadequate against his strikes. It was a pity that the system did not allow for points to be allocated to the blade intent. Otherwise, Su Mo could hardly fathom the joy it would bring him. After slaying a few more beasts, Su Mo suddenly recalled something. He retrieved a bone flute from his spatial ring. The demon he encountered earlier had used this to control the beasts. He wondered if he could do the same. If it worked, he could summon the beasts and take them all at once. Su Mo's eyes brightened with excitement. Puff, puff, puff. A hint of embarrassment crossed Su Mo's face. Fortunately, no one was around to hear him, or it would have been quite the disgrace. A few beasts were eavesdropping. Slaughtered 3 level 1 beasts, earning 1 point of slaughter. Su Mo meticulously recalled the demon's methods from their previous encounter. He positioned his fingers on the holes of the flute, and soon a melodious sound resonated through the air. His fingers danced gracefully over the instrument. Thunderous roars echoed as crimson eyes emerged from the mist. Upon seeing this, Su Mo's eyes shone brightly. It truly worked. With a decisive strike of the blade of heaven, Su Mo unleashed his intent, and a streak of white light flashed. Slaughtered 600 level 1 beasts, earning 90 points of slaughter. Slaughtered 150 level 2 beasts, earning 200 points of slaughter. Slaughtered 22 level 3 beasts, earning 70 points of slaughter. After gathering the materials from the level 3 beasts, Su Mo moved like a wraith through the snow, his form flickering in and out of existence. When the serpent arrived, it beheld the ground strewn with corpses. Its gaze turned towards the mist where Su Mo's aura lingered. Unbeknownst to it, this could be a smoke screen deliberately released by Su Mo. After some contemplation, it turned to depart in the opposite direction, unaware that it was drifting further away from him. From within the mist, the sound of Su Mo playing the flute intermittently broke through, followed by the anguished cries of the beasts. As Su Mo changed locations and was about to play again, his expression shifted with tension. Roar! This roar reverberated across the surroundings, causing Su Mo to glance at the bone flute in his hand. With a crack, fissures spread across its surface until, with a final snap, it shattered. Damn it, could it not be so discordant? Su Mo felt as though the sonic waves were piercing through his eardrums. Coming to his senses, he transformed into a phantom and vanished into the mist. Not long after Su Mo left, the spot he had just occupied was ravaged as a towering black tiger emerged, adorned with 2 pairs of wings. Surrounding, it was a whirlwind of power, and with each flap of its wings, dust and debris were sent swirling into the air. Its blood-red eyes fixated on the shattered remnants below, and it let out another furious roar. A shockwave of sound surged forth, obliterating everything in its path. Today, it was determined to capture that fool who had disturbed its slumber. Once or twice could be overlooked, but after several attempts, it was infuriating, each one worse than the last, akin to the sound of flatulence. Suddenly, Su Mo halted, his pupils constricting. His heart raced uncontrollably, and he struggled to swallow. The approaching black tiger, upon sighting Su Mo, narrowed its blood-red eyes, hesitating momentarily as it cautiously drew closer. Just as it was poised to devour Su Mo, it noticed something unusual ahead and snapped its mouth shut. Su Mo felt a chill at the shadow looming behind him, yet what lay before him instilled a greater dread. The black tiger stood beside Su Mo, its blood-red gaze fixated on the distance. There, an abyss nearly 1,000 meters deep loomed, a veritable pit of blood, exuding a nauseating stench of gore. Within it sat numerous figures, each adorned with horns atop their heads and runes etched upon their faces. The surrounding mist had transformed into a dark shroud, enveloping these demonic beings. The shore was littered with a multitude of corpses, both human and beast, and even within the blood pool, an array of beastly remains lay strewn about. The black tiger extended its claws, lifting Su Mo effortlessly, and with a powerful flap of its wings, vanished from sight. After covering a considerable distance, the black tiger set Su Mo down. Human, shall we collaborate? Su Mo inhaled deeply, discerning that the situation of those demons was amiss. As if they were entrapped in a deep slumber, isolated by an unseen barrier that made approach difficult. Turning to assess the black tiger, which loomed over 100 meters in size and bore 2 pairs of wings, Su Mo was met with a growl. Human, I am addressing you. Unwilling to engage, Su Mo hesitated. What manner of collaboration do you propose? He was reluctant to ally with the creature, for the blood pool was fraught with peril. Yet the decision was not his to make. Eliminate them. You must be the sovereign of this territory. Why would you seek my assistance? Su Mo queried. Should you refuse, I shall feast upon you, the black tiger retorted, its gaze locked upon Su Mo. Your reasoning compels me. Speak. How shall we collaborate? Su Mo acquiesced, recognizing he was outmatched and aware of the black tiger's ulterior motives. I encountered a barrier that hindered my progress. Those demons have surely sensed our presence. There are several spirit realm demons concealed nearby. I will distract them while you dispatch those within the pool. The demons lying in the pool are not particularly powerful, yet their bloodlines are formidable. If you eliminate them, I shall grant you a reprieve, the black tiger proclaimed, its eyes glimmering with intent. Agreed. Following Su Mo's consent, the black tiger unfurled its wings. In the blink of an eye, they returned to their previous location. 3 demons emerged from the mist, their eyes greedily fixed upon the black tiger. I cannot believe you dare return. You seek your own demise. The trio lunged at the black tiger. With a flap of its wings, a tempest erupted, shattering the surrounding silence. Su Mo was swept into the maelstrom. The black tiger ascended into the sky, conjuring colossal tornadoes as it beat its wings. The demon's speed diminished. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Su Mo exhaled in relief. Within the blood pool, several demons stirred from their slumber. Armed with a mysterious iron blade, Su Mo executed a strike, Heaven Slash. A radiant arc sliced through the air. Having slain 3 6-tier magical beings, I have acquired 10. 8 points of slaughter. Insects, you seek your demise. The 3 magical beings of the soul realm, upon witnessing Su Mo's ability to manifest the intent of his blade, were struck not only with astonishment, but predominantly with ire. Even within the depths of the black tiger's gaze, a flicker of surprise emerged. The tempest intensified. Roar. The resounding roar of the king of beasts echoed across the wilderness. The storm had morphed into a colossal whirlwind, and one magical being, unable to evade its grasp, was swept away. The sound of bones shattering reverberated through the air. A severed head tumbled forth from the storm, landing beside the other 2 magical beings. To dare cause a commotion in my domain, you magical beings possess audacity beyond measure. Do you wish to engage in battle with us, the beasts? The 2 magical beings, upon hearing this, were momentarily taken aback. Having slain 8 fifth-tier magical beings, I have acquired 68 points of slaughter. Buzzing filled the air. At that moment, the blood pool began to ripple with unexpected disturbances. Gurgle, gurgle. Enormous blood bubbles erupted incessantly. Chapter 65. Eightfold Divine Aperture. Four-headed celestial beast. Golden dragon fruit. Upon witnessing this scene, Su-Mo swiftly transformed into a wraith and fled into the depths of the snow. The black tiger, sensing the imminent danger, flickered its blood-red eyes, flapped its wings, and hurriedly took flight. A dark mist shimmered ominously. A mournful roar echoed, followed by the unmistakable sound of tearing flesh. The creature's wings were violently ripped away. The black tiger lay upon the ground, its eyes reflecting the terror of impending demise. A hand seized the creature's head. With a resounding crunch, its skull was obliterated, revealing a blood-red crystal. Bubbles of blood surfaced, and the figure vanished into thin air. Above the blood pool lay a massive skeleton. Only when the two demons, who had knelt in fear, dared to rise did they pursue the direction in which Su-Mo had fled. They thought a mere insect at the Divine Aperture realm could escape their notice. Upon catching up, they discovered that Su-Mo's presence had entirely dissipated. Exchanging glances filled with surprise, the two demons then separated, scouring the vicinity for any trace of him. When they reconvened, they found no sign of Su-Mo. Reluctantly, the demons returned, tasked with guarding the blood pool. Concealed underground, Su-Mo held his breath, not daring to make a sound. It was only until midnight that he emerged, inhaling deeply. Transforming once more into a wraith, he fled into the distance. Uncertain of how long he had run, he finally found a secluded spot and retrieved his phone. Previously, he had only captured a fleeting shadow, failing to discern any details. The black tiger was likely dead. Su-Mo had never anticipated that his weakness would allow him to escape the demon's notice. The sinister entity within the blood pool probably coveted the black tiger's carcass, its blood, and the blood crystal. The black tiger had urged him to strike first, fearing that there might be dangers lurking in the blood pool, using him as bait. Little did he know that the creature had deemed him unworthy. Su-Mo silently rejoiced. Furthermore, that malevolent being seemed unable to stray far from the blood pool. Despite this awareness, Su-Mo dared not return. The creature was too formidable and perilous. He needed to inform his master that the presence within the blood pool must never be restored. However, he was currently lost, unaware of his surroundings. The fog enveloped him, obscuring even the sky. He could only rely on his instincts to navigate back. After resting for a moment, he changed direction. Now, he truly hoped the serpent would find him. If it did, it would signify that he was not far from safety. Yet, the black tiger had moved with such swiftness that it had traversed dozens of kilometers in the blink of an eye. Coupled with its reckless escape, who knew where it had fled? Thankfully, he had purchased protective gear and restorative potions before setting out. Activating his radar, he detected movement within a 200-meter radius. Su-Mo once again drew forth his mysterious iron blade. Slaying a level 3, 7th-tier beast grants 7 slaughter points. Transforming into a wraith, Su-Mo relentlessly hunted the beasts detectable by his radar. Surrounding him were level 3 beasts, with not a single level 2 in sight. Having slain 23rd-tier monsters, Su-Mo acquired 80 slaughter points. After gathering the materials, he soared into the distance. Before long, the radar was ablaze with red dots, causing Su-Mo's heart to tighten. The ground trembled with a thunderous roar, echoing like an earthquake. He sought out areas with fewer monsters, and, just as he launched into a kill, he noticed the creatures fleeing in another direction. Minutes later, panting heavily, Su-Mo observed that the beast horde had completely vanished, consisting primarily of 3rd-tier monsters. He had just hunted down over 100 of these creatures. Contemplating, he sensed that the monsters were hastening towards something significant. Could it be that an opportunity had arisen? With this thought, Su-Mo transformed into a shadow, stealthily following them. Eventually, Su-Mo caught up with the horde, which appeared to be under some form of control, moving like mindless puppets toward a distant point. Taking a deep breath, he readied his Xian iron blade. Slaughter points, I am coming for you. He dispatched 10 third-tier monsters. earning 45 slaughter points. Then he killed 30 more, acquiring 102 points, followed by 9 fourth-tier monsters for an additional 35 points. After slaying a few, he vanished like a specter. The overwhelming scent of blood would surely draw the creatures to encircle him, but they seemed oblivious. Sumo took full advantage, following closely behind, turning every straggler into a corpse and collecting their materials, including a considerable number of fourth-tier beasts. He consumed a recovery pill, feeling his vitality surge back rapidly before resuming his assault on the monsters. This was a splendid opportunity not to be squandered, particularly since accumulating more slaughter points would enhance his strength far more than any pill could. The monsters continued their frenzied dash for several hours, leaving a trail of their fallen comrades in their wake. Glancing at the radar, Sumo halted and retreated slightly. The stampede of beasts had dispersed the mist, revealing several colossal figures in the sky. Their eyes fixated intently on a spot below where a spirit plant bore a single golden fruit, glimmering with radiant light and exuding a tantalizing aroma. It was this fragrance that had drawn the beasts. Sumo concealed himself in the shadows, wary of advancing further. The approaching monsters crawled low to the ground, equally hesitant to move. He licked his lips, contemplating his status. Name, Sumo. Age, 18 strength. 5th layer of the divine aperture, 0-5000. Mental technique, 3 layers of the Tao sculpting formula, 10-3000. Martial skills, ripple blade, Xian grade. Perfected, snow treading, Xian grade, perfected. Concealment technique, earth grade, perfected. Slaughter points, 28,469. He could enhance his power. 5,000 slaughter points vanished, followed by 6,000, then 7,000 and 8,000. 160 apertures within Sumo opened, producing a crackling sound reminiscent of popping beans. His physical strength surged in tandem with his escalating prowess. The mist here is dense, and the spiritual energy abounds, as if the flesh were akin to a sponge, continuously absorbing. After the passage of half an hour, Sumo's tensed mind finally began to relax. Name, Sumo. Age, 18 strength. 8th level of divine aperture, 0-9000. Mental method, threefold path sculpting technique, 10-3000. Martial skills, layered wave blade, high grade profound. Perfected snow treading, high grade profound. Perfected concealment technique, high grade earth. Perfected killing points, 2469. Having attained the 8th level of divine aperture, Sumo diligently operated the concealment technique, stealthily advancing towards the distance. For colossal demonic beasts, their massive forms spanning thousands of meters occupied the cardinal points, obscuring the sky and blocking the sun. Their gaze fixated intently upon a golden fruit, and as a shimmer of golden light flashed, the 4 great beasts became invigorated. The golden dragon fruit shall be mine. A bloodthirsty tiger, its body engorged, greedily fixated on the fruit. Let be a contest of skill. A black-feathered eagle spoke in human tongue, exuding a sinister aura. Only through granting me benefits can one maximize their gains. The golden giant ape, looming in the sky, proclaimed. Then let be a contest of abilities. Let us see who seizes it first. A cunning fox also chimed in, its third eye discreetly opening, equally fixating on the golden dragon fruit. Chapter 66. The arrival of the golden dragon fruit and the swarm of golden corpse insects. Sumo's body gradually sank into the ground. There was no choice. These monstrous beasts were exceedingly formidable, and he exerted himself to operate the concealment technique to mask his presence. Master, I used the sculpting path technique and the Xian iron blade to dig a tunnel. You wouldn't hold it against me, would you? Sumo felt a surge of gratitude for having perfected the concealment technique, as the powerful four-headed beast failed to detect his presence. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have met his demise. The 4 colossal beasts exuded an overwhelming aura, stirring the air, causing the golden dragon fruit to undergo some distortion. With a sudden motion, the 4 beasts vanished from above the golden dragon fruit. A series of resounding crashes echoed, dispersing the mist over a several-kilometer radius. The aftermath of the collisions struck many beasts, sending them flying. Several beasts of the soul realm squinted their eyes, their bodies shifting toward the direction of the golden dragon fruit. The four massive beasts understood that their strengths were nearly equal, allowing them to merely stall one another. The ensuing battle would depend on the abilities of their subordinates. The fight in the sky raged on, and as Su-Mo sensed the approaching fragrance, his expression brightened. Despite being hundreds of meters underground, he could still perceive the combat above. With his enhanced power, digging was a swift endeavor. Time slipped away unnoticed. Dozens of Soul Realm beasts had now drawn near the golden dragon fruit, their murderous intent coalescing as they leapt toward it. Those beasts lagging behind, seeing their fellows advance, resorted to biting at their rears. Roars of agony reverberated through the air. What concern for dignity could there be? Failing their leader's task meant risking their very lives. Several beasts directly clambered atop the golden dragon fruit, resembling a precarious tower. The battle above suddenly ceased. Fools! Fools! For furious roars erupted. The beasts were sent flying, their pupils dilating in shock. The golden dragon fruit had vanished. Who among them had seized it? Each of the four beasts harbored hopes that it was their subordinate who had succeeded. Su-Mo had long since disappeared among the throng of beasts, thanks to the concealment technique. With the golden dragon fruit now gone, the four beasts dared not continue fighting. Any injuries incurred would only benefit another. Regardless of whose subordinate acquired it, it would bolster the strength of the beasts and not favor humanity. After Su-Mo departed, he sprinted for an indeterminate time. He moved aside an inconspicuous stone, dug a hole, and concealed himself within. Fortunately, having broken through to the spirit aperture realm, he could absorb some spiritual energy. Su-Mo produced the golden dragon fruit and swallowed whole. Such a treasure, once consumed, became his own. Golden light began to emanate from within Su-Mo as his meridians undulated like a true dragon. A tearing sensation coursed through his flesh. He bit down on a piece of beast material, clenching it tightly without uttering a sound. The initial pain felt like needles piercing, followed by the sensation of being cut with a blade. Even his bones emitted cracking sounds. Beads of sweat the size of mung beans adorned his forehead, and his entire body felt as though it had been drenched in water. As the pang of pain gradually faded, Su-Mo felt a release of tension in his spirit, succumbing to unconsciousness. Time slipped away unnoticed until a stone was displaced, revealing a figure emerging from the earth. A black man, his white teeth and the whites of his eyes the only visible features. Su-Mo sensed a foul odor emanating from himself. After locating a pond, he ascertained that no formidable beasts lurked nearby. Leaping in to cleanse himself before donning a fresh set of black garments. Grasping his mysterious iron blade, he drew it across his arm, leaving merely a pale mark. Taking a deep breath, a smile began to form at the corners of his mouth. Were he not in the wilderness, he would have laughed heartily. The blade could not pierce his skin, truly a testament to the worth coveted even by sixth-level beasts. Beyond the realm of mortals lies the divine soul, followed by the path to the heavens, where one stands at the same level as sixth-level beasts. The human cultivation hierarchy is delineated as blood chi, warrior, meridian opening, divine aperture, transcendence, divine soul, ascension, transformation, destiny, and sacred realm, while the beasts correspond to fierce creatures, ranging from 1st to 9th level. Although his strength had not increased, the expansion of his meridians and the enhancement of his physical power were immeasurable. The spatial ring could not withstand the draining power of the golden dragon fruit, which he was eager to consume. Were it not for the beast's claims of its identity, he would hardly have recognized it. Next, he needed to accumulate enough slaughter points to break through the transcendence realm and to enhance the path sculpting technique. Then he would return to inform his master of the matters concerning the demon. Suddenly, Su-Mo was jolted back to reality, a wave of dizziness washing over him as his stomach grumbled. He retrieved a bare paw, the aroma soon wafting through the air. After consuming it, a lingering hunger remained. With determination, he set forth to hunt beasts. The enticing scent once again filled the air. After feasting, he extinguished the fire and floated in a chosen direction. Midway, he activated the concealment technique, transforming into a specter, vanishing from sight to evade detection by other beasts. With a swift strike, He executed the heaven-severing slash. Amidst the mist, a voice resonated. Slaying a third-level 9th-tier beast grants 9 slaughter points. Thus began his relentless cycle of hunting anew. Soon, he noticed an array of red dots densely populated on his radar, causing the corners of his mouth to curl upward. A swarm of golden luminescent orbs, each the size of a human head, emitted peculiar sounds, their blood-red eyes fixated on Mo, enveloping him as if under a golden curtain. Slaying 1,000 golden corpse bugs grants 308 slaughter points. Slaying 700 golden corpse bugs grants 260 slaughter points. Suddenly, a golden corpse bug latched onto Mo's back, sinking its fangs into his neck. With a crunch, its teeth shattered. The bug, momentarily bewildered, blinked in confusion as Mo seized it and crushed it in his grip. Slaying 1 golden corpse bug grants 2 slaughter points. None would escape his grasp. With both hands clutching the mysterious iron blade, an hour passed in the blink of an eye. In urgency, Mo produced a pill. The energy within him restored only partially. He consumed another, and at last his strength was replenished. The few elixirs purchased have nearly been consumed. The golden corpse insects multiply with each kill. These creatures thrive on consuming corpses, growing stronger with every feast and reproducing at an astonishing rate. Just moments ago, Mo was unaware of how many golden corpse insects he had slain, yet now, an expanse of golden swarms lies before him. Numerous feral beasts, upon catching a glimpse from a distance, turned and fled without a second thought, including one of the spiritual realm. "Come, let us continue," Mo urged, charging towards the golden insects. Half an hour later, he heard a voice calling, "Brother, brother, I apologize, I was wrong." Mo transformed into a wraith, drifting towards the horizon. "Brother, do not pursue me. I truly made a mistake." As he muttered these words while fleeing, he realized that even the transcendent golden corpse insect had emerged, dozens of them, no less. They could fly and were remarkably swift. Suddenly, he felt another bite on his rear. "Oh, howling!" Mo exclaimed, leaping into the air, his speed surging once more. Upon realizing that the golden corpse insects had not pursued him, disappointment flickered in his eyes. These insects had not taken a bait. Mo initially intended to lure the transcendent golden corpse insects away and then turn back for a surprise attack. However, after a brief chase, they ceased their pursuit. Mo scratched his rear. His garment had been torn, exposing a portion of his backside. No wonder he felt a chill in the breeze. Chapter 67. Breaking Through the Transcendence. 9 Major Attributes. After changing his attire, Mo refrained from further searching for the golden corpse insect. The distant golden light had vanished. Altering his direction, he continued to drift onward. This place seemed somewhat familiar. Several hours later, Mo gazed upon the mountain peaks before him. Was this not the very location that the gorilla had previously escorted him to? At last, he had discovered the path home. However, he was unaware of how much time had elapsed. His phone was out of battery, and the dense fog obscured the sky. Moreover, after consuming the golden dragon fruit, he had lost consciousness for a while. Upon seeing the familiar surroundings, his spirit began to relax. Mo was no longer the same Mo as before. Name: Mo. Age: 18. Strength: 8th level of the divine aperture, 09,000. Mental method: threefold path sculpting technique, 10-3000. Martial skills: layered wave blade, Xian grade. Upper tier: perfected. Snow treading, Xian grade. Upper tier: perfected. Concealment technique, earth grade. Upper tier: perfected. Killing points: 28779. Determined to break through, Mo, upon viewing his killing points, sought a secluded spot to commence his ascension. As he allocated his points, a gentle white light emerged within him. Ultimately, the last 40 apertures were unlocked, propelling him directly to the 9th level of the divine aperture. After a further disappearance of 10,000, the power within him converged in his dantian, which opened wide, allowing the surrounding spiritual energy to continuously flow into Mo's being. He hastily allocated more points to his mental method, elevating the path sculpting technique to the 4th level. The surrounding spiritual energy rapidly gathered, surging into his body. An hour later, Sumo opened his eyes. Extending his hands, a force hovered above them, radiating a myriad of colors. Most prominently, a striking golden hue shone forth. Could it be the golden dragon fruit? Sumo sensed that the fruit was not as simple as it appeared. For when he had just transcended his realm, it was merely the dantian that had opened. This indicated that even in the divine aperture realm, his physique had undergone a complete metamorphosis. He had not realized it before, but only after the breakthrough did he discover this. The golden dragon fruit was undoubtedly extraordinary. Upon awakening his attributes, he would select the most outstanding attribute for cultivation, thereby maximizing his benefits. The combination of metal attributes with blade intent was indeed commendable. A single strike would be far more formidable than before. When he glanced at his panel, Sumo's pupils constricted. Name: Sumo. Age: 18. Strength: Transcendence first level, 0-20,000. Cultivation method: Shaping path formula 4th level, 0-15,000. Martial skills: Overlapping waves blade, high grade profound. Perfected: Stepping on snow, high grade profound. Perfected: Concealed shadow technique, high grade earth. Perfected: Blade intent, 2nd level blade intent. Spiritual energy attributes: Gold affinity, 93, 0-9300. Wood affinity, 30, 0-3000. Water affinity, 28, 0-2800. Fire affinity, 53, 0-5300. Earth affinity, 29, 0-2900. Wind affinity, 64, 0-6400. Thunder affinity, 13, 0-1300. Space affinity, 3-3000. Time affinity, 1-0-1000. Kill points, 67-89. The panel has undergone a significant transformation. His blade intent has reached the 2nd level, indicating that his relentless pursuit of hunting beasts has yielded benefits, though unfortunately, it cannot be enhanced with points. The greatest surprise for Sumo is undoubtedly his spiritual energy attributes. The affinity for gold has soared to 93, undoubtedly a result of the golden dragon fruit, followed by wind, and then fire, perhaps due to the principle of fire generating gold. Of course, the most crucial aspect is that affinities can be increased with points, and eventually, all 9 attributes could reach 100. The thought of this brings immense excitement to Sumo's eyes. However, he notes that the increase in affinity for space and time is tenfold compared to other attributes. Nevertheless, these matters do not concern him. Sumo rubbed his chin, contemplating raising the gold attribute to 100 first, followed by wind for combat and fire for retreat. Yet, he is puzzled as to why he has awakened 9 attributes, something he has never heard of in all these years. Could it be related to his vitality? He recalls that after breaking through as a martial artist, his vitality was significantly higher than others, almost beyond common comprehension. Regardless, these questions will be answered in due time. As his strength advanced to transcendence, his speed increased remarkably. It wasn't too long before he saw the familiar city gates and took a deep breath. What a journey it has been, akin to traversing the underworld. When Baishio spotted Sumo, an odd expression crossed his face. Damn, 2 months, and you still remember to come back. I thought you had perished out there. What? It's been 2 months? Sumo exclaimed. Indeed, it has been 2 months. I thought you turned into a pile of dung. Wait, what is your current strength? This time, he sensed no trace of malevolence from Sumo. His aura was restrained, unlike before when it was so pronounced. Why should I tell you? Sumo waved his hand dismissively, heading towards the Martial Artists Guild. After 2 months without seeing that imposing figure, he felt a tinge of nostalgia. Upon arriving at the Martial Artists Guild, Sumo plopped down on a seat. Baiyu, it's been a while. Baiyu looked up at Sumo, rubbing her eyes. You actually remember to come back. Do you know how many calls I made to you? I had thought you had perished outside, even surmising that you had been consumed by a python, reduced to mere excrement. Sumo, taken aback, remarked, You're a girl. Could you not speak with a touch more elegance? Please, hasten to calculate the expenses. With an air of anticipation, Sumo retrieved the cubic meter space ring and the 10 cubic meter space ring. One might mistakenly believe you had gone to procure goods. Baiyu summoned an individual to commence the tally. Sumo, do you have a girlfriend? Sumo shook his head. How about coming to my home today? My cat can perform handstands, do splits, and even backflips, while also enjoying ice treats. Unlike my cat, which can count 6 with its left paw, 7 with its right, draw circles with its left foot, and kick with its right, the beautiful waitress was momentarily bewildered. Is there truly such a cat? Bayu pondered, recalling. I don't have a cat. As the two mimicked Sumo's actions, they soon realized the absurdity of the situation. It appeared Sumo was merely toying with them. After the playful banter, Sumo noticed his phone was operational again and swiftly sent the captured images to his master. What have you sent to the old man? Let me see. Upon viewing the blood pool, Bayu's expression turned grave. It was her first encounter with such a scene. After sending the images to his master, the old man's call ensued. Sumo, where did you make this discovery? Outside Z9 City, I encountered a mutated black tiger of the Soul Realm, which lacked even the qualifications to resist and was swiftly slain. Additionally, there were several Soul Realm demons guarding the blood pool. These demons belong to the Blood Demon faction, capable of absorbing blood to enhance their power. They're a special breed of demon. We must not allow them to recover. I will dispatch individuals to ensure this creature is exterminated. Shortly thereafter, Sumo's phone rang with an unfamiliar number, which he noted down. What is your current strength? Upon hearing that Sumo had encountered a beast equivalent to the Soul Realm, Bayu's heart tightened, relieved that this young man was fortunate. What do you think? Bayu scoffed softly. With only half a month until school commences, I hope you remain as audacious then. The following day, Sumo's phone rang again. Young master, come out quickly. Stepping outside, he was met by 3 figures, including a familiar face, a former assessment teacher from the North Courtyard. Young master, it has been a while. Chapter 68. The Blood Demon and the Secrets Hidden in District 10. Sumo greeted with a smile. Let's depart now. He nodded in agreement. One of the teachers lifted Sumo and soared into the sky, heading towards the city's outskirts. This was Sumo's first experience of flying through the air. Only by reaching the celestial realm could one glide through the skies. Upon spotting Bai Shio, the teachers nodded in acknowledgement before vanishing beyond the city gates. Sumo was somewhat taken aback to see Bai Shio bowing so respectfully. Drawing upon his familiar memories, Sumo guided the 3 teachers to the well-known blood pool. After setting Sumo down, the teachers gazed intently at the blood pool, their pupils narrowing. Dare you return? 2 demons emerged, but their expressions shifted upon seeing the 3 individuals standing behind Sumo. They were astonished to find him accompanied by helpers. Ignoring the demons, Sumo focused on the blood pool, where the corpse of a black tiger still floated. One of the teachers stepped forward and pointed with a finger. Thunder crackled, and the 2 demons could not evade. They were sent flying backwards, their bodies charred. Sumo advanced, wielding his Shientai blade to deliver the final blow to the 2. The 3 teachers were momentarily stunned, but quickly redirected their attention to the blood pool. 2 6th-level soul demons slain, earning 11. 2 points of slaughter. Sumo held his blade, equally fixated on the blood pool. Bubbles began to rise, gurgling ominously. Suddenly, blood transformed into flying swords, raining down upon Sumo and the others. With a swift motion, Sumo evaded the bloodstorm and positioned himself behind the 3 teachers. The teacher who had just attacked conjured a protective barrier of thunder, which intercepted the blood rain, rendering it harmless. You have remarkably perfected your skills. Tread snow. The teacher remarked with a glint of pride and satisfaction in his gaze. Sumo was speechless. Brother, we are amidst battle, and you still have the leisure to jest with me. He needed to flee. The teacher who had previously served as an examiner stepped forward, golden light radiating from him. A golden wall materialized around the blood pool, enclosing it entirely. Nowhere to escape. The blood pool churned violently, and a figure emerged, seemingly formed of blood, lacking a distinct corporeal form. The teacher, crackling with thunder, fixed his gaze upon this demon. No wonder it has sustained heavy injuries. With that, the thunder erupted, cascading down like a relentless storm over the blood pool. Do not kill me. I know the secrets behind District 10's disappearance. As the demon uttered these words, the thunder surged with even greater ferocity. Boom! The blood pool erupted, and, as the thunder subsided, a profound silence enveloped the area. Sumo was left in astonishment. Was this how it was resolved? Yet, He remained puzzled about the secrets surrounding the vanished District 10. Why did the teachers react so dramatically upon hearing its name? Hastily eliminating the demon? Young master, there are numerous treasures within. Would you like to take a look? Suemo, of course, was not modest. The blood pool was rapidly diminishing, soon revealing dozens of demon crystals. Red, black, white, and purple, a plethora of varieties. Suemo stored them in his spatial ring. "This is my first gift for you," he proclaimed, giving a thumbs up. The teacher laughed heartily, and Suemo was surprised at how effortlessly the blood demon had been vanquished. No, it was merely the teacher's strength that overshadowed the weakness of the blood demon. The teacher who had co-hosted the martial examination with Suemo approached him. He was one of the vice presidents of the North Academy. Sumo's gaze sharpened, as he had not anticipated this. "Let us go back," the teacher said, lifting Suemo and leaping into the air, soaring towards the city. Upon landing within the city, the three teachers had already vanished from sight. Suemo made his way to the warrior guild and found by you. "What brings you here again?" "The money has already been transferred into your badge. Just some other matters. After 2 arduous months outside the city gathering materials, I've only managed to sell for 18 billion. Earning money is truly difficult." Suemo displayed the demon crystals, causing by U.S. pupils to constrict. "Where did you acquire these?" "Today. A teacher from the North Academy came and effortlessly dispatched that blood demon. These treasures are now mine." Upon hearing this, Bayu's eyes filled with envy. Why had she not been afforded such treatment? "Let me calculate. The power loss within these is quite severe, so they aren't worth much anymore. I can offer you 12 billion. Suemo handed over his warrior badge, and upon seeing the additional 12 billion, a smile graced his face. "By the way, which teacher helped you with this?" "One used lightning, and another claimed to be a vice president. But didn't he even leave a name?" "Vice President Lei actually came." Suemo nodded. "It must be him. Among the 4 vice presidents. He ranks first and is my brother's mentor." Suemo was taken aback. No wonder Baishio held him in such high regard. "There is still half a month left. Take a good rest. I will take you to the North Academy when our internship concludes, and we will return together. There, you will encounter even more prodigies." At that moment, in the North Academy, Vice President Lei brought the 2 teachers to meet the principal. "How'd it go?" Long Lintian inquired. "It indeed relates to District 10. He has been eliminated." Upon hearing this, Long Lintian finally breathed a sigh of relief. "What about that brat?" "The principal is fortunate. He has broken through to the transcendence realm. It should be of the metal attribute, though I am uncertain about his affinity. I estimate it to be above 80. Long Lintian spat out his drink, and Vice President Lei dodged just in time, while the other 2 teachers were not so lucky, receiving disdainful looks from their peers. However, their expressions were more of shock. He had broken through to transcendence at such a young age, only 18. More importantly, with an affinity score of 80. The higher the attribute affinity, the greater the power exerted. Vice Dean Lei, indeed, is remarkable, as this is evident. Long Lintian regained his composure and placed a document before several individuals. Upon seeing it, Vice Dean Lei's expression changed dramatically. How could this be? After reading the document, it turned to ashes in his hands. Could it be that our human race has fallen into such perilous depths? A sense of melancholy washed over Vice Dean Lei as he contemplated the implications, causing him great distress. Even the 2 instructors behind him shared this sentiment. This matter must not be disclosed. The secret of the disappearance of District 10 must remain concealed for the time being, for otherwise, it would deliver a colossal blow to humanity. As the most powerful figure in the Northern District, Long Lintian understood the magnitude of the panic that would ensue if that outcome were spread. At least we still have some time. I hope our human race can give rise to more formidable warriors. Long Lintian sighed. What do you think about allowing that young lad to participate in the return assessment with you and the others in half a month? Let us see where that troublesome boy ranks. Vice Dean Lei and the 2 instructors regained their focus and regarded Long Lintian. Truly, your disciple is quite unfortunate. Have you considered who comprises their cohort? It could work. Very well. Let us allow him to participate then. The group exchanged knowing glances, revealing their mischievous intentions. Chapter 69. The Killing of the Python, The mysterious individual streams the hunt for Su Mo. As Su Mo departed from the Martial Artists Guild, he did not return to rest. He was a man who believed in avenging both grievances and enmities. He had previously proclaimed that once he transcended to the extraordinary realm, it would signal the demise of that python. Bai Xiao, observing Su Mo's imminent departure, could not be bothered to greet him. He had been boasting about his backshadow brother, and the last time he had come with two young women who disregarded him. To his chagrin, he noticed that Su Mo did not even spare him a glance, prompting Bai Xiao to think, "I shall see to it that you stumble when the time comes." After passing through the city gates, Su Mo strode outward into the wilderness. With a swift step upon the snow, his form transformed into a specter, vanishing into the mist. At this moment, a notification appeared on the Northern District Forum. The pride of the Northern District, the genius acknowledged by the Northern Academy, the Dean's closed-door disciple. Today marks his day of reckoning. Once the interface emerged, many rushed to click on it and indeed found Su Mo traversing through the fog. Inside the Martial Artists Guild, the staff's expression shifted. "President, this is dire. You must see what is unfolding on the Martial Forum." Bai Yu exclaimed, her countenance paling upon reading the title. At the city gate, Bai Xiao gazed at his mobile screen, his expression equally grim. At the Safety Management Office, the 9 city lords stared at the notification on the Martial Forum, their faces reflecting a sudden change in demeanor. In the fog, mobile signals were non-existent. How could a live stream be operational? Many attempted to call Su Mo, only to find their calls unconnectable. Meanwhile, within the Northern Academy, Long Lintian scrutinized the screen before him, his eyes narrowing as he pondered deeply. Several vice deans were similarly engrossed in the unfolding scene. "Dean, those individuals have emerged again, this time targeting Su Mo. Should we dispatch someone for his assistance?" Vice Dean Lei's expression was grave. The fog outside concealed Su Mo's whereabouts. "Let the technical team intervene to uncover the identities of those individuals," Long Lintian mused, aware of their intentions. He had invested considerable effort to elevate Su Mo as a pillar for human unity, while these individuals sought to disrupt that. At this moment, Su Mo remained oblivious to being broadcasted live, and he had not anticipated it, especially with the python now in sight. Beside the python lurked a black eagle, its gaze fixed menacingly upon Su Mo. "Human, I did not expect you to dare show yourself," the python hissed, its crimson eyes locked onto Su Mo, a mix of rage and exhilaration in its voice. At this juncture, the live stream had erupted in chaos. A beast capable of human speech was a 4th-level beast, equivalent to the extraordinary realm. Why did Su Mo seek it out, and how could there be a live stream? Did you not notice the title? It calls for Su Mo's death. Could it be? Speculations flooded the comments. Su Mo has the potential to become a formidable force for our kind. He cannot be slain, can he? Could it be that he offended some during the martial examination? It's over, it's over. Su Mo cannot truly perish, can he? He is merely at the spiritual aperture realm, facing a 4th-level beast. I dare not even watch. Has anyone informed Su Mo to return swiftly? The Northern Courtyard must act immediately. There are threats against his life. We must hasten to rescue him. Within the Martial Artists Guild, Bai Yu has already received a call from Long Lintian. "Bai Yu, set aside your current affairs and rush to save Su Mo." After hanging up the phone, Bai Yu turned and returned to her room, donning her battle attire, and proceeded towards the city outskirts. At this moment, Su Mo was locked in combat with the serpent. Dozens of ice arrows floated ominously in the air, aimed directly at him. Like a phantom, Su Mo evaded the arrows, leaving behind a series of afterimages. With a powerful leap, he swung his blade. The black eagle spread its wings, feathers glinting like steel needles, descending with the intent to cleave Su Mo in half. Su Mo's expression hardened as he retreated in rapid succession. The power of gold surged through his blade. With a resounding clash, sparks erupted as Su Mo struck, sending the black eagle hurtling backward, blood splattering in a vivid display. The audience in the live stream was left astounded. The attribute power he wielded was not merely a manifestation of spiritual insight. He had transcended the mortal realm. How could an 18-year-old possess such prowess? It was no wonder someone sought to eliminate him. This would undermine the very foundation of humanity. The chat was flooded with shocked exclamations and vitriol. The Black Eagle, regaining its composure, fixed a disbelieving gaze on Su Mo. This young man had transcended the mortal realm. How could this be? Hadn't he only recently achieved the channeling stage? Even the serpent was taken aback, fear flickering in its crimson eyes. This youth was terrifying, his strength burgeoning at an alarming rate. Do not act alone, the serpent warned, its voice a human utterance. The mastery of blade intent, coupled with the enhancement of gold power, could easily inflict grave injuries. Especially with the caliber of the weapon Su Mo wielded. Ice power began to emanate from the serpent, forming large orbs the size of human heads, adorned with countless sharp spikes, floating menacingly towards Su Mo. The Black Eagle soared above, eyes fixed intently, waiting for the right moment to strike. Observing their impending alliance, Su Mo scoffed. He activated his snow step technique, becoming elusive as a specter. With the enhancement of his mysterious iron blade, he swiftly shattered the ice orbs. Seeing this, the Black Eagle descended with claws like iron, radiating a dark luminescence. Simultaneously, gusts of wind erupted from its wings, sweeping toward Su Mo undeterred. He charged directly at the serpent. As the serpent moved, its tail enveloped in ice power, descended like a heavy hammer aimed at Su Mo. His eyes gleamed with determination as he halted abruptly, tossing his blade into the air and positioned himself atop it. The force of the wind propelled him skyward. Both the Black Eagle and the serpent widened their eyes in disbelief. How could this be possible? Even the viewers of the live stream were left speechless. Had they heard of sword mastery? Was this a form of blade mastery? Could it be that Su Mo was a reincarnation of an immortal? Why was his 18 years so different from theirs? At the city gate guard station, Baishio abruptly rose to his feet. Only those who have attained the sky realm can soar through the air, yet there exists another method, flying with artifacts, a feat exceedingly difficult to accomplish. Even those who possess a profound understanding of the Tao may find it unattainable. How is it that Su Mo can achieve this? In the security management office, Zhang Dehai, Li Wuyo, and Lu Xuetian were left in a state of astonishment. Just how many hidden cards does Su Mo possess? The ability to fly with objects. He is capable of that. Within the North Courtyard, Long Lintian's gaze flickered with satisfaction, excitement, and contentment. The four deputy deans, regaining their composure, cast envious glances at the dean. Su Mo soared through the air, leaping upwards before descending with grace. The Black Hawk abruptly halted, attempting to change direction. With a single stroke of his blade, the celestial slash was unleashed. A blade of light cut through the air, descending from above. Crack! Crack! The Black Hawk's body was cleaved in two by Su Mo's strike. Upon witnessing this scene, the python recoiled in fear, curling up as it hastily retreated into the mist. It was terrified. If you wish to flee, then perish. With another swing of his blade, Su Mo struck in the direction of the python's escape. A deep pit materialized, halting the python's flight. Its body twisted, eyes wide with terror. The celestial slash once more surged forth. Chapter 70. The Martial Arts Tournament. Will you shine again? With a single strike, Su Mo unleashed his utmost strength. Had it not been for the black gorilla, he would have perished when the demon beasts surrounded him. Each time he ventured beyond the city to hunt beasts, he remained vigilant against the constrictor snake. The power of ice manifested, transforming into formidable ice walls. Crack, crack, crack. The ice walls shattered in succession. With a splatter, a head soared into the sky. 2 level 4, second-tier demon beasts slain, earning 4 points of slaughter. As the announcement echoed, Su Mo took a deep breath, finally vanquishing this foe. At that moment, the live stream erupted with excitement. How impressive! He has slain 2 extraordinary demon beasts. It will be safer for him to venture outside the city henceforth. Truly, he is the prized disciple of the North Academy's headmaster, wielding the transcendent level. The heavenly strike, a technique he must have comprehended himself. Gasp! At merely 18, possessing transcendent abilities, understanding the essence of the blade, and even creating his own techniques, alongside the ability to manipulate the sword for flight. Could he truly be human? The elder, aged 70, had never witnessed such a prodigy in the Northern District. If only I had a fraction of Sumo's talent, I would not be reduced to mere labor. Meanwhile, Sumo, still outside the city, unearthed 2 demon cores. A smile gracing his lips, he began to gather the treasures from the corpse of the transcendent demon beast. Suddenly, an ominous sensation washed over him, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. Without hesitation, he glided away swiftly. Bang, bang, bang. From within the fog, several arrows emerged, striking the ground where Sumo had just stood, leaving it charred and reeking. Holding his breath, Sumo retreated. The live stream displayed a vivid crimson message. Next will be Sumo's moment of death. Are you prepared? The scarlet letters crawled across the screen like malevolent spirits, twisting grotesquely. Many viewers, frightened, nearly dropped their phones. This is bad. Someone is indeed attempting to assassinate Sumo. I would trade 20 years of my life for his safety. No, can't the North Academy see this? Why aren't they coming to rescue him? Look, who is that in the mist? Sumo's gaze locked onto 5 figures in the distance, veiled and armed with bows. Each radiated an overwhelming presence. At that moment, the viewers could sense the palpable aura of menace through the screen. This is dire. 5 masked individuals at the transcendent level are indeed here to kill Sumo. Who are these masked figures? They must be traitors among our kind. Such beings deserve divine retribution. With narrowed eyes, Sumo transformed into an afterimage, vanishing into the fog. Simultaneously, he activated his concealment technique, masking his presence. He continuously altered his direction. Just as he paused, a piercing sound sliced through the air. Several arrows shot forth from the mist, aimed directly at Sumo. His expression tightened, and he hastily evaded. Why could he not utilize the concealment technique? How were they able to detect his whereabouts? Questions swirled in Sumo's mind. At this moment in the North Courtyard, Long Lintian's eyes narrowed, emanating a perilous glimmer. The concealment technique proved futile. Had these individuals truly reached such an advanced level? The countenances of the 4 vice deans darkened. It was astonishing to discover that there was still a signal outside the city. These individuals had evidently propelled technology to such heights, an utterly terrifying prospect. Perhaps they had achieved this long ago. Long Lintian inhaled deeply, a sense of crisis swelling within him. Both internal and external troubles had indeed arisen. The expressions of the 4 vice deans grew increasingly frigid. At this moment, within the broadcast, Sumo had come to a halt, for no matter the method employed, these individuals could trace his every move, as if a camera were affixed to him. Casually glancing at the radar, he surmised that it was the only plausible explanation. The radar, a pinnacle of human scientific achievement, had it been compromised? If so, the consequences were too dreadful to contemplate. How many warriors would be under surveillance? Vulnerable to those who could strike at will? Fleeing was not a viable solution. With a sudden resolve, Sumo propelled himself forward into the mist, discreetly removing the radar watch and stowing even his phone within his storage ring. He cast the radar watch aside. At that moment, the live feed abruptly shifted. Many viewers, witnessing this scene, broke into a cold sweat. Could it be that the radar had become a tool for those individuals? Were they perpetually surveilling human warriors, clandestinely hunting them down, all while remaining unknown to us? Did this imply that we held no secrets from them, while we remained oblivious to their identities? 5 arrows descended upon the location of the radar. Suddenly, Sumo sprang into action, lunging at one of the assailants. With a sickening thud, a head soared into the air, landing not far from the radar. Slayed a second-tier demon, earning 2 points of slaughter. Upon hearing the announcement, Sumo squinted, pondering why these demons resembled ordinary humans. Could it be? My goodness, I nearly lost my wits when a head unexpectedly burst forth. What a fright. Thankfully, it was not Sumo's head, but rather that of a villain. Go, Sumo, return alive. How astute of Sumo to swiftly detect the anomaly with the radar watch. With a decisive strike, Sumo severed another head and continued his onslaught. With a single sweep, he cleaved through 4 demons, separating them effortlessly. He soared into the sky, navigating through the fog. The four demons, losing sight of Su Mo, searched frantically. With another strike, the blade descended from above. Where should they look? The four demons gazed upward, only to hear Su Mo's voice resonating from behind them. With a sickening thud, four heads were sent flying, landing around the radar watch. Slayed four second-tier demons, earning 8 points of slaughter. As Su Mo dispatched the 5 demons, the live stream erupted in cheers. Well done, Su Mo. Did they truly believe they could kill him? They should return to their training. Yet, caution prevailed. They undoubtedly had further schemes, though their nature remained shrouded in mystery. Su Mo tore away the veils of the 5 demons, revealing faces that bore a striking resemblance to humans, albeit marred by peculiar patterns that rendered them somewhat grotesque. The viewers in the live broadcast were taken aback by the sight. Wait, why did these beings appear so similar to ordinary people, devoid of horns? Could it be that they were once human, transformed into this? Su Mo picked up the radar from his wristwatch. A peculiar ringing emanated from one of the demons, a sound that was unsettling, reminiscent of a devil's whisper or a ghostly shriek. Why did such a bell toll? How terrifying! What chaos has befallen this world? Silence fell. Su Mo produced his phone. Gazing at the virtual number displayed, he pressed the answer button. A hoarse voice emerged from the receiver, one that seemed beyond human utterance. Su Mo, 18 years old, orphaned, a disciple of Long Lintian, the master of the North Courtyard, possessing an understanding of the Blade's intent, achieving the 2nd level, and capable of manipulating objects to fly. Truly a prodigy. Despite having clear evidence of your enemy's crimes, it seems you prefer to reveal it at the martial arts conference. Quite clever indeed. As the voice trailed off, applause echoed in the background. The martial arts conference will showcase your talents splendidly. How fortuitous, for I too relish such moments. Now, I shall continue to play my cards. May fortune favor you as it has thus far. Chapter 71. Zhao Yong's Demise, Su Mo's Fury. 3 hours remaining. The situation has escalated. Those individuals are undoubtedly plotting against him and will likely target those around him. Su Mo's expression tightened as he swiftly dashed towards the city. Preparations must be made. On his way, he spotted a figure, anxious and distressed, who slowed down upon noticing Su Mo. By you assessed Su Mo with concern. Are you unharmed? After speaking, she produced a pill and offered it to him. Su Mo shook his head. Eliminating those individuals did not require such exertion. The two continued their sprint towards the city, and just as Su Mo retrieved his phone, a notification flashed across the screen. The message appeared on everyone's devices. Do you believe Su Mo can triumph in this game? With just a few words, many hastily clicked to view. A dimly lit room materialized on the screen, devoid of any furnishings. Suddenly, a flickering candle emerged, casting an eerie glow in the shadowy space. Greetings, a raspy voice, chilling and ghostly, reverberated through the air, sending shivers down spines. A grotesque mask came into view. Thank you for your patience. The voice continued, with the candle obscuring the ghastly visage, amplifying the unsettling atmosphere of solitude and coldness. Su Mo, you should be watching the live broadcast of the martial arts conference, allowing the Northern District to recognize your genius. Since you are hailed as a prodigy, let us engage in a game. I have a few individuals you may know. The first is Zhao Yong, the one who used to slaughter chickens at the market, who once assisted you. There are 3 others, Lu Shuitian, Li Wuyo, and Zhang Dehai, who have also been of service to you. Lastly, there is Lu Shuidao, who covertly apprehended the Zhou family. Your cooperation was quite harmonious. The vendetta has been avenged. You must feel quite satisfied. At this moment, a flurry of messages flooded the chat. The Zhou family wishes to kill Su Mo. Why shouldn't he retaliate? You, lurking rat in the shadows, reveal yourself if you dare. Take off your mask so we may see your true face. Aren't you just as absurd as the filth you hide? I'm intrigued to know what game this individual intends to play with Su Mo. My anticipation grows. Upstairs. What do you mean? I shall do as I please. What can you do about it? Su Mo is being exalted beyond reason. Indeed, someone finally speaks up. I have never liked Su Mo. He is no paragon. Curse you, you wretched scoundrels. Do not engage with them. Those fools are likely harboring resentment towards Su Mo due to the martial examination, or are simply individuals who have crossed him and now face repercussions. The masked figure observed the comments like an audience member. Meanwhile, Su Mo had taken Bai Yu's phone and begun attempting to make calls. Zhao Yong, Lu Xuetian, Lu Xuedao, Zhang Dehai, and Li Wuyo. None of the calls connected. Su Mo, have you managed to reach anyone? The mocking voice of the masked figure echoed, after which it lifted a phone and powered it on in front of the crowd. Try dialing again. Su Mo dialed Zhao Yong's phone. Let's discuss your terms. The man with the ghostly mask erupted into laughter. Ha, Su Mo, I thought you would never beg for help. I must say, I quite appreciate this attitude of yours. However, I am the mastermind of this game. You are merely a player. The masked figure slowly manipulated the candlelight until a suspended figure emerged before the crowd. The individual's mouth was gagged, rendering them voiceless. Upon recognizing the familiar bald head, Sumo's expression shifted to one of intensity. State your terms. Since you harbor such deep-seated resentment towards me, I presume you would relish the opportunity to eliminate me. The ghostly man crushed the phone in his grip, no longer willing to entertain Sumo's idle chatter. Ladies and gentlemen, take note. This is the fate that awaits those who assist Su Mo. This is merely the first. After speaking, he removed the cloth that had gagged Zhao Yong. Zhao Yong, do you regret aiding Su Mo? The ghostly figure taunted, observing the beads of sweat forming on Zhao Yong's forehead. You sewer rat, do not think I am unaware of your intentions. You lack the courage to confront Su Mo directly, so you resort to targeting those around him. You are nothing but a shadowy rodent, wallowing in filth. It is a pity I'm not a martial artist, or I would surely dismember you and feed you to the dogs. Even if I perish, countless others like me remain. Not everyone fears death. Come on if you dare. Kill me. Brother Su Mo, I, Zhao Yong, have no regrets in knowing you. Even if I am slain today, do not blame yourself. You have a greater mission ahead. Applause erupted, jarringly echoing in the desolate surroundings. Su Mo, your character is truly noble, but I shall ensure you witness what a nightmare truly entails. Those who assist you do not meet favorable ends. I will make sure you fall from great heights until you are broken. Upon concluding his words, the ghostly figure produced a dagger. Sumo's gaze remained fixated on the screen. You wretched creature, unleash your schemes upon me, but spare them. Stop now. A piercing cry emanated from the phone. Thud. The dagger was plunged into Zhao Yong's neck, blood spraying onto the camera lens. At that moment, the barrage of comments was flooded with outrage. Trash. Vermin. Show yourself, you coward. Damn. These people are utterly deranged. Is the Northern District not taking action? What a relief. This is the fate of those who assist Su Mo. You up there, just wait. I will uncover your identity, you wretched being. I am determined to reveal who you truly are. Such individuals are undoubtedly traitors to humanity, seeking to undermine our unity. Do not be deceived. At this moment, Sumo's eyes became clouded, and he murmured, No, please stop. You must stop this. In a live stream, the ghostly figure had already severed Zhao Yong's head and presented it to the camera. Those furious eyes, filled with wrath, stared intently at the screen, sending shivers down the spines of many. Some even fainted from sheer terror. Su Mo, do you see clearly now? This is the fate that awaits those who assist you. Do not succumb to despair. There are still 4 souls awaiting your rescue, and only 3 hours remain until dusk. Should you fail to locate them within this time, I shall commence a live broadcast, one by one, severing their heads. After the ominous figure spoke, he turned and departed. Su Mo fixed his gaze intently on that retreating silhouette, a sense of absurdity swelling within him. This figure seemed oddly familiar. He must have encountered them before. Who could it be? At this moment, Su Mo remained transfixed on the screen, filled with an overwhelming desire to rend this individual to pieces. The live stream abruptly cut off. The sound of a phone rang out. Su Mo saw it was his master calling and hastily answered. Su Mo, my associates have been unable to ascertain the precise location. That masked figure is likely well acquainted with you. The organization is named Eternal Life. This is all I can divulge for now. This game must be played solely by you. Should we intervene, the Eternal Life organization may retaliate. I can only inform you that the disappearance of Zone 10 is also linked to them. After hanging up, Suemo clenched his hands tightly, his body trembling. The intent to kill intensifying. Bayu stepped forward, embracing Suemo and gently stroking the back of his head. Do not be this way. It is not your fault. You have more pressing matters at hand. Bayu, fearing that Suemo might act rashly, hurried to console him. Sister Bayu, please let me go. I will not do anything foolish. I still have 3 hours remaining. Chapter 72. You clever rascal, you've been found. Bayu, witnessing Suemo regain his composure, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I will have someone assist you in your investigation. Bayu understood that relying solely on Suemo to uncover the truth would be a daunting task. No need. I do not wish for others to get involved. This is a game between him and me. Suemo suppressed the anger simmering within, gradually restoring his calm demeanor. Those who sought to undermine him would inevitably orchestrate a gradual downfall, methodically leading him to ruin. This mirrored his own tactics employed against Su Yao and Zhou Liang, indicating that this individual had long anticipated his maneuvers. With this thought, Suemo headed towards the security office, his mind already teeming with conjectures. The next step was to ascertain the veracity of the situation. Bayu shook her head as she observed Sumo's departing figure. Just as he had begun to savor his hard-won achievements, calamity struck. After all, he was merely 18. Eternal life, organization. Let it not come to my knowledge of your whereabouts, or I, Bayu, shall ensure your demise. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had elapsed, and Suemo arrived at the security booth of the management office. Are you certain they left together? I am certain they departed as a trio. Though they did not disclose their intentions, the guard at the booth exclaimed anxiously, their leader having been captured, causing disarray among them. Lu Xuetian had always treated them well. Should a new leader arise, who knows what kind of person they might be? He eagerly hoped Suemo would locate Lu Xuetian and rescue him. Understood, thank you. After Suemo expressed his gratitude, he proceeded inside, arriving at Lu Xuetian's office. It remained unchanged, devoid of any signs of disturbance. Suemo seated himself. Striving to maintain mental clarity, the more anxious one became, the more prone they were to errors. With 3 individuals, including the city lord Lu Xuedao, apprehended and Zhao Yong deceased, Suemo could not afford further misfortune befalling the 4. He continuously replayed recent events in his mind. This individual was a member of the Eternal Life Organization, and if they had captured the trio, it was a coordinated effort, rendering the likelihood of locating them quite slim. However, if it were a solitary perpetrator, the matter became intriguingly complex. If one were to consider who had aided Suemo the most, Bayu would undoubtedly be among them. Her seeming safety might be attributed to her absence, or perhaps her strength. If so, the masked figure's power was not particularly formidable. Suemo speculated that if he possessed any real strength, he could have easily dispatched him. Furthermore, the 5 slain extraordinary demons, could they have been a masked figure's accomplices? With their demise, he was likely left without assistance. Only the city lord could rally Lu Xuetian and the others for a task, or perhaps to address the emergence of mutated beasts. If it were indeed the city lord, the matter at hand must pertain to that particular issue. With this revelation, Suemo abruptly rose, turning and sprinting towards the exit. 20 minutes later, Suemo alighted from the vehicle, recognizing the familiar wall. At this moment, the high school was devoid of students. The evacuation of the high school and the relocation of students was currently the most pressing matter in Z9 City. This individual also possesses a penchant for self-expression. However, in the past, due to the obligations of the Eternal Life Organization, he was compelled to conceal his true self. Now that the 10th high has vanished, it signifies the failure of his plans, potentially leading to his expulsion from the organization. Suemo is increasingly convinced of this conjecture. Despite his attempts at self-concealment, his personality occasionally proves difficult to control, setting him apart from other instructors. As far as Suemo is aware, several teachers at 10th high share this distinct character. A familiar silhouette begins to merge with the image in his mind. Sumo's expression tightens. So, it is you. He hastens toward a particular location. If one were to ponder the most concealed spot at 10th high, it would undoubtedly be the abandoned teaching building. where Sumo often honed his combat skills. The area surrounding the dilapidated structure is overgrown with weeds and, due to the sweltering heat, emits an unpleasant odor. One can even find desiccated remnants scattered throughout many of the rooms. Given the dim lighting, it must be underground. Unbeknownst to Sumo at this moment, a live broadcast has quietly commenced. Now, please enjoy my masterpiece, showcasing how Sumo disappears. Following the live stream notification, millions flocked in an instant. Where is Sumo? Isn't this the abandoned building of 10th High? Why has Sumo appeared in this place? I suspect this person is familiar with Sumo and may be connected to 10th High. Only matters related to 10th High could draw the city lord out. Numerous speculations flood the screen. I simply wish to know how Sumo vanished. Such individuals bring harm to themselves and others. Their demise is of little consequence. Sumo is no deity. Do you truly believe he can foresee everything? Brother, just wait. I've already uncovered your address. Come if you dare. If Sumo were to perish, it might even be a blessing. Sumo reaches the farthest corner, where debris is piled high. After clearing the space, a handle emerges from the ground. At that moment, the ghostly figure reappears in the live stream, still shrouded in darkness, a candle casting shadows across his face. Ladies and gentlemen, now witness my masterpiece. Observe how Sumo disappears. Particularly as Sumo places his hand upon the handle, the ghostly figure visibly becomes agitated. With a gentle motion, Sumo transforms like a specter, vanishing in the blink of an eye within the abandoned building. Upon emerging, he soars away, wielding his sword, racing towards the distance. A thunderous roar erupts. A blinding fireball shoots into the sky, followed by a series of explosive sounds. Concrete and steel splinter and scatter in all directions. Half of the abandoned teaching building has been reduced to ruins. At this moment, the barrage of comments in the live stream has long since ceased. This is madness. Who is this ghostly entity? Thankfully, Sumo is astute. Otherwise, he would have met a fiery demise. Ah, how delightful. This time the ghostly figure must be infuriated. Foul creature, even the heavens do not aid you. If only Sumo could be obliterated. So close. Had he delayed for just 2 more seconds, Sumo would have been annihilated, and it would all be over. How unfortunate. I still long to witness Sumo being reduced to mere pulp. At this moment, the figure with a ghostly visage fixated intently on the screen, his features obscured. Yet the subtle tremors of his body betrayed his extreme fury. Upon landing, Sumo felt a lingering trepidation, and upon recalling that individual, he immediately thought of this very place. Previously, he had witnessed that person emerge stealthily from here, at the time dismissing it as inconsequential. He had been a mere wretch then, aware that curiosity can lead to peril, and thus refrained from investigation. Suddenly, in the imagery, the ghostly figure noticed Sumo's abrupt disappearance, and an ominous premonition stirred within. The candle flickered out, and he ventured outside. A sharp crack resonated in a live broadcast. Sumo appeared before the ghostly figure. In that instant, all who awaited Sumo erupted in joyous cheers. Well done. Truly, Sumo lives up to his reputation. I am eager to discover the true nature of this ghostly entity. You vile creature, continue your raucous taunts. This time, it is you who shall vanish. In the dimly lit room, the ghostly figure retreated step by step, evidently recoiling in fear of Sumo. You wretched cur, you possess quite the audacity. Chapter 73. The Revenge of the Masked Demon and Subsequent Arrangements. Upon finishing his words, Sumo charged forth like a tiger, descending from the mountain, lunging at the masked demon. Though the demon attempted to resist, he was swiftly kicked against the wall by Sumo, producing a thunderous crash. With a tearing sound, the black cloth in the room was ripped down by Sumo, allowing sunlight to flood in and illuminate the demoness face. In the corner of the room lay 4 unconscious figures, alongside a lifeless body, its neck stained with congealed blood. The head was grotesquely positioned at the edge of the table. Sumo's eyes ignited with a crimson fury. Damn you! He advanced, his fists transforming into a tempest as the sound of breaking bones echoed from the demon's body. The livestream chat erupted once more. Well done. Such a wretched creature deserves to be killed. Su Mo, unmask him and reveal his true face. With such brutality, he might as well be dead. I would rather see the masked demon triumph. I share that sentiment. Regardless of the human lineage, he would still turn away from the North District. You wretched creature. Just wait until I find you too. I will crush you both, for you lack the courage. After nearly shattering the demon's bones, Su Mo's rage gradually subsided. As the mask was removed, a familiar face emerged, shocking many. What? Teacher Qianming? How could it be him? Impossible. How could the masked demon be Teacher Qianming? Students from Qianming's class questioned in disbelief. Upon the mask's removal, Qianming displayed no signs of panic when Su Mo found him. It was already his time of reckoning. Su Mo, you're indeed clever. But alas, Zhao Yong is still dead. Ha ha ha. Qianming's expression twisted with madness, reflecting on how he first learned of Su Mo through Wang Yang's phone. That very Wang Yang had deceived him, claiming it was a video meant to motivate students. How naive to think he was oblivious. He knew well enough that Su Mo was deemed worthless. Su Mo delivered another punch to Qianming, causing his eye socket to fracture, prompting gasps of pain. He then drew out a mysterious iron blade, intent on eliminating this vile creature. Wait, I want to know how you discover my identity. The blade pressed against Qianming's brow. Su Mo's gaze fixed intently upon him. I know you are merely a pawn. I want to extract anything from you. As for how I deduced it was you, go to hell and ask the king of hell. With a splatter, blood erupted, spraying across the camera. Such a beast deserves to be slain. Who would have thought that among the 10th grade, so many talents would emerge? The earlier students of Qianming were now in serious trouble. Su Mo approached the corner, retrieving pills and placing them into the mouths of the 4 individuals. Before long, they stirred awake, finding solace upon seeing Su Mo. Let's go. After uttering these words, Su Mo wrapped Zhao Yong's head in cloth and affixed it to the corpse. Uncle Zhao, I have avenged you. Do not worry about matters at home. At that moment, several helicopters appeared overhead. 2 figures descended rapidly towards Su Mo. As more individuals entered the room, they proceeded to remove all the equipment. Su Mo recognized 2 of them, Auntie and Xiao Mo. I'm sorry, she murmured. Zhao Yong's wife shook her head, tears streaming down her pale face as she gazed upon his lifeless body. Overcome with grief, she nearly collapsed to her knees, but Baiyu swiftly supported her. Brother Su Mo, Dad said he doesn't blame you. Thank you for avenging him. He always said meeting you was the happiest moment of his life and encouraged me to learn from you. Su Mo lifted his gaze, his eyes gradually becoming moist, ultimately letting crystalline tears fall. Let us give Uncle Zhao a proper burial. Returning to his senses, Su Mo embraced Zhao Yong and boarded the helicopter. The roar of the engines filled the air as the helicopter gradually vanished. After 3 days of vigil by Zhao Yong's grave, Su Mo remained steadfast. Brother Sumo, don't be sad. You still have important matters to address. There are many villains awaiting your reckoning. Xiao Mo whispered beside him. Su Mo gently patted Xiao Mo's head. Annie, Xiao Mo, someone will come to escort you back to the North Courtyard. Everything is prepared. Shen Chunli looked at Su Mo with gratitude. Thank you, Su Mo. Without you, I truly wouldn't know what to do. Su Mo produced a card. No, I can't accept this. You've already avenged old Zhao. I can't take more from you. Shen Chunli's words were cut short as Su Mo pressed the card into her hand. The password is Xiao Mo's birthday. This is my token of appreciation. With Uncle Zhao gone, Annie, you'll need to care for Xiao Mo even more. This is the least I can do. Shen Chunli understood the heavy burden Su Mo now bore. Su Mo, you're hardly older than my son. You're my junior. In future dangers, prioritize your own safety. If the sky collapses, let someone else bear the weight. Do not let anger cloud your judgment. Su Mo listened quietly to Shen Chunli's earnest counsel. After several hours, he stared at the departing helicopter, lost in thought. Baiyu stood beside him in silence. Let us go home. Those who remain must continue to look ahead. Baiyu took Su Mo's hand, and they walked into the distance. Upon returning to their residence, their expressions turned serious as they noticed 2 paper boxes on the table, obscuring their contents. Just as Baiyu was about to approach, Su Mo shook his head, holding her back. Suddenly, the boxes began to stain red, an acrid scent wafting through the air. Drip, drip, blood trickled from the corners of the table onto the floor, forming a small stream that twisted and turned like a serpent of crimson. Su Mo stepped forward to unveil the packages, his expression shifting drastically. Each box contained a severed head, two individuals he recognized all too well, the biological parents of Su Yao. Realizing this, Su Mo's countenance darkened as he hastily retrieved his phone. Su Mo, my brother, Lu Shuetian's voice crackled with excitement on the line. Are you certain Su Yao is dead? Su Mo's inquiry rendered Lu Shuetian momentarily speechless. I'm certain she has passed, and Zhang Dehai along with Li Wuyo have buried her in the cemetery. Come to the cemetery and retrieve me. Half an hour later, several individuals gazed vacantly at the desolate cemetery. Zhang Dehai and Li Wuyo leapt into the grave, desperately seeking Su Yao's lifeless body. No need to search. She is not dead, Su Mo interjected from the side. Indeed, we buried her here. Her body was already stiff. We assure you, she was undoubtedly deceased. You two may come out. This matter is not your fault. It is possible that Su Yao had long been targeted by certain individuals, and, fortunately, she took her own life before they could reach her. Had you not buried her, they might have found her corpse, and you would have been the ones lying there instead. A cold sweat trickled down the backs of Zhang Dehai, Li Wuyo, and Lu Shuetian, despite the sweltering heat of the day, as they felt an unsettling chill. It was evident that Su Yao had died, her body grown cold. Yet now Su Mo informed them that she still lived, having risen from the dead. What sorcery was this? Let us depart. Lu Shuetian finally could not restrain his curiosity on the way. Brother, how do you know that Su Yao is alive? You will find out when we reach my home, Su Mo replied enigmatically. Upon arriving at Su Mo's residence and witnessing the two severed heads within the box, realization dawned upon them. Zhang Dehai and Li Wuyo carried the box outside and proceeded to tidy up Su Mo's home, both inside and out. Su Mo made no attempt to intervene, remaining seated on the couch in silence as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Ah, I see, Su Mo eventually inhaled deeply, as if grasping a profound understanding. You may leave now. Focus on your cultivation, for there should be no further disturbances in the near future. Chapter 74. Two Plans. Everything is shouldered by the master. As evening descended, Bai Yu returned from the warrior guild. Upon entering, she was greeted by the enticing aroma of a meal, which brought her a sense of tranquility. It appeared that Su Mo had made considerable recovery. Once they settled down, Bai Yu gazed at Su Mo. With only half a month remaining before the school term commenced, have you made the necessary preparations? Su Mo lifted his gaze, fixing his eyes on Bai Yu. Do you believe that the beast siege in D6 City was merely a coincidence? Bai Yu, taken aback by this sudden inquiry, set down her chopsticks and began to reminisce. Initially, a beast of the sky-treading realm had appeared, having traveled from elsewhere. Are you suggesting that the purpose of that beast siege was to draw the attention of the northern district, allowing those individuals to infiltrate? Sumonadiv. This is merely one hypothesis. Following his statement, he produced a dismantled watch radar. If such an item could be exploited by those individuals, the research required to comprehend it would demand immense human and financial resources. The North Academy, along with the 5 major institutions, possesses considerable talent. It is astonishing that such devices, including watch radars and external signal monitors, have been developed by others. A chill ran down Bai Yu's spine upon hearing Su Mo's conjecture. In terms of finances, which place has the easiest access to wealth? The Warrior Guild. Every city has one, capable of effortlessly amassing substantial funds. Furthermore, the question remains, can one truly not unravel the research on such devices, or is it something else? Your other conjecture is regarding how many of the gatekeepers have joined them, correct? Su Mo remained silent, his acquiescence speaking volumes. Do you understand why many students in our cohort have tasks involving guarding the city gates and assignments from the Warrior Guild? Su Mo's expression hardened. It dawned upon him. So, you were just pretending to be impressive while toying with me? Certain matters are speculative and ought not to be acted upon. Stirring one thread can unravel the entire fabric. The 10th district serves as a cautionary tale. At the very least, the 9th district still exists, does it not? Su Mo nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. While others may remain passive, you have the opportunity to act. You cannot simply ignore their transgressions, can you? Baiyu narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Su Mo. She did not perceive him as a placid individual. Su Mo merely smiled, choosing silence. For it was evident that plans were quietly brewing within him. What are your thoughts on those two leaders? Su Mo inquired, directing his attention to Baiyu. Are you referring to the big head or the small head? Baiyu regarded Su Mo with a puzzled expression. Baiyu, I speak with utmost seriousness. Su Mo sighed inwardly, bemused by her demeanor. I am equally earnest. 2 young ladies from the warrior guild came by today, clearly anxious about you, nearly in tears. Baiyu remarked with a tone of mock lament. Su Mo refrained from responding, recognizing that this woman was once again behaving peculiarly. At this moment, Su Mo had retreated to his room, lying on his bed, contemplating the events that had transpired. Qianming was likely an extraneous member of that organization, unable to access the core. His pursuit of Su Mo stemmed from the disbandment of the 10th High. His mission had failed, leaving him with 2 options: to eliminate Su Mo or to meet his own demise. This reveals that numerous schools have already been infiltrated, with the hunting of prodigies serving ulterior motives unknown to Su Mo for the time being. Those individuals are seizing this opportunity to amplify their influence, presumably in relation to Su Yao's demise, as nearly all eyes are currently fixated on a masked figure. These individuals proceed with utmost caution, even resorting to grander gestures to obscure minor actions, demonstrating their formidable cunning. The second point concerns Su Yao's resurrection. The 2 heads signify her message to Su Mo. I am still alive. Her biological parents are long deceased, and he is the next target. The third aspect pertains to the guardians at the city gates. How many among them belong to that organization? Furthermore, what secrets does the vanished District 10 conceal? Previously, Vice Dean Lei had swiftly dealt with that demon. Is it entangled with some significant figures or a larger conspiracy? What kind of organization would dare to name itself after immortality? How did Su Yao achieve her revival? How many within this 9th district are truly reborn? Were their identities? Ding dong. The phone chimed, and Su Mo glanced at the message from Lu Xuetian. This pertains to Qianming, yet his true name is Lu Ming, a fugitive despised by many. Presently, Su Yao shares a similar fate. Having been scorned before, her resurrection undoubtedly heralds vengeance. Thus, these figures leave behind traces, individuals with anti-human tendencies, alongside those driven to desperation. Su Mo speculates that the emergence of the demon may indeed correlate with the organization of immortality. Today, he sought to extract some information from Baiyu, yet all attempts at coaxing him yielded nothing of substance. His master would certainly not divulge more. It seems he must consult that ravenous informant. Perhaps he could elicit some valuable insights. As for the means of retaliation, Su Mo has devised 2 plans. One involves leveraging the upcoming enrollment of new students in the Northern District in half a month. Taking a deep breath, he surveyed the interface before him. Name: Su Mo. Age: 18. Strength. Transcendence Level 1, 020, 000. Mental Techniques. Shaping Path Level 4, 015, 000. Martial Skills. Layered Waveblade. Mystical Grade Top Tier. Perfect. Snow Treading. Mystical Grade Top Tier. Perfect. Concealment Technique. Earth Grade Top Tier. Perfect. Tao. Intent. Second Level Blade. Intent Spiritual Energy Attributes. Gold Affinity. 9309. 300. Wood Affinity. 30.03.000. Water Affinity. 28.02. 800. Fire Affinity. 53.05. 300. Earth Affinity. 29.02. 900. Wind Affinity. 64.06. 400. Thunder Affinity. 13.01. 300. Space Affinity. 3.03.000. Time Affinity. 1.01.000. Kill Points. 6. 843. Strength is one aspect. Spiritual Energy Attributes are another. If by the time of enrollment his spiritual energy attributes reach 100 and not merely one. Su Mo is well aware of the risks inherent in such a pursuit. This is merely the simplest approach. Of course, there exists another method. To immerse oneself in the situation entails bearing even greater burdens. Su Mo hesitated between the two choices. At this moment, having spent a sleepless night, Su Mo retrieved his phone just as dawn approached and dialed number. Master. As Su Mo began to speak, a robust voice resonated from the other end. Young man, pursue your thoughts. This old man can endure for a while longer. A warm current surged within Su Mo. He had yet to articulate his plan. Master, my plan may. Before Su Mo could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Long Lintian. Go ahead and act. In extraordinary times, one must adopt extraordinary measures. Do not be confined by the present circumstances. As long as I draw breath, the northern district shall not descend into chaos. I shall bear the weight of any consequence. Chapter 75, Two Plans in Motion, Triple Blade Intent. After ending the call, Su Mo exhaled deeply. With his master's consent, both plans could now proceed concurrently. Once he had gathered his belongings, he set forth towards the outskirts of the city. Upon spotting Su Mo, Baishio's gaze held an unusual expression. It was rather uncharacteristic for someone of 18 to suppress their emotions so swiftly. Considering the experiences Su Mo had endured, Baishio found himself understanding. Do not inquire anything from me. I possess no knowledge, and even if I did, I would remain silent. Su Mo was about to subtly probe for information, hoping to glean something useful from this loquacious individual, only to find that Baishio had preemptively shielded himself. Delusional. Do you think you know everything? Su Mo remarked with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Ah, yes, you're absolutely right. I know nothing at all. Please do attend to your matters. Baishio replied, covering his mouth, clearly reluctant to divulge anything further. Taking a deep breath, Su Mo ventured outside, realizing that provoking Baishio was ineffective. Once he left the city, he plunged into the fog, deciding to tackle the issues at hand through his own means, all the while searching for the whereabouts of a formidable gorilla and hunting demonic beasts. As the plan unfolded, he recognized that insufficient strength would lead to complications. Slain 10 third-tier demonic beasts, acquiring 42 kill points. As he delved deeper, Su Mo noticed the fog dissipating. At that moment, something suddenly fell upon his neck. Startled, he picked it up, discovering it to be a golden corpse insect. Crushed 1 second-tier golden corpse insect, acquiring 3 kill points. Su Mo narrowed his eyes. Why would a golden corpse insect appear in this location? Such creatures only manifest in places abundant with corpses. Could it be? Su Mo's mind raced as he began to search for more golden corpse insects. Slain 100 golden corpse insects, acquiring 170 kill points. Slain 1,000 golden corpse insects, acquiring 1,300 kill points. Slain 1,900 golden corpse insects, acquiring 4,200 kill points. As the hunt continued, Su Mo's expression grew increasingly grave. The number of golden corpse insects in the distance multiplied beyond what he had previously encountered. For Su Mo, this was akin to gaining experience points. Furthermore, given the rapid reproduction of golden corpse insects, if he delayed, they would soon swarm in great numbers, potentially besieging the city, which would be exceedingly difficult to repel. Drawing forth his mysterious iron blade, he transformed into a phantom, weaving through the throngs of golden corpse insects. With the blade intent infused with golden power, combined with the force of snow and wind, he swept through them, leaving a trail of bodies in his wake. Many golden corpse insects began to consume their fallen kin, rapidly growing stronger. Slain 3,000 golden corpse insects, acquiring 7,300 kill points. Suddenly, a low buzzing filled the air, accompanied by a tremor beneath his feet. The ground cracked, and golden figures surged forth from the depths. In the blink of an eye, a vast ruin emerged, engulfed in a sea of gold. Countless golden corpse insects began to materialize. The leading golden corpse beetles had grown to the size of humans, their wings fluttering and emitting a metallic clang. Su Mo narrowed his eyes as he recognized the beetle that had previously bitten him, this time having transcended the mundane realm. He intended to test his prowess against them. Human, how dare you show your face again? You are truly oblivious to danger. I spared you last time, but this time, you shall not escape. In response, only Sumo's heaven-slaying blade could be heard. With a swift thrust, he struck down, slaying a level 4, stage 2 monster, earning 2 slaughter points. As one of the level 4 leaders fell, the golden corpse beetles descended into a frenzy. Dozens of level 4 golden corpse beetles surged towards Sumo, their bodies glowing with golden light, transforming into beams of golden swords aimed directly at him. Sumo swung his black iron blade, accelerating with each swing, a surge of blade intent rising within his mind. Taking a deep breath, he became a drawn sword. Heaven-slaying blade. A 10-meter arc of blade light emerged, cleaving through the air. Everything in its path was annihilated. All golden corpse beetles were slaughtered. Blade intent. Triple blade intent. How could this be? The crimson gaze of the remaining golden corpse beetles was filled with dread. Slain 4,000 golden corpse beetles, earning 300 slaughter points. Sumo moved, enveloped in blade intent, continuously swinging. With a series of explosive sounds, a vacuum zone several meters wide formed around him. The ground was littered with golden corpse beetle carcasses, piled high, nearly taller than Sumo himself. He observed many beetles beginning to consume their fallen comrades. Choosing not to strike immediately, these beetles were rapidly growing in strength. After all, the corpses held no value for him. It would be more advantageous to allow the weaker beetles to feed. Once they had gained power, he would then strike to maximize his profit. Stepping upon the blade, Sumo maneuvered gracefully through the air, landing before a dozen of the golden corpse beetle leaders. Heaven-slaying blade. With a single swing, the blade intent spread, a tidal wave of nearly 10 meters sweeping forth. The golden energy of the beetles radiated around them, resembling miniature suns, dispersing the surrounding mist. With each strike, sparks flew. Sumo pressed his advantage. Layered waves. This time, the black iron blade was imbued with fire energy. Upon witnessing this, the beetle leaders were filled with terror. 3 attributes impossible. How could a human possess such extraordinary talent? They had to kill him, no matter the cost. The beetle leaders descended into utter madness, unleashing a unique wave of energy. Sumo's expression hardened. He realized the golden corpse beetles were calling for help. Since they sought to delay him, he would not hold back. Empowered by wind energy, Sumo reached his utmost speed, becoming a mere blur. With a swift motion, 2 heads soared into the sky. Slain 2 level 4, stage 3 monsters, earning 6 slaughter points. The remaining 10 or so beetle leaders continuously retreated, clustering together, while a multitude of golden corpse beetles gathered around them for protection. Heaven-slaying blade. Suddenly, Sumo descended from the heavens, merging the power of gold with the essence of triple blade intent. A resounding crash echoed as the ground erupted, forming a deep pit roughly 10 meters in diameter. Having slain 7,900 golden corpse insects, he acquired 16,743 points of slaughter. Gripping the mysterious iron blade tightly, Sumo moved his body. Thud, thud, thud. The intent of the blade erupted forth from him, and wherever he passed, the golden corpse insects were sent flying, dissolving into clouds of crimson mist. Having slain 4,000 golden corpse insects, he acquired 9,002 points of slaughter. Having slain 3,200 golden corpse insects, he acquired 6,452 points of slaughter. Having slain 2,200 golden corpse insects, he acquired 5,386 points of slaughter. Eventually, Sumo came to a halt, his chest heaving, a fine sheen of sweat glistening on his forehead, and his arms beginning to ache. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Yet Sumo paid it no mind as he approached the deep pit from which the golden corpse insects had emerged. He sensed something peculiar within. Upon entering, his expression grew grave, and an involuntary aura of killing intent radiated from him. Chapter 76. The Mysterious Research Base, Transcendent Stage 4. A multitude of golden corpse insects lay hidden beneath the ground, their crimson eyes fixated intently on the emerging Sumo simultaneously. An iron gate materialized before him. surrounded by a sea of bones, some belonging to monstrous beasts, but predominantly human. Upon closer inspection, it appeared as though the skeletal remains had been deliberately altered. With his blade in hand, Su-Mo charged towards the golden corpse insects. A low, buzzing hum filled the air as they stirred to life. And Su-Mo's expression grew grave. These insects possessed not the attribute of gold, but that of wind. At this moment, several golden corpse insects approached, their wings adorned with peculiar patterns, eliciting a change in Su-Mo's demeanor. "Humans, be gone. This is not a place for your kind," he warned, squinting at them. They were evidently guarding something within, and he was determined to uncover what lay inside. With his mysterious iron blade gripped firmly, Su-Mo advanced boldly. Slay 10,000 golden corpse insects, earning 37,750 slaughter points. Slay 11,000 golden corpse insects, earning 36,450 slaughter points. Witnessing his subordinates dispatched with ease, the golden corpse insects marked with enigmatic runes emitted strange vibrations. With a sudden sound, a severed head soared into the air. Slay a level 4. Third stage golden corpse insect, earning 3 slaughter points. As he gazed upon the grand gate, Su-Mo infused his blade with intent. Heaven-slaying strike. With a thunderous roar, the immense iron door merely trembled. Su-Mo's expression turned serious. It was forged entirely from mysterious iron. What a grand endeavor this was. Had his blade intent not advanced beyond the third tier, he would have been powerless against such a formidable barrier. 10 minutes later, with a resounding crash, the mysterious iron door shattered. Su-Mo stowed the valuable gate within his storage ring. It was a precious treasure, and should danger arise, he would retreat. For this piece of mysterious iron held significant worth. As he traversed a lengthy corridor, Su-Mo grew increasingly vigilant. He discarded the corpses of the golden corpse insects into the depths. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets rained incessantly against the walls. A relentless barrage that persisted until 3 minutes had elapsed. With a swift stroke of his blade, fissures spread across the walls. From within, various items tumbled forth. Su-Mo, gripping his knife, ventured deeper. Hud, 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 hud. The sound of numerous footsteps echoed ominously. Su-Mo's expression hardened as he beheld dozens of figures emerging before him. Each one appeared to possess at least the strength of the divine aperture realm, their faces adorned with the same peculiar runes as those who had once sought his life. However, it seemed the most formidable among them had likely reached Transcendent Stage 5. With a glance at his panel, Su-Mo assessed his slaughter points, sufficient for what lay ahead. Name: Su-Mo. Age: 18. Strength: Transcendence Level 1, 0-20,000. Mental Method: Shaping Path Level 4, 0-15,000. Martial Skills: Layered Wave Blade, Mystical Grade. Perfected Snow Treading, Mystical Grade. Perfected Hidden Concealment Technique, Earth Grade. Perfected Doubt Intent. Triple Blade Intense Spiritual Attributes, Gold Affinity, 93, 0-9300. Wood Affinity, 30, 0-3000. Water Affinity, 28, 0-2800. Fire Affinity, 53, 0-5300. Earth Affinity, 29, 0-2900. Wind Affinity, 64, 0-6400. Thunder Affinity, 13, 0-1300. Space Affinity, 3, 0-3000. Time Affinity, 1-0-1000. Kill points, 113580. Su-Mo brandished his blade, deliberately advancing toward the demonic beings. The leader of the demons, upon seeing Su-Mo, revealed a menacing expression. A mere human at Transcendence Level 1 dared to seek death. As Su-Mo approached, he continuously allocated points: Transcendence Level 2, then Level 3, and finally Level 4. After breaking through to Transcendence Level 4, he had over 20,000 kill points remaining. Without hesitation, he invested them into his gold affinity, elevating it directly to 95. With the convergence of triple blade intent and the sharpened power of gold, he swung his blade. The demons, who initially dismissed Su-Mo, were taken aback by his sudden ascent to Transcendence Level 4, coupled with the enhanced sharpness of his gold power. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. Their attempts to defend were futile against Su Mo, who unleashed more than one strike. Having slain 30 demons, he acquired 128 kill points. What joke! This is slower than killing beasts. Blood flowed along the corridor as Su Mo stepped over the corpses, advancing deeper within. After traversing the long, dark corridor, he discovered a hidden realm. Inside, sealed crystal coffins housed various figures, akin to the demons he had just slain. At this moment, numerous instruments were connected with tubes. Bang! 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 The crystal coffins burst open, and figures sprang forth, splashing water everywhere. Su Mo took a step back as these beings, with twisted expressions, charged at him. He shook his head. These finished products were no match for him, let alone these half-finished ones. 2 minutes later, Su Mo had already moved on to the next location. Having slain 100 demons, he gained 360 kill points. Gazing at the immense portal before him, Su Mo was about to push it open when he paused, hastily retreating. A thunderous roar erupted as flames engulfed the sky, and the ground began to collapse. Su Mo soared away on his blade, fleeing to a distance. The deafening cacophony persisted for several minutes before finally subsiding. The surrounding mist had been thoroughly dispelled, and all the intricate instruments were reduced to rubble. Everything had vanished without a trace. Su Mo inhaled deeply. Had he been a moment slower, he would have perished within. Indeed, these demons were products of experimentation. Yet, he pondered what peculiar methods were employed in their creation. Sensing the commotion in the distance, Su Mo activated the shadow concealment technique and sprinted into the mist. Not long after Su Mo departed, four figures emerged. A fox, a shadowy figure, a golden giant ape, and a blood-red tiger. Observing the collapsed ground and the remnants surrounding them, the four beasts exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. The fox opened its third eye, perceiving a vague silhouette in the distance. It appeared that someone had escaped, prompting the command to pursue in that direction. Upon hearing this, the blood-red tiger let out a thunderous roar. Instantly, a multitude of beasts within the mist responded, charging toward a singular direction. The beasts began to disperse, and amidst the fog, anguished cries echoed. Su Mo transformed into a specter, unleashing his blade as intent. The sounds of clashing rang out. Su Mo, the examiner, was still engaged in the hunt when he witnessed the beasts rampaging and believed his life was forfeit. To his astonishment, Su Mo swiftly turned and rescued them instead. Return to the city at once. A beast tide is upon us. Hearing Su Mo's words, they promptly turned and fled towards the city. Su Mo continued to navigate through the chaos, saving whoever he could. As for why he did not flee himself, it was undoubtedly because he was determined to see his plan through. These individuals led perilous lives. Saving one could equate to saving an entire family. With the absence of battle sounds nearby, Su Mo finally exhaled in relief. Turning around, he was met with the sudden appearance of blood-red eyes, and he took a deep breath, gripping the Xian iron blade tightly in his hand. Chapter 77. My good sister, are you not coming out yet? A three-eyed fox materialized before him, its gaze fixed intently upon him. A vast and overwhelming aura enveloped Su Mo. The air buzzed with tension. The blood tiger, black eagle, and golden giant ape also appeared, hovering in the sky. Their cold stares directed at Su Mo. Human, you possess great audacity. Prepare to meet your demise, declared the blood tiger, ready to strike, but the golden giant ape intervened. Wait, I sense a familiar aura about you. Have you encountered my son? Upon hearing this, the surrounding creatures buzzed with intrigue. Indeed, I have encountered him and even aided him, Su Mo replied, eliciting skeptical glances from beasts. The enmity between humans and beasts was profound, with encounters often resulting in bloodshed. Yet here was Su Mo claiming to have assisted the son of the giant ape. Was that commotion caused by you? Su Mo nodded, realizing that attempting to escape under the watchful eyes of these beasts was a futile endeavor. Moreover, would these creatures even allow him to flee? It was my doing, but that was within a realm of research dedicated to demonkind. The three-eyed fox scrutinized Su Mo and spoke in a melodic tone. You cannot return alive. your potential is too great. If we allow you to leave, we shall face a formidable adversary. A heaviness settled in Su Mo's heart as he narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on the three-eyed fox. Let us test this, and see who meets their end first. With that, Su Mo brandished his black iron blade and charged at the three-eyed fox. The fox shifted, intercepting Su Mo's descent. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a flurry of blade lights erupted from the distance, transforming dozens of figures into a crimson mist. Slayed 50 demons, earned 200 slaying points. The third eye of the three-eyed fox opened and began to whirl, guiding Su Mo through the mist. The blood tiger, giant ape, and black eagle remained watchful, their eyes fixated on the obscured figures within. A formidable presence descended, instilling trepidation among the beasts. Slayed 100 demons, earned 400 slaying points. The three-eyed fox released Su Mo, who now breathed heavily, having gathered too many demons in such a short span. The numbers had dwindled by several hundred, making the situation more manageable. Standing amidst the four beasts, Su Mo's gaze was locked onto the shadowy figures. Rustle, rustle, hood, hood, hood. Robust silhouettes emerged, their faces adorned with grotesque markings, exuding a terrifying aura. Exercise caution. These demons are somewhat peculiar, whispered the blood tiger, its eyes wary of the approaching figures. At that moment, Su Mo inhaled deeply, as if struck by a revelation, and focused on the indistinct figure that had yet to stir within the mist. Are you not coming out yet, my dear sister? Upon hearing these words, the four beasts turned in astonishment, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. What was happening? A figure cloaked entirely in a black hood stepped forth. Upon removing the hood, a serene face emerged, flushed as before. Fortune favors you. I cannot believe you were not obliterated just now. Su Yao gazed at Su Mo, a faint aura of killing intent enveloping her. It appeared that fate itself was favoring her. Su Mo narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Su Yao, attempting to discern any clues. Upon witnessing the intensity of Su Mo's gaze, Su Yao seemed to recall something, her anger intensifying. When she had once pleaded for mercy, Su Mo had regarded her with the very same expression, cold, solitary, devoid of any emotion. Eliminate them, Su Yao commanded, fixing her stare on Su Mo. Around them, a throng of demons began to encircle Su Mo. The blood tiger let out a ferocious roar, and the surrounding beasts charged at the demons. The clash between the burly demons and the beasts erupted, and soon the air was thick with the stench of blood. The golden giant ape thumped its chest, preparing to leap at Su Yao. Do not engage. Stay away from her, Su Mo urgently shouted, causing the golden giant ape to halt in its tracks. At that moment, the two stood face to face. My dear brother, when did you become so timid? You collaborate with four beasts of the treading heaven realm, and yet you are still so fearful. This is uncharacteristic of you. He offered no response, his eyes locked on hers. Suddenly, Su Yao's shadow shifted, and a demon emerged, distinct from the others. Adorned with twin horns, blood-red eyes, and glowing runes etched across its face. This was a true demon. Su Mo realized something. Run, he exclaimed, and with that, he moved swiftly, wielding his sword. In an instant, Su Mo's shadow lunged at him with murderous intent. Had he not fled swiftly, he would have met his demise. A sense of dread lingered within him. Brother, I did not expect you to remain so clever. But how long can your wits last? Await your surprise, dear brother. Su Yao remarked before her figure gradually vanished into the mist. Returning to his senses, Su Mo surveyed the imposing demons surrounding him, relentlessly dispatching them. Bang, bang, bang. 30 demons slain, earning 106 kill points. The other formidable demons also fell to the beast's onslaught. The three-eyed fox approached Su Mo, seizing him. The four beasts disappeared, along with Su Mo. He had no knowledge of where the beasts were taking him, nor how much time had passed when the three-eyed fox finally set him down, its blood-red eyes fixed intently on him. The blood tiger, following closely behind, also regarded Su Mo with scrutiny. She is your sister. Is there not a trace of your influence in this? The four beasts appeared shaken. Recalling the sudden ambush from the shadow, their fear still palpable. Sumo recounted the events that had transpired. Impossible, resurrected. I suspect you are deceiving us. The blood tiger remarked, its voice low and filled with astonishment. Yet, upon witnessing the determination in Sumo's eyes, the blood tiger fell silent. They had been using beasts and humans for experimentation. Those demons were mere products of their trials, and now they had set their sights on the northern district. It would not be long before war became inevitable. Moreover, they had devised a bone flute capable of controlling the beasts. This is your territory, and I assume you are familiar with that object. The blood tiger, contemplating, expelled something from its mouth. Is this what you are referring to? Upon seeing the object, Sumo's expression became grave. Indeed, it is this item that can control beasts. Its efficacy is contingent upon the strength of its wielder. The more powerful the player, the mightier the beasts under their command. Upon hearing Sumo's words, the four beasts fell into silence. No wonder those individuals could effortlessly establish a research base here. Utilizing such a flute to manipulate beasts, they can orchestrate their schemes right beneath our noses, making it exceedingly difficult for us to detect. The three-eyed fox spoke in a somber tone. I wish to enlist your assistance, or rather, propose a collaboration. Sumo fixed his gaze on the four beasts, his voice laden with gravity. Initially, he had sought the cooperation of the gorilla, yet with his father present and four formidable beasts at hand, this was indeed an opportune moment for Sumo. The three-eyed fox regarded Sumo intently. What are your thoughts? The three-eyed fox inquired. Surely you are aware of the depravity of those individuals. Their organization, known as Eternal Life, perceives both humans and beasts as mere expendable commodities. Today's alliance against the demon has been documented, and they will distort the narrative to suggest that my collaboration with you harbors ulterior motives. They will propagate slander, branding me a traitor for colluding with beasts. Sumo inhaled deeply. This was precisely the outcome he required, and Su Yao would undoubtedly assist him covertly. The third eye of the three-eyed fox blinked, fixating on Sumo. You wish to unleash the beasts upon the city to solidify this endeavor, bearing the brunt of the ensuing infamy, thus placing yourself in harm's way. The three-eyed fox regarded Sumo with a hint of admiration. Sumonadith. There is no alternative. These individuals conceal themselves too well, and I must take the risk to draw them out. However, humanity may not tolerate your existence. If word spreads, you would be barred from even entering the northern district. You need not concern yourselves with that. I have my own methods. Do you not desire retribution? Sumo asked, gazing at the four beasts. Chapter 78. The plan is underway. Sumo is mistaken for a traitor. Your suggestion is indeed intriguing. However, what advantage do we stand to gain? The three-eyed fox inhaled deeply. Then, you may as well kill me. Whether I die early or late, death is inevitable. Dying sooner allows me to queue for reincarnation. Perhaps in my next life, I might be born into a wealthy family, Sumo remarked nonchalantly. After speaking, Sumo sat down upon a stone, clearly displaying an air of indifference to their intentions. The four beastly creatures exchanged glances. Even if they were to execute Sumo, it would be at a later time. The three-eyed fox fixed its gaze upon Sumo. We, too, are creatures of gratitude and loyalty. We harbor no ulterior motives. Your earlier warning has saved our lives, and we shall repay you in kind. We can cooperate with you on this occasion. Upon hearing the three-eyed fox's agreement, Sumo took a deep breath. However, there remains another matter I must attend to. You are likely aware of the whereabouts of the golden corpse worms. Where there are traces of the golden corpse worms, there should also be locations of their research. As Sumo articulated his request, the eyes of the four beastly creatures narrowed. No wonder those corpses went undiscovered. They were consumed by the golden corpse worms. The three-eyed fox mused thoughtfully. I happen to know of several locations where the golden corpse worms abound in great numbers. However, we cannot accompany you. You must go alone, the black eagle stated, fixing its gaze upon Sumo. Very well. I shall go alone, Sumo replied. Upon hearing his consent, the black eagle emitted a signal, and shortly thereafter, a beast approached to Sumo. As Sumo's silhouette faded from view, the black eagle's eyes sharpened. Black Eagle, what are you planning? Do not stir up further trouble, the three-eyed fox cautioned. We cannot take the boy's words at face value. What if he truly seeks to exploit us? We must remain vigilant. Since he intends to confront the golden corpse worms, let him proceed. This youth, gifted and extraordinary, is unperturbed by human retribution, indicating he possesses formidable backing. If he were to perish, the Black Eagle's gaze revealed a calculating intent. Considering his youthful age and having already reached a remarkable state, such a being must not die at our hands. If he were to fall to those demonic beings, it would not concern us. When human powers emerge, they may seek out those who research the demons, and we would incur no cost while uprooting those hidden locations. For us, this presents only benefits, devoid of drawbacks. At most, we may lose a few beastly lives, which is an acceptable sacrifice for our kind. Unlike humans, we reproduce at a much slower rate. Hearing the Black Eagle's words, the other three beastly creatures nodded in agreement. This plan holds merit. Should he survive, we shall assist him once, which simply entails the loss of a few beasts. When the time comes, he can return and inform his powerful allies. Perhaps we could still collaborate with human forces to eradicate those vile entities. For us, this is a win-win scenario. Naturally, every dog will bite the other, and we might even reap further rewards, would we not? Since he requires our cooperation, we shall certainly comply wholeheartedly. Do you believe humanity can accommodate him? The demise of a prodigy would undoubtedly benefit us, the demonic beasts. After Black Hawk finished speaking, the three demon beasts nodded in agreement, their eyes narrowing as they recalled their previous discussions. It was time to put their plans into action. This time, even the three-eyed fox focused intently on Black Hawk, astonished by his cleverness. At this moment, Su-Mo followed the guiding demon beast in search of the trail of the golden corpse insects, harboring not a shred of belief in the words of the four demon beasts. What realm do those four demon beasts inhabit? The patching heaven realm. The slightest disturbance here could not possibly escape their notice. This was precisely why Su-Mo had broached the subject of the bone flute, a mere test. Otherwise, how could the four demon beasts continue their charade? Among them were those who played the role of allies, and those who assumed the guise of adversaries. The golden giant ape even brought his son into the fray. Reflecting on this, Su-Mo couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. Setting aside other matters, what sort of person is Su-Yao? Selfish and self-serving. Yet there are still those standing behind him, and he has not been slain. He has even murdered his own parents, with Su-Mo being the one he most despises, yet he remains unscathed. Does he truly believe this is mere child's play? Furthermore, why do the golden corpse insects suddenly appear on his path? If they could detect Su-Mo's movements, how could they remain oblivious to the presence of so many demonic beings? It seems as though the four demon beasts are specifically targeting Su-Mo. As for their intentions, Su-Mo could easily speculate. Unbeknownst to them, his plan had already come to fruition. His master should be prepared. The demon beast leading Su-Mo abruptly halted, and he squinted at the distance. A mass of golden corpse insects surged incessantly. After bringing Su-Mo to this location, the guiding demon beast turned and fled into the mist. Armed with his mysterious iron blade, Su-Mo understood that since they had allied, his survival was assured. Transforming into a wraith, he charged at the golden corpse insects, slaughtered 3,000 golden corpse insects, earning 4,765 slaughter points, slaughtered 5,346 golden corpse insects, earning 11,382 slaughter points. Half an hour later, a towering flame erupted as Su-Mo wielded his blade technique, vanishing within the fire. Upon emerging, he beheld the distant blaze, astonished to discover that the number of golden corpse insects here was more than double that of the first appearance. The demon beast that had previously guided Su-Mo reappeared. Let us go to the next location. The leading demon beast nodded and led Su-Mo to another site. 3 hours later, accompanied by another flare, 4 patching heaven realm demon beasts materialized beside Su-Mo. To his astonishment, you truly managed to achieve this? The 4 patching heaven realm demon beasts regarded Su-Mo with expressions of surprise, shock, and disbelief. These are trivial matters. We now face the most troublesome issue. Su Mo took a deep breath, his face betraying concern. I shall escort you back. After Black Hawk spoke, he gestured for Su Mo to mount his back. Su Mo naturally did not hold back as the Black Hawk soared into the sky with remarkable speed. In a short while, he beheld the familiar city walls. After setting Su Mo down, the Black Hawk vanished into the mist. Taking a deep breath, Su Mo braced himself for what awaited him, a torrent of curses and possibly an onslaught. Yet, he knew he could not voice his apprehensions, for the plan was still underway. And such trials were to be endured. Uncle Zhao, rest assured, I shall ensure they accompany you in death. With determination, Su Mo ventured into the city. Upon entering, he was met with a throng of people. Traitor, why haven't you perished outside? What brings you back here? Get out of the northern district. This is no place for you. Since you are so close to the beasts, you may as well join them. Chapter 79. Tonight, the beasts assault the city. You have already revealed your true self. Do you truly believe you can deceive us any longer? Individuals like you are a blight upon the northern district. While the northern district has safeguarded your security, you now conspire with the beasts? Shameful and despicable. Accusations and vitriol surge forth. Su Mo remained silent, biding his time until this plan came to fruition, when he would hold each of these individuals accountable. Did they genuinely think he lacked any temper? Yet, there were those who defended Su Mo silence. How would you react if you faced 4 beasts of the heaven-stamping realm? If you continue your tirades, I shall stand here and trade insults with you. Why do you think you received those photographs of Su Mo with the beasts? Have you forgotten the recent events? They have come to target Su Mo, and should you drive him to despair, it would align perfectly with the desires of those vile individuals. Foolish imbeciles, curse your mothers. Whoever dares to insult him further, I shall relieve myself upon your heads tonight. Before long, chaos erupted at the city gate, with many individuals clenching their fists and charging towards those defending Su Mo. You wretched scoundrels, come forth. Today, if anyone dares to approach Su Mo, I will end you. Did you think Su Mo was as dim-witted as you, unaware of being manipulated? Ignorant fools, I shall see you perish. In a brief moment, the entrance devolved into complete turmoil, with numerous individuals secretly hurling rotten vegetables. Suddenly, a figure stood before Su Mo, absorbing the barrage of refuse. Bai Yu stood protectively in front of him, grasping his hand. Let us go home, she urged, guiding him through the throng. At that moment, a radiant golden light enveloped Su Mo, Bai Yu, and their defenders. Su Mo's eyes narrowed. A palpable aura of lethal intent descended upon the crowd, causing many to shudder in trepidation, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Numerous defenders of Su Mo and Bai Yu bore bruises and injuries. Yet they sighed in relief upon witnessing Su Mo's actions, convinced he was not the type to act without justification. In the northern courtyard, Long Lintian clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on the screen, displaying Su Mo make a note of all those who threw rotten vegetables. After this matter concludes, expel them from the northern district. The 4 vice deans, upon hearing Long Lintian's expletive, realized the gravity of the situation. In all these years, they had never seen him so enraged. Investigate their backgrounds. Where are their children educated? I want all their information. Those who are opportunists will surely turn traitor when the beasts arise. We must purge them early. Our northern district cannot descend into chaos like the 10th district. Such scum must be eradicated one by one. Only then can we ensure stability. They have lived too well. Perhaps I shall allow Su Mo to handle this and document all of them. Once Long Lintian had finished speaking, he finally relaxed. Upon returning home, Su Mo found the place he once resided in defaced with paint. Traitor, leave my northern district. You are the refuse of my northern district, a pest. Traitors do not deserve to reside in such fine quarters. I spit on you. If you possessed even a shred of conscience, you would end your own life in atonement. Such a worthless being, your existence is hardly regrettable. Why hasn't a beast devoured you yet? Su Mo chuckled softly, as these thoughts had already crossed his mind. Do not take it to heart. Bai Yu expressed her concern that Su Mo might be overly affected, which could compromise his state of mind. This is trivial. When we dealt with Uncle Zhao, I had already anticipated the repercussions of my plan. Moreover, these methods are merely child's play. I shall meticulously document every individual involved. Those vile creatures showed no mercy in their slaughter of Uncle Zhao, and I will hold each one accountable. What is this momentary humiliation in comparison? After speaking, Su Mo produced his phone, revealing images within. They depicted items from the laboratory, showcasing rows of demonic figures. He handed the phone to Baiyu. Take a look. These items should pertain to genetic research. Upon receiving the phone, Baiyu's pupils dilated, and a cold expression crossed her face as she beheld the contents. After returning the phone to Su Mo, she suppressed the wrath bubbling within her. Wherever there are people, there is a world of intrigue. It is an unavoidable reality. And the human heart is inscrutable. There are those who feel inherently superior, seeking to validate themselves in various ways. Truly despicable. Su Mo nodded, understanding her sentiments. Tonight, the beast will launch an assault on the city. He inhaled deeply, raising his gaze to Baiyu. After speaking, Su Mo turned and headed towards a room. Once Baiyu had finished her cleansing routine and returned to her chamber, she took out her phone to peruse the martial artist forum. Is this the pride of humanity or a traitor? The post featured photographs, with Su Mo standing alongside 4 formidable beasts, appearing to engage in conversation. It had taken over the foremost thread among martial artists. Impossible. This must be doctored. Su Mo would never act in such a manner. The adage of knowing the face but not the heart rang true. He was the one who established the rules of the martial examination. What nonsense is this? Indeed, such a traitor should be eradicated swiftly to prevent calamity for humanity. That cannot be. Today we were saved from beasts outside the city by Su Mo. Yes. He must have been besieged by the 4 great beasts in an effort to rescue us, forced into a facade. And yet, the evidence lies before us. To those upstairs, have you lost your senses? Such a brazen attitude. Surely, you've enjoyed your fair share of comfort. Countless prodigies have been driven away due to your foolishness, making hasty decisions before the truth was unveiled. Where were you when he was slaying the beasts? He single-handedly vanquished thousands of them outside the city. While you cowered in fear, yet you dare to speak so boldly. Who knows if this is merely an act, a deliberate ploy to lead the beasts in their assault on the city? How many times has such treachery occurred? I suspect this is the case. First, gaining the trust of those lacking intellect, and when the beasts attack, you will surely regret it. You possess considerable intellect and the ability to adapt to changing circumstances. Previously, many rallied in support of Su Mo, and so did you. Now, with uncertainty lingering, you have begun to bark once more. I perceive that you have indulged excessively. If you are capable, venture forth and slay the demonic beasts for 30 miles. Should you succeed, I shall acknowledge you as my superior. Such individuals cannot endure even the slightest grievance. Even when at fault, they take to the internet to garner sympathy, manipulating public opinion to elicit apologies, only to later admit their errors when the truth emerges. In my view, once Su Mo's innocence is established, all of them should be expelled from the city, returning only after they have hunted down 1,000 demonic beasts each. To the one above, I stand with you. Such individuals are merely feasting on their own excesses. The rapid growth of their strength raises suspicions of collusion with others, aiming solely to gain our trust. It is said that achieving a breakthrough to the transcendent stage at the tender age of 18 is unheard of. Who knows if they have employed nefarious means? Do not be mere critics. If you possess courage, face me in a challenge, and I shall vanquish you with a single strike. Chapter 80. Look, that traitor has opened the city gate, allowing the monstrous beasts to enter. Baiyu, noticing the mixed opinions surrounding the discussion, took a deep breath. Relieved to see supporters of Su Mo. With a cold glint in her eyes, she regarded those disparaging Su Mo, thinking them foolish. They were merely awaiting their fate. Su Mo, however, chose to ignore the forum and its trivialities, which held no significance for him. The paramount objective was to exact vengeance for Uncle Zhao by eliminating more members of that organization. He resolved to fully enhance his affinity with the gold attribute. Upon raising it by just 2 points, he found himself more adept in combat against the golden corpse worms. The points for slaughter swiftly diminished: 9,005, 9,006, 9,007. As his affinity reached 100, he felt the surrounding golden spiritual energy enveloping him, continuously coursing into his being, as if he embodied the very essence of golden spiritual power. As night approached, the monstrous beast would assault the city, and the next step would involve augmenting his strength. Su-Mo continued to allocate points, as his slaughter value continued to deplete. He attentively sensed the transformations within his body, gradually familiarizing himself with his newfound power, a smile playing on his lips. The only thing that brought him joy now was the enhancement of his prowess. The Eternal Life Organization and those traitors await your reckoning. One day, I shall uproot you all. Returning to his thoughts, Su-Mo's gaze fell upon his status panel. Name, Su-Mo. Age, 18. Strength, Transcendent Level 9, 0100000. Mental Method, Shaping Tao Level 4, 15,000. Martial Skills, Layered Wave Blade, Xian Great Superior. Perfected Treading Snow, Xian Great Superior. Perfected Concealment Technique, Earth Great Superior. Perfected Tao Intent. Threefold Blade Intent. Spiritual Power Attributes, Gold Affinity, 100. Wood Affinity, 30. 3,000. Water Affinity, 28. 2800. Fire Affinity, 53. 5300. Earth Affinity, 29. 2900. Wind Affinity, 64. 6400. Thunder Affinity, 13. 1300. Space Affinity, 3. 3000. Time Affinity, 1000. Slaughter points, 67468. His strength had indeed reached Transcendent Level 9, a feat achieved only by slaying hundreds of thousands of golden corpse worms. Especially noteworthy was the affinity with gold reaching 100, leaving just one more attribute to attain the same. The hordes of monstrous beasts were indeed advantageous, offering a swift accumulation of slaughter points. However, after the assault, a multitude of beasts would emerge, providing yet another opportune moment for harvesting slaughter points. Next, he needed to invest points into the wind attribute. After elevating it to 72, his slaughter points fell short. Lying on his bed, invigorated by his recent breakthrough, he felt more alert than ever. As he reclined, he meticulously sensed the changes within his body, the golden elemental energy continually surging into him, gradually enhancing his physical constitution. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting its last rays away from Z9 City Gate, "Brother Bai, let me keep watch for a while. You should take a rest," one voice offered. Bai Xiao, with bleary eyes, glanced at the speaker. He was tasked with guarding the city gate, and patrolling it was part of his duties. Previously, this individual had assisted in monitoring him, and Bai Xiao was already aware that something was amiss. "Perfectly. I shall indulge in a late-night snack to awaken my senses. I'm exceedingly fatigued." After uttering these words, Bai Xiao departed from the city gate guard station, rubbing his eyes, appearing utterly unable to keep them open. Once he had distanced himself from the gaze of those around, Bai Xiao concealed himself in the shadows, his eyes sharp as an eagle-s. The individual replacing Bai Xiao exhibited a flickering gaze and let out a whistle. A few figures emerged from the darkness, bearing several corpses. Simultaneously, a silhouette, disguised as Su-Mo, opened the city gate. Bai Xiao meticulously recorded all that transpired, his eyes narrowing, radiating an aura of murderous intent. Su-Mo glanced at the time, stepped out of his chamber, and encountered Bai Yu, who had just donned her combat attire. A multitude of traitors had gathered at the city gate, while outside, demonic beasts began to assemble, commencing their siege, and the city gate had been flung open, with these individuals masquerading as him. Bai Yu regarded Su-Mo with a hint of concern, apprehensive that his emotions might be adversely affected. "Let us proceed," Su-Mo spoke calmly, transforming into a wraith and vanishing from the room. At this moment, the martial artist forum in the northern district erupted with chaos. Indeed, they were traitors, having slain the gatekeepers, opened the gates, and unleashed the demonic beasts upon the city. Accompanying the alarming news were photographs depicting several bodies on the ground, alongside a figure opening the gate, whose attire and stature bore a striking resemblance to Su-Mo. Particularly in the final few images, the demonic beasts outside could be seen, their crimson eyes glinting ominously under the cloak of night, their ghastly glow chilling the spine, preying upon the unsuspecting. Those who previously defended Su Mo now emerged, bristling with indignation. It's over. This traitor has gone too far. He aims to obliterate our human race. Why have you ceased your defense of him? Continue your outcry. Such a traitor deserves no mercy. Now the demonic beasts are besieging the city. Where are your heroes? Previously, we asserted that Su Mo was indeed a traitor, and you defended him. Now, the truth lies before us. Continue your defense if you dare. Besieged by the demonic beasts is the price you pay for believing in Su Mo. Learn from this folly and be wiser henceforth. Furthermore, should Z City fall, the Northern District would find itself with a gaping vulnerability, allowing the demonic beasts to gradually consume other cities. A traitor of this ilk deserves to be slain 100 times over. Who knows where he has now hidden? We must locate him swiftly and eliminate him. Today, we decree that he shall not enter the Northern District. Let him perish outside, alongside the demonic beasts. So much for the so-called genius of the Northern Academy, the headmaster's prized disciple. Who would have thought the Northern Academy could err so grievously? Let us witness how they manage the aftermath. Indeed, the martial examination was once set in Z City, boldly allowing an 18-year-old youth to serve as the chief examiner. In retrospect, it is comical. An 18-year-old capable of slaying demonic beasts and breaking through to the extraordinary realm. This alone raises my suspicions. Never have I heard of such a prodigy, suggesting he has resorted to nefarious means. Why is it that the hunts of others against the monstrous beasts go unnoticed on the forums, while only his exploits gain such attention? It seems intentional, designed to draw our focus and to craft an image of a hero, a prodigy, with the ultimate aim of unleashing the beasts upon the city today. To those above, do not demean the North Academy. Were I in Su Mo's position, I would consider self-destruction at this moment. Indeed, it is understandable that the North Academy has been deceived. They have long protected the Northern District and would naturally rejoice at the emergence of a genius. However, this time the North Academy must provide us with an explanation. Even if the head of the North Academy has erred in judgment, it is not for you to malign him. His dedication to safeguarding the Northern District is beyond your reproach. Furthermore, take a moment to reflect upon yourselves before demanding accountability. Do you truly measure up? Were it not for the North Academy, you would have long since become nothing more than the refuse of those monstrous beasts. Chapter 81, Covert Operations. The traitor is knocked out. Foolish creatures, unable to distinguish between the pawns and the kings. In this world, the might of one's fist dictates the truth. If you possess the sanctity of the Holy Realm, you could obliterate the Northern District, and still, others would laud your prowess. Enjoying the protection of others while casting blame upon them is the epitome of disdain. Truly, I hold in the lowest regard those who feast while undermining their own benefactors. Indeed, the Northern Academy has not yet acknowledged Su Mo as a traitor, yet you commence your incessant clamor. Did your father defecate in your mouth, causing such a foul stench? The Northern Academy, in its oversight, acted with the future of humanity in mind, while you, living off the bounty of others, dare to criticize them. Such individuals are the quintessential ungrateful wretches, the insatiable wolves who cannot be fed, foolish, dull, and devoid of reason. Northern Academy, behold these individuals. Cast them out of the Northern District. Such scum do not deserve to linger among us. At this moment, discussions erupted across the forum. The battle at the city gates ignited. Upon the arrival of Su Mo and Baiyu, they sensed the concealed figures around them, exchanging glances filled with trepidation. Distant cries of agony resounded as they turned their gaze towards the chaos. A swarm of iron-devouring ants had consumed the city walls, and the monstrous beasts surged forth. More alarmingly, the gates stood wide open, allowing these creatures to infiltrate with alarming speed. Su Mo's betrayal became evident, as he had evidently conspired with the beasts. Had he not opened the gates, the creatures would never have breached so swiftly. The impostor who had previously posed as Su Mo had now donned another guise, fighting alongside the beasts while hurling insults at Su Mo. How foolish I was to trust him. When those photographs surfaced on the forum, I presumed they were fabricated. Had I known, I would never have permitted him entry. He is indeed a wolf in sheep's clothing. We cannot withstand this onslaught. Summon reinforcements swiftly, or we shall all perish. Many warriors began to howl in desperation. The four formidable beasts, soaring through the air, exuded an overwhelming aura. Alas, the emergence of the sky-treading beasts is dire news. We're the strong guardians of the Northern Academy. 4 sky-treading beasts have appeared, while D6 City has only witnessed the arrival of one. This detestable Su-Mo has drawn forth 4. It is over. We are utterly doomed. Silence yourselves. The gates were not opened by you, were they? For every beast you slay, you hurl accusations at Su-Mo. I now suspect your ulterior motives. Some warriors, realizing the gravity of the situation, began hunting the beasts, sensing something amiss. Indeed, why are you so boisterous today? Usually, you do not utter a word. Could you be the traitors, intentionally breaching the city? The previously loudmouths turned pale, and after dispatching the nearby beasts, one of them roared in anger. Damn it! If I were a traitor, I would have opened the gates long ago. Why wait until now? If he is a traitor, am I not entitled to voice my grievances? Look at those beasts. They are insatiable, and if this continues, I may perish here, yet you forbid me from expressing my ire. The 4 sky-treading beasts in the heavens continued their hushed discussions, astonished that certain individuals had indeed managed to open the city gates. Blood Tiger gazed upon the invading beasts that had breached the city, his voice brimming with fervor. Indeed, this time we can seize a city, and with the collusion of those within, it is likely that this entire region will fall. The third eye of the three-eyed fox shifted. Today's unexpected assault on the city has caught us off guard. By the time the warriors from the Northern Courtyard arrive, the matter will be resolved. Blackhawk's gaze remained fixed on the battlefield. With internal strife and external threats, they will undoubtedly seek to investigate the traitor. But we must first solidify the young man's guilt. The golden giant ape spoke in a hushed tone. Even now, we can still hear the vitriol directed at him. If he truly possesses the ability to turn peril into safety, and if powerful beings come in search of us, we can assert that it was all part of our agreement. Once this matter is settled, when the human warriors seek out those demons, we can guide them. Regardless of the outcome, we shall not suffer loss. Excitement flickered in Blood Tiger's eyes. Contemplating this, Black Tiger glanced at the absent Su-Mo and growled softly. Haha, Su-Mo has done remarkably well. Who would have thought you actually opened the city gates? Come forth, we shall fetch you. As Blood Tiger spoke, the supporters of Su-Mo began to waver in their resolve. Indeed, Blood Tiger's roar was transmitted to the martial artists' forum as if it were all meticulously orchestrated. Traitor, traitor, must be slain. Such a person is unworthy of existence. Damn it, he truly aligned himself with the beasts. The previously boisterous voices grew even louder this time. Drive the beasts away. Then judge Su-Mo. Such a person must be executed. How is it possible to execute them all? I can barely muster any strength left. Who can finish the task? My life hangs by a thread. Many traitors, observing the dense throng of beasts, felt a surge of dread. They had not anticipated that by opening the city gates, they would jeopardize their own lives. Enough with the curses. Let us slay the beasts, or else Z9 City shall be obliterated. A warrior's voice trembled. The battle between the warriors and the beasts raged on, as waves of monstrous entities surged towards the city gates. A multitude of crimson eyes fixated on the human warriors, perceiving them as delectable prey. The stench of blood saturated the air, with corpses strewn about, even the damaged city walls stained red. Human warriors stood resolutely, forming a defensive wall to prevent the beasts from advancing any further. When one warrior fell, another would immediately take their place, no matter the cost. The beasts must not set foot within the city, otherwise countless lives would be lost. The beasts, with their scarlet eyes fixated on humanity, drooled incessantly, their low growls escalating into a frenzied rage, spurred on by the scent of blood. After slaying one beast, numerous others would immediately pounce. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a sudden emergence of silhouettes appeared, transforming into ghostly hunters, relentlessly reaping the lives of the beasts. The warriors from the Northern Courtyard have arrived. Everyone, slay them, slay them. The previously despondent warriors, upon witnessing the arrival of the powerful, regained their spirit, brandishing their weapons to vanquish the beasts surrounding them. The appearance of these formidable figures was akin to relentless killing machines, and soon a void emerged amidst them. The besieging beasts emitted low growls, their crimson eyes flickering with fear and madness before they leapt into the air, ready to bite. The warriors of the northern courtyard snorted disdainfully, wielding their blades with relentless vigor, sending the airborne creatures plummeting to the ground, their bodies severed in twain. In the blink of an eye, the charging beasts were once again forced to retreat. Clad in dark combat attire and brandishing long knives, the warriors left a trail of blood upon their blades. As the pressure on the city began to ease, Su Mo and Baiyu sighed in relief. Meanwhile, shadows emerged from the darkness, numerous figures concealed, drawing their bows and knocking arrows. Upon witnessing this, Su Mo and Baiyu exchanged a glance and, aided by the moonlight, transformed into phantoms. Muffled groans echoed in the shadows. As soon as the arrows were drawn, two figures swiftly incapacitated the assailants. After rendering them unconscious, Su Mo pried opened their mouths to inspect for poison. Weisstein had been observing from the shadows, choosing not to intervene hastily. With a flick of his finger, several individuals stepped forward to escort away the traitors subdued by Su Mo and Baiyu. As the number of beasts slain by the northern courtyard warriors increased, the traitors displayed signs of anxiety. Dreadful thoughts plagued their minds. Why had their allies yet to act? If they did not intervene soon, the beasts would truly be repelled. Chapter 82. Su Mo emerges surveillance. These individuals resembled merciless executioners, their eyes solely fixated on slaughter. Each of them possessed the ability to effortlessly extinguish the lives of numerous demonic beasts with a mere flick of their hands. At this moment, Su Mo, shrouded by the moonlight, stealthily descended from a great tree. Beneath the tree, several figures clutched remote controls in their hands. With a series of muffled thuds, Su Mo dismantled the devices from their grasp. These people were truly deranged. It appeared they intended to detonate the city walls to unleash even more demonic beasts. The horde of beasts was being relentlessly repelled, and the traitors had begun to panic, harboring a foreboding sense of dread as they questioned why the walls had not yet succumbed to destruction. The rate at which the iron-eating beasts gnawed at the walls was far too sluggish. If they waited for the powerful warriors from the northern courtyard to arrive, it would be too late. The four formidable demonic beasts in the sky sensed something amiss as well. Why had the city walls not been breached? The human warriors appear to have sustained minimal damage. Surely, these individuals would not deceive them. Had they not proclaimed that the city would surely fall today? Could it be that they were truly enacting an alternative plan, assisting the humans in eliminating those treacherous traitors? After eliminating the traitors who were conspiring in the shadows, Su Mo approached Weisstein. You have worked hard. This plan was effective, successfully luring out numerous traitors, and your contribution is invaluable, Weisstein remarked, patting Su Mo on the shoulder. Su Mo shook his head, deeming the matter trivial. He would eventually eradicate these traitors entirely. I have no concerns, but we should retain those four formidable demonic beasts and strive to capture as many of the attacking beasts as possible. This will ensure the safety of City Z. So muy certif. Weisstein nodded in agreement, indicating that this was indeed their intent, although he harbored a lingering intuition that matters would not proceed so smoothly. However, you must exercise caution. There are likely many hidden individuals awaiting your appearance. Once you reveal yourself, they will seek to eliminate you, as your demise would serve as a severe blow to our pride. Proceed with utmost vigilance, Weisstein advised, his hand firmly resting on Su Mo's shoulder, his tone earnest. Taking a deep breath, Su Mo drew forth his mysterious iron blade, melding into the shadows of the night, vanishing from Weisstein's sight. Baiyu gazed at Su Mo's retreating figure with concern, knowing full well that once he stepped out, the other warriors would undoubtedly cast scorn upon him. Indeed, Su Mo was immensely powerful, yet merely 18 years of age. He should be enjoying the joys of youth under the care of his parents. Instead, he bore the burden of infamy while striving to safeguard humanity's well-being. This moment truly tested Sumo's character. Yet every powerful individual must pay a price for their growth. Vice Dean lay, contemplating his thoughts, bore a glimmer of mockery in his gaze, a burgeoning aura of murderous intent surrounding him, though he soon reined in his emotions. Baiyu regained her senses, observing the distant carnage. The more extraordinary Sumo's performance, the greater their apprehension, and the more fervently they desired his demise. However, after this ordeal, it would not be so simple for them to employ underhanded tactics against him again. Nevertheless, the Northern Courtyard stance must be asserted. Otherwise, the presence of vermin would continue to plague them. Baiyu clasped her fingers together, a murderous intent brewing in her gaze. Naturally, the director had already made his stance clear. Once the matter concluded, there would be a thorough reckoning, and those who had insulted Sumo would ultimately pay the price. Upon hearing this, Baiyu's eyes reflected a mixture of skepticism and astonishment. Would the old man truly become enraged? As Sumo emerged from the shadows, numerous eyes instantly turned towards him. The earlier traitors became increasingly vociferous. "Bastard, you dare show your face? Why don't you just die?" They taunted. "How shameless of you to appear now. Don't think we still believe in you. The evidence of you opening the city gates is irrefutable. Stop pretending to be a good person. Your hunt for demon beasts is merely a performance for our benefit." With a mere glance, Sumo unleashed a blade, a golden arc slicing through the air for several meters. Those who had just been cursing him now stared in horror at the chasm before them, their throats tightening. In the shadows, someone hurriedly snapped a photograph and posted it to the forum. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Sumo possibly turn against our human warriors? I refuse to believe it. The picture of him opening the city gates shows only a blurred figure. I suspect they're framing Sumo stop defending Sumo. The evidence is right before our eyes. His act can only fool those of you lacking discernment. Those above, silence that foul mouth of yours. There must be a reason. Just wait. If Sumo truly is a traitor, he would not have stepped forward. He could have simply fled outside the city. Indeed, there must be a reason. Let us wait. When all is said and done, I believe the North Academy will provide us with an explanation. Sumo observed as the raucous voices fell silent, choosing to disregard them. After the matter was settled, he would judge them. Just wait. He would personally sever the heads of these individuals one by one. At that moment, Sumo took a deep breath, transforming into a specter, vanishing from view. In the next instant, a gleam of gold appeared before the crowd, and every demon beast in his path was cleaved in two. Slaughtered 300 demon beasts, earning 700 kill points. The 4 great demon beasts in the sky, upon witnessing Sumo's emergence, exchanged glances of surprise. What is this fellow up to? Stand azide. Do not impede him. He is our benefactor. The blood tiger growled, causing the demon beasts that had been besieging Sumo to part ways. At that moment, figures appeared in the distance, moving with astonishing speed from the shadows. Do not let him escape. Such a traitor must not be allowed to leave. We traveled thousands of miles to kill Sumo. This traitor cannot leave the North District alive, or it will spell disaster for our kind. Figures raced forward, their eyes sharp and intent on Sumo. The blood tiger, witnessing this scene, felt a shift in its demeanor. What should they do next? Should they intervene or allow the young man to perish? The blood tiger turned to the three-eyed fox for guidance. Let us intervene. If we cannot eliminate Sumo today, we may use this as an excuse. The three-eyed fox concluded, and the other 3 demon beasts nodded in agreement, finding this plan agreeable. Stop them. Do not allow them to approach Sumo, commanded the three-eyed fox. Upon hearing its directive, the surrounding beasts quickly converged, erecting a formidable wall of creatures. In the distance, the approaching warriors, upon witnessing this spectacle, exchanged perplexed glances. What was occurring? Why were these beasts obstructing their path? They had been informed that their sole task was to eliminate Sumo, and that the beasts would neither interfere nor hinder their efforts, but would even lend their assistance. What had changed? Could it be a ruse to distract Sumo? This development was advantageous. The assassins now found themselves engaged in battle alongside the beasts. The three-eyed fox, hovering in the air, narrowed its eyes. This was precisely the outcome they desired. Meanwhile, outside the city, an individual observed the unfolding scene, accompanied by several others. Something felt amiss, otherwise, they would not abandon their current plan. These beasts were behaving unusually. Could it be that they had allied with Su and Mo? Are you certain the beasts are genuinely cooperating with you and not with Su and Mo? Inquired one person from behind, addressing Su Yao. Chapter 83. At last. You traitors have emerged, your true attributes laid bare. Su Yao turned her head, casting a cold glance at the individual before her. With a swift motion, a head was severed from its body. You have no say in my affairs. Anyone who dares to question me shall meet the same fate. Those standing behind Su Yao fell silent, paralyzed by fear. The shadow of death loomed, for the one who had just doubted her was merely at the soul realm, utterly devoid of the strength to resist. At this moment, Su Yao's gaze was fixed intently upon the screen. Su Mo had brought her to disgrace during the martial examination. She had even knelt in supplication, yet he remained indifferent. This time, she had finally seized an opportunity to tarnish his reputation, to accuse him of collusion with beasts and label him a traitor to humanity. When the people of the Northern District expel him, she would take her time to torment him. The suffering she had endured must be mirrored in Su Mo's own experience. At 18, having broken through the realm of the extraordinary and comprehended the essence of the blade, a prodigious disciple of the Northern Academy's headmaster. What of it? Su Yao's eyes glinted with unmasked malice as she observed Su Mo on the screen. I shall methodically dismantle you, leaving you in a state where life is a torment and death is unattainable. Those standing behind Su Yao exchanged glances, troubled by her increasingly deranged demeanor. Su Yao, I advise you to temper your emotions, or else. The shadow demon materialized behind him, hand poised threateningly on his neck. Speak another word and jeopardize my plans, and I shall dispose of you. Did the death of that man not serve as a warning? Without turning her head, Su Yao retorted, seeing you all fall silent is a relief. She then resumed her focus on the screen. Moments later, her fingers danced across the controls, dispatching a message. Commence the operation. Seize Z9 City. As for Su Mo, let him suffer a grievous blow, rendering him incapable of refuting the evidence this time. Having completed her task, she began conversing in hushed tones with the shadow demon. As Su Yao whispered, the shadow demon nodded, and several figures vanished into the shadows. Those who had previously opposed Su Yao were now drenched in cold sweat, unaware of when the shadowy figures had taken up residence behind them. Meanwhile, within the city, a number of masked individuals emerged, launching a sudden assault on the human martial artists. The four formidable beasts, soaring through the skies, narrowed their eyes upon witnessing this turn of events. They have already taken action. We, too, must proceed swiftly. Lest we risk unforeseen consequences, the three-eyed fox remarked, its gaze inadvertently drifting toward Su Mo, still shielded by the beasts. A peculiar resonance emanated from its mouth. Suddenly, the beast that had been protecting Su Mo turned against him, attacking with ferocity. This unexpected scene caught everyone off guard. The martial artists advancing towards Su Mo rejoiced at the sight, including the traitors who had once trembled before him, now emboldened to taunt him further. This is the fate of a traitor. How could beasts ever ally with humans? This calamity is of your own making. Su Mo, you have forged your own path to destruction, and it is no wonder so many wish to see you dead, simply unable to tolerate your hypocritical stance. Su Mo's demeanor was icy as he wielded his dark iron blade, cleaving the approaching demon beasts asunder, transforming them into crimson mist that draped over him. At that moment, the murderous intent emanating from Su Mo gradually coalesced, intensifying to a palpable degree. The hairs on the back of his neck bristled, a testament to the sheer volume of slaughter he had wrought upon these creatures. Having slain 200 demon beasts, he acquired 400 points of carnage. In the skies above, the four formidable demon beasts exchanged glances upon the arrival of the cloaked figures. Suddenly, four immense forces erupted forth, assailing the city walls with relentless fury. The celestial beasts struck with a fury that reverberated through the air, causing a section of the walls to collapse. A tide of demon beasts surged in from beyond the city, a harbinger of doom. Panic ensued. The walls had crumbled, and despair engulfed the human warriors as they lamented their fate. Were the powerful beings from the North Courtyard. If this continued, Z City would be irrevocably lost, leaving a gaping hole in the northern district. Sumo, you traitor! You shall become a disgrace to humanity, a sinner of the North District. How could you ever be considered the pride of Z City? Bah! The traitors cried out, their faces twisted in hopelessness, their insults growing more venomous. He was indeed a ruthless individual. The scene that had unfolded during the martial examination had left me doubting your innocence. It seemed a carefully orchestrated act to garner sympathy, to paralyze us in preparation for this very day. Perhaps you even conspired against your own sister. Sumo paid no heed to the vitriol of the traitors, methodically calculating his next move. Outside the city, Su Yao observed the unfolding drama, the smile gracing her lips. Ah, Sumo, my dear brother, this is merely the first step. After today, let us see how you will justify your actions. I look forward to witnessing your disgrace as you are cast out from the city, and I demand your contrition on bended knee. Standing resolute with his dark iron blade, Sumo gazed at the approaching traitors, an aura of lethal intent enveloping him. At long last, you traitors reveal yourselves, he declared. A foreboding sense of dread welled up within the assailants at his words, mirrored by a similar ominous premonition shared by the four celestial beasts. A thunderous presence descended from the heavens, as if the sky itself were collapsing. A storm of lightning swept through the air, causing the warriors lurking in the shadows to convulse and collapse to the ground. The eyes of the four demon beasts widened in terror as they beheld the formidable figure emerging from the darkness. Run! They roared, their voices tinged with fear. Do you think you can escape? Weisstein lay advanced step by step toward the beasts, his confidence unyielding. None have ever eluded my grasp. With a crackle, for bolts of lightning descended like pillars of light, crashing down upon the demon beasts with devastating force. The beasts, devoid of any power to resist, plummeted from the sky. In that moment, Sumo transformed into a wraith, unleashing his full might upon the demon beasts. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, both the detractors and supporters of Sumo were left dumbfounded. What was happening? Why had the formidable warriors from the northern district arrived so early? Their astonishment went unacknowledged as more powerful figures stealthily emerged, commencing the hunt for the demonic beasts. In that moment, Sumo resembled a merciless executioner, transforming every beast he encountered into lifeless corpses, slaying 10,000 demonic beasts, earning 2,750 points of slaughter. The waves surged. The blade of heaven cleaved through the air. A flash of golden light flickered, occasionally accompanied by bursts of flame. Strong gusts of wind swirled around Sumo. 3 attributes. Astonishingly, he wielded 3 attributes. At this juncture, someone noticed Sumo's condition and gasped in disbelief. 3 attributes. Effortlessly applied. Did this not imply that his affinity for each element was remarkably high? Furthermore, what exactly was transpiring? I remained utterly bewildered. I had always known that Sumo could not possibly be a traitor. I was right. For those who had previously insulted him, just wait until I return. I shall ensure you regret your words. As Sumo continued his slaughter of demonic beasts, he suddenly halted, a faint sense of danger enveloping him, accompanied by a palpable aura of death. Casting a casual glance at the corpses strewn across the ground, he could not discern the source of this ominous presence. It appeared he would need to draw them out. Otherwise, these enigmatic beings posed a significant threat. Just as Sumo was engaged in his relentless hunt, a demonic beast lunged towards him, radiating the aura of the soul realm. Sumo raised his Xian iron blade before him, his entire being settling into a state of tranquility. The golden power coursed through him. Heaven's Blade. Chapter 84 Conclusion. A public breakthrough into the 4th level of blade intent in the spirit realm. With a single swing of the blade, a 20-meter arc of light suddenly materialized. The ground trembled, a colossal chasm forming as all the demonic beasts in its path were reduced to crimson mist, vanishing without a trace. The beast lunging at Sumo was cleaved in two just half a meter away from him. Sumo's chest heaved violently. cold sweat cascading down his forehead, large beads of perspiration trickling down his cheeks. Suddenly, 3 eerie shadows surged forth from the ground, brandishing sharp blades aimed directly at Su-mo. Having just slain a spirit realm beast, Su-mo's defenses had momentarily opened, and the shadows sought to exploit this vulnerability. Su-mo swiftly twisted his body, evading the fatal strike, while the essence of the Tao surged within him, enveloping his form with golden energy. With a sickening sound, the 3 daggers pierced through Su-mo's defenses, embedding themselves in his flesh, blood gushing forth. Muscles convulsed as he resisted the shadows' attempts to withdraw their weapons. The shadows, exhibiting remarkable speed, abandoned their initial daggers and brandished 3 more, relentlessly charging at Su-mo. Upon witnessing this, Su-mo exclaimed in disbelief at their lack of martial ethics, activating his snow step technique to glide away. Yet the shadows pursued with even greater swiftness. "No, stop!" Baiyu suddenly bellowed, sprinting towards Su-mo with unparalleled speed. Vice Dean Lei, observing the scene, grimaced in fury. "How dare you bully the genius of our Northern Academy?" His voice boomed like thunder, disorienting the 3 shadows, their runes flickering as their crimson eyes fixated once more on Su-mo, resuming their assault. Su-mo unleashed a powerful strike, the blade intent erupting forth. The shadows, undeterred, clutched their daggers tightly and lunged savagely at him. Channeling the pinnacle of his golden energy, a golden wall manifested, and with a resounding clang, the daggers struck the wall, halting the shadows in their tracks, allowing Su-mo to escape. As the shadows perceived the impending storm of thunder, they prepared to vanish. Golden light spread across the ground, transforming into an impenetrable cage. It was revealed that the instructor who had previously served as a proctor alongside Su-mo had intervened. The 3 shadows attempted to flee, but the golden wall obstructed their path. Thunder descended from above. The shadows bore expressions of terror as they turned to see Su-mo's pale face twisted in mockery. "You did this on purpose," one of the shadows realized, understanding that Su-mo had intentionally made himself a target to draw them out. The 3 shadows made a final attempt to resist, but the thunder had already struck. They were reduced to ashes, scattering into the air. A smile graced Su-mo's lips. He had known that Su Yao would seize this opportunity. Though he was unfamiliar with the Eternal Life Organization, his understanding of Su Yao was sufficient. He had bet correctly. Gritting his teeth, Su-mo forcibly extracted the 3 weapons embedded in his body, blood spurting forth as he manipulated them with the power of wind, simultaneously propelling himself toward the distance. Just then, Baiyu, who had just arrived, halted, her expression morphing into one of fury and malice. "Kill! Kill! Just die!" With that, she stomped her foot, standing by Su-mo's side as she unleashed her wrath upon the surrounding demonic beasts, occasionally glancing at Su-mo's condition. A sense of dread enveloped him at the thought of the young lad, meeting his untimely end. Su-mo offered a reassuring smile to Baiyu, signaling her not to fret. Injuries were trivial. This was an opportune moment to vanquish the demonic beasts, a chance to accrue points for slaughter, strength, and affinity, all of which hinged upon this endeavor. Such opportunities are rare and fleeting. As dawn broke, the city walls were stained crimson, littered with corpses. Su-mo gasped for breath, his body trembling as he knelt, propped up by his sword, his face devoid of color. Many warriors laid down their weapons, gazing at his silhouette amidst the towering piles of bodies. His garments were soaked in red, his blade dulled and battered, marked with fist-sized gouges. And even his hair had taken on a hue of crimson, blood continuing to seep from his wounds. Summoning his strength, Su-mo staggered to his feet. Before him, 3 demonic beasts growled softly, retreating instinctively. Baiyu and other warriors attempted to advance, but Vice Dean Lei inhaled deeply and cautioned them to halt. Upon hearing his words, the warriors paused, turning to him with confusion etched on their faces. Though Lei's eyes mirrored a deep concern, he understood the necessity of restraint. The pain of injury was part of the hunt for these beasts, and he recognized Su-mo's inner turmoil. This was his strategy, and many had perished. The weight of responsibility bore heavily upon him, a good-hearted youth. Though they all understood the inevitable sacrifices, the dean was aware that this plan was viable, drawing out numerous traitors, thereby ensuring greater safety in the North District. The recent death of Zhao Yong, compounded by the ensuing curses, had left Su Mo with pent-up frustrations, yearning for an outlet. It was perhaps better for him to express his anguish. Even with 3 remaining 5th-level demonic beasts, he had faith in Su Mo's ability to eliminate them. This was the pride of their Northern Academy. Dragging his sword, the metallic clang echoed as sparks flew from the ground. Su Mo felt an overwhelming fatigue, his arms too heavy to lift, his vision obscured by blood. The 3 5th-level beasts fixed their gaze upon him, growling ominously, as if to warn him. They, mere beasts of the spirit realm, were trembling in fear of a mere human who had transcended the ordinary. "Stay back, do not approach," the beasts growled, their eyes warily fixed on Su Mo, while the surrounding warriors eyed them intently. In that moment, the 3 beasts nearly wept at their miscalculation. They had not anticipated such peril. What had initially seemed a boon had turned into a grave misjudgment. Despite their own prowess, how could a mortal of the transcendent realm slay beasts of the spirit realm? Throughout the night, Su Mo had dispatched a score of beasts of their caliber. "I shall eradicate you, cleanse you from existence," he murmured, his gaze lost in a haze of confusion. If only he were stronger, he thought. Perhaps he could shield more lives. Today was his plan, and it had ensnared many. Had he possessed greater strength, he could have safeguarded more individuals. If only he were stronger, who would dare harm Uncle Zhao? Little Mo would not have lost his father. With his head bowed, Su Mo trudged forward. Roar! The 3 spirit realm beasts lunged at him, their fear transformed into aggression. Simultaneously, hundreds of ice arrows coalesced around him, aimed directly at Su Mo's head. The sound of clashing resonated, clang, clang, clang. Radiant golden light enveloped Su Mo kill. This command reverberated through the heavens, instilling fear across the skies. The 3-headed beast stared, taken aback by the murderous intent emanating from Su Mo. His gaze suddenly intensified, his eyes sharp as blades, piercing through the hearts of the 3 5th-tier monsters. A chill ran through them. He unleashed the heavenly slash. There was no embellishment, merely a singular, decisive strike. With a resounding crash, the heads of the 3 beasts fell. A chasm, 20 meters in length and half a meter wide, extended across the ground. Those observing from a distance gaped in astonishment, frozen in disbelief. Having slain 3 5th-tier, second-class monsters, he gained 26 points of slaughter. A buzzing sound filled the air. Su Mo stood firm, golden light suddenly radiating from him. A powerful wave of energy erupted. Clang, clang, clang. A golden wall materialized, sheltering numerous warriors within. The golden aura around Su Mo surged with the intent of his blade. Vice Dean Lei's eyes widened in surprise. For layers of blade intent, what a remarkable young man. Moreover, he is on the verge of breaking through to the soul realm. The surrounding corpses were swept up, their forms obliterated into a mist of blood by the uncontrollable blade intent, cascading from the heavens. Su Mo suddenly perceived his surroundings with unparalleled clarity, able to discern details from 100 meters away, as if everything were intimately close. A smile graced his lips. He had ascended to the soul realm. Chapter 85. The truth afterward in the Northern Courtyard. The warriors remained rooted in place, none daring to approach. Many of them swallowed hard. At merely 18 years of age, achieving the soul realm was utterly astonishing. This was Su Mo, the chief examiner at just 18, who had previously been said to be at the spirit aperture realm and had comprehended the intent of the blade. Now, before everyone's eyes, he had broken through to the soul realm, elevating his blade intent to the 4th level. As he reigned in his formidable presence, only then did onlookers dare to draw near. Outside the city, Su Yao's expression darkened upon witnessing this scene. "Damn it, Su Mo, you have utterly ruined my plans. How dare you break through to the soul realm and achieve 4th level blade intent? Just wait, you will pay for this." "Huh, Su Yao, prepare for your punishment. I warned you to retreat, yet you refused to listen. Your arrangements in the Northern District have been nearly obliterated. Not to mention, the monstrous beasts approaching City Z have suffered severe losses. Stepping up to a nearby figure, Su Yao brandished a dagger. You cannot be serious?" exclaimed the man, incredulous that Su Yao would resort to murder even against him. "My mission is to eliminate Su Mo. I need not take orders from you. What are you to me? I could even kill my own parents. And as for you, a mere clown, what noise do you make?" After discarding the dagger, Su Yao obliterated the equipment before her. "Su Mo, there will be another day. This time, due to those foolish beasts, my plan has failed, but next time, your fortune may not hold." With that, she turned and vanished into the fog, leaving behind a lifeless body that would soon be devoured by the beasts. Meanwhile, within the city, Baiyu approached Su Mo, noting the dried blood on him and the pallor of his face, which had begun to regain some color. This brought her a sense of relief. As the sun rose, Su Mo smiled, radiating warmth akin to sunlight. "Sister Baiyu, I am perfectly fine. There is no need for concern." Baiyu took a deep breath, extending her hand to grasp Su Mo's. "Let's return home." "All right." Baiyu led Su Mo through the crowd, moving towards the distance. Feign lay observed the scene with an air of intrigue, his lips making a clicking sound. He had never seen Baiyu so proactive. Typically, anyone who merely brushed against her would earn a swift reprimand. As he gazed at the rising sun, Feign lay inhaled deeply. The gains from this incident were substantial, alleviating much pressure, particularly after the emergence of those traitors. Thousands of them, it seemed, intent on seizing City Z. Fortunately, they had been outmaneuvered by Su Mo, and the surrounding beasts had also endured significant injuries. If only other cities had someone like Su Mo, they would not need to worry so. That old fellow in the office must be laughing madly now. With a contemplative expression, Feign lay pondered the shadow demons. They were indeed insidious. He wondered if there were stronger shadow demons lurking in the Northern District, indicating a need for thorough investigation. A teacher utilizing gold power approached Feign lay. It is perplexing that these traitors, typically not so radical in their actions, would so fervently seek to eliminate Su Mo, even resorting to life-threatening assaults against him. When did the leaders of the Eternal Life Organization become so foolish? Feign lay pondered this continuously. Perhaps, in due time, we may inquire with Su Mo, for he seems to possess knowledge about the imminent emergence of the shadow demon. A revelation that piques my curiosity. Let us clear the battlefield. We must avert the outbreak of a plague, and it would be prudent to collect materials from the demonic beasts. Su Mo's contributions have been nothing short of monumental. It has been ages since our Northern District celebrated such a victory. We must proclaim it far and wide, allowing them to rediscover the pride of our Northern Academy. The teacher of Jean Li observed Feign lay laughing heartily as he departed, shaking his head at the youthful exuberance displayed despite his advanced age. With a smile tugging at his lips, he began to direct others in their tasks. Following this battle's conclusion, the entire Northern District erupted in fervor. Never before in these many years had we witnessed such a grand spectacle. Millions of demonic beasts besieging the city marked this as the largest offensive in recent memory. The Northern Academy transitioned from silence to an explosive celebration. Su Mo's discoveries, which dismantled 3 human-demon research bases, indirectly safeguarded our Northern District. Initially, several photographs emerged, revealing rows of crystal coffins, ultimately culminating in images of the ruins. The pride of our Northern Academy lies in our perceptiveness, achieving dual goals with a single arrow. After Zhao Yang's demise, Su Mo sought to identify the traitors, initially planning to feign cooperation with the demonic beasts, enticing them to attack the city to draw out the traitors. The rationale for the demonic beast collaboration was twofold. First, to leverage Su Mo and the human powerhouses to eliminate those traitors involved in the human-demon research. Second, to seize the city alongside the traitors. Once Su Mo saw through this ruse, he turned the tables, resulting in the capture of several thousand hidden traitors in the Northern District, while the demonic beasts outside City Z suffered significant losses. Who, then, opened the city gates. Below the post lies a video depicting those individuals masquerading as Su Mo, facilitating the city's opening. The plan from yesterday culminated in resounding success, with over 470,000 demonic beasts hunted and 3,756 traitors apprehended. The Northern Academy released 4 consecutive posts, catching everyone off guard. This time, all the background details were disclosed by the Northern Academy. Once the posts were published, there was no further action from the Academy, but the comments section became a veritable frenzy. I can scarcely imagine the consequences had Su-Mo been forced to abandon his position and oppose humanity. Thankfully, Su-Mo remained resolute, truly deserving of his status as the esteemed disciple of the Northern Academy's head. While many only see Su-Mo's prowess, I perceive the burdens he bears. Witnessing Zhao Yong's beheading live and being unable to vent his frustrations regarding a plan of immense significance to our northern district, only to be vilified by the ignorant, is utterly excessive. My heart aches for Su-Mo. Where are those cowardly individuals now, who, lacking courage, have retreated into their shells? Indeed, come forth and apologize. You wretched cur, the capture of the traitor and the annihilation of over 4 million demonic beasts is an extraordinary feat. Where are those who once boasted so brazenly? Gulme, continue your barking. I shall break your teeth, you pathetic wretch. Why do you not dare to confront me? It infuriates me that these individuals have fallen silent. I truly wish to reach through the internet and silence them myself. At this moment, within the office of the Dean of the Northern Academy, Long Lintian gazes at those surrounding him. Continue posting, he commands this time. We must teach those individuals a lesson for their slander against my disciple and for hurling insults at him. The teacher operating the computer is reluctant to engage with the dean, for all he hears is the incessant mention of my disciple, causing a throbbing pain in his head. How tragic it is that the pride of our human race is so disparaged by our own kin. Is this truly the individual that the Northern Academy seeks to protect? Is it worth such disgrace? Chapter 86. The individuals who engaged in slander, defacement, and throwing objects have all been identified. The moment this post emerged, it ignited a fervor. What on earth is happening? Surely the warriors of the North Courtyard are not disheartened by those fools. For reasons unknown, if one day Su-Mo were to betray, I could understand and would not hold it against him. As the saying goes, one acts for oneself. Otherwise, one invites divine retribution. The case of Zhao Yong illustrates that Su-Mo is a person of deep loyalty and affection. We must not allow such sorrow to occur. It is indeed unworthy, as the North Courtyard has never acknowledged Su-Mo as a traitor. Those imbeciles have begun to stir discontent, sowing discord among the warriors. And I suspect their intentions are ulterior. There is no room for doubt. It is evident that these individuals are simply indulging in frivolity. They ought to be cast outside the city to fend for themselves. Why should we protect such refuse? As the sun rises, the essence of the blade manifests fourfold, stepping into the realm of the divine spirit. Our pride in the North Courtyard, the hope of humanity. Below are photographs depicting Su-Mo after his breakthrough, a smile gracing his lips as the sun rises behind him, creating a harmonious tableau. My husband, Su-Mo, is undeniably handsome no matter the perspective. That smile warms the hearts of all, creating a sense of uncontainable joy. To the two of you, please take your leave. This is an uplifting post. Attire of maidservants. Black stockings, white stockings. Sister Pian is truly formidable, daring to make an appearance like this. Impressive indeed. Is there no one to take charge? I wish to see Su-Mo. What are you all up to? Strangely enough, the juxtaposition of Su-Mo with the rising sun evokes an inexplicable feeling, a sense of safety in tranquil times. Alas, having seen the previous posts, I almost wavered in my faith, doubting Su-Mo. But thankfully my wife armed me with a frying pan. Thank you, my dear wife. I too began to question Su-Mo. My father, at 93, had been bedridden and immobile. Yet he mustered the strength to rise and strike me with a 7-wolves whip a few times before I was convinced that Su-Mo could not possibly be a traitor. My son, harboring doubts about Su-Mo, has already faced my wrath and been disciplined. I curse my son for slandering Su-Mo, wishing that he bears sons without a rear end. Ah, the individual above has made an astute observation. Could the sons you refer to be those who insult Su-Mo? You are quite clever. Indeed, I speak of those scoundrels. Feeding oneself to the tiger, fearless and undaunted, to draw out the most troublesome demon, the shadow demon. Below, additional images show Su Mo using himself as bait to lure the shadow demon, particularly the striking photos of 3 blades embedded in his form, clearer than ever. With the release of the post, the comments transformed into expressions of empathy. My heart aches for Mo Bao, enduring slander, sacrificing himself, and being misunderstood by our own kind. So pitiful. 3 blades. Had it not been for Mo Bao's might, he might have already met his demise. The thought of those who insult Mo Bao fills me with a desire to tear them apart like stockings. Where those who were once so vocal? Come forth. Continue your outcry. How absurd. Those individuals have even changed their names. If they possess any courage, let them emerge and speak again. Thus are people who shift with the winds, envious of other successes, and dare not reveal themselves. Come forth and see. Do you possess such minds? Are you willing to risk yourselves? I have heard of the shadow demon, capable of transforming into a person's shadow, striking suddenly, leaving even the mightiest warriors unable to react, potentially leading to their demise. Su Mo, you have endured much. What? The shadow demon is indeed such a being. Mo Bao is truly commendable, worthy of being my treasured electronic gem. When Su Mo returned yesterday, I shielded him from the onslaught of rotten vegetables and others' fists. Although I bore bruises, I felt immense joy, for I can now boast about my deeds when I venture out. I too have always believed that Su Mo would not be that kind of person. I steadfastly regard him as my pride. Yesterday, my daughter declared her intention to marry Su Mo, and I have confined her. She is unworthy. For the one above, you are truly a father. Those who have slandered Su Mo, I have secretly uncovered several of their addresses. Shall we go find them together? Count me in. Huh! How dare they defame my idol? I shall make them regret their words. I still remember when President Bayu stood in front of Su Mo, saying, "Let us go home," such warmth it brought. Let us go home. Many hastily posted today as thread, echoing Bayu's words to Su Mo. Let's go home. Bayu held Su Mo's hand. Wow, I'm gonna lose my mind. It's so sweet. Why have I not encountered such a person? Get lost. You up there, don't think I 1T recognize you just because you've changed your name. You're unworthy of my Su Mo sigh. Such a person has never spoken ill of Su Mo. I doubt she would have ventured into this if not for life's pressures. This is indeed true. Some fools do not deserve to be called human. Those who previously slandered Su Mo should be documented and exposed. Such individuals must not be allowed to roam free. Indeed, such trash, such pests, should be eradicated. Su Mo is too merciful. If I were in his place, I would investigate them and settle accounts one by one. Goodness. I discovered that the place where Su Mo resides has been defaced with slurs against him. What? Which wretched scoundrel did this? Damn it, I'm going out now. Let me catch them, and I shall make them wish they had never been born. I shall go see too. How dare they insult the pride of our Z9 city? Have they a death wish? Those who previously slandered Su Mo seem to have vanished overnight. Many are hastily deactivating their martial artist form accounts, fearing retribution. At this moment, the North Courtyard has finally struck with their ultimate blow. The pride of our human race shall not be insulted. Below are images, the faces of those individuals clearly visible, all of whom had hurled objects at Su Mo upon his return. Hundreds of photos, their names printed below. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. I once thought I could not find them. Well done, well done. This time, if they wish to flee, let them not escape my grasp. I shall strike them each time I encounter them. The pride of our Northern Academy shall not be insulted. The photographs below are all from posts that disparaged Su Mo, and, subsequently, the identities of those individuals were revealed, including their names. Many were astonished to discover that they were indeed the same individuals depicted in the images. These despicable beings are truly as vile as they seem. How dare such scum dare to insult the pride of our Northern Academy? Beneath each photograph lies a record of their actions, thoroughly exposing their ancestral lineage. Those who previously slandered Su Mo are now in a state of utter panic upon witnessing the 3 posts from our academy. Their backgrounds, appearances, and ages have been meticulously investigated. No one is aware of what our academy intends to do, which has rendered them hesitant to voice their opinions, eager instead to observe the unfolding outcome. How could the pride of our northern district be treated in such a manner? Those who defaced Su Mo's residence are clearly visible in the photographs, their faces twisted in grotesque expressions, filled with excitement. Chapter 87. The Headquarters of the Martial Artists Guild. A post from the Security Management Headquarters supporting Su Mo. The faces of these individuals were clearly marked, and witnessing the excitement and ferocity etched upon their features sent a chill through many hearts. To insult the pride of the Northern Court. Their fates shall lie in Su Mo's hands. Who dares to intervene? The Northern Court shall no longer shield any city. Let them fend for themselves. Upon the appearance of this post, a wave of panic surged among the people. Was the Northern Court truly serious this time? It was long overdue. The Northern District still harbored numerous traitors, and perhaps some among them were included. How many talented martial artists had been driven away by such individuals? Those who had left were also prodigies. It is possible that many of the current traitors were coerced into departure. If I were Su Mo and saw those I endeavored to protect treating me thus, to put it bluntly, I might consider leaving the Northern District. Putting myself in his shoes, I would likely act similarly. Those who had previously insulted Su Mo, hurled objects at him, and defaced his residence were now in a state of panic. The Northern Court had already issued a post, and this was no trivial matter. Should any martial artist be among these individuals, their names would be removed from the guild's roster, but ultimately, it would depend on Su Mo's stance. These individuals would be expunged from the records of the Security Management Office. Our human race has no need for such detritus, and the final outcome would also be determined by Su Mo. Following the post from the Martial Artists Guild headquarters and the Security Management headquarters, the uproar intensified once more. Madness. Utter madness. This time it truly was insanity. Ha ha, splendid. It is precisely because of these troublemakers that our northern district lacks unity. It is time to teach them a lesson. Yet, one wonders how Su Mo will punish them. The posts were intended to rally support for him. Yet much depends on his opinion. Mo, bow. Do not be lenient. These individuals have insulted you grievously. Ensure they do not escape unscathed. Su Montak bow. Cast a glance, and be sure to punish them severely. Everyone, refrain from Su Mo. Such a formidable battle warrants his rest. After returning with Bayou, Su Mo washed up and collapsed on his bed, falling into a deep slumber. Bayou sat nearby, holding a white jade porcelain bottle, sunlight streaming in and illuminating Su Mo's face. Bayou shook her head, exasperated. This reckless boy, does he not care for his own safety? She placed Su Mo's hand on her lap and applied medicine to the wounds on his arm. After tending to the injuries, Bayou hesitated but ultimately lifted the blanket. 3 ghastly scars marred his chest, causing her heart to ache. This troublesome brother, daring to engage in such perilous endeavors, nearly frightened her to death. Seeing the weapons of the shadow demons pierced into Su Mo's chest, her heart skipped a beat. Regaining her composure, Bayou cast aside her turbulent thoughts, poured medicine into her palm, and gently touched his chest with her fingers. She noticed that Su Mo remained still, his breathing slightly erratic. The sharply defined features of the face suddenly flushed with a hint of crimson. Bayou, too preoccupied to tease Su Mo, diligently applied the medicine and covered him with a blanket before departing the room. Upon exiting, Bayou took a deep breath, reflecting on the physique of that insufferable boy. Su Mo, opening his eyes to the closed door, soon succumbed to drowsiness once more. The night's battle had thoroughly exhausted him, and even after his breakthrough, he could find no respite. Outside his dwelling, a considerable number of individuals had gathered, each bearing buckets and an array of tools. Bayou emerged, regarding them with curiosity. "Miss Bayou, we have come to clear away these items," they informed her. Bayou nodded in acknowledgement. "Please be cautious. He has just fallen asleep." Upon hearing her words, they nodded in understanding. "Miss Bayou, you should return to rest as well. Yesterday's conflict must have worn you out. Do not worry. We shall work quietly and ensure you are not disturbed." Bayou did not refuse, as fatigue had indeed begun to weigh upon her. As she departed, the leader of the group turned to face his companions. "Everyone, lower your voices. Those foolish individuals will undoubtedly come looking for Su Mo. We must prevent them from approaching this place." He assured them, "Rest assured, we will not allow them to come any closer. Permitting, that would be a sign of our incompetence." The group set about erasing the offensive graffiti from the walls, their expressions darkening. These brainless fools will face severe consequences once Su Mo has recovered. The posts issued by the Martial Artists Guild's Safety Management Department had already provided them with ample cause for concern, but ultimately, Su Mo's stance would dictate their actions. Just as they were deliberating, a crowd suddenly surged forth from a distance. Those who had been cleaning the walls squinted at the newcomers, instinctively forming a line like a barricade. Su Mo remained at rest, unseen. "Step aside. We have matters to discuss with Su Mo. This does not concern you. I advise you not to invite trouble upon yourselves." The blockers felt their anger ignite at this declaration. "You come seeking help yet carry such arrogance. If you dare to act, we shall remain passive. When the safety management personnel arrive, you will find yourselves in confinement. And when Su Mo learns of this, you will regret it." The newcomers exchanged glances, and one stepped forward from the crowd. "Esteemed sir, we truly have business with Su Mo. We come to apologize. Our previous companion was hasty and spoke harshly. Could you kindly allow us passage?" At that moment, Lu Shuetian approached from the distance. "What is happening here? Begone." Upon seeing Lu Shuetian, many changed their expressions. Well aware of the good rapport between him and Su Mo, Lu Shuetian regarded the gathering crowd with disdain. "Do not speak. Your words are foul, and I fear I might be sullied by your presence. Depart quickly. Should you raise your voices, I shall have you detained." Lu Shuetian covered his mouth, retreating incessantly. Many individuals wore grim expressions, their bodies trembling. They had never been subjected to such treatment before. Were it not for the leakage of their personal information and photographs, they would not have come to apologize. Their household registrations were soon to be revoked, and they would lose their jobs as well. All they could do was endure the situation. "We shall wait here." Numerous individuals found a spot to sit down, clearly intending to wait for Su Mo to awaken. Orders are being put on. It's merely a few curses. It won't cost them anything." Someone in the crowd murmured softly. "Indeed, is this still considered a genius? Their mind is so narrow. Had it not been for the revocation of their household registrations, I would not have sought him out. Absolutely. How many times have we scolded him before? Why does he cling to us so tightly? It's truly absurd. TCH, if I possessed his talent, my heart would be far more expansive. Perhaps he is in his room, laughing at our plight." Chapter 88. Depart or Perish. The initial form of the domain, shocking by you. Upon hearing the news, Lu Shuetian, Zhang Dehai, and Li Wuyo narrowed their eyes. These individuals truly showed no signs of repentance. Even in the face of such a dire situation, they remained obstinate. As time passed into the evening, many could no longer endure the pressure. A few even conspired together, seeking a restaurant to indulge in food and drink, their voices still raising a clamor. It was bewildering to fathom their thoughts. Was it really that one Su Mo could stir such a commotion? Without the cooperation of others, could he truly achieve anything alone? Our criticisms were for his own good, to prevent him from becoming arrogant in the future. Indeed, someone like Su Mo was simply a small-minded individual who had found fortune. Within the restaurant, several patrons furrowed their brows upon hearing these remarks. Were they not the very ones who had slandered Su Mo? Even now, they continued their disparagement. Damn, fools like these are truly self-serving. Let us teach them a lesson. Bang, bang, bang. Before long, anguished cries echoed within the restaurant. Wait, brother, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please stop hitting me. If you continue, I will report you to the safety management office and have you arrested, pleaded one of the slanderers. Threatening me? Are you? Even if you do get arrested, I will still give you a beating. You worthless scum disrupt the unity of the Northern District. Soon enough. You won't even have residency here. You won't be part of the North anymore. You're no better than the beasts outside the city. Eliminating you would be of no consequence. The crowd no longer held back, and several individuals ejected the troublemakers from the restaurant. The owner emerged, eyeing the beaten patrons. Hold on, you must compensate for the damages to my establishment, he stated coldly. Why should we? They were the ones who attacked us. Did you not see? You blind old fool, they retorted indignantly. The owner regarded them with an impassive expression. I saw you drinking and causing a ruckus. I could easily summon the safety management office to mediate. You'd end up paying for damages and spending a few days inside. With a mocking demeanor, the owner added, "Go ahead, report me. There are cameras, and we have nothing to fear." One of the assailants, noticing the camera, darkened his expression. "Oh, that camera? My apologies. It's already broken," the owner replied with narrowed eyes, having turned off the power when the scoundrels were being dealt with. Age had rendered him only able to intervene discreetly, but he had to admit it felt satisfying. "Don't cause trouble. We can't afford to be arrested. It's getting late. Let us find Sumo and settle these scores one by one," they said, hastily retrieving their money and fleeing the restaurant towards Sumo's residence. At that moment, Sumo had already awakened, preparing 2 bowls of noodles adorned with sausage and eggs. Bayu playfully poked at the contents of his bowl. "Brother Sumo, 2 eggs and 1 sausage. I'm seriously beginning to suspect you're hinting at something," she teased. Sumo nearly choked on his noodles. "Are you still going to eat?" he retorted, moving to snatch the bowl away from Bayu. Bayu, swift and agile, deftly pried open Sumo's hand. 2 eggs and a sausage huddled together. TSK, how mischievous my younger brother is." Sumo rolled her eyes at Bayu in silence. "How do you plan to deal with those individuals?" Bayu gestured toward the outside. "I have another plan in mind, which seems rather promising. However, it requires the cooperation of our master. Perhaps we could yield some fruitful results." Bayu gazed at Sumo with a hint of skepticism, aware that Sumo was full of cunning schemes at present. After finishing her words, Sumo dialed a phone number. "Haha, disciple, do you miss your master?" A jovial voice resonated from the other end. Upon hearing this, Bayu rolled her eyes and took a hearty bite of the sausage. "Indeed, I miss my master. I have a method that requires your assistance." The tone on the other end grew serious. "Elaborate on your thoughts." Long Lintian understood that Sumo's plan would likely create quite a stir. Live streaming the execution of traitors. Sumo articulated with deliberate clarity. Upon hearing this, Bayu dropped her chopsticks, staring at Sumo in disbelief. "You intend to announce it early, create a sensation, and slap them in the face. They might even send someone to rescue them, considering the humiliation." Long Lintian's voice echoed with understanding. "You are correct. This aligns with my intentions," Sumo confirmed, having contemplated this thoroughly. "How can you be sure they will come to rescue?" Long Lintian posed the most crucial question. "Master, shall we make a wager? They will undoubtedly send someone, and their strength will not be negligible." Upon hearing Sumo's words, Long Lintian began to ponder the feasibility of this plan. "Those who have exposed and slandered me must also be watched. Perhaps they will also target them, utilizing them to orchestrate something." Sumo continued. "What if they threaten us with ordinary people, ultimately abandoning the traitors?" Long Lintian inquired, presenting the final question. "Su Yao has been revived. My affairs are now her responsibility," Sumo replied. "Su Yao, I see. Then there is no issue." Long Lintian ceased to doubt. Sumo gazed at the hung-up phone with surprise. The mere mention of Su Yao had garnered her master's agreement. "What more do you doubt? That arrogant woman could hardly entertain the opinions of others. Who knows what foolish notions she might conjure up next?" Bayu remarked slowly as she wiped her mouth. Now entrusted with significant responsibilities and shielded by various powers, such a selfish individual can scarcely tolerate the existence of others. After experiencing death, one cannot be salvaged. Bayu shook her head. Some individuals are inherently predisposed to certain traits, making change exceedingly difficult. Su Yao is indeed one of the most extreme examples, epitomizing selfishness. "Sumo, come out. We know you are awake. We can already smell the aroma of fried eggs." "Indeed, hurry out. We are here to apologize. Quickly post that you forgive us. Yes, we shall not insult you anymore. After all, you have suffered no harm. Indeed, were it not for our criticisms, your plans might not have unfolded so flawlessly. In a sense, we are also unsung heroes, deserving of your gratitude. Now, swiftly inform the Martial Artists Guild and the headquarters of the Safety Management Department that we have reached an accord. It is quite late, and we have lingered here for an entire day, demonstrating our resolve. Hurry forth and convey our forgiveness. Expedite the resolution, and do not waste anyone's time." Those who were once clamoring now feel an unsettling chill creeping upon them. Why is it growing colder? No, this is not mere coldness. is the aura of intent to kill emanating from Su Mo. At this moment, Bai Yu sits in a room, her gaze fixed vacantly upon Su Mo. This fellow has already begun to manifest the embryonic form of his domain. Though still incomplete, it is evident that it will soon be fully comprehended. This insufferable younger brother, just how much does he conceal? The ability to comprehend a domain is typically attainable only after breaking through to the creation realm. And yet this individual is on the verge of doing so. Depart or face death.